Chapter 1, The State Gives Out Wives? There's such a good thing. Beep. The call is connected. Lin Yu looked at the meaningless but impressive number on his phone screen, as well as the National Wife Allocation Bureau marked below, and felt a little confused. He had just crossed into this world an hour ago. Before I had time to figure out the situation, I received such an outrageous call. A clear female voice came from the other end of the phone, without any emotion. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yu? It's me. Lin Yu cleared his throat. This is the National Wife Assignment Bureau. According to the law on the protection of the rights and interests of national treasure men, as a national treasure male over the age of 20, you must accept the S-level partner assigned to you by the state. We are now collecting your specific requirements for a partner so that the system can conduct the final screening. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. National treasure male? Assign a wife? Or S-class? This matter was indeed outrageous, but it was not enough to make him lose his composure. He still maintained his composure and spoke in a calm tone. Just go with your highest standards, the best one. If you can't find one, forget it. I'm not interested in getting married. After the words were spoken, the other end of the phone fell into silence for several seconds. Obviously, this skilled staff member had never encountered such a difficult national treasure. Ding! It's detected that the host is making a critical life decision. The system of having many children and many blessings has been activated. System purpose, to transform the host from a national treasure man into a perfect human being with the ultimate in body, wisdom, wealth, power, and number of offspring. Lin Yu felt nothing in his heart and even wanted to laugh. Sure enough, the golden finger that is essential for time travelers has arrived, albeit late. Mr. Lin Yu. The female voice on the other end of the line finally rang out again, her tone noticeably more anxious. Please take this seriously. Matching S-level partners is a top priority for us, and it's a matter of national destiny. I'm talking about the highest standards. Lin Yu interrupted her, don't you understand? Lin Yu could even imagine the scene on the other end of the phone, with sweat on his forehead and the staff member typing furiously on the keyboard. Since such overwhelming wealth has fallen upon us, we must maintain our composure. He is not some young boy who has never seen the world. After a long time, the female voice sounded again, this time with a hint of cautious tentativeness. Mr. Lin Yu, we've screened you according to the highest standards, and the system has locked onto a single target. I'm checking your information now. Do you think this is feasible? This attitude has changed from notification to solicitation. Speak. Lin Yu only uttered one word. S-level companion, Su Qinghan, female, 25 years old. Height 175 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms, body proportions are the optimal golden ratio for humans. Background, current president of the Su Group, one of China's leading financial conglomerates. Personal assets estimated to exceed 300 billion, ranking first on the Forbes Young Rich list. All of his assets are self-made, with no significant ties to his family. Personality, she appears to be extremely cold and aloof to the outside world, known as the Queen of Business. A thorough psychological assessment reveals a deep lack of love and a strong need for emotional dependence, meeting the highest standards of a contrasting personality. Lin Yu's eyelids moved. The female voice paused and continued reporting. Appearance, long, straight black hair, exquisite facial features, no signs of any artificial enhancement. This rating has reached the upper limit of beauty. Finally, regarding the special data notes. Based on big data analysis, Ms. Su Qinghan has a 95% plus probability of choosing to wear dark stockings in formal business settings. Lin Yu. He didn't mention anything, but the other party gave him everything he wanted most, even the most secret XP. Major. This is professionalism. Mr. Lin Yu? The woman's tone was barely perceptible with a hint of nervousness. Excuse me, are you satisfied with Ms. Su Qinghan? If you feel there's anything wrong with it, we can immediately activate the emergency plan and conduct a global rescreening for you, no matter how great the cost. Okay. Lin Yu interrupted her again, his tone still calm. Let's just take her, it's just enough. A sigh of relief came from the other end of the phone. Okay. Mr. Lin. We'll arrange a meeting for you right away. The female voice seemed to chuckle. Okay, now that you've confirmed, please bring your ID to VIP room number 1 of the Civil Affairs Bureau in the city center at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Ms. Su Qinghan will meet with you and handle the marriage registration procedures. I wish you a happy life, Mr. Lin Yu. After saying that, the phone was hung up with a click. Lin Yu held the phone in his hand, standing there in a daze, not moving for a full minute. Tomorrow? 10 o'clock in the morning? Civil Affairs Bureau? Mary? This speed is faster than riding a rocket. He opened his phone in a daze, and an encrypted text message popped up. National Marriage Arrangement Bureau, hello, Mr. Lin Yu, your S-level partner, Su Qinghan, has been confirmed. Attached is your partner's basic information and photo. Please check. Please arrive at the Civil Affairs Bureau promptly at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Lin Yu clicked on the attachment. An ID photo popped up. The woman in the photo has a face that can make everything in the world pale in comparison. Her eyebrows and eyes are cold, her nose is straight and upturned, and her red lips are tightly pursed, without a trace of smile. Her long, shiny black hair falls down like a waterfall. Even though it was just a simple ID photo, the aura of the Ice Queen that kept people at a distance almost burst out of the screen. This appearance, this temperament, is exactly the same as what he imagined. No, it was even better than he had imagined. Lin Yu felt his heart beating wildly. This is not a dream. This is all true. At this moment, the system prompt sound in my mind rang again. Ding! The novice guidance task has been released. Mission objective: successfully obtain a marriage certificate with your legal wife, Su Qinghan, at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Task reward: a newbie gift pack. Preview of gift package contents: Super Physique Unlimited Energy, Enhanced Physique, cash reward of 10 million. Lin Yu looked at the rewards on the system panel. Not only does he give you a wife, he also gives you money and superpowers. This perfect life is so fucking awesome. Chapter 2 The nervous first meeting with the icy female president. 9:50 a.m., outside VIP room number 1 of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Qinghan arrived 10 minutes early. She had spent 3 hours the night before carefully selecting and pondering over her outfit for today. The black suits in her wardrobe that usually gave her confidence seemed too strong last night. In the end, she chose a softer white Chanel suit. The upper body is a slim-fitting blazer, with a silk shirt underneath, and the lower body is a hip-hugging miniskirt. The pair of slender legs wrapped in top-quality black stockings glowed with an alluring luster in the sun. She wore a pair of exquisite high heels, and every step she took was elegant. Xiaohu bot prevents file piracy. If you are looking for a reading robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. But at this moment, the face of this female CEO who could make countless bigwigs in the business world silent in fear was full of tension. The guide to getting along with National Treasure man that her assistant gave her last night kept replaying in her mind. Boss Su, you must be gentle, proactive, and show your absolute respect for him. But you must not appear too strong, so as not to cause resentment. Remember, he's a national treasure, you have to be humble. Su Qinghan recited these key points in his mind, tapping his handbag with his fingers. Isn't it too early? She checked her watch. There were still 5 minutes left. Do you want to go to the bathroom and touch up your makeup? No, what if he arrives early? Just as she was daydreaming, a figure appeared in her sight. Lin Yu was wearing an ordinary white t-shirt and casual pants, and a pair of sneakers. He walked towards this side slowly. He studied the system until midnight last night and almost overslept in the morning. He hurriedly washed up and went out. The moment Su Qinghan saw him, his heart skipped a beat. Oh my god. The photo doesn't do him justice at all. He is 187 centimeters tall, has perfect body proportions, and has a breathtakingly handsome face. Even simple casual clothes can't hide his innate handsomeness. Is this my husband? Su Qinghan felt his face getting hot. She took a deep breath and walked quickly towards him. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Yu? She spoke in her carefully practiced voice. I'm Su Qinghan. Lin Yu looked up at her. Oh shit. This appearance is too great. Photos are really deceiving, the real person is even more amazing than the photo. That exquisite and flawless face, and that icy temperament that keeps strangers away. The most important thing is those legs. The slender legs wrapped in black stockings are simply the standard configuration of his dream lover. However, Lin Yu remained calm on the surface and nodded. Yes, it's me. His gaze stayed on her legs wrapped in black stockings for 0.5 seconds. It's time, go in. After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked into the VIP lounge. Su Qinghan stood there in a daze. That's it? Is he dissatisfied with me? Or did I do something wrong? Su Qinghan began to doubt himself wildly. But she quickly adjusted her mindset and quickly followed. The VIP lounge is luxuriously decorated and the staff are already ready. Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, please sit here. The staff greeted us warmly. Lin Yu sat down casually, and Su Qinghan sat next to him cautiously. Identification, please. The two of them worked together to complete the procedures. Throughout the entire process, Lin Yu had a blank expression on his face, and his occasional responses were brief and to the point. Su Qinghan was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Mr. Lin, please sign here. The staff handed over the documents. Lin Yu took the pen and signed his name in a few strokes. The handwriting is free and elegant, revealing a sense of unruly. When it was Su Qinghan's turn, her hands were actually shaking a little. Miss Su, are you okay? The staff asked with concern. It's okay, just a little excited. Su Qinghan pretended to be calm, but his voice was still trembling. Lin Yu glanced at her and smiled inwardly. It turns out that this queen of the business world can also be so nervous? But come to think of it, it's my first marriage after all. Okay, congratulations to both of you. The staff handed over 2 red marriage certificates. I wish the 2 newlyweds a happy marriage and a baby soon. Su Qinghan took the marriage certificate, his hands trembling slightly. There was a photo of her and Lin Yu on it, and a bright red seal on it. At this moment, she really became Lin Yu's wife. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice guidance task. Reward, a newbie gift pack. Super Physique has been activated. Unlimited energy and enhanced physique. Cash reward of 10 million has been received. Lin Yu felt the changes in his body and felt full of strength. This system is really powerful. That, Lin Yu. Su Qinghan spoke softly, with a tentative tone in his voice. We are husband and wife now. Look, do you want to have a meal together? To celebrate? Lin Yu looked at the time. It was only 10:30 in the morning. Whatever, you arrange it. A hint of joy flashed in Su Qinghan's eyes. He agreed. How about we go to the restaurant on the top floor of the Sky Tower? The French food there is very good. Lin Yu nodded, okay. When the two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Qinghan's driver had been waiting for a long time. An extended version of the Rolls-Royce was parked on the side of the road, its body gleaming in the sun. Husband, please get in the car. Su Qinghan took the initiative to open the car door for him. Lin Yu sat down without hesitation. The interior of the car is spacious, luxuriously decorated, and equipped with various high-tech equipment. Su Qinghan sat next to him. She looked at Lin Yu secretly, her heart beating faster and faster. This man is so handsome. And now, he is her husband. Su Qinghan decided to take the initiative. She deliberately adjusted her sitting position, lifting the hem of her skirt a little, revealing more of her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. Honey, what do you think of my outfit today? Her voice was a little softer than usual. Lin Yu raised his eyes and glanced at her. What is this woman doing? But those legs are really tempting. It's okay. He responded calmly. Su Qinghan was delighted. She stretched deliberately, and the curve of her chest was faintly visible under her shirt. Husband, do you have any hobbies? I can accompany you. Nothing special. Lin Yu answered casually. Do you have any requirements for where you want to live? I have several houses in the city center, a beachfront villa, a mountaintop estate. It doesn't matter. Forehead. How come this person doesn't care about anything? She bit her lip and looked at Lin Yu. The profile of his face was so perfect that people couldn't take their eyes off him. It's over, have I fallen? Su Qinghan thought to himself. But he's so cold to me. Is it because I'm not proactive enough? Chapter 3 Is this the service of an S-class wife? On the top floor of the Skyching building, there is a Michelin 3-star French restaurant. The entire restaurant was completely booked today to accommodate only 2 guests. Su Qinghan carefully pulled out the chair for Lin Yu. Her movements were graceful, but the slight trembling of her fingertips still revealed her nervousness. Husband, please sit down. Lin Yu sat down with his horse and sword, feeling at ease. Su Qinghan then walked around and sat opposite him, his posture upright, but his whole body was in a tense state. Soon, the chef personally pushed the dining cart forward and served exquisite dishes on the table. Honey, this is M12 Wagyu beef flown in from Australia. I asked them to use the simplest pan frying method to preserve the original flavor. As Su Qinghan introduced, he picked up the knife and fork, skillfully cut the whole steak into small pieces of even size, and then pushed the plate in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu picked up a piece with a fork and put it in his mouth. Well, it melts in your mouth, it's really great. Holy crap, is this how a billionaire CEO serves me? Cutting my steak herself? If the employees in their company saw this, wouldn't their jaws drop? Lin Yu was complaining madly in his heart, but his face was calm. This is deep-sea bluefin tuna belly, and the supply is limited every day. Su Qinghan served him the food again and put the most delicious piece on his plate. And this caviar, go with these special little cookies. She was like a dedicated personal maid, taking care of Lin Yu's meals meticulously. Lin Yu didn't say a word the whole time, just ate. He ate whatever Su Qinghan picked up for him. How can I describe this feeling? Awesome. It's so fucking awesome. Is this the power reversal where reality is turned upside down? Love it. The meal was almost over when Su Qinghan finally mustered up the courage and spoke tentatively. Honey, after dinner, where are we going? Is your current place convenient? Lin Yu wiped his mouth with a napkin and leaned lazily back in his chair. It doesn't matter. It's that it doesn't matter again. Su Qinghan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly reacted. It is written in the guide to getting along with National Treasure men that they don't like to make decisions and like to have everything arranged for them. She immediately smiled, with anticipation in her eyes. I've already prepared a wedding room. It's right at the Cloud Top Palace. How about we go over there and take a look now? Cloud Top Palace? Lin Yu was not familiar with the place names in this world, but just hearing the name sounded very impressive. Okay. He nodded. Su Qinghan was obviously relieved and immediately stood up to make arrangements. The extended version of the Rolls-Royce drove smoothly on the road and soon drove towards a mountain range on the eastern outskirts of the city. The security here is extremely strict. Starting from the foot of the mountain, there is a checkpoint every 100 meters. When the Rolls-Royce drove to a magnificent gate, it was stopped. The driver rolled down the window and a uniformed, armed security guard walked over with a serious expression. Su Qinghan took out a black card with gold edges from her Hermes bag and handed it over. The security guard took the card and swiped it on the machine next to him. Ding! Identity confirmed. Welcome Ms. Su, welcome Mr. Lin. The door slowly opened. The car continued to drive up the mountain, and Su Qinghan explained softly. Hubby, Yunding Palace is the most exclusive area for the wealthy in all of China. The villas here are not for sale to the public. They are only open to those who have made special contributions to the country or are of extremely high status. Lin Yu listened and felt relieved. The car finally stopped in front of a modern-style villa with an exaggerated area. The villa is built on the mountain, surrounded by lush trees on three sides and a huge infinity pool in front of it, with a wide view and a panoramic view of the entire city at night. The two got off the car. The villa's smart door opens automatically by sensor. A sweet and technological female electronic voice sounded. Welcome home, master. Su Qinghan quickly explained, this owner's voice command is bound to the male head of the household by default. Lin Yu's mouth corners rose slightly. Sensible. This villa system is so sensible. When you enter the villa, you will find that the interior decoration is extremely luxurious. There is a lobby with a ceiling height of more than 10 meters, a giant crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, a full set of smart home appliances, and a private elevator leading to the upper floors. Su Qinghan was like a little tour guide, taking Lin Yu on a tour. This is the audio-visual room, this is the gym, and this is the indoor heated swimming pool. Finally, the two came to the master bedroom. The master bedroom is as big as a suite, with mountain views outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Qinghan took out a red property certificate from the drawer of the bedside table and handed it to Lin Yu with both hands. Hubby, this is my wedding gift to you. Her cheeks were flushed and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Lin Yu took the property certificate and opened it. House owner, Lin Yu. On it, only his name was clearly written. This top-notch mansion, worth at least 10 figures, now belongs entirely to him. Lin Yu felt like his heart skipped a beat. Holy crap! A luxury villa as a gift for a wedding? That's faster than robbing a bank. The system says having many children brings blessings. I've only married one. If I marry a few more, wouldn't I be as rich as a nation? Just then, his cell phone rang. It's a text message notification from the bank. Dear customer, your account has been credited with 10 million yuan, and the current balance is 10 million and 5.32 yuan. The 10 million reward from the system has arrived. Lin Yu put away his phone and was in a good mood. He looked at the stunning CEO in front of him, who was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. She has fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, is rich, pretty and obedient. Where can I find a wife like this? Su Qinghan felt even more uneasy when he saw that he didn't say anything. She gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and took out two more things from her bag. One is a beautifully bound booklet with large gold-plated letters on the cover, white paper on the living habits and preferences of national treasuremen. The other one is a pink notebook that looks very girly. She handed both things to Lin Yu and lowered her head even more. Honey, this is a guidebook issued by the government. I've memorized it all. This is a note I made myself. It says how I can better serve you. I'm still learning, so there might be a lot of things I don't do well. If you're not satisfied with anything, please tell me and I'll change it. Lin Yu took the pink notebook and opened a page casually. There is beautiful handwriting on it. Key point 1, never say no to your husband. Point 2, when your husband comes home, prepare slippers for him and give him a relaxing massage. Key point 3, learn at least 3 different styles of dance so you can be prepared. Point 4, study all of your husband's interests, including his favorite games and movies, and take the initiative to learn and create common topics. Lin Yu. Good job. This isn't a female CEO worth hundreds of billions at all, this is simply a self-cultivation manual for a top maid. Just when Lin Yu was feeling his scalp tingling from seeing this display of skill, the system's prompting sound rang again in his mind. Ding. Random mission triggered. Mission name, experience the service of an S-class companion. Task, your new wife has made all the necessary preparations for you. Now, it's time to test her learning. Please experience at least one of the services she's written down. Quest reward, God-level fighting technique elementary. Chapter 4. Do you also know this? Lin Yu held the pink girlish notebook in his hand and felt that the object was a little hot. He casually turned a page and saw beautiful handwriting. Massage technique, I've consulted the ancient text, the 36 forms of dragon taming, and have mastered the first 18 forms, ensuring every acupuncture point on my husband is thoroughly relaxed. My goal, master the entire text within 3 months. Note, this product must be used with specially blended essential oils. The formula has been customized by the European royal perfumer. Lin Yu. Holy crap! Dragon taming technique? What kind of lewd language is this? This doesn't sound like a proper massage. Has the world become so overly competitive with wives these days? Not only do you have to be a domineering CEO, but you also have to work part-time as a technician after get off work? There was a turmoil in his heart. Su Qinghan had been secretly observing Lin Yu's expression. When he saw him stop at this page, his heart suddenly rose to his throat. Is he interested in this? Her cheeks suddenly turned red like ripe apples, and even her ears were pink. She mustered up her courage and spoke in a small voice with a hint of imperceptible expectation. Hubby, I've been studying for this for a long time. If you're tired, I can press it for you. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the billionaire female CEO who wanted to bury her head in her chest. Have you been studying for a long time? Wow, you came here well prepared. It just so happens that the super physique reward from the system has just arrived. It feels like a small furnace is burning inside my body, and I am full of energy. I want to try it out. And, isn't the system mission to experience the service of an S-level companion? Isn't this a coincidence? His mind was calculating, but he just said lightly. Let's go to the bathroom. Oh, okay. When Su Qinghan heard the affirmative answer, his eyes lit up, as if he had received a great gift from heaven. She hurriedly led the way, her steps becoming lighter. The bathroom in the master bedroom is bigger than the entire house Lin Yu lived in his previous life. A jacuzzi, the size of a plunge pool, takes center stage, with separate sauna and shower rooms adjacent. The bathtub was already filled with hot water, with fresh rose petals floating on the water, creating a steamy and fragrant aroma. Honey, I adjusted the water temperature to 42 degrees Celsius, which is the most comfortable temperature for men according to the white paper. As Su Qinghan explained, she walked forward naturally, stretched out her slender hands, and took the initiative to take off Lin Yu's coat. Lin Yu was not polite and let her do whatever she wanted. She gently took off her t-shirts and trousers one by one and folded them neatly on the hanger beside her. When Lin Yu stood with his upper body naked, Su Qinghan's breathing stopped for a moment. Perfect. This figure is simply a masterpiece of the creator. He has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with smooth and powerful muscle lines. He doesn't have the exaggerated lumps of muscle that you see in bodybuilding, but rather a beauty that is full of explosive power. Especially those 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, you could almost slide on them. Lin Yu ignored her angry expression and stepped into the huge bathtub. Hiss. The moment the warm water wrapped around his whole body, he felt so comfortable that he almost cried out. Awesome. So fucking awesome. This super physique is simply amazing. It feels like every cell is cheering and absorbing the heat from the water. I used to feel stuffy after soaking in the bath for too long, but now I feel like all the fatigue is being quickly washed away, and my energy bar is regenerating like crazy. Just as Lin Yu closed his eyes and enjoyed it, Su Qinghan had quietly left the bathroom. A few minutes later, when she reappeared, Lin Yu opened his eyes. She changed out of her expensive Chanel suit and put on a very standard black and white maid outfit. A lace headband, a playful white apron, and a pair of long legs that are even more seductive when wrapped in white suspender stockings. This outfit perfectly blends her aura of an icy CEO with her current submissive and humble state, creating a striking contrast. Husband. Su Qinghan blushed and didn't dare to look at Lin Yu's body. She spread a soft mat on the edge of the bathtub and knelt down. She opened a bottle of high-end looking essential oil, poured it into her palm to warm it, and then gently placed it on Lin Yu's shoulder. I started? Lin Yu uttered a syllable through his nose. The next second, a perfect force came from the shoulder. Su Qinghan's fingers were soft but powerful, pressing precisely on the acupoints on his shoulders and neck. Sometimes kneading, sometimes pressing, with clear rhythm and increasing strength from shallow to deep. Major. This technique definitely took a lot of hard work. More professional than the top technicians in those high-end clubs outside. Lin Yu closed his eyes comfortably, and it seemed as if all the bones in his body were taken apart and reassembled, which made him feel indescribably comfortable. System, does this count as the start of the mission? This service is awesome, I have to give it 5 stars. While massaging, Su Qinghan carefully observed Lin Yu's reaction. Seeing that he seemed to be enjoying it, he felt relieved. Her little face was flushed red from nervousness and the heat from the bathroom, and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Hubby. She whispered, is this strength, okay? Good. After receiving a positive answer, Su Qinghan worked even harder. She asked tentatively again, do you want me to prepare something else for you? Chapter 5 God-level reward. My wife is a 2D dancer. Seeing that he did not refuse, Su Qinghan worked harder and more gently. Every inch of skin and every meridian has been relaxed like never before. After more than 10 minutes, Su Qinghan's forehead was covered with sweat and his breathing became a little rapid. Hubby, it's done. She withdrew her hand, her voice soft and sticky. Lin Yu opened his eyes and stood up from the bathtub. Thanks to the super physique rewarded by the system, he now has no extra fat on his body, and every muscle is just right and full of strength. Su Qinghan just took a quick glance and her cheeks turned red enough to bleed. She quickly picked up the bath towel prepared nearby and walked forward. Let me help you dry it. She stood on tiptoe and carefully wiped the water droplets off Lin Yu's body, her movements as gentle as if she was treating a rare treasure. After changing into bathrobes, the two returned to the living room. Su Qinghan had someone prepare midnight snacks in advance. On a small round table, there was a bottle of top-quality red wine that looked very valuable, as well as some exquisite side dishes. Hubby, have some wine to relieve your fatigue. Su Qinghan poured him a glass, and the wine in the crystal glass appeared a charming ruby red. Lin Yu shook the wine glass and took a sip. Well, it has a smooth texture and rich fruity aroma, it's good stuff. Su Qinghan didn't dare to drink it himself. He just held a glass of water and sat aside like a well-behaved elementary school student. She reported cautiously, honey, I have several international meetings scheduled for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I've already asked my assistant to cancel them all. From now on, your time will be my top priority in all my plans. If you don't like me traveling so much, I'll stop all my overseas business. Good guy, you're giving up your career for a man? Lin Yu was amazed in his heart, but he just said him lightly to indicate that he understood. The atmosphere was a little quiet for a while. Su Qinghan racked his brains to find a topic. She can't let her national treasure husband get bored. This is the special point marked in red font in the white paper. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly put down his wineglass and looked at her. Can you dance? Ha! Su Qinghan was stunned for a moment, and then his cheeks quickly turned red. She nodded vigorously, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Yes, a little bit. In order to please my husband in the future, I learned classical and modern dance. Lin Yu's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Wow, you've prepared even this? How many surprises does my S-class wife have that I don't know about? It's a good time to test the results of my study. He leaned back on the sofa, changed into a more comfortable position, and spoke in a lazy tone. Dance for a bit, let me see. Okay. Su Qinghan, who received the order, looked as if he had received an imperial edict, with light in his eyes. She immediately stood up and trotted up to the cloakroom on the second floor. Lin Yu was not in a hurry and drank red wine leisurely. After a few minutes, there were light footsteps at the stairs. Lin Yu looked up and almost dropped the wineglass in his hand. I saw Su Qinghan changed his clothes. It is no longer the previous maid outfit, but a cosplay costume with a very fantasy style. She has long silver white hair, pointed elf ears, and is wearing a boldly cut dark blue magic robe with a very high slit at the hem, revealing her slender legs wrapped in white over the knee socks. Her usual cold and arrogant temperament of an iceberg president was completely neutralized by this two-dimensional outfit, and instead gave rise to a unique beauty that was both holy and charming. Fuck. Hidden otaku attributes. Who can stand this? Su Qinghan walked barefoot on the soft carpet and walked step by step to the center of the living room. She explained in a low voice, a little embarrassed, I think this one might look better. Lin Yu didn't say anything, just made a gesture to start. The sound of music slowly streamed out from the villa's surround sound system. Su Qinghan took a deep breath, and her whole aura changed instantly. Her body began to dance to the rhythm of the music. Sometimes it looks like a fluttering butterfly, sometimes like a graceful mermaid. Every movement, every turn, is full of power and beauty. Especially those movements that require extreme flexibility, such as bending over and doing splits, she completed them with ease. The skirt flutters and the silver hair dances. The song ends. Su Qinghan stopped moving, breathing slightly, his chest heaving. Crystal beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, her cheeks were flushed with a healthy blush from exercise, her eyes were full of anticipation, and she stared straight at Lin Yu, who was lying on the sofa. She was like a cat offering her most beloved treasure, waiting for her owner's praise. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind on time. Ding! Random quest, experience the service of an S-level companion, completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, God-level fighting technique elementary. The next second, an unimaginably huge stream of information instantly flooded into Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu felt that his body was full of explosive power. He was now confident that he could kill a cow with one punch. He slowly put down his glass and stood up. When Su Qinghan saw him coming, his heart beat faster involuntarily and he nervously clenched the corner of his clothes. What is he going to do? Are you dissatisfied with my dancing? Still. Before she could finish her wild thoughts, Lin Yu had already walked in front of her, and without saying a word, he easily picked her up horizontally with a standard princess hug. Ah! Su Qinghan screamed and subconsciously stretched out his arms and hugged his neck tightly. Lin Yu held the soft and delicate body in his arms and looked down at her. Then, without saying anything, he took big strides and walked straight towards the master bedroom. Chapter 6 10 million? You're giving away beggars. The next morning, when Lin Yu opened his eyes, he felt that his whole body was filled with endless energy. He feels like he could now participate in a triathlon, lift some weights, and then run a marathon afterward. Super physique, awesome. This isn't a physique, this is simply a perpetual motion machine. He looked down. In his arms, Su Qinghan was sleeping soundly. The usually arrogant and icy female president was now like a docile kitten, curled up in his arms, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and a satisfied smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Lin Yu pinched her delicate face. It feels really good. At this moment, the emotionless electronic voice of the smart butler rang out in the room. Master, there is a visitor outside the villa. The identity information has been confirmed to be Miss Su Mingyue. Are you allowed in? Su Mingyue? Before Lin Yu could react, the person in his arms suddenly opened his eyes as if pricked by a needle. Su Qinghan, who had just had a happy and lazy look on his face, turned pale the moment he heard the name, and his body subconsciously tensed up. Why is she here? Su Qinghan's voice was trembling. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Who? Your relative? Su Qinghan bit her lip, sat up, and pulled the quilt up to cover herself. She's my stepsister, my father's illegitimate daughter. She took a deep breath, her tone filled with suppressed anger and helplessness. Ever since my father brought her back to the Su family, she's been against me in every way, jealous of everything I have. She's cunning and mean, and will do anything to get ahead. Husband, you don't see her. I'll let her go. Oh wow. A classic scene of a wealthy family's illegitimate daughter fighting for the family fortune? Isn't this more interesting than a TV drama? Lin Yu became interested and leaned lazily against the head of the bed. Let her in. But Su Qinghan looked worried. It's okay. I want to see what tricks she wants to play. Lin Yu's tone was very calm, but it revealed an unquestionable tone. Su Qinghan looked at him and felt inexplicably at peace. She ordered the housekeeper, open the door. A few minutes later, the door was violently pushed open with a bang. A woman dressed up in fancy clothes, accompanied by 2 female assistants in professional suits, rushed in aggressively. The woman in the lead looked to be in her early 20s. She wore heavy makeup, the latest pink Chanel suit, and carried a shiny Hermes platinum bag. She exuded the aura of a rich nouveau riche. She is Su Mingyue. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the scene on the bed. Her arrogant sister was wearing only a silk nightgown and snuggling in the arms of a strange man. That man didn't even have a shirt on. Su Mingyue's pupils contracted instantly, and an uncontrollable jealousy and malice surged up from her heart. Her spearhead was directed at Su Qinghan, and her voice was sharp enough to cut through glass. Su Qinghan. Do you still have any shame? You actually married a man like this? A gigolo with unknown origins. You've brought shame upon our Su family. Are you crazy? Do you think you can keep your position as CEO by marrying just any man? Su Qinghan's face turned pale after being scolded. He hurriedly got out of bed and grabbed a nightgown to put on. Mingyue, what nonsense are you talking about? She said sternly, this is my husband Lin Yu. We have already obtained the marriage certificate and are a legal couple. Husband? Ha! Su Mingyue looked up and down at Lin Yu with even more contempt, as if he was looking at some garbage. He's just a poor bastard who only knows how to live off his wife. Sister, have you been single for too long? Are you desperate and looking for help? It's fine if you find a gigolo, but you even dare to bring him home. I'm telling you, it's not your turn to call the shots at the Su group. Dad has already decided that at next month's board meeting, he will nominate me as the new CEO. The more she spoke, the more proud she became, as if she had already secured victory. After saying that, she took out a checkbook from her Hermes bag, quickly wrote down a string of numbers, then tore it off and threw it contemptuously on the quilt in front of Lin Yu. The thin piece of paper floated down and landed beside Lin Yu's legs. Su Mingyue held her chin high and spoke in an extremely harsh tone. Boy, I'll give you 10 million. Divorce my sister immediately and get out of the Su family. Then be my male companion. I can give you much more than she can give you. The air in the entire room froze. Su Qinghan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Su Mingyue, his lips trembling, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. This is such a shame and humiliation. Steal her husband in front of him. However, from beginning to end, Lin Yu leaned against the head of the bed, with no expression on his face. He even smiled. He slowly reached out his hand, picked up the check, and looked at it in front of his eyes. 10 million? Sister, you are a little narrow-minded. This is the amount of pocket money I casually received from the system yesterday. You haven't even warmed up to the moment, and you're already trying to throw it at me? And this taste, TSK, compared to your sister, it's like the difference between a buyer's show and a seller's show. He casually placed the check on the bedside table, then turned and looked at Su Qinghan, who was about to explode with anger. Your stepsister seems to want to take your place and even steal your man. Chapter 7, The Iron Fist of the Law Smacks the Face. Su Qinghan was shaking with anger. This stepsister has been insidious and vicious since she was a child, and will use any means to achieve her goals. Now he dared to insult Lin Yu in front of her and even wanted to bribe him with money. Mingyue, you're crazy. This is your brother-in-law. After hearing this, Su Mingyue became even more arrogant. She put her hands on her hips and screamed in a shrill voice, "Am I crazy? I think you are crazy. Bodyguard. Get this troublesome man out of here. Don't let him dirty my eyes." As soon as she finished speaking, the two female assistants behind her immediately stepped forward. The two women have strong figures and tight muscles, and they are obviously professionally trained bodyguards. They had no expression on their faces and reached out to pull Lin Yu. "Don't touch him." Su Qinghan screamed in fright and hurriedly stood in front of Lin Yu again. "Qinghan, get out of the way." Lin Yu gently pushed Su Qinghan behind him, his voice surprisingly calm. Facing the two female bodyguards who were eyeing him eagerly, his expression remained unchanged. "The system just gave me a god-level fighting technique, so I'm going to try it out." Two female bodyguards? They came just in time. I want to see how powerful these skills are. The two bodyguards rushed over, their movements were fierce and their coordination was tacit. Just before they were about to touch the corner of Lin Yu's clothes, Lin Yu moved. His movements were so fast that they were difficult to catch with the naked eye. He would strike later but arrive first, using only clever strength and precise joint techniques. With a stretch of his left hand, he easily neutralized the attack of the first bodyguard and pushed him along. At the same time, he struck out with his right hand, accurately hitting the second bodyguard's tendon. The two female bodyguards lost their balance instantly and fell to the ground screaming in pain. Two loud bangs. The two of them flew backwards like kites with broken strings and hit the wall heavily. Two human-shaped dents were left on the wall. They were groaning in pain on the ground and couldn't even get up. Lin Yu retracted his fist and patted the non-existent dust on his hands. "Holy crap! This god-level fighting technique is too powerful." At that moment, I felt like a martial arts master. Two professional bodyguards, like they were made of paper. He himself was shocked by the power. Su Mingyue was completely dumbfounded. She pointed at Lin Yu and her voice changed. You, how dare you hit a woman?" Lin Yu smiled, and that smile made Su Mingyue feel genuinely scared. Yes, hitting someone is wrong. He walked slowly towards Su Mingyue, and every step made her heart beat faster. "But what you did just now is also illegal. Especially the verbal insults, monetary inducements, and threats of violence against male national treasures." When Su Mingyue heard the words national treasure male, her legs went weak. She yelled in a timid tone, "Don't come over here. I'm telling you, this is the Su family. You're an outsider, don't even think about touching me." Lin Yu ignored her shouting and took out his cell phone. He dialed a number skillfully. "Hello, is this the Enforcement Bureau?" Lin Yu's voice was terrifyingly calm. "This is Villa number 1 of the Yunding Palace. A female relative is coercing her brother-in-law and trying to use money to insult and violently drive away a national treasure man. They even attempted to destroy the marriages of national treasure men." When Su Mingyue heard these words, she felt like she was falling into an ice cave. Only then did she realize how much trouble she had caused. In this world, women's offense against men and destruction of marriages are serious crimes. "No, don't." Her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't call the police." Lin Yu didn't even look at her and continued to speak into the phone. "Yes, it's Su Mingyue, from the Su Group. She just tried to bribe me with 10 million in front of my wife to let me abandon my wife and become her male companion. They also sent bodyguards to threaten me with violence." An angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "What? This is simply lawless. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment, we will be there soon." In less than 5 minutes, a shrill alarm sounded outside the villa. Several law enforcement vehicles roared over and a team of fully armed law enforcement officers rushed in. When the team leader saw Lin Yu, he immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have scared you. We are the Men's Rights Special Operations Team, take care of it immediately." The captain glanced at the scene. The check on the ground, the groaning bodyguard, and Su Mingyue slumped on the ground. His face turned pale in an instant. "Ms. Su Mingyue, do you admit your guilt?" The captain's roar shook the entire room. How dare you blatantly violate Article 37 of the law on the protection of men's rights and interests? Verbally insulting, threatening money, and physically threatening a national treasure. Even attempting to seduce and destroy a marriage. This is a serious crime. Su Mingyue completely collapsed, tears streaming down her face, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Although Su Qinghan disliked the stepsister, she was a member of the Su family after all. She walked hesitantly to Lin Yu and whispered, "Husband, she is my sister after all." Lin Yu turned to look at Su Qinghan and said calmly, "I can consider not pursuing the matter. But the rules cannot be broken. Qinghan, tell me, what punishment should she receive? Letting my wife deal with her stepsister herself? How fun. See what my S-rank wife will choose." Su Qinghan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Yu to give her the decision-making power. The captain also looked at Su Qinghan, waiting for her decision. Chapter 8 Stepsister is finished. Su Qinghan looked at Su Mingyue lying on the ground, and felt refreshed. This stepsister has been against her since she was a child, trying to take away everything from her. Now even her husband dares to covet her. Her eyes became more determined than ever. Captain, according to the supplementary provisions of the law on the protection of men's rights and interests and the marriage law, I demand that Su Mingyue make a public apology, be forced to undergo 100 hours of labor reform, and be fined a hefty 50% of her personal assets. The entire fine will be transferred to my husband Lin Yu's account. In addition, all her inheritance rights in the Su family and her qualifications for company positions will be revoked. Fuck. Is my wife so cruel? He directly took half of his stepsister's wealth and cut off her escape route. This is the real domineering president. Lin Yu was secretly happy, but remained calm on the surface. After hearing this, the law enforcement captain immediately nodded in approval. Ms. Su was very understanding and handled the matter fairly and in accordance with the law. I'll do as you say. When Su Mingyue heard the verdict, she completely collapsed. No. No. My money. My inheritance. She struggled desperately to get up, but two law enforcement officers had already held her arms. Su Qinghan. You bitch. You ruined me. I'm not done with you. Su Mingyue screamed hysterically, her voice changing in pitch. I curse you. I curse you to die a miserable death. The law enforcement captain's face darkened. You dare to threaten the family of a male national treasure? Also add another charge of malicious cursing. Drag him away. Su Mingyue was forcibly dragged out of the villa, and her screams gradually faded away. The whole room fell silent in an instant. Lin Yu put his arm around Su Qinghan's waist and whispered in her ear, "You did a great job, Qinghan. From now on, the Su family will only have us." When Su Qinghan heard this, the grievance and uneasiness in his heart instantly disappeared. A huge sense of security and happiness came over me. Husband. She turned around and hugged Lin Yu, her voice choked. Finally, I don't have to put up with her anymore. Lin Yu stroked her back gently. This operation is so cool. I can deal with the annoying stepsister and collect a large fine at the same time. It's really killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Su Qinghan's cell phone rang frantically. She glanced at the caller ID and her expression changed slightly. It's my grandfather. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Take it. Su Qinghan pressed the answer button, but before he could say anything, he heard a furious roar from the other end of the phone. Qinghan. What the hell is going on? Why was Mingyue captured? Mr. Su's voice was exasperated. She said it was because she offended your husband? Who the hell is that Lin Yu? Su Qinghan glanced at Lin Yu and replied calmly, Grandpa, Mingyue broke the law. She bribed my husband in front of him and even sent bodyguards to threaten him. What? There was a sound of a chair falling over from the other end of the line. Is she crazy? How dare she do this to a national treasure? Mr. Su's voice was trembling. It's over. The Su family is finished this time. Qinghan, where is your husband now? I want to come and apologize in person. Grandpa, my husband is right next to me. Su Qinghan handed the phone to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the phone and said calmly, Mr. Su. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Mr. Su's voice was extremely respectful. It's all my fault for not disciplining you properly. That evil creature Mingyue has offended you. I will immediately prepare a generous gift and come to your house to apologize. Also, I hereby declare that Su Mingyue will sever all ties with the Su family from today onwards. Her actions have nothing to do with the Su family. Lin Yu felt so happy when he heard the humble voice of Mr. Su on the phone. Is this the power of a national treasure? Even the dignified old man of the Su family has to bow down to him. Awesome. So fucking awesome. Mr. Su, you're too polite. Since Qinghan has already dealt with it, the matter is over. Lin Yu's tone was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable majesty. However, from now on, the people of the Su family had better be more discerning. Yes. Mr. Lin, you are right. I will call a family meeting immediately and seriously rectify our family traditions. Mr. Su responded repeatedly. Mr. Lin, when is it convenient for you? I would like to visit you in person to express the Su family's apologies. Whatever, you arrange it. Lin Yu hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Su Qinghan took the phone, his eyes full of admiration. Hubby, you're amazing. Grandpa has never been so polite to anyone. Lin Yu waved his hand, it's just a small matter. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for once again applying the rules of the world, thoroughly consolidating the relationship with the legal wife, and demonstrating absolute control. Reward, 500 million in cash. Activate the Good Wife and Good Mother rating system. This system is used to measure the wife's contribution and loyalty to the host, affecting subsequent mission rewards. Current Su Qinghan score, 95 points out of 100 points. Rating description, appearance 95 points, wealth 100 points, loyalty 98 points, service attitude 100 points, overall score 95 points. Lin Yu looked at the system panel and was in a good mood. 500 million. This is faster than robbing a bank. There's also a rating system, so you can manage your wife more scientifically. Su Qinghan scored 95 points, which is already top tier. His phone rang again. A text message from the bank arrived. Dear customer, your account has been credited with 500 million yuan, and the current balance is 510 million and 5.32 yuan. 510 million. Lin Yu looked at the string of numbers and almost laughed out loud. Chapter 9 The Su family kneels down and begs for mercy. Less than an hour after hanging up the phone, there was a sound of hurried cars outside the villa. Lin Yu looked out through the floor-to-ceiling window and saw 7 or 8 luxury cars lined up in a row, blocking half the street. Hubby, someone from the Su family is here. Su Qinghan walked to the window with a complicated expression. Go open the door, I'll wait here. Lin Yu leaned back on the sofa and picked up the Blue Mountain coffee that Su Qinghan had just brewed. This is a scene where the whole family is probably out. Su Qinghan nodded obediently and went to open the door in slippers. As soon as the door opened, more than a dozen people rushed in. The leader was a white-haired old man wearing a tang suit and looking miserable. Following behind was a group of middle-aged men and women, all dressed in suits and ties, but their faces were full of tension and fear. These are the wealthy elites of the Su family. They were all so awesome in normal times, but now they all look like eggplants hit by frost. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, uncles, and aunts. Su Qinghan greeted politely. But the group ignored her completely. Everyone's attention was focused on the man who was leisurely drinking coffee in the living room. That's Mr. Lin, right? Su Jinghua rubbed his hands, his voice trembling. Damn, this old man is so scared? It seems that Su Mingyue's incident really scared them. Lin Yu put down his coffee cup and was too lazy to even get up. Seeing this, Su Jinghua walked quickly to the sofa. With a plop sound, the dignified old man of the Su family, who was among the top 10 richest people in China, actually knelt down. Mr. Lin. I failed in my parenting. I allowed that rebellious girl Mingyue to offend you in Qinghan. I deserve to die. Su Jinghua put his forehead to the ground and his voice choked with sobs. I beg Mr. Lin to forgive the Su family. Seeing that the old man had knelt, how could the group of Su family members behind dare to stand? All of them knelt down together. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin. We are willing to take all responsibility. I beg you, Mr. Lin, to forgive my mistakes. For a moment, the living room was crowded with people kneeling. Su Qinghan was stunned. From childhood to adulthood, when had she ever seen these elders, who usually seem so high and mighty, behave like this? Lin Yu glanced at the Su family members who were kneeling together and said lightly, "Stand up and talk." "Mr. Schelling. Mr. Schelling." Su Jinghua stood up tremblingly as if he had been pardoned. The others also stood up, but no one dared to sit down. They all stood obediently. "Mr. Lin, this is a little gift from our Su family." Su Jinghua took a mahogany box from his personal assistant and handed it to Lin Yu with both hands. "Please accept it." Lin Yu took the box and opened it casually. Inside was a thick list of documents. Su Group 20% share transfer agreement. A globally customized Starry Sky Rolls-Royce. 3 copies of private island ownership certificates. 1 black card with unlimited credit limit. 12 Ming Dynasty antique paintings and calligraphy. Lin Yu was dazzled by the long list. Fuck. The Su family is so generous. 20% of the shares? Doesn't that make me the largest shareholder of the Su Group? There are islands? There are unlimited credit black cards? In addition, we have completely severed all ties with Mingyue. Su Jinghua continued to report. All of her Su family assets must be taken back, and she is never allowed to set foot in the Su family again. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin, there will never be another Mingyue in the Su family. Lin Yu was too lazy to even look at the documents carefully and just put the box on the coffee table. "Leave your things here, you can go." Just this one sentence, an understatement. Su Jinghua and others were shocked. Is that it? Not pursuing it anymore? Mr. Lin really doesn't want to pursue this? Su Jinghua confirmed carefully. Lin Yu nodded and continued drinking his coffee. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Su Jinghua almost cried with excitement. The other members of the Su family also had expressions of having survived a disaster. "Then we won't disturb Mr. Lin's rest. Qinghan, you must serve Mr. Lin well. Just ask if you need anything." After the group finished speaking, they respectfully left the villa. Su Qinghan stood there in a daze until the convoy drove away. Everyone in the Su family knelt in front of her husband and begged for mercy. The elders who usually put on airs when seeing her were so humble in front of Lin Yu. "Husband." Su Qinghan turned around, his eyes full of admiration. "You're amazing." She quickly walked to the coffee table, took out all the documents from the mahogany box, and sorted them out one by one. Then, she actually knelt down in front of Lin Yu. "Husband, these are all yours." There were tears in her eyes and her voice was trembling. "Qinghan will take good care of the Su family for you and will never let you worry about it." Lin Yu looked down at Su Qinghan, who was kneeling on the ground. This female CEO worth hundreds of billions now acts like a little woman. "Get up." Lin Yu reached out and pulled Su Qinghan up. "We are husband and wife from now on, no need to be so polite." Su Qinghan was pulled up, his cheeks flushed. "My husband is so good to me." She took the initiative to approach Lin Yu, her voice soft and sticky. "Then I can dance for you again tonight, okay?" Lin Yu was about to answer when his cell phone rang. Bank SMS. "Dear customer, your account has been credited with 2 billion yuan in equity transfer funds, and the current balance is 2,510,005.32 yuan. 2.5 billion. Oh my god. 2.5 billion. This Su family is too honest. They said they would give 20% of the shares and they really gave 20% of the shares. Now I am a real super rich man." At this moment, the system's voice in my mind sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for maximizing resources and solidifying your family status. New stage mission is about to start. It is detected that the host has all the conditions to expand his harem. S+ level beauties are spotted densely appearing in the city center. Turn on the harem radar advanced function. Unlock the core quest line of many children, many blessings. Task tip: the offspring plan is imminent. It is recommended that the host take action immediately. A translucent map interface suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yu. On the map, his location was marked with a golden dot. And in the center of the city, there are several sparkling red spots. Holy crap! Is this a game map? There's also radar functionality? The system is getting increasingly high-tech. S+ level beauty? Even more powerful than Su Qinghan? Chapter 10 Driving a Supercar to Hook Up with the School Beauty. Lin Yu looked at the high-tech radar interface on his phone and became more and more excited. Holy crap! This system is awesome. It opened a map for me straight away. What do the light spots on this map mean? Red, gold, do they represent different levels of beauty? He clicked on the nearest golden spot on the map, and an information box popped up immediately. Target information, S+ level beauty. Location, Xingting Art College. Type, campus beauty, pure, talented. Strategy difficulty, medium. Note, this target has extremely high collection value, so it is recommended to prioritize it. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Xingting Art Academy? Isn't that the most prestigious art school in China? School level pure beauty? This combination sounds very exciting. An S+ rank even higher than Su Qinghan? What kind of divine beauty is this? Honey, what are you looking at? Su Qinghan came over with the freshly brewed tea. Seeing Lin Yu staring at the map on his phone, he moved closer curiously. Lin Yu quickly turned off the radar interface and said casually, I want to go out for a walk. Going out for a walk? Su Qinghan's eyes lit up immediately. He put down his teacup and said excitedly, I'll accompany you. I'll arrange a motorcade and bodyguards right away. She took out her cell phone and was about to make a call. Need not. Lin Yu waved his hand. I can do it on my own. Su Qinghan's hand stopped in mid-air, and the excitement on his face froze instantly. Alone? Then I. Her voice sounded a little lost, but she quickly regained her composure. National treasure men like their own space and shouldn't be too clingy. This is the key point emphasized in Article 17 of the White Paper. Okay, husband, be careful. Su Qinghan nodded obediently, his voice soft and sticky. There are many cars in the garage, take your pick. The keys are in the car. Also, if you need anything, feel free to call me. Lin Yu stood up and patted her head. Be good and wait for me at home. Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed and he nodded vigorously. Lin Yu came to the underground garage and was instantly shocked by the scene before him. The entire garage is larger than a football field and is filled with various top luxury cars. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Bugatti, Koenigsegg. Each one is a limited edition and each one is worth tens of millions. Holy crap! Is this the garage of a billionaire CEO? Any car here is enough for an average person to work hard for 10 lifetimes. Lin Yu's eyes were fixed on a silver-white supercar. Koenigsegg Agera R, a legendary car limited to 18 units worldwide. It's you! He walked over and the car door opened automatically. The moment he sat in the driver's seat, Lin Yu felt like he was the king of this world. Leather seats, carbon fiber interior, titanium steering wheel. Boom! The roar of the twin-turbo V8 engine echoes in the garage. Oh my god! This voice is simply heavenly. What is a man's romance? This is it. Lin Yu drove out of the villa in a supercar. As soon as you hit the road, you'll get 100% of the attention. Pedestrians on the roadside stopped and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Fuck. Koenigsegg. This car must be worth 80 million. Whose young master is this? He's so awesome. There were constant exclamations and shudder sounds. Lin Yu looked at the envious, jealous, and hateful expressions through the rearview mirror and felt very happy. Is this the happiness of the rich? This is so cool. I'm driving a car I couldn't even see before. At the traffic light intersection, a BMW X5 was parked next to it. The rich second generation in the car almost popped out his eyes when he saw Lin Yu's supercar. He rolled down the window and gave a thumbs up. Brother, awesome. Where did you buy this car? Lin Yu replied calmly. My wife gave it to me. Rich second generation. The green light came on, Lin Yu stepped on the accelerator, and the supercar took off instantly. The powerful push on his back made his blood burn. It's so fucking awesome. This feeling of acceleration, this engine sound, it's like flying a plane on the ground. According to radar navigation, Xingting Art Academy is in the cultural district of the city center. It is where China's top art schools gather, and there are many beautiful women there. Along the way, Lin Yu's supercar was the moving focus. Every time we arrive at an intersection, there are countless people watching and taking pictures. There are even a few internet celebrities who started live streaming. Family, see this. An 80 million Koenigsegg. This car owner is definitely a super rich second generation. He's so handsome. He's like a real-life overbearing CEO. Half an hour later, we arrived at Qingting Art Academy. This college is indeed worthy of being the highest institution of art in China. European architectural style, full of artistic atmosphere. There are people coming and going at the school gate, most of them are good-looking art students. Lin Yu parked his car in the parking space at the school gate. As soon as I got off the bus, the entire school gate became quiet in an instant. Everyone's eyes were on him. A handsome guy with top-notch equipment walked out of an 80 million supercar. The impact is simply off the charts. Holy shit, who is this? So handsome. His looks are amazing. This car, is this a Koenigsegg? 80 million. Who is this guy? Various whispers were heard from the crowd. Lin Yu straightened his clothes and walked towards the college gate. System radar shows that the target is inside the academy. S+ grade school beauty, here I come. As soon as I reached the door, I was stopped by the security guard. Sir, please show your ID. Non-school personnel are not allowed to enter at will. The security lady spoke in a very polite tone. After all, it was obvious from the way Lin Yu was dressed that he was not an ordinary person. Lin Yu was thinking about how to explain when a crisp female voice came from behind him. He's my friend, I'll take him in. Lin Yu looked back and his eyes suddenly lit up. A girl in a white dress ran towards the side. She was probably in her early 20s, petite and with features that seemed unrealistically delicate. Her long black hair sparkled in the sunlight. The skin is white and transparent, and the eyes are clear enough to see through. The most important thing is that she has a natural and pure temperament. Without any heavy makeup, she is so beautiful that makes people's heart beat faster. Holy crap! Is this the S+ level campus beauty the system mentioned? This beauty, it's like the second dimension has come into reality. The pure style is indeed well deserved. The girl ran to Lin Yu, a little out of breath. The curve of the chest rises and falls with breathing, which is very beautiful. Hello, I'm a student in the music department, my name is Xin Shireen. She stretched out her white and tender little hands and spoke in a sweet and pleasant voice. I just saw your car and thought it was very cool, so... When Xin Shireen said this, her cheeks turned slightly red and she felt a little embarrassed. So I want to get to know you. Chapter 11 kicked away, dare you touch my woman? Lin Yu looked at the girl in front of him who called herself Xin Shireen. She is really good looking, pure and cute, and would definitely be the school belle in an ordinary school. Unfortunately, on the system radar, her light spot was just ordinary white. White light spot, passerby level. Not even a color, identified as a passerby, next one. Lin Yu complained silently in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. However, we are currently lacking a guide. If someone offers it to your door, you should use it. Let's go. Lin Yu uttered 2 words, which was considered as his agreement. Okay. When Xin Shireen saw that he agreed, her eyes lit up instantly and her face was full of unconcealable joy. She felt that she was extremely lucky today, as she met a very handsome guy as soon as she went out. She hurriedly led the way, secretly glancing at Lin Yu out of the corner of her eye as she walked. Oh my god, this profile, this height, this temperament, he is even better than the most popular male star. As soon as the two walked into the gate of Qingting Art Academy, they instantly became the focus of the entire school. There are more boys than girls in Qingting College, and high-quality handsome guys are even rarer. Now, he suddenly reaches the ceiling of appearance, and drives a Koenigsegg worth 80 million. The effect is no different from dropping a depth charge into a fish pond. Along the way, all the girls' eyes were glued to Lin Yu like super glue. Holy crap! Who is this handsome guy? Is there anyone like him in our school? A freshman? He doesn't look like one. He looks so mature. Mom, I'm in love. I want all his contact information within 3 seconds. Look at the car he's driving. I just checked, it's a Koenigsegg Agera R. Starting price, 80 million. He's handsome and rich, how can we live like this? There were even a few brave girls who rushed up directly. Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? Little brother, can I treat you to milk tea? Classmate, which department are you from? Let's be friends. A group of beautiful women blocked the road in an instant. Shin Shireen was extremely anxious watching from the side. These women are so shameless. She discovered this first. But she didn't dare say anything and could only worry. Lin Yu didn't even look at those girls. His eyes were fixed on the radar interface of his mobile phone. The golden S+ level light spot is in a teaching building not far ahead. He simply ignored everyone around him and walked forward with his long legs. The girls who wanted to add him on WeChat were directly scared away by his aura that kept strangers away. They stood there in a daze, unable to utter a word. A bunch of ordinary people also want to add my WeChat? My friend slot is reserved for wives who are S rank or above. Golden light, here I come. Lin Yu quickened his pace and walked directly into the dance department's teaching building. Shin Shireen hurriedly jogged to catch up, panting. Handsome guy, you walk so fast. Are you here looking for someone? Is it from the dance department? Lin Yu ignored her and went straight up to the second floor, then stopped at a door with a sign that said Practice Room Number 3. The radar shows that the target is here. Just as Shin Shireen was about to ask something else, Lin Yu suddenly raised his hand and made a hush gesture. He put his ear to the door and could faintly hear the sound of quarreling in the practice room. Xia Yubing. Don't be so shameless. An arrogant male voice sounded. This young master invited you to dinner, that's to give you face. Why are you pretending to be so noble? Young Master Wang, please be respectful. A girl's voice came coldly and with a hint of trembling. I said, I don't want to go. Lin Yu quietly opened the door a crack and looked inside. In the spacious and bright dance studio, a girl in a white ballet training suit was surrounded by 4 ruffian-looking young men. The girl was tall and slender, with long black hair tied up behind her head, revealing her slender white swan neck. Although she was surrounded, her back remained straight. That face is so beautiful that it makes people tremble. Her facial features are as delicate as a carefully crafted work of art, her skin is glowing white, and her lips are a natural cherry blossom pink. She is not wearing any makeup, but she is extremely pure. The most terrible thing is her temperament. Cold, stubborn, yet with a hint of fragility that is untainted by this world. She is like a fairy walking out of a painting. Holy crap! S+ rank. It really lives up to its reputation. This beauty, this temperament, this figure. Su Qinghan has a mature and queenly style, this is the ceiling of pure desire. The system is not deceiving me. This must be taken down. Lin Yu had already started thinking about how to bring the person back home. At this moment, the atmosphere in the practice room was already tense. The rich second generation in the lead, who was wearing trendy branded clothes and had his hair dyed yellow, was Wang Xiao, who had just spoken. He looked impatient and reached out to grab Xia Yubing's wrist. Pretend to be with me? Who in Xingting doesn't know that your family, Xia Yubing, is extremely poor? You are so lucky that this young master has taken a fancy to you. Follow me obediently, and I will make sure you have everything you want in the future. You can buy any brand name you want. Take your dirty hands off me. Xia Yubing took a step back suddenly, avoiding his touch. Her eyes were red and filled with tears, but she still stared at the other person stubbornly. That pitiful and desperately resisting look can instantly arouse the desire to protect in all men. Yo-ha? Pretty spicy? Wang Xiao was rejected and his face became embarrassed, and his expression became sinister. Xia Yubing, I'll give you one last chance. You have to go to this meal today, whether you want to or not. If you don't appreciate my kindness, I'll make sure you can't even get into Qingting. And forget about getting your poverty student subsidy. As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Yubing's face turned pale instantly. She bit her lips tightly and her body trembled slightly, obviously feeling hurt. Wang Xiao saw her reaction and smiled triumphantly. What? Are you scared? He stretched out his hand again, this time wanting to hug Xia Yubing's waist directly. Wouldn't it be better if you were so obedient earlier? Xia Yubing closed her eyes in despair. Just when Wang Xiao's dirty hands were about to touch that slender waist. Bang! A loud bang. The door of the practice room was violently kicked open by someone from the outside. The solid wooden door panel slammed against the wall with a deafening sound. Everyone in the practice room was startled and looked towards the door. In the light and shadow at the door, there stood a tall man. Lin Yu was standing against the light, with no expression on his face. Let her go. Wang Xiao and his followers were all dumbfounded. Xia Yubing also suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the man who suddenly appeared at the door in disbelief. Wang Xiao's eyes swept over Lin Yu. When he saw Lin Yu's face, which was 100 times more handsome than his own, a strong sense of jealousy and hostility instantly surged up. Damn it! Where did this pretty boy come from? He looks like a decent human being. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Are you tired of living? Wang Xiao roared in a timid manner. Chapter 12 No one can fight. Lin Yu ignored Wang Xiao's shouting, walked straight towards Xia Yubing and stretched out his hand. Are you okay? Xia Yubing was stunned when she saw the man who suddenly appeared in front of her. This face is so handsome. His eyebrows are sharp and his eyes are bright, and his facial features are as three-dimensional as if they were carved. She is at least 1.85 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and her body proportions are so perfect that they are breathtaking. The most important thing is that his temperament is calm but also has a hint of danger. Xia Yubing's heart beat so fast that it almost jumped out of her throat. She had only met a handful of boys since she was a child, so how could she have seen such a top-notch boy? I'm fine. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and she didn't dare to look up at Lin Yu while speaking. Wang Xiao was furious when he saw that he was being completely ignored. Fuck you. Why are you pretending so much? He raised his fist and hit Lin Yu on the back of the head. Without even turning his head, Lin Yu grabbed Wang Xiao's wrist with his backhand and accurately grasped it. Ah! With a slight twist, Wang Xiao let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His wrist was bent at an unnatural angle, and he was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fuck! Let me go! Let me go! Wang Xiao's face was twisted in pain and he tried desperately to break free. But Lin Yu's hands were like iron pliers, motionless. God-level fighting skills, awesome. I can crush 10 of these little pieces of trash with one hand. Wang Xiao's 3 followers watched their boss being subdued. They were stunned for a moment and then became furious. Who the hell are you? How dare you touch young Master Wang? One of the tall and thin men with dyed green hair yelled hysterically. Why are you still standing there? Come on. Wang Xiao's face turned green in pain and he roared at his men. The other 2 followers also reacted, rolled up their sleeves and were about to rush forward. Fuck you, you're not going to get out alive today. A fat man with a face full of flesh shouted while waving his fists. The dance students gathered outside the practice room door and immediately went wild. Some girls screamed in fear, some cheered excitedly, and more people looked worried. It's over. This handsome guy is dead. Run. Classmate, you can't beat them at all. A girl from the dance department who saw injustice was so anxious that she jumped up and down. This guy is too impulsive. Young Master Wang is not someone you can easily mess with. When Xia Yubing saw this scene, her already pale face turned even more pale. She reached out her hand and tried to hold Lin Yu. Go quickly. There are more of them, you can't beat them. When Wang Xiao heard these words, even though his wrist was restrained, he still had a smug grin on his face. Are you scared now? It's too late. He yelled at the door, block the door. No one can escape today. The henchmen immediately divided their work into clear groups. The skinny green-haired man rushed to the door, closed it directly, and leaned against it. The other 2 surrounded Lin Yu from both sides. The entire practice room instantly became an enclosed space, and the escape route was completely blocked. The students watching became even more nervous, and a few timid girls had already begun to retreat to the corner. It's all over now. Young Master Wang's mother is one of the shareholders of our school. He's the local tyrant here. This handsome guy is too impulsive. Now he can't even leave if he wants to. The fat henchman approached Lin Yu with a smirk and said, Boy, weren't you quite capable just now? Now I'll let you see what reality is. Although Wang Xiao's wrist was still tightly gripped by Lin Yu, he felt confident when he saw his men surrounding him. You little bastard, kneel down and apologize right now. Then slap yourself 100 times, and maybe I'll spare your life. Lin Yu looked at this group of jumping clowns coldly, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Just these 3 pieces of trash? I thought they were so powerful, but they turned out to be just paper tigers. It's a good time to try out the power of God-level fighting techniques. The fat henchman had already rushed in front of him and swung his fist as big as a casserole towards Lin Yu's temple. If this punch landed solidly, an ordinary person would immediately suffer a concussion. However, Lin Yu just dodged to the side and easily avoided the attack. The fat man's punch missed and his body rushed forward due to inertia, completely exposing his weakness. Lin Yu took the opportunity to loosen Wang Xiao's wrist, and with his right hand, he made a palm and accurately cut the back of the fat man's neck. Crack! With a slight sound, the fat man's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, completely losing consciousness. The follower in the baseball cap was shocked when he saw this, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward, trying to attack Lin Yu from the side. Without even turning his head, Lin Yu threw an elbow with his backhand, hitting the opponent's ribs accurately. The follower in the baseball cap screamed, feeling like his ribs were about to break. He knelt on the ground, holding his chest and retching. The green-haired skinny guy at the door was so scared when he saw his two companions being knocked down in an instant that his legs went limp. He didn't dare to move forward and could only lean against the door and tremble. The whole process takes less than 5 seconds. The practice room was completely silent, everyone was stunned by the lightning-fast battle. Wang Xiao was even more stunned. Holy crap! Is this guy a monster? 3 people were killed instantly? Are they still human? Xia Yubing covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. When she saw Lin Yu's figure at this moment, she felt a sense of security she had never felt before. The students watching were also completely furious. Holy crap! This is too intense. 3 against 1, instantly counter-killing? Is this a martial arts master? I didn't see those moves clearly. You, just wait. Wang Xiao struggled to get up from the ground. This isn't over yet. You're dead. Lin Yu didn't even bother to look at him, and just said lightly, "Get lost." Let's go. Let's go. Wang Xiao yelled at the green-haired thin man at the door. The green-haired skinny man opened the door quickly as if he had been pardoned. Several people supported the still groaning fat man and the follower in the baseball cap, and fled out in a panic. The practice room suddenly became quiet. Xia Yubing stood there, looking grateful. "Thank you, classmate." Lin Yu looked the girl up and down. She is about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender figure but with all the necessary curves. Wearing a white ballet training suit, it outlines her perfect body lines. A pair of long legs wrapped in white body stockings, which are both innocent and have a hint of abstinence temptation. The most important thing is that face, it is so beautiful that it seems unreal. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Contacted new target Xia Yubing. Target's initial favorability towards the host, 80 points appearance bonus. Trigger task, obtain Xia Yubing's contact information. Quest reward, silver level kidneys upgraded to gold level kidneys. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Gold grade kidneys? That sounds impressive. This mission must be completed. Chapter 13 Reward Golden Kidney. Hello, my name is Lin Yu. He introduced himself. Xia Yubing nodded timidly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. My name is Xia Yubing, thank you so much for what you said just now. Just passing by. Lin Yu waved his hand with a cold expression. I heard someone calling for help, so I came in to take a look. Xia Yubing bit her lip and carefully observed Lin Yu's expression. Why does he look so indifferent? He was clearly a hero saving the beauty just now. You, which department are you from? Why have I never seen you before? She asked courageously. Not a student. Lin Yu answered concisely. Xia Yubing blinked and became even more curious. Not a student? Then why is he here? And he looks so young. Are you a teacher? Xia Yubing asked tentatively. Not really. Then you are. Just passing by. Xia Yubing was left speechless by this extremely concise answer. How come this person is even more frugal with his words than she is? She secretly looked at Lin Yu's profile, and her heart beat inexplicably faster. This face is so perfect, it's like it came out of a comic book. Especially when he made his move just now, his calmness and ease, as if doing nothing, was so cool. But why is he so cold to her? Am I not pretty enough? Or was it because I looked too embarrassed when I was bullied just now? The more Xia Yubing thought about it, the more depressed she became. She lowered her head and looked at her training clothes. Seeing that she stopped talking, Lin Yu prepared to turn around and leave. By the way, can you add me on WeChat? I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for saving me. Xia Yubing suddenly called out to him. Okay. Lin Yu took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Xia Yubing picked up her cell phone and scanned it with a trembling hand. Ding dong. Ice Dancer has added you as a friend. Mission completed. Reward, gold level kidney. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, and Lin Yu felt hot all over. A powerful force surged in his body, making him feel that he could fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Gold grade kidneys, awesome. I feel like I have been elevated. I'm leaving first. Lin Yu put away his phone and turned to leave. Wait. Xia Yubing hurriedly called out to him, I haven't invited you to dinner yet. I have something else to do. Let's choose a time on WeChat. Lin Yu waved his hand without looking back. An hour later, Yunding Palace. Husband, you're back. When Su Qinghan heard the sound of the engine, he immediately ran out of the living room. She had changed into a homely silk nightgown, with her hair tied up in a lazy bun, and she exuded the gentle aura of a good wife and mother. As soon as Lin Yu got off the car, Su Qinghan kindly handed him slippers and a warm towel. Thank you for your hard work. Did you have a smooth journey? Su Qinghan's voice was gentle. Lin Yu put on slippers, took the towel and wiped his hands. Not bad. I just made your favorite dahongpo and prepared some snacks. Su Qinghan followed behind him, speaking cautiously, do you want to take a rest first? This woman is quite sensible. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, and do what you should do. Lin Yu sat down on the sofa, and Su Qinghan immediately knelt on the carpet and began to massage his legs. Her technique was skillful and gentle, with just the right amount of strength. Nothing special today, right? Lin Yu asked casually. No, I postponed all my meetings tomorrow because I want to stay home with you. Su Qinghan raised his head, his eyes full of anticipation. Is there anything you want to do? At this moment, Lin Yu's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. The screen showed. Ice Dancer, thank you so much today. Selfie.jpg. In the photo, Xia Yubing had just finished taking a shower, her wet hair stuck to her cheeks, her skin was white and glowing, and she looked so pure and lovely that it made people's heart beat faster. Su Qinghan caught a glimpse of the phone screen out of the corner of his eye and saw the profile picture and photo of the beautiful girl. Her hand paused slightly and her eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal and continued massaging Lin Yu. Lin Yu noticed her reaction and deliberately tilted the phone screen towards her. She's a very beautiful girl. Su Qinghan's voice was still gentle, without a trace of jealousy or questioning. Yeah. Lin Yu responded, waiting to see her reaction. Su Qinghan stopped massaging and looked up at Lin Yu with a sincere and gentle look in his eyes. Husband, if you have a girl you admire outside, don't worry about me. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, not expecting her to say that. As long as you're happy, I'm fine with anything. Su Qinghan's voice trembled a little, but his tone was firm. If you need, I can even help you pursue her. Fuck. This is the legendary good wife. Not only is he not jealous, but he also actively helps to bring them together? This level of awareness is too high. Lin Yu looked at her in surprise. Although there was a hint of reluctance in Su Qinghan's eyes, it was more of dependence and obedience to him. He reached out and pinched Su Qinghan's chin, asking her to look at him. Just do your job well. Yes, husband. Su Qinghan nodded heavily, his eyes full of dependence and happiness. The next morning, Su Qinghan pushed the door open and walked in, holding a thick stack of documents in his hand. Husband, all the share transfer procedures are complete. You are now officially the largest shareholder of the Su Group. She handed the document to Lin Yu and said, the bank has also confirmed that the assets under your name have exceeded 10 billion. Lin Yu took the document and flipped through a few pages casually. The dense legal provisions and numbers gave him a headache. Just take care of these. He pushed the documents back to Su Qinghan. From now on, the Su Group will still be under your control. I only want the results, and you can arrange the process yourself. Su Qinghan's hand holding the document trembled slightly, and his eyes instantly turned red. Husband, are you really willing to believe me? Nonsense, who else can I believe if I don't believe you? Lin Yu glanced at her, but let me be frank. If you lose my money, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Hearing this, Su Qinghan was not afraid, but laughed even more happily. Don't worry. I will definitely double the value of the Su Group. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Lin Yu patted her head, hurry up and go to work. Don't let those people in the company look down on you. Yes. Su Qinghan stood at attention and saluted like a primary school student. I promise to complete the mission. Looking at her back as she left in a hurry, Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 14 The school beauty took the initiative to ask out for dinner. Is my wife jealous? 3 days have passed since the last time he saved the beauty. In Qingting Academy of Arts, in the dance department's practice room number 3, Xia Yubing was frantically practicing the basics of ballet. She is usually focused and serious during practice, but today she was always distracted. As I practiced, the image of the man from 3 days ago would involuntarily appear in my mind. Lin Yu's face that was so handsome that it didn't look like a real person, his domineering figure when he kicked the door open, and his powerful strength that allowed him to subdue 3 strong men with ease. Bang! With one mistake, Xia Yubing fell heavily to the ground. Yubing! What's wrong with you? Her roommate and best friend Li Xiaoya quickly ran over to help her up. Li Xiaoya is a lively and cheerful girl with chestnut wavy hair and a carefree personality, which is in sharp contrast to Xia Yubing's cold personality. It's okay, I'm just a little tired. Xia Yubing shook her head and wanted to stand up and continue practicing. Tired as hell. Li Xiaoya held her down. You've been distracted for the past 3 days. Do you think I can't see it? She sat next to Xia Yubing, leaning closer with a gossipy look in her eyes. Tell me the truth, are you thinking about that mysterious hero? Xia Yubing's face flushed instantly. Xiaoya, what nonsense are you talking about? Still pretending. Li Xiaoya poked her cheek. Look at your face, it's so red you could fry an egg. Xia Yubing covered her face with her hands, her voice muffled. I just felt that I should thank him. Thank you? Li Xiaoya rolled her eyes. Come on. If it was just to thank you, would you have lost your appetite for 3 days? She picked up Xia Yubing's phone and opened WeChat expertly. Let me see. Oh, it's pinned. It's still the default profile picture, and even the name hasn't been changed. Xiaoya. Xia Yubing wanted to snatch the phone back, but Li Xiaoya dodged it nimbly. The dialog box is empty, not a single message has been sent. Li Xiaoya shook her head and sighed. Yubing, you are such a coward. Xia Yubing lowered her head, her voice as small as a mosquito. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Li Xiaoya patted her head in frustration. Just find an excuse. Like asking him how he's been doing, or asking him out for dinner. Aren't those natural things? But... Xia Yubing bit her lip. We've only met once, isn't this too proactive? Li Xiaoya was almost pissed off when she heard this. Sister, is your brain stuck in a door? In this world, good men are snatched away. If you keep being reserved, the opportunity will be gone. She grabbed Xia Yubing's shoulders and said earnestly, do you know what the current male-to-female ratio is? 1 to 99. For every man there are 99 women. There aren't many men as good as your hero in all of China. If you don't hurry up, you won't even have time to cry when another woman makes a move on you. Xia Yubing felt flustered by what she said. The family education she received since childhood was that girls should be reserved and dignified. But the world has indeed changed. She thought of Wang Xiao's threat that day, and then thought of Lin Yu's back that made her feel at ease, and the balance in her heart began to tilt. If she missed a man like Lin Yu, she might really regret it for the rest of her life. I'll think about it. Xia Yubing took back the phone and held it tightly in her hand. Li Xiaoya looked at her tangled expression and shook her head helplessly. Okay, take your time to think about it. But I remind you, opportunities don't wait for anyone. On the other side, the Yunding Palace. There is an infinity pool in the backyard of the luxury villa. The water is crystal clear and sparkles in the sunlight. Lin Yu was lying on a lounge chair by the pool, enjoying the sun. He was wearing a pair of black swimming trunks, and his perfect figure looked even more attractive in the sun. A broad chest, well-defined abdominal muscles, long and powerful arms, every inch of muscle exudes strength. Su Qinghan was wearing a white bikini and kneeling beside the lounge chair, carefully applying sunscreen to him. Her movements were gentle and professional, taking care of every inch of skin, from shoulders to chest, from arms to abdomen. Honey, is this strength okay? Su Qinghan's voice was so gentle that water could drip out of it. Yeah. Lin Yu closed his eyes and enjoyed her service. Su Qinghan reported on his work while massaging. The Su Group's operations have been very good over the past 3 days, and the stock price has risen by 15%. In addition, the integration of the companies we acquired has gone smoothly and we expect to generate revenue next month. Also, there is an important business reception tomorrow. Do you need to attend? Lin Yu waved his hand lazily. Just go, I'm not interested. Okay. Su Qinghan nodded and continued to massage him. At this moment, Lin Yu's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. The screen showed Ice Dancer. Hello Lin Yu, I'm Xia Yubing. Are you free now? I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for helping me last time. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and his mood instantly improved. Finally contacted me? It seems that this little girl can't sit still anymore. Lin Yu picked up his phone and began to reply to the message. When I'm free, you can book a place. Sent successfully. At this time, in the dormitory of Qingting Art College, Xia Yubing was rolling on the bed with his mobile phone in his arms. She had been struggling for half an hour about sending that message just now, and finally mustered up the courage to send it out at Li Xiaoya's urging. The moment the message was sent successfully, her heart was in her throat. She was so nervous that she threw the phone aside and covered her head with the quilt. Yubing, you are so childish. Li Xiaoya laughed so hard that she fell over. Shut up. Xia Yubing's voice came out from under the quilt, muffled. Ding dong. The phone rang. Xia Yubing suddenly poked her head out from under the quilt, her eyes as big as copper bells. Look, look. He replied. Li Xiaoya was even more excited than her and grabbed the phone. He agreed. He really agreed. Xia Yubing jumped up on the bed excitedly. That's what I told you. Li Xiaoya patted her shoulder proudly. Men are like this. The more proactive you are, the more he feels. Xia Yubing held the phone, her face flushed with happiness. Chapter 15 First Date. The School Beauty's Little Thoughts. The two agreed to meet in the school cafe in the afternoon. Xia Yubing spread out her few clothes on the bed, repeatedly examining each one. Her roommate, Li Xiaoya, sat across from her, giving instructions like a fashion consultant. This yellow one is too lively and doesn't suit your temperament. Li Xiaoya shook her head in rejection. This black one is too mature, like going to a funeral. This pink one is too childish, it makes me look like a high school student. Xia Yubing was completely confused by what she said. She looked at the clothes on the bed helplessly and said, Then which one do you think I should wear? Li Xiaoya's eyes were fixed on the white dress on the corner of the bed. This one. It's definitely the best choice. Xia Yubing followed her gaze and said, But this is my most expensive piece of clothing. It cost me 2 months' living expenses to buy it. I usually don't wear it. That's why I wear it, because it's expensive. Li Xiaoya grabbed the white dress and gestured in front of Xia Yubing. Look at this style, it's so elegant. And the white color really complements your skin tone. This dress is really beautiful. The waist-hugging design perfectly outlines Xia Yubing's slender figure, and the flowing skirt gives people a fairy-like feeling. The most important thing is that the hollow design on the chest is just right, not too revealing, but still showing the charm of women. But white is easy to get dirty accidentally. Xia Yubing was still hesitant. Forget it. Li Xiaoya rolled her eyes. It's already this late and you're still dwelling on this? Do you know what level of man you're going to meet today? She counted on her fingers and analyzed. First, he's got top-notch looks, comparable to the hottest male celebrities. Second, he drives an 80 million supercar, a true second-generation super-rich. Third, he's incredibly skilled, taking on 3 people at once without breaking a sweat. There aren't many men like him in all of China. If you miss this opportunity, I guarantee you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Xia Yubing was moved by what she said. For the next hour, Xia Yubing let Li Xiaoya manipulate her like a doll. Xia Yubing turned around and faced the mirror, and was stunned for a moment. The girl in the mirror is still her, but she seems different. The delicate makeup makes her features more three-dimensional, pure and charming, like a fairy from a painting. Is this really me? Xia Yubing reached out and stroked her cheek, unable to believe it. Of course it's you. Li Xiaoya proudly put her hands on her hips. I just magnified your original beauty. Xia Yubing put on the white dress and turned around in front of the mirror. The skirt is flying, it is breathtakingly beautiful. Perfect. Li Xiaoya gave a thumbs up. If Lin Yu hadn't been charmed by you today, I would have washed my hair while standing upside down. 2 p.m., Blue Mountain Coffee. This is a newly opened upscale cafe with very stylish decoration. Xia Yubing arrived half an hour early. She chose a seat by the window and ordered a glass of lemonade. She was extremely nervous, stirring the lemonade in the glass with her hands, her heart beating as fast as a drum. Do you want to put on some makeup again? She secretly took out a small mirror and checked her makeup over and over again. Is your hair a mess? Is the clothing smooth? Is the curve of the smile right? She practiced smiling in front of the mirror, but sometimes it felt too stiff, sometimes too exaggerated. The other customers in the cafe couldn't help but look back at her frequently. This girl is so beautiful. Her pure and unworldly temperament is particularly precious in this somewhat impetuous world. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar of an engine came from outside the window. Everyone in the cafe looked out the window and was stunned. A silver-white supercar slowly stopped in front of the cafe. The streamlined body of the car gleams in the sun like an alien spacecraft. Oh my god, what kind of car is that? Koenigsegg, this car is worth 80 million, right? Who is so rich? The cafe immediately exploded with everyone talking about it. The car door opened upwards and a tall figure came out of the car. In the backlight, Lin Yu's figure looked like a god descending from heaven. A simple black t-shirt and casual pants cannot conceal his innate nobility. He casually adjusted his hair and walked towards the cafe. Oh my god, such beauty. Is this the legendary perfect man? All the female customers in the cafe were crazy about her, and even a few beauties who usually thought highly of themselves couldn't help but take pictures secretly. Xia Yubing was stunned when she saw Lin Yu walking towards her against the light. She felt like her heart was about to beat out of her throat and breathing became difficult. Lin Yu pushed the door open and walked in, and the entire cafe became quiet in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and even the waiter forgot what he was doing. His eyes swept around the cafe and quickly locked onto Xia Yubing, who was sitting by the window. Lin Yu walked towards her seat, and every step he took attracted countless envious and jealous glances. Have you been waiting for a long time? He sat down opposite her and said in a flat tone. No. No. Xia Yubing was so nervous that she couldn't even speak clearly. I just arrived too. In fact, she had been waiting for almost an hour, but how could she have the nerve to say it? Xia Yubing quickly asked the waiter to order 2 cups of coffee and whispered thank you again. Thank you so much for saving me that day. She lowered her head and kept twirling her hair with her fingers. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair and glanced around casually. The girls in the coffee shop were all stealing glances at him, their eyes almost glued to him. This national treasure man is truly the center of attention wherever he goes. Lin Yu's gaze fell on Xia Yubing. She is completely different today than last time. The white dress makes her skin look as white as snow, and the faintly visible hollow design on her chest just reveals a little bit of her snow-white skin. It is neither too revealing nor too tempting. You look beautiful today. Lin Yu said directly. Ah? Xia Yubing didn't expect him to be so direct. Her face flushed instantly. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 16 Green tea student comes to disrupt the situation. What kind of work do you usually do? Xia Yubing tried hard to find a topic. Lin Yu said casually, I'm not working. I'm usually bored anyway, so I just play around. Xia Yubing's eyes lit up. What are your hobbies? I can dance. If you like, I can show you. Lin Yu was about to answer when he suddenly heard a sharp female voice coming from behind him. Mr. Lin. It's really you. Lin Yu turned around and saw that it was Xin Shirin, the girl who led the way at the school gate that day. She was wearing a pink dress today, her hair was curled into big waves, and her makeup was much heavier than last time. Fuck, why is this woman haunting me? Xin Shirin pulled out a chair and sat next to Lin Yu, completely ignoring Xia Yubing opposite her. Mr. Lin, I felt you were very kind when we were at the school gate last time. I didn't expect to meet you again today. It's really fate. Xin Shirin smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. Xia Yubing was stunned and looked at Xin Shirin, who suddenly appeared, at a loss. Do you know each other? Xia Yubing asked in a low voice. Of course I know him. Xin Shirin answered first, we are good friends, right, Mr. Lin? Lin Yu said expressionlessly, I don't know him. Xin Shirin smiled awkwardly, but soon regained her enthusiasm. Mr. Lin is such a joke. That day at the school gate, if I hadn't helped you, would you have been able to get into the school? This woman is so shameless. She's clearly just a guide, but now she's acting like she knows me so well. Xia Yubing looked at Xin Shirin and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She knew that Xin Shirin was a well-known beauty in the music department and had many suitors, but she didn't expect that she would be so proactive towards Lin Yu today. Mr. Lin, I recently learned a new song. I'll sing it to you when I have the chance. Shin Shireen leaned close to Lin Yu, her voice sweet and cloying. I can also play the piano. It's much more interesting than some people who can only dance ballet. These words were clearly mocking Xia Yubing. Xia Yubing clenched her fists, but she was introverted and didn't know how to fight back. Lin Yu frowned. I'm sorry, do you have any misunderstanding? The smile on Shin Shireen's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Oh, then I won't disturb you. But Mr. Lin, I want to talk to you alone for a few words, is that okay? Without waiting for Lin Yu to answer, Shin Shireen pulled his arm and stood up. Just 1 minute, it's really important. Shin Shireen blinked with an innocent look on her face. Lin Yu shook off her hand. If you have anything to say, just say it here. Shin Shireen bit her lip and suddenly raised her voice. Mr. Lin, I like you. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were the one destined for me. The entire coffee shop fell silent in an instant, and everyone turned to look over here. Oh shit. The cup in a girl's hand fell directly to the ground. This is too exciting. Confessing in public? She is Shin Shireen from the music department. Someone recognized her identity. It's over, someone is going to snatch our men again. A girl patted her chest with an exaggerated expression. Several female college students were whispering, some were envious, some were jealous, and some were just watching the fun. The waitress was so excited that she almost threw the plate away. She quietly took out her phone and started recording. Sisters, this is a rare big melon. Lin Yu looked at the group of onlookers and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Holy crap! Is this woman crazy? These girls are enjoying the fun, just like they are watching a TV drama. Shin Shireen was secretly delighted to see that everyone's attention was focused on her. She deliberately raised her voice so that everyone could hear. Mr. Lin, I know I am not worthy of you, but I am willing to do anything for you. Wow, these sisters are so brave. If only I had her courage. The girls in the cafe were talking about it, and some took out their phones to start taking pictures and videos. Xia Yubing sat in her original position, holding the cup tightly in both hands, her heart in turmoil. Xiaoya is right. In this world, good men are snatched away. If I don't take the initiative, I'll really be snatched away by another woman. No. She absolutely couldn't watch Lin Yu being snatched away by this woman. Xia Yubing stood up suddenly and said in a tough tone, I'm sorry, we're on a date, please don't disturb us. The whole audience fell silent instantly. Xia Yubing, who is usually so gentle that she doesn't dare to speak loudly, actually fought back so strongly. Holy crap! The school beauty is going crazy. Is this the legendary fight for love? It's so exciting, two beauties fighting for one man. When Shin Shireen heard what Xia Yubing said, she felt annoyed. Why? Isn't it just that she's prettier than me? Do you really think you're so great just because you're a school beauty? She turned around and looked at Xia Yubing with a sneer. Oh? A date? Why do I feel like you're the only one being sentimental? Xia Yubing's face turned pale. What do you mean? The meaning is very clear. Shin Shireen crossed her arms. Mr. Lin has always been indifferent. It's obvious that he has no interest in you. This green tea bitch. How dare you say that to me? Xia Yubing is usually most afraid of conflicts with others, but today she is determined to go all out. I asked Lin Yu out. Xia Yubing's voice became louder and louder. Please leave. Shin Shireen laughed disdainfully. So what? I won't leave. What can you do to me? She turned to Lin Yu, and her voice instantly became delicate. Mr. Lin, look how fierce she is, how scary. I'm different, I'm very gentle and I listen to you in everything. Lin Yu watched the two women quarreling over him and felt secretly happy. Although I know it's a problem with the world setting, but the feeling of being fought over by beautiful women is really great. When Xia Yubing heard Shin Shireen's words, her face turned red with anger. This woman is too much. She actually called me fierce. How am I fierce? I was just protecting myself. Wait, your own what? Xia Yubing suddenly realized that Lin Yu was not her boyfriend at all. What right did she have to say that she was protecting herself? But she just didn't want to let this woman succeed. I'm not fierce. Xia Yubing retorted, and I'm also very gentle. Lin Yu, don't you think so? She looked at Lin Yu for help, with a hint of grievance in her eyes. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yubing's aggrieved look and his heart softened. Chapter 17 The school beauty is making a strategy for love, but the male idol doesn't he have a circle of friends? It's really not easy for her to quarrel with others for herself. Shin, please leave and don't disturb my date with Xia Yubing, otherwise I will sue you for harassment. Lin Yu said lightly. When Xia Yubing heard this, a surge of ecstasy suddenly surged in her heart. Shirin's face suddenly turned ugly. What's wrong with dating, she said unwillingly, you're not married yet. Even if you were married, I could still pursue you. You. Xia Yubing was so angry that she couldn't speak. Lin Yu frowned. This woman was indeed going a bit too far. So do you want to go to jail? Lin Yu asked directly. Shirin's face turned red instantly. How can this man be so ungrateful? I took the initiative, but he still rejected me. She gritted her teeth and glared at Xia Yubing fiercely. You're so cruel. But I'm telling you, I won't give up. After saying that, she walked away angrily in her high heels. Xia Yubing sat back in her seat, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Lin Yu. Lin Yu found her shy look quite interesting. He was arguing with someone just now, and now he has turned into a little lamb again. You did a good job just now. Lin Yu praised casually. Xia Yubing suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Really? Well, at least that woman didn't succeed. When Xia Yubing heard this, she felt sweet in her heart. The two sat for a while longer. Xia Yubing racked her brains to find a new topic, but her mind was blank. In the end, Lin Yu spoke first. It's getting late. I'll take you back to school. Ah? Oh, okay. Xia Yubing was a little disappointed, but still nodded obediently. It's only a few minutes' drive from the cafe to the school gate. The silver-white Koenigsegg stopped at the gate of Qingting Art College, causing another small commotion. I'm here. Thank you so much for today. Xia Yubing unbuckled his seatbelt but hesitated to get out of the car. Yeah. Lin Yu responded, not wanting to say more. Xia Yubing bit her lip, mustered her courage, and said quickly, then, see you next time? After saying that, she kissed Lin Yu on the side of his cheek, opened the car door and ran away, not even daring to look back. Lin Yu looked at her almost fleeing back, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. He started the car, turned it around, and sped away. Qingting Art Academy, Girls' Dormitory. Tell me quickly, what happened? As soon as Xia Yubing pushed open the dormitory door, a figure pounced on her. Li Xiaoya hugged her arms and hung on her, her face full of gossip and excitement. Let me go first. Xia Yubing felt dizzy from her shaking. I won't let you go until you explain clearly. Li Xiaoya said, tell the truth. Did the date go well? Did you hold hands? Did you kiss? Xia Yubing's face flushed instantly. Xiaoya. What nonsense are you talking about? Oh my, you're still shy. Li Xiaoya pushed her down on the chair, and then she sat cross-legged on her bed, acting as if she was giving an interrogation. Hurry up and tell me everything. Xia Yubing couldn't persuade her, so she had to tell her everything that happened in the afternoon. Holy crap! Brilliant! After hearing this, Li Xiaoya slapped her thigh and jumped up from the bed excitedly. Yu Bing, you've really made it. You actually dared to face off against green tea. And you even won. She circled around Xia Yubing twice and exclaimed in amazement, Great, sister. For a man, your little universe has exploded. Don't make fun of me. Xia Yubing felt a little embarrassed by what she said. I was just impulsive at the time. It's hot. It's wonderful. Li Xiaoya gave her a thumbs up. I'm telling you, you can't be polite when dealing with someone like Shirin. The more you give in, the more she'll push you. She paused, then moved closer and lowered her voice. The most important thing is that Lin Yu spoke for you. Then, what should I do next? Xia Yubing looked at his military advisor eagerly, like a primary school student who was humbly seeking advice. Li Xiaoya touched her chin and paced back and forth in the dormitory with a deep look on her face. Now that you've had some initial positive interaction, the first step is a success. Next, we're going to move on to the second stage, deep linking. Deep link? Xia Yubing didn't understand. It's about finding out his interests and hobbies, catering to them, and making him feel like you have something in common and are soulmates. Li Xiaoya snapped her fingers. That's the only way to turn your good impression into true love. Then, how do I find out his interests and hobbies? That's easy. Li Xiaoya pulled out Xia Yubing's phone and expertly opened WeChat. The first step is analyzing the moments. She clicked on Lin Yu's profile picture, and both of them were stunned. Lin Yu's WeChat Moments page is clean. There was only a cold gray horizontal line below. Holy crap! Li Xiaoya refreshed her phone several times in disbelief. Empty? It's actually empty? Xia Yubing also leaned over to take a look, and felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. I thought I could get a glimpse of his life from his circle of friends, but in the end there was nothing. This guy is so cool. Li Xiaoya was shocked, but then became even more excited. Who doesn't have a desire to share these days? He didn't even post a single thing on WeChat Moments. Then, what should we do now? Xia Yubing was a little discouraged. The path to the circle of friends is cut off. Don't panic. Li Xiaoya waved her hand. Plan A doesn't work, we have Plan B. So, our next goal is to create contact opportunities. Li Xiaoya concluded. How do I create opportunities? Xia Yubing asked humbly. You're stupid. Li Xiaoya tapped her forehead. Don't you know how to dance? Isn't that your biggest advantage? Xia Yubing's face flushed again, but I can't just tell him, I want to dance for you, right? That would be so weird. Of course we can't be so direct. Li Xiaoya rolled her eyes. We need to find a reasonable excuse. For example, isn't there a performance report in the department soon? Xia Yubing's eyes lit up, yes. It's next Friday. I'm one of the lead dancers. That's it. Li Xiaoya clapped her hands. Send him a WeChat message right now and invite him to your show. This is such a legitimate reason. It showcases your talent and gives him a chance to meet you. Send it, now? Xia Yubing's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Of course. Strike while the iron is hot. Li Xiaoya urged. Xia Yubing picked up the phone and opened the dialog box with Lin Yu. Ice dancer, Lin Yu, our dance department is having a performance next Friday night, and I have a solo in it. Are you free to come and see it? Looking forward to it. .jpg. Green bubble indicating successful message sending. Chapter 18. My wife still writes a diary about her love for her husband. Hentang Palace Villa. Welcome home, master. A cold electronic female voice sounded, and the black door inlaid with gold slowly slid open to both sides. As Lin Yu walked up the stairs, the main door of the villa was opened from the inside. Su Qinghan stood at the door with a gentle smile on her face. Husband, you're back. She took a step forward, naturally took out Lin Yu's exclusive slippers from the shoe cabinet, then squatted down and put them on for him personally. The whole movement was smooth and flowing, without any airs of a wealthy CEO. Instead, she looked like a little wife who had been waiting for her husband to come home for a long time. Lin Yu accepted her service calmly. Su Qinghan stood up and handed him a warm towel, asking him to wipe his hands. Honey, I prepared some midnight snacks. Do you want to eat now? Her voice was soft, with a hint of cautious inquiry. Lin Yu just responded lightly. The two came to the restaurant, where several exquisite dishes had already been placed on the long dining table. Australian lobster, Alaskan king crab, and some expensive seafood that I can't name are all steaming. As soon as Lin Yu sat down, Su Qinghan put on a pair of crystal-clear gloves and began to peel shrimp for him silently. She picked up whole shrimps with silver chopsticks, dipped them in a special sauce, and gently placed them on the plate next to Lin Yu's mouth. After Lin Yu ate one, she immediately started peeling another one. You eat too. Lin Yu said casually. Hubby, eat first. I'm not hungry. Su Qinghan didn't even raise her head, concentrating on the king crab legs in her hand, using a small tool to pick out the fat crab meat inside completely. Lin Yu said no more and enjoyed it all with peace of mind. He knew that this was the treatment he deserved in this world. Having a female CEO worth 300 billion peel shrimps and crabs for you late at night, the satisfaction brought by this power reversal is more delicious than any delicacies. After finishing the midnight snack, Su Qinghan brought a plate of cut fruit. Each piece was cut into small cubes of even size, and a small silver toothpick was inserted on it. Husband, open your mouth. She held a toothpick and fed a piece of chilled cantaloupe to Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu opened his mouth and ate it, and the cool and sweet juice burst in his mouth. He leaned back in his chair, lazily enjoying the after-meal feeding service. Su Qinghan fed him a few pieces of fruit. Seeing the comfortable expression on Lin Yu's face, a hint of satisfaction and joy also appeared in her eyes. After a while, she took out a pink hardcover notebook with a small lock from under the sofa. She handed it to Lin Yu like offering a treasure, with a suspicious blush on her cheeks. "Hubby, this is for you to see." Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and took it. There are 4 words written in cute font on the covered diary of my loved husband. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Lin Yu was shocked by the childish and straightforward name and opened the first page. The beautiful handwriting comes into view. March 2nd, Sunny. Today is the 3rd day since my husband and I got married. He's so handsome, 10,000 times more handsome than in his photos. I must be the best wife in the world and make him inseparable from me forever. Su Qinghan, come on. Lin Yu continued to flip backwards. March 3rd, cloudy. My husband went out today and hasn't come back all day. I missed him a little. I read the white paper on the living habits and preferences of national treasuremen 3 times, but I still feel like there are still many shortcomings. I have to work harder tomorrow. March 5th, sunny. This afternoon, I thought I saw my husband's phone light up. It was a message from a girl. I felt a little sour and uncomfortable. However, the white paper says that outstanding men deserve more. As his wife, I should be generous and support him. I wonder if I haven't done enough. If I could satisfy my husband more, would he stop looking at others? I need to reflect on myself. Today, I'll reflect on myself 3 times. Did my husband smile at me today? No. Did my husband praise me today? No. Did my service satisfy him today? It seems okay, I'll keep working hard. Seeing this, Lin Yu's hand holding the diary paused. He raised his head and looked at Su Qinghan, who was lowering his head and nervously twisting the corners of his clothes. Well written. Lin Yu closed the diary and commented lightly. Su Qinghan suddenly raised his head, and a light of surprise instantly flashed in his eyes. Really? Do you like it, husband? Okay. Lin Yu returned the diary to her. Continue writing later. Okay. Su Qinghan nodded heavily, holding the diary, with a smile on his face as bright as if he owned the whole world. At this moment, Lin Yu's mobile phone screen lit up. It was the message sent by Xia Yubing. Ice dancer, Lin Yu, our dance department is having a performance next Friday night, and I have a solo in it. Are you free to come and see it? Looking forward to it. .jpg. Lin Yu typed a few words and pressed send. Lin Yu, okay, I'll go and see it. The message was sent successfully. Su Qinghan saw Lin Yu replying to the message again. She forced a perfect, impeccable smile back onto her face. Husband, are you going out again? She walked behind Lin Yu, put her arms around his neck, and pressed her soft body against him. No. Lin Yu denied. There was no trace of jealousy in her voice, but instead it was full of sincerity. Honey, I see you always go out empty-handed, which is not good. I'll prepare a gift for you tomorrow, and I guarantee the other person will like it. What the hell? Is this even possible? She took the initiative to help me prepare a gift for another woman? What kind of S-class wife is this? Lin Yu was completely shocked by her actions. He even wondered if Su Qinghan would immediately go and help arrange it if he said now that he wanted to marry Xia Yubing. Just when Lin Yu was about to say something, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! A special situation has been detected, triggering a random task. Task name, a wife's virtues. Task content, accept your wife Su Qinghan's suggestion and have her personally select a meeting gift for you to give to your new target, Xia Yubing. Quest reward, Eye of Skill Appraisal Primary. Chapter 19 Eye of Identification. Okay. Lin Yu responded lazily, feeling quite amused by the idea that the wife was helping the mistress to pursue her. This worldview is really awesome. A wife actively helps her husband pursue other women? However, since the system has already issued the task, I will respectfully obey. Ding! The host confirms acceptance of the mission, and the mission rewards are being distributed. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Lin Yu felt a faint light instantly enter his eyes. The world before my eyes suddenly became different. He blinked and found that a special perception ability had appeared in his field of vision. Is this the Eye of Identification? Lin Yu looked curiously at a blue and white porcelain vase placed in the living room, and immediately lines of information appeared in front of his eyes. Item, Yuan Dynasty blue and white elephant ear vase with cloud dragon pattern replica. Market valuation, 800,000 renminbi. Note, There is a 0.2 mm crack on the bottom due to modern repairs, and the value has been reduced by 90%. Fuck! Lin Yu almost couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This ability is too amazing. He turned his gaze to the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the garage outside the door, and the message popped up again. Item, customized Rolls-Royce Phantom. Market valuation, 18 million renminbi. Note, the left rear wheel brake pad has slight abnormal wear and tear, it is recommended to replace it in time. Lin Yu was celebrating inwardly. This is simply a cheat. From now on, when buying antiques, cars, and houses, I won't have to worry about being ripped off anymore. And this function may be used in other places. His gaze unconsciously turned to Su Qinghan, who was straightening his collar. Instantly, a series of detailed data popped up. Target, Su Qinghan. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Measurements, 92-60-93. Health status, good. Lin Yu's eyes twitched. This function can also identify people? Isn't this the legendary fiery eyes and golden pupils? But then he noticed an additional health note. There is mild anxiety-related arrhythmia, which is currently suppressed by medication. Lin Yu was shocked. It turns out that beneath her strong appearance, she hides such fragility? What surprised him even more was that a line of key information appeared at the bottom of the screen. Interstate, outwardly submissive, but in reality desperately desires to monopolize her husband. She is using the theories in the National Treasure White Paper on men's lifestyle habits and preferences to suppress her instinctive jealousy. Lin Yu looked at the line of words and felt complicated. It turns out that she is not really that magnanimous, but is just forcibly suppressing her instinctive reaction? He thought to himself, still showing no abnormality on the surface. Husband? What are you looking at? Su Qinghan noticed that Lin Yu's eyes were always on her, and asked with a slightly red cheek. Nothing. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and suddenly became curious about the diary of my loved husband that she had been holding in her hand. The eye of identification activated again. Item, pink diary with lock. Material, made from the pulp of a girl's first love letter to a fictional character. Production process, handmade customization, the only one in the world. Sentimental value, inestimable. When Lin Yu saw this message, he was stunned. A diary made from first love letters? This is so romantic. And the recipient is a fictional character. Was this girl a former 2D otaku? A domineering female CEO worth hundreds of billions actually has such a girly side? You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Honey, I've already started contacting the world's top buyers. Su Qinghan had no idea that she had just been seen through, and she reported to Lin Yu seriously. I think the gifts you give to girls should reflect your taste, but not be too expensive or put pressure on them. She counted on her fingers and analyzed. When it comes to jewelry, if it's too expensive, it seems like you have a purpose, but if it's too cheap, it seems like you don't take it seriously enough. The same goes for bags. After much thought, I think a silk scarf would be a more appropriate gift. Su Qinghan became more and more excited as he spoke, and was completely into the state. Lin Yu watched her analysis and was secretly amazed. This woman has really turned helping her husband chase his mistress into a science. There are only 100 of Hermes limited edition silk square scarves this spring. I'll ask the buyer to grab one for you. The price isn't too outrageous, around 30,000 yuan. It shows our dedication without putting too much pressure on people. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire her clear analysis. Isn't the sufficiency too high? The key point is, she is actually helping me pursue other women. What do you think? Su Qinghan blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Yu expectantly. Good. Lin Yu nodded, remaining calm on the surface. Then I'll let the buyer do it now. Su Qinghan excitedly picked up his phone and started sending messages. Lin Yu looked at her busy appearance and scanned her again with the eye of identification. This time, he saw more details. Current emotion, surface excitement, inner pain index 87%. Mental state, using the excuse of her husband's happiness to convince herself to accept reality. Physical reactions, increased adrenaline secretion, slight trembling of fingers, and slightly dilated pupils. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. This woman, smiling so happily on the surface, is actually about to collapse inside, right? For this kind of acting, the Oscar owes her a little golden man. Honey, the buyer said they've already contacted her and it will be delivered tomorrow morning. Su Qinghan put down his phone and the smile on his face became even brighter. I'll personally help you pack it when the time comes, and I guarantee you won't lose face. Lin Yu responded, and suddenly felt a little reluctant. But the system's task was there, so he had no choice but to continue. By the way, honey, are you going out tomorrow? Do you want me to prepare a more formal outfit for you? Also, I'll have the driver drive you there. Lin Yu looked at her forced smile and felt even more complicated. Is this woman a saint or a masochist? My husband is going to see another woman perform, and she's actually helping him prepare clothes and arrange the car? No need, I can drive there myself. Lin Yu rejected her proposal. Su Qinghan's eyes dimmed for a moment, but soon regained their luster. Well, shall I prepare some snacks for you? Su Qinghan still didn't give up, and his voice became smaller and smaller. I'll make some delicate little cookies and put them in a pretty box, and you and her can share them. Lin Yu listened to her increasingly outrageous proposals and finally couldn't help it. That's enough. He stood up, walked to Su Qinghan, and pinched her chin. You don't have to go to this extent. Su Qinghan was stunned for a moment, and his pupils contracted slightly. I didn't. I just wanted to make my husband happy. Her voice trembled a little, and she was obviously frightened by Lin Yu's sudden action. Chapter 20 School Beauty is humiliated in public. I know, I'm a little tired, so I'll rest first. Lin Yu said and walked towards the bedroom. Su Qinghan didn't know what he had done wrong, and followed Lin Yu like a child who had made a mistake. Early the next morning, Su Qinghan walked into the living room holding an exquisite gift box with a satisfied smile on his face. Honey, the scarf is ready, would you like to take a look? Lin Yu waved his hand lazily. No need, I trust your judgment. The light in Su Qinghan's eyes dimmed for a moment, but immediately returned to normal. Okay, then I'll put the gift in your car. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Detected that the legal wife Su Qinghan performed well, the good wife and good mother rating increased. Current score, 96 points plus 1. Lin Yu almost laughed out loud. Even the system recognizes her? Honey, it's almost time. You should get ready to go. Su Qinghan checked the time. I've already asked someone to prepare the car. I've also put some water and snacks in it. If you get thirsty or hungry on the way, remember to eat something. As she spoke, she took out a cooler bag from behind the sofa. Here are the cookies I made myself, we can share them. Lin Yu looked at the thermal bag in her hand and the corners of his mouth twitched. She actually made cookies? This woman's execution is incredible, isn't it? No need to go through so much trouble. Lin Yu stood up. It's no trouble. Su Qinghan waved her hands quickly. As a wife, it's my responsibility to take care of my husband's daily life. As she spoke, she took out a set of neatly ironed clothes from the side and said, I picked this especially for you. The color combination and style suit you very well. The dark blue makes you look more mature and stable. Half an hour later, Lin Yu changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Su Qinghan personally adjusted his collar, checking every detail. Her movements were light, but Lin Yu could feel the slight trembling of her fingers. Honey, drive carefully on the road. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Yu on the cheek. Come back soon. Lin Yu nodded and walked towards the garage. Su Qinghan followed him all the way to the car door. She opened the door for him and double-checked the water and paper towels in the back seat. Husband. She suddenly called Lin Yu. What's wrong? Su Qinghan bit her lip, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately just shook her head. Nothing, just having fun. Her voice was so soft that she couldn't believe it came out of her own mouth. Yeah. Lin Yu responded and started the car. On the other side, in the rehearsal room of the dance department of Qingting Academy of Arts, Xia Yubing was sitting on the floor in a daze. Yubing. Something terrible has happened. Her best friend Li Xiaoya rushed in, cell phone in her hand, her face looking extremely ugly. What's wrong? Xia Yubing quickly stood up. It's over. The brand that promised to sponsor our performance just sent a WeChat message saying they're withdrawing their investment. Li Xiaoya handed the phone to Xia Yubing. Look at this excuse. They say it's a company strategy adjustment. No one would believe it. Xia Yubing looked at the cold withdrawal notice on the screen and her face turned pale. What should I do? The performance is tonight. Where can I find sponsors now? Need I ask? It must be that young Master Wang's doing. Li Xiaoya stamped her feet in anger. Ever since your idol taught him a lesson last time, this bastard has been using all sorts of shady tactics. First he had people spread rumors about you, and now he's trying to withdraw his investment. He's truly the worst of villains. Xia Yubing collapsed on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. Without sponsorship, we can't even afford basic costumes, let alone props. If this performance goes wrong, I won't get my scholarship. Don't cry, don't cry. Li Xiaoya quickly squatted down to comfort her. At worst, we can wear our own clothes on stage. Even if they're a bit shabby, at least we can finish the performance. But Xia Yubing thought that Lin Yu was coming to watch the performance. It would be so embarrassing if he saw her in such a miserable state. Oh right. Li Xiaoya's eyes suddenly lit up. Why don't you ask him for help? No. Xia Yubing quickly shook her head. I can't trouble him. We just met. Oh, you're still so reserved at this hour. Li Xiaoya was so disappointed. This is a critical moment of life and death. You should give it a try even if you have to risk everything. What if he really is willing to help? Xia Yubing hesitated for a moment, took out her cell phone and looked at Lin Yu's WeChat avatar, her fingers hovering on the screen. Just then, the door of the rehearsal room was pushed open and several girls from the same class walked in. Oh, isn't this our lead dancer? The leading girl said sarcastically. I heard you guys are out of money for tonight's performance? That's too bad. Xia Yubing raised her head and saw that the person who spoke was Zhao Mimi, a classmate who usually did not get along with her. This woman usually likes to show off her wealth, and today her whole body is sparkling, from the Tiffany hairpin on her head to the Chanel leather shoes on her feet. She is like a mobile luxury display cabinet. What's it got to do with you? Li Xiaoya protected Xia Yubing and glared at Zhao Mimi. Of course it's my business. We're performing on the same stage. Zhao Mimi smiled smugly, deliberately twirling her latest iPhone around in her hands. But it doesn't matter. I'm willing to sponsor you. The only condition is that Xia Yubing quits the lead dancer position. After all, how can someone who can't even afford a performance costume be the lead dancer? You! Li Xiaoya was so angry that her face turned red. The girls behind Zhao Mimi also started to make a noise. Yeah, if you don't have money, don't force yourself to do it. Having someone like this as the lead dancer is a disgrace to our dance department. Forget it, forget it. They live on scholarships, so let's not make things difficult for them. Have you said enough? Li Xiaoya couldn't help herself. Is being rich such a big deal? Being rich is indeed a big deal, Zhao Mimi said with an undisguised smile. At least we don't have to worry about a few thousand yuan in performance fees. By the way, I just passed the school gate and saw a really cool supercar. I heard it was here to pick up Xia Yubing? Could it be rented? Xia Yubing's face turned pale instantly. I saw online that there's a service that rents out luxury cars for show. For a few thousand yuan a day, you can experience the feeling of being a rich second-generation kid. Zhao Mimi continued to exaggerate. But it's true. With someone like Xia Yubing, she can only find a fake one to keep up appearances. You're talking nonsense. Xia Yubing finally couldn't help it. Oh, you're protecting him? Zhao Mimi was even more proud. Then why don't you ask him to sponsor the performance? If he really has money, this little money is nothing. Li Xiaoya stamped her feet anxiously. Yubing, why don't we really ask him for help? This little money is nothing to him. Look at the car he drives. Selling just the wheels would cover our performance fees. Xia Yubing shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. No, this is my business. Her deep-seated inferiority complex prevented her from asking Lin Yu for help. If he really helped, what would she be? A burden that only troubles others? See, I told you so. Zhao Mimi had an expression that said, if you were really rich, how could you let your girlfriend worry about such a small amount of money? Xia Yubing gritted her teeth and said, don't worry about it. I'll figure it out myself. Oh? What's your plan? Zhao Mimi asked curiously. Online loans? I heard some girls will do anything to buy luxury goods. Li Xiaoya couldn't bear to listen any longer. Zhao Mimi, can you please be a little more kind? I'm doing this for her own good. Zhao Mimi sighed hypocritically. Instead of deceiving yourself like this, it's better to face reality sooner rather than later. Being poor is being poor, so why pretend? Xia Yubing took a deep breath and fought back tears. I can handle it myself. Even if I have to take out an online loan, it's better than accepting your conditions. TSK, you're really just trying to save face and end up suffering. Zhao Mimi shook her head. Then I'll look forward to watching your performance tonight. Remember to prepare tissues, don't cry and ruin your makeup. After saying that, she left with a few girls in a haughty manner. The rehearsal room suddenly became quiet. Li Xiaoyao was so angry that her face turned green. This green tea bitch. I'm so pissed off. Yu Bing, are you really not going to consider asking him for help? Xia Yubing shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. I'll practice on my own for a while. Xia Yubing forced a smile. Li Xiaoya felt so distressed when she saw her trying so hard to hold on. But she knew Xia Yubing's temper. Once she made a decision, no one could change it. Then don't practice for too long, and make sure you get enough rest. Li Xiaoya sighed and left helplessly. Xia Yubing was the only one left in the huge practice room. She walked to the mirror and looked at herself in the mirror. Red circles under the eyes, pale face, and the training suit that had been washed to a pale color. It's really embarrassing. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. The music starts. Xia Yubing started dancing. This was her only way to vent her emotions. Every movement was filled with despair and unwillingness. Sweat slid down my cheeks, and I couldn't tell whether it was sweat or tears. She remembered Zhao Mimi's expression just now. Remember those mocking words. Thinking that Lin Yu was coming to watch the performance tonight, and she had to go on stage in such a miserable state. The action becomes more and more intense. Jumps, spins, splits. She danced desperately, as if she wanted to vent all her pain through dancing. Until the physical strength is completely exhausted. She fell heavily to the floor. Her knee hurt, but she didn't feel it at all. Woo-woo. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. I curled up in the corner of the practice room, hugged my knees and cried like a baby. Why is this happening? Why am I always so unlucky? I've tried so hard, but why can't I change anything? The crying echoed in the empty practice room. Just then. Crack. The door of the practice room was gently pushed open. Chapter 21, Wearing a Fake Watch. Did Liang Jingru give me the courage? Inside the Wang family mansion, Wang Xiaozhan covered his still-aching wrist and cried to his mother Wang Suiyu, who was sitting on the leather sofa. Mom, you have to make the decision for me. Wang Xiao's voice was filled with tears. That wild boy who came out of nowhere beat me up in front of so many people. How can I survive in school? Wang Suiyu slowly turned the Buddhist beads on her wrist. Her elegant face was calm, but her eyes were as cold as a snake. She is in her 40s and is well maintained. Any one piece of jewelry on her body is enough to buy a house for an ordinary person. Son, don't be anxious. Wang Suiyu's voice was very gentle, but those who knew her knew that the gentler this woman was, the louder the calculations in her heart were. That bitch named Xia Yubing. Wang Xiao became more and more excited as he spoke. I wanted to treat her to a meal out of kindness, but she actually refused me. She even called a wild man to beat me up. Mom, isn't that infuriating? Wang Suiyu gently stroked her son's hair. This son was conceived through IVF at great expense. She treasured him like the apple of her eye. If anyone dared to touch a hair on him, she would tear him to pieces. Where does that man come from? Wang Suiyu asked. I don't know, he just looks like a pretty boy. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth. Mom, you have to help me vent this anger. I want that Xia Yubing to kneel down in front of me and beg for mercy. Wang Suiyu sneered. It is too risky to deal directly with a man with an unknown background. What if you hit a wall? But destroying the woman he likes can also severely damage his reputation, which is a more advanced form of revenge. Son, of course I have to vent my anger for you. Wang Suiyu's lips curled up into a cold smile, but when dealing with things like this, we have to be careful about the method. Direct action is too rude. We have to let her ruin her own reputation. Mom, what are your plans? Wang Xiao's eyes lit up. Wang Suiyu said lightly, I heard she's going to participate in some performance? Yes. There will be a performance tonight, and she will be the lead dancer. Wang Xiao nodded quickly. That's even easier. Wang Suiyu sneered, they can't even afford performance costumes now. Can you imagine what a poor girl would look like when she makes a fool of herself on stage? Wang Xiao was stunned for a moment, then clapped his hands excitedly. Mom, you are so smart. This way, she will be completely embarrassed in front of that pretty boy. This is just the appetizer. Wang Suiyu turned around, her eyes frighteningly sinister. I'm going to do more than just embarrass her. After tonight's performance, I have something even more exciting planned. What arrangements? Wang Xiao asked curiously. She walked over and gently stroked Wang Xiao's cheek. Son, don't worry about this for now. You are my dearest child. If anyone dares to let you suffer, I will make them suffer a fate worse than death. On the other side, Xia Yubing looked up with tears in her eyes, and when she saw that the person coming was Lin Yu, she froze. She frantically wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand and tried to stand up, but because she had cried so hard, her legs became weak and she almost fell. Why are you here? Xia Yubing asked in a choked voice. Lin Yu frowned slightly. This girl cried so much that her eyes were swollen like walnuts. It was really heartbreaking to see her. What's going on? Lin Yu walked up to her and asked. Xia Yubing bit her lips, feeling so ashamed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She spoke haltingly about how her sponsorship had been withdrawn and how she had been ridiculed by her classmates. After listening to this, Lin Yu secretly activated the Eye of Skill appraisal in his mind and scanned Xia Yubing. Target, Xia Yubing. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Health status, mild malnutrition, severe mood swings. Inner state, extremely low self-esteem, 95% shame, longing to be saved but afraid of becoming a burden. Seeing this line of data, Lin Yu felt a little touched. This girl is quite strong-willed. She obviously wants to ask for help, but her self-esteem makes her prefer to handle it all on her own. Just for this? Lin Yu said. Xia Yubing looked up suddenly, her eyes full of surprise and confusion. This is just a small matter? This is a matter of great importance to her scholarship and dignity. Fuck, that tone sounds pretty pretentious, but never mind, the system gave me 10 million anyway, and I'm just worried about where to spend it. Lin Yu thought of the huge amount of money in his account, and suddenly felt a sense of pleasure as a rich man. Anyway, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for him, just enough to improve his favorability. I sponsored your performance tonight. Lin Yu said in a flat tone. Xia Yubing stared at Lin Yu in amazement, her mind going blank. What did you say? She thought she had misheard. I said, I'm sponsoring your performance. Lin Yu repeated, reaching out to pull up Xia Yubing, who was still slumped on the ground. Don't cry over such trivial matters in the future. But this will cost a lot of money. Xia Yubing has not yet recovered from her shock. How much? Lin Yu asked casually. At least 200,000. Xia Yubing said in a low voice, her cheeks flushed. Lin Yu almost laughed out loud. 200,000? In his eyes, this is not enough to buy a bag. Let's go find your director. Lin Yu turned and walked out the door. Xia Yubing followed hurriedly, her heart beating like a drum. It all happened so suddenly that she felt like she was dreaming. The two of them arrived at the door of the dance department director's office and happened to meet Zhao Mimi walking out arrogantly with a few followers. Hey, isn't this our princess in distress? Zhao Mimi smiled playfully upon seeing Xia Yubing. Are you done crying? Your makeup is all smudged. The girls behind her immediately joined in the laughter. Mimi, look, she brought her boyfriend with her, one of them said sarcastically. Could it be that she wants her boyfriend to beg for mercy? Zhao Mimi looked Lin Yu up and down. Although she thought he was indeed handsome, she felt even more proud when she thought of the news she had just heard from Wang Xiao. Handsome guy, you're Xia Yubing's boyfriend, right? Zhao Mimi said with a smile. I heard you drive a nice car. How much does it cost to rent it for a day? Lin Yu frowned slightly. This sarcastic tone made people feel uncomfortable. Who are you? Lin Yu gave her a cold look. Who do you care who I am? She said contemptuously. Xia Yubing's face turned red with anger, and she was about to speak. Just then, the office door was pushed open and Director Lu from the dance department walked out. Yubing? What's wrong with you? Why are your eyes red? Professor Lu asked with concern. Director Lu, I want to talk to you about the performance. Xia Yubing said nervously. Oh, forget it. Director Lu shook his head and sighed. The sponsor withdrew their funding at the last minute, and now even basic costumes and props are in trouble. How about this? You guys make do with your own training clothes for now. No need to make do. Lin Yu suddenly said, I'll sponsor it. The office door suddenly became quiet and everyone looked at him in shock. Zhao Mimi's laughter was sharp. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear it right? She covered her mouth exaggeratedly and looked at the followers around her. You really take yourself so seriously. Mimi, maybe he is a hidden rich man. A follower echoed sarcastically, but he did not hide the contempt in his eyes. Rich man? Zhao Mimi laughed so hard that her body shook. She looked Lin Yu up and down, and her eyes lingered for a moment on his ordinary-looking black t-shirt. Come on, look at what he's wearing. Does everything he wears cost $500? A poor boy who rents cars to pick up girls dares to speak so arrogantly here? She took a step forward, straightened her chest deliberately, and brought the Cartier watch on her wrist in front of Lin Yu. Did you see clearly? This watch costs $300,000. You can't even afford it even if you work your whole life. Lin Yu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Eye of skill appraisal has already given the conclusion. Item, Cartier Blue Balloon Series High Imitation A grade. Market value, 1,998 renminbi, free shipping. Note, the movement is a domestically produced Mingzhu movement, which has a large error. The rhinestones on the dial are made of glass. It is recommended to keep it away from water to avoid rusting. Lin Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Where do you get the courage to jump around here wearing a fake $2,000 watch? Was it given by Fish Leon? Seeing Lin Yu being humiliated like this, Xia Yubing was so angry that she trembled all over. She pulled the corner of Lin Yu's clothes and whispered, Let's go, ignore her. She would rather suffer injustice herself than let Lin Yu be ridiculed because of her. Leave? Why leave? Zhao Mimi became even more proud, as she thought Lin Yu was frightened by her. Xia Yubing, is this the man you're looking for? He doesn't even dare to say a word? What a loser! She suddenly remembered something and the sneer on her face became even more intense. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, you were the one who taught young Master Wang a lesson last time, right? Zhao Mimi's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of everyone around. Let me tell you what Wang Xiao's family does. His mother is a director of our school. Do you think that if you beat him up, the matter will be over? You dare to act like a big shot here today, do you think you are so great? She took a step forward, almost putting her face in front of Lin Yu, and asked word by word. Let me ask you, are you richer than young Master Wang? As soon as these words were spoken, even Director Lu from the dance department changed his expression. She was clear about Wang Xiao's background. They were a real wealthy family and were well-known figures in Qingting City. When he looked at Lin Yu, his eyes were filled with even more worry. This young man is handsome and has a good temperament, but he must not offend someone he shouldn't offend because of a momentary impulse. Forget it, young man. Director Lu stepped forward and tried to smooth things over. Mimi, you better keep your mouth shut. The school will find a way to handle the sponsorship. He was giving Lin Yu a way out. After all, 200,000 is indeed an astronomical figure for an ordinary person. Director Lu, I didn't force him to do this. He said it himself. Zhao Mimi persisted, everyone heard it. If he doesn't give me the money, he's just bragging. He's a liar. Several girls behind her also joined in the fun. That's right. Why are you pretending to be cool when you don't have any money? You dare to say it but not do it, it's really embarrassing for a man. Xia Yubing's eyes turned red again and she clenched her fists tightly. She regretted it. She shouldn't have involved Lin Yu. Chapter 22 A mere 500,000, I'm just playing around. Lin Yu ignored Zhao Mimi's shouting and looked at Director Lu, who looked embarrassed, and asked calmly. Director, does your school have a public account? Director Lu was stunned. Yes, there is, but... Give me one and I'll transfer the money right now. Lin Yu interrupted him and took out his cell phone. Director Lu hesitated for a moment, but still gave out a bank account number. He was unsure, but seeing Lin Yu's calm appearance, it didn't seem like he was joking. Lin Yu lowered his head and tapped the screen quickly with his fingers. The whole process takes less than 10 seconds. All right. He put away his phone and said 2 words calmly. All right? What's good? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Zhao Mimi was the first to react and burst out laughing. Ha ha! You acted pretty convincingly. Where's the money? Where's the money? Why can't I see it? She craned her neck exaggeratedly to look around. Could it be that he has been transferred to the underworld? Ding dong! Just when she was laughing the loudest, a crisp cell phone alert sound suddenly rang out in the quiet corridor. The sound is not loud, but it was like a thunderclap, striking everyone's heart. The sound came from Director Lu's cell phone. Director Lu subconsciously took out his cell phone and glanced at the screen. Next second, her pupils suddenly contracted and her breathing stopped instantly. The whole person was frozen in place as if under a spell. Director Lu? What's wrong? Xia Yubing, who was standing next to her, noticed that her face looked strange and asked with concern. Director Lu did not answer. He just stared at the phone screen, his lips trembling, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. That's right. He read it again. Still right. The mobile banking notification message clearly showed. Your account ending in 0011 received 500,000 renminbi at 15:32 on March 8. The current account balance is not 200,000. It's 500,000. A full 500,000. Director Lu's hand holding the phone began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Yu with a look as if he were a monster, and his voice changed. You transferred 500,000? Boom! The entire corridor exploded in an instant. What? 500,000? Did I hear correctly? He said he transferred 500,000? Oh my god. Is this true? The girls who were making a fuss before were all stunned at this moment, their jaws dropped to the ground. Zhao Mimi's laughter stopped abruptly. The expression on his face froze in an instant from extreme pride. No, impossible. She screamed. That's absolutely impossible. He's lying. Director, you must be seeing things. Director Lu took a deep breath and suppressed the turmoil in his heart. He turned the screen of his mobile phone towards Zhao Mimi and said word by word. Look for yourself. It's 500,000. Zhao Mimi staggered forward, and when her eyes met the series of glaring zeros on the screen, her brain buzzed and went blank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 zeros. It really is 500,000. She felt as if her face was being branded with a red-hot iron, and it was burning with pain. How could it be? She muttered to herself, her body swaying and almost losing her balance. Her followers were even more dumbfounded, their mouths open, looking at each other, their eyes full of horror and confusion. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yubing, who was completely stunned, and said lightly, 200,000 is enough for you to buy costumes and props. With the remaining 300,000, find a better venue. Don't be too shabby. She stared blankly at Lin Yu's calm profile, her heart pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of her throat. If there weren't so many people here, Xia Yubing had no doubt that she would pounce on him immediately and hug him tightly regardless of the consequences. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Director Lu was the first to react. He rushed to Lin Yu in 2 steps, with a flattering smile on his face and his waist almost bent at 90 degrees. Mr. Lin, you are truly the savior of our dance department. On behalf of all the faculty and students in the department, I express my highest respect and most sincere gratitude to you. He was so excited that he was incoherent. He held Lin Yu's hands tightly with both hands and almost kowtowed to Lin Yu on the spot. This old man's expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Lin Yu complained in his heart, then calmly withdrew his hand, his tone still calm. You're welcome, Director. You're welcome. Director Lu shook his head like a rattle. Mr. Lin, you are truly young and promising, generous, and broad-minded. It is an honor for our Qingting Art Academy to receive your sponsorship. It is? Okay. Lin Yu interrupted his flattery impatiently. He turned his head and his gaze fell on Zhao Mimi, who was in a daze, with a playful smile on his lips. Director Lu, I'll pay for it, but there's a small condition. Go ahead. Director Lu straightened his back immediately, looking attentive. Don't mention just one, even 100 will do. Lin Yu stretched out a finger and gently pointed at Zhao Mimi and the followers behind her. This 500,000 yuan is for all the students in the dance department who have worked hard for the performance, but these few of them are not eligible to use it. What do you mean? Zhao Mimi suddenly came to her senses and screamed. Lin Yu didn't bother to look at her, and just said to Director Lu they should either buy their own costumes and props, or wear their own clothes on stage. As for the things I bought with my sponsorship money, if they dare to touch them. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold. I will make sure that your entire dance department doesn't get a single cent. Director Lu was so frightened that he shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He immediately turned around and shouted at Zhao Mimi, Zhao Mimi. Did you hear what Mr. Lin said? Director Lu. You. Zhao Mimi was so angry that she was shaking all over. Why did he do this? The sponsorship is for the whole department. I'm also a member of the department. Just because I paid for it. Lin Yu finally gave her a straight look, with a hint of pity in his eyes. My money, I can give it to whoever I want to use it for. If you don't want to give it to me, I think it's dirty even if I just look at it, let alone touch it. You. Zhao Mimi felt a tightness in her chest due to these words, and she almost couldn't breathe, and her vision went dark. The followers behind her were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They lowered their heads and didn't even dare to breathe. The looks from the other students around them changed from envy and jealousy to undisguised ridicule and gloating. Serves you right. You were so arrogant just now. Exactly. You were mocking Yu Bing. Now you're dumbfounded, right? TSK tisk, that's great. Everyone will have beautiful new clothes to wear, and only these few will go on stage in tattered clothes. It's exciting just thinking about it. That guy is so handsome. Not only is he rich, but he's also so domineering and protective of his wife. Ah, I wish I had a boyfriend like him. The sound of discussion was like steel needles, piercing Zhao Mimi's ears. She felt like a stripped clown, standing in the center of the stage, being pointed at by everyone. Let's go. Zhao Mimi couldn't stay there any longer. She glared at Lin Yu and Xia Yubing with resentment, and almost squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. This isn't over yet. Mr. Lin, please don't bother with this kind of student. Director Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried over to smooth things over. Director, shall we go shopping now? A girl next to him asked excitedly. Right. Procurement. Director Lu slapped his thigh. Time is running out. Yubing, you and a few classmates will be responsible for calculating the sizes and props needed. I will contact the best clothing stores immediately and ask them to expedite the process. With the money, Director Lu's work efficiency has reached an unprecedented high. The entire dance department was plunged into a sea of jubilation. Only Xia Yubing was still standing there quietly. She looked at Lin Yu, who was surrounded by the crowd, her eyes became hot and tears welled up again. But this time, they were not tears of grievance, but tears of emotion. Let's go, why are you still standing there? Lin Yu's voice sounded in her ears. Xia Yubing raised her head and met his deep eyes. Thank you. Do you still need to thank me? Lin Yu smiled and reached out to rub her head as usual, but found that she was wearing makeup today, so he turned his hand in mid-air and gently patted her shoulder. Go get ready and have a good dance tonight. Xia Yubing nodded heavily, turned around, and ran towards his classmates. At the same time, in the corner of the teaching building, Zhao Mimi took out her cell phone and dialed a number with trembling fingers. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? As soon as the phone was connected, her voice immediately became tearful. It's me. I was bullied. It's the man who beat you up last time. He humiliated me in front of everyone. She cried and recounted what had just happened, exaggerating it. After hearing this, Wang Xiao on the other end of the phone became furious. Fuck, it's only 500,000 yuan. Tell him to wait. I'll have my mom bring people over tonight. I want to see who else in Qingting City has more money than our Wang family. Chapter 23 Chapter 23S plus favorability 95. Arrogant young Master Wang is here. Night. The auditorium of Qingting Art Academy was packed. The stage, which originally looked a bit shabby due to funding issues, now looks brand new. The atmosphere in the backstage dressing room was even more lively. The girls chattered and put on their new performance costumes, their faces filled with excited smiles. Oh my god, this material is so comfortable. It's 100 times better than what we could buy ourselves. Look at the embroidery on it, it's all handmade. This piece must cost thousands, right? Director Lu said these were expedited shipments from the city's most upscale custom dress shop. Mr. Lin is so rich and so handsome. Yubing, your boyfriend is so awesome. Everyone's eyes were cast enviously at Xia Yubing, who was doing the final tidying in front of the mirror. She was wearing a white swan dance dress, the hem of which was dotted with tiny diamonds, sparkling under the light. The originally pure face was lightly made up, making her features look even more picturesque, like a white swan princess about to go on stage. Hearing her classmates' jokes, Xia Yubing's cheeks flushed charmingly. He's not my boyfriend yet. She defended herself in a low voice, but there was a hint of sweetness in her voice. Not yet? Li Xiaoya, her best friend, came over, winking and grinning. I think it's almost time. Just for today's heroic rescue and lavish spending, what girl could resist? If I were you, I'd go straight to A after the show tonight. Xia Yubing was so embarrassed that she hit her lightly, but her eyes unconsciously drifted in a certain direction of the audience. Lin Yu sat in the VIP seat in the middle of the first row. Director Liu had insisted on arranging that position for him, for fear of neglecting this god of wealth. At this moment, he was leaning back in his chairboard, supporting his chin with one hand, looking like he was about to fall asleep. These girls are chattering away, when will it start? If I had known it would take so long, I would have just stayed home and let Su Qinghan give me a massage and dance. Lin Yu was complaining madly in his heart, but on the surface he still maintained his cool and indifferent personality. His lazy and dignified appearance became a fatal attraction in the eyes of the girls around him. Look, who's that handsome guy in the first row? He's so charming. I don't know. It seems like he's a VIP invited by the dance department. Look, Director Liu is always by his side. He looks so cool, like he's not interested in anything. I love this kind of abstinent handsome guy the most. Lin Yu could hear the whispers around him clearly, but he was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and activated the eye of skill appraisal that he had just upgraded. The world in my field of vision suddenly became filled with faint threads of light that were invisible to the naked eye. He looked at Director Liu beside him. There were several gray lines wrapped around his body, extending into the distance, which should represent his interpersonal relationships. He looked at the other people in the audience, most of them were gray or white lines. Is this the thread of fate? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Lin Yu was about to deactivate his skill when his eyes inadvertently swept across the side of the stage. There, he saw Xia Yubing preparing to go on stage. The next second, his pupils shrank slightly. He saw a unique thread on Xia Yubing's body. It was a dazzling golden thread, one end of which was connected to her, and the other end was actually connected to herself. What the hell? What's going on? There's a golden thread between her and me? Is this how an S+ rank target is treated? Lin Yu studied it with great interest. At this moment, the stage light suddenly dimmed, the spotlights came on, and the host announced the next program. Now, please enjoy the solo dance Swan Lake performed by our department's head dancer, Xia Yubing. The music starts. A white figure, like an elf in the moonlight, slid lightly into the center of the stage. The whole audience fell silent instantly. Everyone's attention was attracted by Xia Yubing on the stage. Every movement, every spin, every jump of hers was precise and graceful, full of unparalleled beauty. Lin Yu watched quietly. Although he didn't understand ballet, he could clearly feel that this dance was performed for him. The girl's eyes always followed his direction. Those clear eyes were filled with bright stars, as if expressing endless gratitude and love. Ding! S+ level target Xia Yubing detected, performing a soul-devoting performance for you. Their dance perfection increases by 300%, and emotional engagement increases by 500%. The bond between the host and the target is rapidly deepening. Congratulations to the host. Reward, skill appraisal I, proficiency greatly improved. Unlock new function, emotional insight. A cool breeze rushed into my eyes again. The world in Lin Yu's eyes became clearer. He looked at Xia Yubing on the stage again. Above her head, in addition to the golden thread of fate, a bright red heart-shaped icon appeared with a line of small words next to it. Favorability, 95 devoted. Current emotions, excitement 90%, admiration 85%, gratitude 98%. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth rose slightly unconsciously. This girl is quite capable. This dance is indeed something. The music reached its climax, and Xia Yubing performed a perfect and difficult spin on the spot, then slowly fell down, completing the last dance pose. The stage lights come on. After several seconds of silence, thunderous applause broke out. It's so beautiful. This is absolutely the best swan lake I have ever seen. Goddess. Goddess. Xia Yubing panted, slowly stood up, and bowed deeply to the audience amid thunderous applause. However, the moment she saw Lin Yu smile approvingly at her. Bang! The heavy double doors of the auditorium were violently kicked open from the outside. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change and looked back. At the door, Wang Xiao was standing there with a ferocious look on his face. One of his arms was bandaged across his chest, making him look disheveled and crazy. Xia Yubing! You bitch! Get out here, he roared hysterically. Behind him, a woman wearing a custom Chanel suit, with exquisite makeup, graceful temperament but cold eyes, was slowly walking in. She looked around the room with an innate arrogance and contempt in her eyes. When she saw Director Lu accompanying Lin Yu, a sneer appeared on her lips. Director Lu, your dance department is really becoming more and more talented. You dare to touch even my son, Wang Suiyu? The moment Director Lu saw the woman, his face turned pale, his legs went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Wang Suiyu, chairman of Qingtung Group and the school's largest shareholder director. Why is this evil star here? Wang Suiyu ignored Director Lu, who was trembling with fear. Her cold gaze passed over everyone and finally landed precisely on the young man in the first row who had been sitting still from beginning to end. Wang Xiao also followed his mother's gaze. When he saw Lin Yu's handsome face that made him jealous and crazy, the flames of hatred instantly devoured his reason. He raised his uninjured hand, pointed at Lin Yu with all his strength, and screamed to his mother beside him. Mom! It's him! It's this bastard! He broke my hand and stole the woman I liked. You must kill him for me today. Chapter 24 Sorry, President Su is my wife. Lin Yu raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at Wang Xiao who looked like a madman, and then moved his gaze to Wang Suiyu's face. Skill appraisal I, activated. Target, Wang Suiyu. Health status, good long-term use of high-end skincare products, with slight drug dependence. Inner state, anger 75%, pride 90%, murderous intent 20%. Item worn, Patek Philippe limited edition women's watch pre-owned, 90% new, estimated market value, 12 million. Lin Yu felt nothing in his heart, and even felt like laughing. After all this trouble, I'm wearing a second-hand watch. How can I be so confident as to show off here? Still 20% murderous intent? What kind of murderous intent could a middle-aged woman have? At most, she'd want someone to break my legs. How boring. Wang Suiyu keenly caught Lin Yu's ignoring look. This made the anger in her heart burn even more fiercely. She had met countless dignitaries in her life, but she had never seen a young man who could be so calm, even contemptuous, when facing her aura. You are Lin Yu? Wang Suiyu spoke slowly and walked towards him step by step. The students in the auditorium didn't dare to breathe. Very courageous. Wang Suiyu walked up to Lin Yu and looked down at him. I beat my son, and you still dare to sit here and watch the show? Do you know that in Xingting City, the last person who dared to do this has grass 3 feet high on his grave now? There was no disguising the threat in her words. The students around were so frightened that their faces turned even paler, and a few timid girls even subconsciously took a step back. Xia Yubing's heart was in her throat. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She wanted to rush forward, but was held back by the stage director. Don't be impulsive. That's Director Wang. Lin Yu slowly sat up straight, raised his head, and looked at Wang Suiyu calmly. Are you done? If you are, then get out of the way. You're blocking my view of the show. The whole audience was stunned. Everyone looked at Lin Yu as if he were a fool. Crazy. This man is absolutely crazy. Does he know who he is talking to? Director Lu almost fainted. Now he just wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it, pretending that he didn't know Lin Yu at all. Ha! Wang Suiyu was so angry that she laughed. It seems that you are the big sponsor who donated 500,000 today? 500,000 is indeed a lot. Wang Suiyu smiled contemptuously and turned to face the students. For you students, this may be an astronomical amount of money. But for my son, it's just the price of opening a bottle of wine at the bar one night. She paused and her gaze fell back on Lin Yu. Young man, I don't know where you get your confidence from. Is it because you have a good-looking face, or because you got these 500,000 by cheating and deceiving others? Do you think that with this little money, you can do whatever you want? You think you can challenge my Wang family? I'm telling you, in the face of absolute power, your little money won't even make a sound. Zhao Mimi and several of her followers were hiding behind the crowd. When they saw the scene, they smiled with glee. See? This is the difference. Zhao Mimi whispered to the people around her, no matter how good that Lin guy is at pretending, isn't he still like a dog in front of Director Wang? Xia Yubing looked at Lin Yu worriedly, feeling powerless. However, Lin Yu just scratched his ears with a hint of impatience on his face. Noisy. He stood up, and with his height of 1.87 meters, he instantly overwhelmed Wang Suiyu, who was wearing high heels, in terms of momentum. I'm not interested in playing house between minor characters like you. Lin Yu looked down at her with indifferent eyes. But you've succeeded in annoying me a bit. Wang Suiyu's pupils suddenly shrank. Small role? Play house? She has been in charge of Qingting Group for more than 10 years and is a person who has the final say in the entire Qingting city. Today, she was humiliated by a young man in his early 20s? You're looking for death. Wang Suiyu was completely enraged and was about to call on the bodyguards behind her to take action. Lin Yu suddenly spoke and asked an irrelevant question. Qingting Group, are you currently doing real estate and hotels? Wang Suiyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously. So what? I heard, Lin Yu said slowly, that you've been trying really hard to connect with the Su Group and seek a cooperative project on a city complex? Wang Suiyu's expression changed instantly. This matter is the group's top secret and only core members at the board level know about it. This kid, how did he know? Su Qinghan has been reporting to him every day during this period, how could he not understand? In his mind, among the information Su Qinghan gave him, there was a list of all the recent partners of the Su Group that were awaiting approval. The name of Qingting Group was prominently listed, but its rating was the lowest level D, and the note was a recommendation for rejection. You, how do you know? Wang Suiyu's voice trembled slightly. Hey, you're panicking already? Lin Yu smiled secretly in his heart. He smiled, a hint of amusement in his smile. With a piece of shit like you, you're not worthy of cooperating with the Su Group. You. Wang Suiyu was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, her fur instantly exploded. Who the hell do you think you are? Let me tell you. The threshold to enter the Su Group is so high that a frog in a well like you will never be able to imagine it in your lifetime. I put so much effort into this project and used so many connections to barely get the qualification to submit a proposal. Su Group. That's China's true business empire. Even Wang Suiyu and I would look up to it. She became more and more excited as she spoke, and at the same time she was belittling Lin Yu's ignorance. You are a poor boy who dares to show off here with only 500,000 yuan. You are not even worthy of carrying shoes for the president of Su Group. I advise you to read less novels in the future. Don't think that just any random person can be associated with the Su Group. Believe it or not, I will make you disappear completely from Qingting City. Her passionate shouting made the surrounding students' hearts surge, and they looked at her with eyes full of awe again. Yes, that's the Su Group. The legendary multi-billion-dollar chaebol. This Lin Yu, who beat up Wang Xiao and took out some money to show off, now even dares to touch the Su Group? I really don't know how to write the word death. Director Liu was so frightened that he just wanted to pray to God and hope that no one from the Su Group would know about it. Xia Yubing also looked at Lin Yu worriedly. She didn't know why Lin Yu suddenly mentioned the Su Group, but in her opinion, this was undoubtedly courting trouble. Facing Wang Suiyu's almost insane roar, Lin Yu's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. After she finished yelling, he slowly took out his cell phone. Yeah? Lin Yu pressed the dial button in front of everyone. In Wang Suiyu's eyes, those two words wife became the funniest joke in the world. She crossed her arms, the sarcastic curve at the corner of her mouth widened, and she was ready to appreciate the poor boy's clumsy performance. Chapter 25 A phone call, my wife will be here in 15 minutes. Beep beep. The connection tone of the phone was particularly clear in the quiet auditorium. Every sound was like a heavy hammer hitting Director Liu's heart. It's over, all over. He could already imagine that the Su Group's legal department would rush into his office early tomorrow morning and the school board would immediately fire him. The call was connected. A female voice so gentle that it could squeeze water out of her voice came through the receiver. Although the voice was not loud, everyone present could hear it clearly. Husband? Why are you calling me? Are you done with your work? There was a hint of excitement and anticipation in Su Qinghan's voice. She was processing documents in the office, thinking about Lin Yu's date tonight, and felt a little jealous. The moment she received the call, all her emotions turned into surprise. Husband? All the students, including Director Liu, were stunned. Could it be that this Lin Yu was married? Wang Suiyu was also stunned for a moment, but then she sneered. Play. Keep acting. What kind of scenes has she not seen? Finding a woman to cooperate with the acting, such a low-level method, is he trying to fool Wang Suiyu? Honey, did you miss me? I just finished a meeting. If you're tired, I'll ask Uncle Wang to pick you up and we can go home. Su Qinghan's voice continued to come, with a hint of coquettishness. Now, Wang Suiyu was more convinced of her judgment. Su Qinghan, the president of Su Group and the legendary ice queen in the business world, would she speak to a man in this tone? It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. She looked at Lin Yu with contempt, as if she was looking at a clown. Sure, kid. You have quite a bit of acting. Where did you find that random actor? His voice is pretty sweet. Wang Suiyu's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone around to hear. Zhao Mimi immediately covered her mouth and laughed. That's right, are escort girls working so hard nowadays? They even play the role of CEO. The smile on Lin Yu's face disappeared. He doesn't care what others say about him. But, you can't scold Su Qinghan. Ding. Detected that the host's key figure, Su Qinghan, was verbally humiliated. Temporary Guardian mission has been triggered. Mission name, Wife's Dignity. Mission content, make those who speak rudely pay 100-fold for every word she says. Quest reward, Divine Level Fighting Technique Intermediate. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold. He glanced at Wang Suiyu, and the look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a dead person. He pressed the hands-free button. Honey, I got into some trouble outside. Lin Yu's tone was a little cold. What's wrong, husband? Who dares to cause trouble for you? Su Qinghan's voice changed instantly. The gentleness disappeared, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness and majesty. Here is Wang Suiyu, the chairman of Qingtem Group, Lin Yu said slowly. She admires you very much and insists on talking to you. He handed the phone towards Wang Suiyu. Come on, Mr. Wang, it's President Su's call. Don't you want to talk to her? Wang Suiyu looked at the phone with even more mockery on her face. She wondered what this boy was going to do, but it turned out he wanted to embarrass her in front of her. Okay. Today, she will make this ignorant boy and the pheasant on the other end of the phone die together without a burial place. Wang Suiyu snatched the phone away and, without even checking the caller ID, fired directly into the microphone. Hello? I don't care if you're Zhang Qinghan or Li Qinghan. Listen up. Her voice was sharp and mean, full of a condescending attitude. I've seen plenty of people like you who just want to get ahead with just a pretty face and a few sweet words. Do you think someone like you can impersonate the title of President Su? Also, don't think you can become a phoenix just by hooking up with this pretty boy. I'm telling you, he's just a poor bastard who rents cars to pick up girls. In my eyes, the two of you are worse than dogs. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. Wang Suiyu thought that the other party was confused and scared by her scolding. She raised her chin proudly and threw the phone back to Lin Yu, with a smile on her face full of victory. Why aren't you talking? Is your little lover scared by me? Boy, you're still too young to fight me. Everyone was stunned by Wang Suiyu's vulgar and vicious insults. This is not a chairman at all, she is clearly a shrew. Xia Yubing was so angry that she was shaking all over. She didn't expect Wang Suiyu to be so shameless. Su Qinghan's voice, so cold that it contained no emotion at all, came from the other end of the phone. Your name is Wang Suiyu? Wang Suiyu roared fiercely but cowardly, yeah. You little bitch, you dare to ask my name? I'm telling you, neither of you will have an easy time today. You are at Qingting Art Academy. Stay there and don't move. After Su Qinghan finished speaking, the phone was hung up with a click. She looked at Lin Yu, who had a calm face, and grinned. What? Your little lover wants to come and settle the score with me? I'm so scared. She patted her chest exaggeratedly, causing Zhao Mini and others to burst into laughter. I'll wait here today. Wang Suiyu waved her hand and ordered the bodyguards behind her, guard the door for me. I want to see who she can call. Lin Yu put away his phone, sat back in his chair, and spoke lightly. It takes about 40 minutes to drive from the top floor of the Su Group building to here. If we use military routes and take a helicopter. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Wang Suiyu, with a playful smile on his lips. Probably, 15 minutes will be enough. Wang Suiyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. 15 minutes? When Wang Suiyu heard this word, she was stunned at first, and then she burst into exaggerated laughter as if she had heard the funniest joke of the century. Ha 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 ha. Take a helicopter? And a military route? She laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. She pointed at Lin Yu and said to everyone around, "Did you hear that? This poor boy said his lover is coming by helicopter. Does he think this is a movie?" Zhao Mimi and her followers also laughed unscrupulously. Oh my god, is he crazy? He's using military routes. Who does he think he is? I'm dying of laughter. To be able to act so pretentious, you must be a genius. The other students in the auditorium also looked at Lin Yu with strange eyes. The shock of the transfer of 500,000 yuan just now has been diluted by these outrageous remarks. There should be a limit to bragging, right? Director Lu clutched his chest, feeling as if he were about to suffocate. He just wanted this matter to end quickly and not cause any more trouble. Only Xia Yubing was there. She stared at Lin Yu in a daze. Chapter 26 The Queen protects her husband. One word makes you bankrupt. Wang Suiyu's smile gradually disappeared. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with this boy. She was just about to order her bodyguards to beat up this ghost guy first. Just then. Buzz buzz buzz. A low and oppressive roar came from outside, getting closer and closer. The sound is getting louder and louder. All the glass windows in the auditorium began to emit a buzzing resonance sound. What's that sound? It seems like the sound of a propeller? The students became agitated and looked out the window curiously. The expression on Wang Suiyu's face froze. This sound. She turned her head abruptly and stared at the door of the auditorium. An absurd thought that made her scalp tingle emerged uncontrollably from the bottom of her heart. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The roar circled over the auditorium, and the huge airflow blew the leaves and dust on the ground into flying wildly. Immediately following. Squeak ga. A series of screeching brake sounds rang out at the door of the auditorium. Not a car. It's a whole fleet. Bang. 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 The sound of doors closing in unison was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Next second. The two heavy wooden doors of the auditorium that were guarded by Wang Suiyu's bodyguards were kicked open from the outside with a loud bang. The two bodyguards guarding the door fell to the ground, groaning in pain. A dozen women dressed in black suits, sunglasses, and communication headsets, with burly figures and exuding an aura of iron and blood, rushed in like a tide. They moved swiftly and with clear division of labor, and in less than 3 seconds, they controlled all the entrances and exits and instantly subdued the bodyguards brought by Wang Suiyu. The whole process was smooth and efficient. This is no ordinary bodyguard. This is a special security personnel. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change and looked at these uninvited guests in horror. Under everyone's horrified gaze, a tall, cold figure slowly walked in from outside the door. She wore a well-tailored black Armani haute couture suit and Jimmy Choo stiletto heels. Her long, shiny black hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate, flawless face. Her face was covered with a layer of ice that had not melted for thousands of years, and her phoenix eyes contained anger and murderous intent that was enough to freeze everything. Director Lu collapsed to the ground with a thud, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Zhao Mimi widened her eyes in disbelief and rubbed them hard, thinking she was hallucinating. The moment Wang Suiyu saw the person's face clearly, her brain went blank. That face. That face that has appeared countless times on the covers of top financial magazines like Forbes and Fortune. That face she dreamed of seeing in person. Su Qinghan? It's really Su Qinghan. Wang Suiyu forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart and staggered forward to meet him. Su. President Su. Why are you so honored to be here? Oh, why didn't you let us know in advance so that our school could prepare for your reception? As she spoke, she reached out her hand to shake hands with Su Qinghan. However, Su Qinghan didn't even spare a second to glance at her. She walked straight past Wang Suiyu. Wang Suiyu's outstretched hand froze awkwardly in mid-air. The smile on her face completely froze. What is going on? Being ignored? Wang Suiyu, the chairman of Qingtang Group, a person who could cause a stir in Qingtang City with just a stomp of her feet, was actually ignored so completely by Su Qinghan? Director Lu collapsed on the ground, not even having the strength to get up. He now only hated himself for not fainting the moment Su Qinghan entered the room. Zhao Mimi and several of her followers hid at the back of the crowd, their faces as pale as paper and their bodies shaking like sieves. Xia Yubing stood on the stage. She looked at the woman who walked towards Lin Yu like a queen, and her heart inexplicably tightened. Is this his wife? So powerful, so full of aura. Su Qinghan walked in front of Lin Yu and stopped. Honey, I'm late. You haven't been wronged, have you? Boom. Husband? Su Qinghan calls him husband? Wang Suiyu felt a black screen before her eyes, the world was spinning, her body was shaking, and she almost fell to the ground. What did she hear? Hallucination. This must be an illusion. Su. Mr. Su. Wang Suiyu's voice was as hoarse as a broken gong. She continued to speak without giving up. Did you recognize the wrong person? He is a liar. He pretended to be your husband and is defrauding people here. Shut up. What did you just say? Su Qinghan said with a hint of coldness. You said my husband is a liar? You also said that you want my husband and your son to kneel down and apologize? Wang Suiyu felt a chill all over her body when she was looked at by this gaze, and her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Boss Su, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was really your. Misunderstand? Su Qinghan's lips curled up in a cold arc. I was on the phone just now and heard it clearly. You're saying I'm a slutty actor? You said my husband is a pauper? You still say that in your eyes, the two of us are not even as good as dogs? With every word Su Qinghan spoke, Wang Suiyu's face turned paler. Boss Su. I was wrong. I was really wrong. With a plop sound. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Wang Suiyu, the chairman of Qingtang Group, suddenly felt her legs go weak and she actually knelt straight down in the direction of Su Qinghan and Lin Yu. I'm blind and can't recognize a great man. I can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Please, Mr. Su, please be magnanimous and treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. She was crying and sobbing, without any trace of her previous arrogance and domineering attitude. She looked like a stray dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Su Qinghan looked at Wang Suiyu, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing like crazy, without any emotion in his eyes. She slowly took out a mobile phone inlaid with pink diamonds from her Hermes handbag and made a call. She didn't even press speakerphone. But her cold voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Hello, Secretary Li. Notify everyone to immediately terminate all cooperation projects currently under negotiation between the Su Group and Qingtang Group. Immediately. Also, we will mobilize all of our business channels. Starting today, we will completely ban all industries that begin with the word Qing. I don't want to see any company related to Qingtang in the Chinese market tomorrow morning. Do you understand? A capable female voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes. President Su. Hang up the phone. Wang Suiyu's crying stopped abruptly. She froze completely, raised her head in disbelief, and looked at Su Qinghan with empty eyes. No, don't. She muttered to herself in a daze. Boss Su, you can't do this. We have thousands of employees in our group. Please, give me another chance. A complete ban on the Su Group? What does that mean? That is equivalent to being sentenced to death by the entire Chinese business community. Forget about cooperation. Starting tomorrow, no bank will dare to lend them money, and no supplier will dare to supply them with goods. Qingtang Group is finished. It's completely over. Chapter 27. The school beauty decided to work part-time to repay her gratitude. Su Qinghan didn't even bother to look at her again. She turned her head and looked at Lin Yu again, with that gentle smile on her face again. Hubby, let's go home? This kind of person dirty your eyes. Just as the two were about to leave, Wang Xiao, who was standing next to them, rushed over, his voice filled with tears. Mr. Lin. No. Mr. Lin. President Su. It's my fault for not recognizing the great man. It's my fault for being blind. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Please, let our family go. We won't do it again. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice in the face without any hesitation. Snap. Snap. The sound is clear and loud. Lin Yu was amused by his actions. He waved his hands and said impatiently, all right, stop acting here. It's annoying to watch. Get out of here. Please. As soon as he finished speaking, he was dragged out by the bodyguards behind Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan ignored these minor characters. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't seem to want to leave, she followed his gaze and looked at the graceful girl in the white swan dance dress on the stage. There were still traces of tears on the girl's face, but her clear eyes were shining with an unprecedented brilliance. Su Qinghan's eyes flickered slightly. As a woman, she could clearly feel what was contained in the look in the girl's eyes when she looked at her husband. It was pure and undisguised love and admiration. Ding! Detected, first meeting between wife Su Qinghan and S+ level capture target Xia Yubing. The harem radar has automatically started scanning. Su Qinghan, initial impression of Xia Yubing 10 potential rival, favorability adjustment in progress. Xia Yubing, initial impression of Su Qinghan plus 50, favorability adjustment in progress. Lin Yu looked at the data that popped up on the system panel and the corners of his mouth twitched. Wow, this radar has this function? Can it give scores directly on the spot? Qinghan's initial impression of 10 seems to be jealous. Su Qinghan did feel a little uncomfortable. But she quickly adjusted her mindset. She is not only Lin Yu's wife, but also his strategic ally in his future ambitions. It is clearly written in the white paper on the living habits and preferences of National Treasure Men that an outstanding National Treasure Man will never have only one partner. As the legal wife, you must be tolerant and have a broad perspective. Instead of passively waiting for your husband to meet another girl, it is better to take the initiative and take everything into your own hands. Thinking of this, Su Qinghan showed a gentle and generous smile on her face, and she took the initiative to say softly to Lin Yu, "Honey, this girl dances so well, like a fairy." Xia Yubing's face turned red in an instant. She nervously clutched the hem of her skirt, feeling a little helpless. Hello, thank you. I didn't expect women as friendship to be so good." Lin Yu looked at the two of them with interest and smiled in his heart. He stood up and stretched, his joints making a crackling sound. Let's go home. He took a step and walked towards the door of the auditorium. Su Qinghan immediately stood up and followed him closely like a caring little wife. Qingting Art Academy, Girls' Dormitory. Li Xiaoya hung on Xia Yubing like a koala, her face flushed with excitement. Ah! Yu Bing! You looked so handsome today. You didn't see Zhao Mimi's face at the end. It was as green as a frog. And that young Master Wang, I heard his mother was so angry that she broke his legs and sent him abroad overnight. I guess he'll never come back. Xia Yubing sat on the chair, letting her best friend rock her, with a faint blush still on her face. In her mind, all she could see was Lin Yu standing in front of her. The shock was so great that her heart was still pounding. Okay, calm down quickly. You're going to make me dizzy. Xia Yubing pushed Li Xiaoya away, feeling both amused and helpless. No. I'm too excited. Li Xiaoya paced back and forth in the dormitory with her hands on her hips, like a general who had won a battle. Sister, you've really caught a dragon this time. You must hold on to him tightly, and you won't have to worry about anything in your life. After hearing this, the smile on Xia Yubing's face slowly faded. She looked down at her jeans, which had become slightly pale from being washed, and the pair of canvas shoes on her feet that she had worn for a long time, and an indescribable complex emotion surged in her heart. Yes. He is so powerful, yet so unattainable. And what about yourself? It seems that I have nothing except dancing. If it weren't for him today, I wouldn't even have the chance to perform and could only hide in the corner and cry. There was an insurmountable chasm between her and him. Xiao Ya. Xia Yubing spoke softly, a hint of confusion in her voice. Tell me, am I useless? Li Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, then understood what she was thinking. Silly girl, why would you think that? She sat down next to Xia Yubing and held her hand. In love, there's no such thing as usefulness or useless. Isn't it enough that he likes you? But Xia Yubing bit her lip. I can't give him anything. There must be someone more outstanding around him, like Su Qinghan. When mentioning Su Qinghan's name, Xia Yubing's voice became even lower. That was a woman she had only seen on the cover of financial magazines, a true child of destiny. What can I compare myself with others? Li Xiaoya felt both distressed and amused when she saw her best friend's self-deprecating look. My Xia University campus beauty, can you have a little more confidence in yourself? Su Qinghan is rich, and you are pretty. Su Qinghan is the queen of the business world, and you are the ballet princess. You are in different fields, how can you compare? Li Xiaoya held her shoulders with a serious look on her face. And let me tell you, men are creatures, especially men like Lin Yu who have everything they need. If you give him money, he might not even blink an eye. But it would be different if you could give him something money can't buy. Xia Yubing's eyes lit up, something that money can't buy? Yes. Li Xiaoya snapped her fingers. For example, a unique gift. She coaxed him patiently, think about it. The gift Su Qinghan gave him must have been a limited edition, easily worth millions or even tens of millions. You can't afford it, right? Xia Yubing nodded desperately. Let alone millions, she couldn't even afford a gift worth a few hundred yuan. But Li Xiaoya changed the subject. If the gift you gave was made by yourself, would it have the same meaning? Xia Yubing's heart trembled suddenly. You can get a part-time job. With the money you earn, you can make a gift with all your heart. Yes. She can work part-time. She could no longer accept Lin Yu's help with peace of mind. She also wanted to do something for him, even if it was just a small thing. Xiao Ya. You are really my military advisor. Xia Yubing hugged Li Xiaoya excitedly, and the gloom on his face disappeared. Of course. Li Xiaoya raised her chin proudly. I'm your chief strategic advisor on your love life. Then, what part-time job should we take? Xia Yubing was in trouble again. Li Xiaoya stroked her chin and began to analyze, working as a waitress in a restaurant? No, you're so beautiful, there will definitely be a lot of people harassing you. If Mr. Lin finds out, he'll probably blow up that restaurant. Xia Yubing's face turned red. The two were worrying when Li Xiaoya's cell phone suddenly rang. She looked down and her eyes lit up instantly. Got it. She turned the phone screen towards Xia Yubing. It was an advertisement for a newly opened cat cafe recruiting part-time staff. Look at this. A cat cafe. The environment is great, the work is easy, you just play with the cats and entertain customers, and the hourly wage is pretty high. The more Li Xiaoya talked, the more reliable she felt. The most important thing is that the customers who come to places like this are generally of high quality, and there won't be any messy people. Xia Yubing was also moved when she saw the cute cat photos in the advertisement. Okay. This is it. Chapter 28 Rewarding Your Woman's Happiness. At the same time, Hentang Palace Villa. Lin Yu was slumped on the sofa, enjoying the apple that Su Qinghan had peeled for him. The apples are cut into rabbit-shaped slices, which are as delicate as works of art. Honey, open your mouth. Su Qinghan pinched a piece of apple and handed it to his mouth. Lin Yu opened his mouth lazily. The sweet juice explodes in your mouth instantly. When Su Qinghan saw him eat it, a satisfied smile appeared in his cold eyes. Honey, I'm sorry about what happened today. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and almost choked on the apple. Holy crap? You're apologizing for this too? Does this have anything to do with you? Isn't this wife's train of thought a little too bizarre? What are you apologizing for? Lin Yu couldn't help but asked. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. I didn't help you deal with these trivial matters in advance, and let you deal with those trivial troubles yourself. Su Qinghan raised his head, his expression was extremely serious, and even with a hint of guilt. For clowns like the Wang family, I should have helped you investigate their backgrounds in advance, and then used the fastest commercial means to make them disappear from this world, or at least disappear from your sight. Her tone was calm. Good fellow. You just want people to disappear from the world at the drop of a hat? Is the way of thinking of a billionaire CEO really so plain and boring? Lin Yu was secretly happy, but on the surface he pretended to be indifferent and opened his mouth again. Su Qinghan immediately understood and fed the second piece of rabbit apple. Hubby, next time something like this happens, you must tell me the first time. Su Qinghan's voice became particularly solemn. You are a national treasure. Your time and energy should not be wasted on these ants. Dealing with garbage is my job, and it is also my responsibility and honor as a wife. Lin Yu felt relieved when he saw her serious expression. This world is simply a paradise for him. He doesn't have to do anything, just lie down, and his stunning wife worth hundreds of billions will take the initiative to help him clear all obstacles. Okay, got it. Lin Yu waved lazily, then leaned back on the sofa and changed to a more comfortable position. You performed quite well today. He made a casual boast. This seemingly casual compliment was no less than the sound of nature to Su Qinghan. Her body tensed up instantly, and the hand holding the fruit knife stopped in mid-air. Then, a huge joy and blush spread from her neck to her ears. Really? Husband? Yeah. Lin Yu closed his eyes and responded lightly. Ding. It has been detected that the host highly recognizes the virtuous wife attribute of Su Qinghan, the legal wife, and the relationship between the couple has entered a new stage. Main quest released, Season of Sowing. Mission objective, help your legal wife, Su Qinghan, successfully conceive, giving birth to the first child for the Lin family. Mission reward, God level Gadushu advanced, passive skill, absolute control, cash reward 500 million. The sudden system prompt sound in his mind almost made Lin Yu jump up from the sofa. He suddenly opened his eyes. What the hell? System, are you serious? Sowing season? This quest name is way too damn straightforward. Lin Yu felt numb all over. The previous tasks, whether it was getting married or experiencing services, were all within the normal range. But this time, the mission was accomplished in one step, aiming to continue the family line. But the moment he saw the mission reward, the shock in his heart was instantly replaced by ecstasy. God-level fighting skills upgraded. He has already experienced the power of this. It is definitely a magical skill for saving life and showing off. 500 million in cash. Although he is not short of money now, who would complain about having too much money? What excited him the most was the new passive skill, Absolute Control. Lin Yu clicked on the skill description with his mind. Passive skill, Absolute Control. Effect, this skill automatically activates when the host owns more than 1% of a company or group's shares. The host will automatically gain absolute decision-making power and veto power over the company or group, regardless of the shareholding ratio and opinions of any other shareholders. Note, power is the ultimate symbol of a man. Lin Yu took a breath of cold air. This is fucking too overbearing, isn't it? This isn't a skill, this is a commercial nuclear weapon. He still holds 20% of the shares of Su Group. In other words, from this moment on, as long as he wanted, he could dismiss Su Qinghan as president at any time and take over himself. The entire Su Group will become his one-man show. This reward is so tempting. Lin Yu glanced at Su Qinghan beside him, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He yawned lazily and sat up straight on the sofa. I'm sleepy, go to sleep. He said this, stood up and prepared to walk towards the master bedroom. Su Qinghan was stunned for a moment, then quickly put down the fruit knife and apple in his hands, and stood up with a hint of anticipation and nervousness on his face. Hubby, I also. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yu had already walked to the door of the master bedroom. He turned his head and said, Oh, I like to sleep alone. It's quiet. There are plenty of rooms, just pick one for yourself. By the way, don't disturb me at night, I'm a light sleeper. After saying that, he slammed the door of the master bedroom shut, and even the sound of the lock clicking could be heard from inside. In the huge living room, Su Qinghan was the only one left. She stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. What do you mean? Sleeping alone? Let yourself find one at random? Su Qinghan's mind went blank, and an unprecedented feeling of grievance and panic instantly swept through her heart. Is he still angry with me? Because of what happened at Qingting College today, he thinks I'm not doing my job well, so he wants to sleep in a separate room from me? This is punishment. This must be punishment. Su Qinghan's eyes suddenly turned red, and crystal tears rolled in his eyes. She wanted to knock on the door, to apologize, to explain. But Lin Yu just told him not to disturb him. What to do? What should I do? Su Qinghan was so anxious that she was running around in circles. Suddenly, she remembered something and immediately went to the cloakroom. Half an hour later. Lin Yu was pretending to close his eyes and rest when he heard a rustling sound coming from outside the door. Then there was a cautious knock on the door. Knock, knock. Hubby, are you asleep? It was Su Qinghan's voice, with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Lin Yu said nothing. Su Qinghan waited outside the door for a while, but got no response and seemed to become even more nervous. She knocked again, more quietly. Hubby. I heated up a cup of milk for you. I said it can help you sleep. Lin Yu then slowly sat up from the bed and spoke lazily. The door is unlocked. In fact, he had already opened the lock. The door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Lin Yu raised his eyelids and looked towards the door. Then, his breathing paused for a moment. Su Qinghan, who was standing at the door, had changed into a pure white silk nightgown. The texture was so thin that it was almost transparent. The design of the nightgown was extremely simple, without any extra decorations. It was only loosely tied around the waist with a thin ribbon, outlining her breathtaking waist and hip curves. She had just showered, her long black hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, and her beautiful face was still moist and flushed, making her look less cold than usual and more surprisingly charming. Lin Yu's Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. Oh shit. Who the hell can stand this? His heart was in turmoil, but his face remained calm and lazy. Put the milk there. His tone was flat. Su Qinghan put down the milk carefully. She took small steps, one step at a time, and moved stiffly to Lin Yu's bed. Hubby. I want to spend some quality time with you tonight. Lin Yu leaned against the head of the bed and pointed lazily at his shoulder. Then give me a shoulder massage. I'm a little tired after running all day. Okay, hubby. She responded almost excitedly, and hurried to the bed and walked around behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu's shoulder muscles are tight, and even through the thin pajamas, one can feel the amazing power hidden underneath, as well as the scorching body temperature. While pressing, Su Qinghan secretly looked at Lin Yu's profile. His eyelashes are so long and his nose is so straight. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't react, Su Qinghan took a bigger action and rubbed Lin Yu's back with his erect bear. The soft touch was instantly transmitted through the thin pajamas. Lin Yu's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Good job. Husband. Are you comfortable? It's so comfortable. He stretched out his hand, put his arm around her soft waist and pulled her gently. Ah! Su Qinghan screamed, lost his balance and fell into his arms. Lin Yu lowered his head, looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, who was as warm and soft as jade, with a playful smile on his lips. Since you've performed so well today, I'll reward you tonight and let you experience what a woman's happiness is. The moment the words fell, Su Qinghan in his arms felt as if the whole world was spinning. Chapter 29. My wife is still asleep and I got stuck when I went out. The next day. Lin Yu opened his eyes and felt refreshed. The effect of super physique was fully demonstrated at this moment. Last night was an extremely tough battle. An ordinary person would probably not be able to get out of bed for 3 days, but he felt as if he had just had a good nap. He was refreshed and energetic enough that he even wanted to go to the gym downstairs to do a set of boxing. He turned his head and looked to his side. Su Qinghan was still sleeping soundly. She lay on her side, her cascading black hair covering half the pillow, a trace of undried crystals still hanging on her long eyelashes, and a touch of satisfaction flushed on her beautiful and cold face. Even in her sleep, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she was having a sweet dream. It seems that he has completely exhausted all his energy. Who would have thought that this ice queen who was so powerful outside and made countless business tycoons tremble in fear would be like that in bed? Ding! The main quest, Season of Sowing, is already in progress. Current progress, 1%. System prompt: the probability of pregnancy of an S-level partner is affected by both their physical and emotional state. Please continue to work hard. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Only 1%? System, are you looking down on me? But you're right, this kind of thing really requires continued effort. He got up quietly and pulled the quilt over Su Qinghan. Lin Yu put on his clothes and walked out of the master bedroom. Good morning, master. In the living room, a high-tech electronic female voice sounded. Lin Yu walked into the restaurant and found a nutritionally balanced breakfast already placed on the table. He ate his breakfast slowly. He was the only one in the huge villa, and it was a little too quiet. But he enjoyed the feeling. Just as he finished the last sip of milk, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and prepared to go to the swimming pool in the back garden to swim and stretch his muscles. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Yu was a little surprised. Who would come at this time? He walked to the entrance and took a look through the video access control system. Standing at the door was a young woman wearing a professional suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and a capable temperament. He had some impression of her, as if she was one of Su Qinghan's personal assistants. Lin Yu casually pressed the door open button. The door opened in response. Assistant Chen was standing at the door. When he saw that it was Lin Yu himself who opened the door, his body tensed instantly and his face showed an expression of extreme nervousness and a hint of reverence. She immediately bowed 90 degrees, her voice trembling. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Good morning. I'm so sorry to bother you. Lin Yu leaned lazily against the doorframe, looking at her. Skill appraisal I, activated. Character, Chen Jing. Occupation, Chief Assistant to the President of Su Group. Emotional state, nervousness 90%, admiration 80%, fear 50%. Inner thoughts, oh my god. It was Mr. Lin who opened the door. What kind of awful luck did I have today? Is Mr. Su still resting? Will I disturb their private time? Will Mr. Lin find me annoying and ask Mr. Su to fire me? What should I do? Lin Yu looked at the series of comments floating across her forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Isn't this imagination too rich? Something, he asked calmly. Yes, Mr. Lin. Chen Jing quickly and carefully took out an exquisitely crafted black envelope from her briefcase, held it in both hands, and handed it over respectfully. This is what President Su told me last night to personally hand over to you this morning. Lin Yu took it and opened it casually. There was no document in the envelope, but a pure black metal card with the 4 artistic words Vientiane Sky engraved in platinum in the center of the card. This is? Mr. Lin, this is the black gold VIP Supreme card of the Vientiane Skyline Shopping Center. Chen Jing hurriedly explained, with even more respect in her tone. This card is bearer-friendly, unreportable, and has no limit. Cardholders can enjoy the highest discounts on any brand at Vientiane Skyline, reserve new arrivals, and request a personal store clearance service. This card will not exceed 5 in the entire Huaxia region. Lin Yu played with the cards in his hand and became interested. He has never gone shopping properly since he came to this world. The money rewarded by the system and the secondary card given by Su Qinghan had so many numbers in it that he was too lazy to count them and never had the chance to spend it. I have nothing to do today and Su Qinghan is sleeping again, so I might as well go out for a walk and enjoy the simple shopping fun. Got it. I'll take it. Lin Yu nodded and made a gesture to close the door. Mr. Lin. Chen Jing shouted again hurriedly. Boss Su has instructed that if you need to go out, the fleet and security will be on standby. May I ask? No, I'm going out for a walk alone. Lin Yu interrupted her directly. He didn't want to go out and make it look like the emperor was on tour. After saying that, he closed the door with a bang. Half an hour later. Vientiane Skyline Shopping Center. As the top luxury goods gathering place in Qingting City and even the entire Jiangnan district, there is never a shortage of beautiful women in fancy clothes here. The moment Lin Yu got out of the Maybach and appeared at the entrance of the shopping mall, time seemed to be slowed down. The women who were originally talking to each other, browsing their phones, and walking hurriedly at the entrance of the mall all stopped moving at the same time. All eyes were focused on Lin Yu. Fuck shit. An urban white-collar worker wearing a Chanel suit dropped the coffee in her hand with a click sound, and the scalding liquid splashed on her stockings, but she was completely unaware. Oh my god, what did I see? Is that a man? Another internet celebrity with a fashionable look also saw her phone slip from her hand. She covered her mouth tightly, fearing that she would scream. Lin Yu was already accustomed to the feeling of being the center of attention. He had a blank expression on his face, and walked straight towards the mall gate with his long legs. The entire square exploded in an instant. He's alive. He's a living man, He's so tall. His legs are so long. And that face, Mom, how can he be so handsome? He came out alone. No bodyguards. No female companions. How can this be possible? Ladies, this is a miracle. Quick. Take a picture. No, what kind of pictures are we taking? Go. The crowd was like dry firewood that had been ignited, boiling in an instant. The women who had originally maintained a last bit of reserve now completely abandoned their so-called elegance and decency. Their eyes lit up, and they rushed towards Lin Yu frantically like monsters who had seen Tang Monk's flesh. Lin Yu frowned. What's going on? This scene is even more exaggerated than at school? Before he could react, a hot girl wearing yoga pants who was closest to him pounced on him, screaming, "Handsome! Mine! Mine!" She opened her arms and tried to give Lin Yu a bear hug. Lin Yu subconsciously turned his body to the side, and his instinctive, god-level fighting skills allowed him to easily avoid the hungry tiger's pounce. The girl missed and fell flat on her face. But her failure did not scare away the army behind her, but instead aroused their stronger fighting spirit. "Get out of the way! Don't block the way! I have my eye on this man. Why should anything you like be yours? The highest bidder wins. Handsome guy, my dad is the chairman of a listed company. Marry me and I'll give you a 100 million yuan betrothal gift." 100 million? You're giving it to a beggar? Handsome! I'll give you 30% of our company's shares. You don't have to do anything, and you'll get tens of millions in dividends every year. Get out of my way. I'm a national level athlete, I'm in great shape. I can give birth. Handsome guy, choose me. I promise to give birth to 2 children for you in 3 years. All kinds of crazy shouts, mixed with the women's heavy breathing, almost shattered the glass of the entire shopping mall. Lin Yu was surrounded by this group of completely crazy women and could not move. There were even a few brave ones who began to reach out and try to touch his face and pull his clothes. Lin Yu's face finally darkened. Are these women really crazy? He now deeply understands the troubles of being a national treasure. This is not just shopping, it's like entering the spider cave. Chapter 30. This overwhelming wealth has finally come to me. God-level fighting techniques are completely useless in this situation. You can't just beat up all these women, right? He now deeply understands the necessity of the men's public space safety law. If this continues, he might lose his innocence today. Not far from the center of this chaos is an open-air cafe on the 2nd floor of the shopping mall. A pair of beautiful women with extremely similar looks, who could be called twins, are using their mobile phones to broadcast live outdoors. Sister Luo Bing, with charming wavy hair and wearing a sexy red suspender skirt, has a hot body and charming eyes, exuding the charm of a mature and royal sister. Her younger sister Luo Shui had pure long straight black hair and wore a white dress. She had a quiet temperament and eyes as clear as a spring. The two are among the most popular anchors with good looks at the moment, the Ice and Snow Sisters, with tens of millions of fans. Hey babies, today we come to Vientiane Skyline to show you this season's new luxury goods. Luo Bing faced the camera and interacted with fans skillfully with a sweet voice. Sister, you're so beautiful. This red dress is amazing. I will always love Sister Luo Shui. Sister, you've been so quiet today, are you shy? It's boring. I see you guys shopping every day. When are you going to pick a fan and give them a gift? The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room scrolled rapidly, and the popularity was very high. Luo Bing was about to introduce a new bag when he suddenly noticed the commotion in the square downstairs and couldn't help but look over curiously. Huh? What's going on downstairs? It's so lively? Just like the ladies fighting over discounted eggs. She made a casual complaint and pointed her phone camera downstairs. The camera zoomed in, accurately capturing the center of the crowd, the man. Just a moment. The rapidly scrolling comments in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped strangely. There was 3 seconds of dead silence. It was as if everyone's breath was taken away at that moment. Afterwards, the barrage of comments exploded with unprecedented madness. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Mom! What did I see? This beauty, is this real? Isn't this AI modeled? These body proportions. This is damn handsome. 3 seconds. I want all the information about this man. Now. Immediately. Ah. Anchor. Forget about that broken bag. Get down there. Grab him for me. King, user Moto Rich Woman gave away 100 super rockets. Message, streamer. Please ask him if he's willing to marry into my family. I'll give him 10 billion. The popularity of the live broadcast room soared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and instantly became the number 1 on the entire platform. Luo Bing, the host, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. She stared blankly at the man on the phone screen, then leaned over to look at the real man's profile downstairs. So handsome. This was the only thought in her mind. As a top-notch anchor with good looks, she has seen too many handsome celebrities, but compared with the man downstairs, those people are nothing but chickens and dogs, the light of fireflies competing with the bright moon. She even forgot that she was still live streaming and forgot to speak. Her younger sister Luo Shui, who was standing next to her, had her face flushed red, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her skirt, her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of her throat. Sister, sister. She stammered, that person. Shut up. Luo Bing suddenly came back to his senses, and an unprecedented brilliance flashed in his eyes. That's the look of a hungry wolf seeing its prey. Chance. This is an opportunity God has given me. She was breathing rapidly, her chest heaving violently. Luo Shui. Hold your phone. Keep broadcasting. Film me from every angle, 360 degrees. Luo Bing stuffed the phone into his sister's arms, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Sister? What are you doing? Luo Shui was startled by her. Luo Bing stood up, lifted her long wavy hair, and her eyes became extremely determined. What? To steal a man, of course. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, this man must be mine. After saying that, she stepped on her 10-centimeter high heels, lifted up her skirt, and rushed towards the crowd downstairs without hesitation. The live broadcast room went completely crazy. Holy crap! Sister Bing is awesome. Queen's behavior. Love it. Hurry, hurry. Sister, follow the camera. This is an epic bride stealing scene. This is much more exciting than shopping. Luo Shui, holding her phone, hurriedly followed her sister, saying to the camera as she ran, My kids, my sister, she seems to be crazy. In the square, Lin Yu was being annoyed by a group of women. Just when he was about to use a little trick from his god-level fighting skills to make the opponent give up. A penetrating female voice, like a sharp sword, split the noisy crowd. Stop it. Everyone turned around when they heard the sound. I saw a stunning beauty in a fiery red dress rushing towards me with full aura. She simply ignored everyone and squeezed to Lin Yu with a clear goal. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, she made an extremely bold move. She stretched out her white arms, held Lin Yu's arms, and pressed her hot and soft body tightly against him. Then, she raised her charming face and smiled like a winner to the group of women around her who were staring at her eagerly, declaring her sovereignty. I'm sorry, sisters. I'm attracted to this man. All the women in the square seemed to have pressed the pause button, staring at her with a dull look on their faces. Lin Yu also looked down at the woman hanging on his arm. Very soft and fragrant. He is also very brave. Skill appraisal activated. He muttered to himself. Character, Luo Bing. Age, 28. Identity, member of the Ice and Snow Sisters live broadcast group, online anchor. Comprehensive score of appearance and figure, 93S level. Emotional state, excited 95%, nervous 80%, determined to win 70%. Lin Yu turned his gaze to another girl not far away, who was holding a mobile phone, her face flushed and at a loss. Character, Luo Shui. Age, 28. Identity, member of the Ice and Snow Sisters live broadcast group. Comprehensive score of appearance and figure, 94S level. Emotional state, nervous 99%, shy 98%, envious 60%. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. It turns out they are twin sisters. Chapter 31 The Battle of Money Power. Whichever one you like, I'll take care of it. Who are you? The first to attack was the wealthy woman in yoga pants. Her face flushed with anger as she pointed at Luo Bing's nose and cursed, a faux internet celebrity who came out of nowhere dares to steal my man? That's right. Who do you think you are? Another jewel-covered woman screamed. Do you know who I am? My father is the chairman of Hungtong Group. Believe it or not, I can make you lose your job online with just one word. Get your dirty hands off this gentleman. Shameless. You can tell you're a prostitute. All kinds of obscene words instantly drowned Luo Bing. Under normal circumstances, being surrounded by so many wealthy ladies and celebrities, Luo Bing would have probably been frightened to the point of losing his legs. But today, she has a ticket to heaven in her arms, and her courage is greater than the sky. Instead of letting go, she hugged Lin Yu's arm even tighter, scanned the entire audience with an extremely provocative look, and sneered. Oh, you're still considering a man's background when you're trying to snatch him? What a joke! You all dress up like gentlemen, surround a man and touch him, and you think you are nobler than me? What's the difference between you and me? It's nothing more than the pot calling the kettle black. You. The rich woman in yoga pants was shaking with anger. What do you mean? Luo Bing raised his chin, his aura undiminished. If you want this handsome guy to like you, then show some real skills. What's the point of just barking like a bunch of mad dogs? These words directly scolded everyone. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense and the smell of gunpowder was extremely strong. All of this was being broadcast live through Luo Shui's mobile phone camera. The barrage in the live broadcast room has gone completely crazy. Holy crap! Sister Bing's fighting prowess is off the charts. She's engaging in a fierce debate with so many people. Well done. These rich ladies are usually so arrogant, but now they're still acting like crazy. Sister, hold the camera steady. Don't shake. This is a huge melon today. I'd like to call it the Battle of the Vientiane Sky. Fight. Fight. Lin Yu was caught in the middle and was very confused. He felt that he was not here to shop, but to be a prize. What's going on? However, this Luo Bing is quite eloquent. He looked at Luo Bing with interest, wanting to see how else she could perform. Being called mad dogs by Luo Bing, the group of women who usually lived a life of luxury were completely enraged. Security. Where are the security? Get this crazy woman out. The daughter of Hungtone Group pointed at Luo Bing and screamed. Yes. Get her out. She's affecting the shopping experience of our high-end customers at Vientiane Skyline. Several mall security guards rushed over after hearing the news. Seeing the scene, they were sweating profusely and did not dare to step forward at all. Are you kidding? Everyone around here is a big shot that they can't afford to offend. And if the man surrounded in the middle offended anyone, the rich women present would tear him apart. Ma'am, please calm down. The security captain could only bite the bullet and try to smooth things over. Calm down. The rich woman in yoga pants pushed the security guard away. She was determined to get some revenge today. She stared at Luo Bing intently, then suddenly sneered, took out the car key from her bag and pressed it. Not far away, the headlights of a pink Porsche 911 flashed. Did you see that? Little internet celebrity. She looked at Luo Bing with extreme contempt. The latest model 911, over 3 million. As long as this handsome guy nods, I'll take him to transfer the ownership right now. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Yu provocatively and threw him a wink. Handsome guy, riding in my car is much more interesting than being pestered by a poor anchor. This move is really ruthless. Luo Bing's face turned pale indeed. There was also wailing in the live broadcast room. It's over, Sister Bing is going to lose. There's nothing we can do. We can't compete financially. Damn capitalists. Lin Yu looked at the pink Porsche, his heart calm. Over 3 million? That's still not as expensive as the car Su Qinghan assigned me to drive. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't react, the daughter of Hungtone Group immediately followed and showed a diamond-studded Richard Miller watch on her wrist. Little sister, have you seen this? Richard Miller, over 8 million, limited edition worldwide. She glanced at Luo Bing with contempt. Handsome boy, as long as you come with me, you can take any of the cars and watches under my name. I am yours too. One after another, the women began to show their talents. Some showed their car keys, some showed their watches, some showed their property certificates. The scene instantly turned into an outrageous show of wealth. Luo Bing was beaten back step by step by the repeated attacks, and the hand holding Lin Yu's arm couldn't help but loosen a little. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She knew that she could no longer hold on. At this moment, a warm and dry big hand suddenly covered the back of her hand. Luo Bing's whole body stiffened and he looked up suddenly. Lin Yu was looking down at her, with a half-smile on his breathtakingly handsome face. He said nothing, just patted her hand gently. A simple action instantly injected emotion into Luo Bing's heart. Is he telling me not to be afraid? Is he saying, he's there? Luo Bing's pretty face, which had turned pale due to being overwhelmed by wealth, instantly regained its color, and even had a touching blush due to excitement. She raised her head and met Lin Yu's deep eyes. My back is straighter. The hand holding Lin Yu's arm also tightened. This scene, seen by the group of women around, was even more painful than being slapped in the face. Especially that rich woman in yoga pants. I thought I would see this little internet celebrity give up. What's the result? Not only did she not retreat, but she also flirted with that incredibly handsome man in public. What is this called? This is like losing both the wife and the army. No. I lost my Porsche but still couldn't touch a man's hand. Slutty vixen. The rich woman in yoga pants was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and her expensive sports bra was about to be torn apart. She rushed forward, pushing aside the two women who were blocking her way. Her face was instantly filled with an extremely flattering smile, and her voice was so coquettish that it could squeeze out water. Handsome guy. Her voice made everyone around her shudder and get goosebumps all over the floor. Lin Yu also raised his eyebrows. Wow, this voice is a level 10 professional in clip notes. Just now you were cursing like a bitch, and now you're straight into character? With that level of facial changes, the Sichuan opera troupe can't even hold a performance without you. The rich woman in yoga pants completely ignored the strange looks around her. Now there was only Lin Yu in her eyes. She stretched out her hand that had just been decorated with diamonds and wanted to pull Lin Yu's other empty hand. Handsome guy, don't be fooled by this little internet celebrity. Female anchors like them are just living off their youth. They look glamorous, but their pockets are actually cleaner than their faces. One day they can cling to you for popularity, and the next day they can call someone their husband for a gift. When Luo Bing heard this, he was so angry that his face turned blue and he was about to explode on the spot. You. What do you mean? The rich woman in yoga pants retorted without turning her head, and then immediately put on that flattering face and faced Lin Yu. Handsome guy, look, she's getting anxious, which means I've touched her sore spot. She continued her attack, her eyes moving around Lin Yu as if she was looking at a rare treasure. Handsome guy, you came to Vientiane Skyline today to go shopping, right? What do you like? Tell me. No, you don't have to tell me. She clapped her hands suddenly and spoke in an exaggerated tone. You point. Any store you like, just point. I'll book it all today and serve you alone. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Chapter 32 Sewing Discord, a big fight between rich women. Holy crap. Are you crazy? Taking over a whole store? This is Vientiane Skyline. Any luxury store here must have a daily turnover of over $1 million, right? This sister is spending a lot of money. Not far away, Luo Shui was holding up her cell phone, and the camera was a little unstable. The barrage in the live broadcast room was even more explosive. What did I hear? Book the whole store? Is this the strength of a rich woman? Love, does this sister still need a daughter? Sister Bing is in danger. The other party has just used a royal bomb. The rich woman in yoga pants was immersed in her bold declaration, waiting for Lin Yu's response. As a result, Lin Yu didn't even look at her. Lin Yu glanced at the group of women surrounding him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since you like involution so much, I will help you. I'm free anyway. He cleared his throat and spoke in a slightly lazy but very attractive voice. I appreciate everyone's love for me, but if you want to spend money on me, there has to be a first come, first served basis, right? Lin Yu's gaze slowly shifted to the daughter of Hungtong Group. Miss, she just said you were a pheasant. What do you think? The daughter of Hungtong was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned pale. Just now, when the rich lady in yoga pants called Luo Bing a fake internet celebrity, she was also joining in the fun. But now that Lin Yu reminded her of this, she suddenly realized. I am also the target of scolding. She turned her head sharply and glared at the rich woman in yoga pants, her voice trembling. Who did you just call a pheasant? The rich woman in yoga pants looked confused. I'm talking about that anchor. What does it have to do with you? Bullshit. Hungtong's daughter pointed at her nose and roared, you just said a bunch of pheasants. A bunch. I'm here too, didn't you scold me too? The rich yoga woman finally reacted. Oh shit. Indeed, her words were a bit extreme in order to belittle Luo Bing. But now that she has been caught, she is still stubborn and refuses to admit her mistake. That's not what I meant. Stop spitting blood at me. Lin Yu looked at the tense situation between the two people, and slowly turned to the lady wearing the Richard Miller watch. And this lady, she said your watch is fake, can you tolerate it? The lady was stunned. Who said my watch is fake? Lin Yu nodded in the direction of the rich yoga woman with his chin. Just now she said that only truly wealthy people can wear good watches. She implied that everyone else's watches were fake. Your watch is worth 8 million, and her car is only 3 million. According to her logic, she has no right to question you, right? The lady was furious. Her most precious thing is this Richard Miller watch. In order to buy this watch, she almost broke off relations with her family. Now people are suggesting that it is a fake? Can this be tolerated? Stinky woman. What do you mean? She rolled up her sleeves and was about to go forward to argue. My watch is fake. Open your eyes and see. I bought it from the genuine store. I have the invoice and the warranty card. How dare you, a guy who drives a broken down Porsche, question me? The rich yoga woman was completely dumbfounded. No, when did I say your watch is fake? I just what? Another woman stood up. Didn't you just say that only rich people are qualified to pursue this handsome guy? Does that mean we are all poor? That's right. Another woman came up and said, you're wrong. We're all VIP customers of Vientiane Skyline. Who's worse than who? That's right. Why do you think we can take over the store just because you say so? Why can't we? The rich yoga woman saw the crowd getting angry and felt so regretful. In order to show off in front of Linyu, she did speak a little too much. But now that she was surrounded by so many people, she also got angry. All right. You're not convinced, right? Then let's have a competition. Who's afraid of who? Hungtone's daughter was the first to accept the challenge. Let's compete. Let's see who is truly rich. Seeing this, the other women watching also started to get ready to try. We were already in competition to begin with, and now that there's a legitimate reason, who can still tolerate it? Luo Bing was stunned watching from the side. She never expected that Lin Yu would provoke a war among these rich women with just a few words. She hugged Lin Yu's arm tightly and asked in a low voice. You did this on purpose? Lin Yu looked down at her, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. What do you think? Luo Bing felt his heartbeat quicken instantly. This man is not only incredibly handsome, but also incredibly intelligent. Not far away, Luo Shui was holding up her cell phone, her hands shaking. The live broadcast room has gone completely crazy. Oh my god. Is this the legendary sowing of discord? That's amazing. Just a few words got these rich women into a fight. Such intelligence. Such tactics. I declare that I have completely fallen for you. Sister, please don't move your camera. I want to record the screen and save it. This is a textbook level operation. The popularity value has skyrocketed and has exceeded 30 million. At this time, the war among the rich women officially began. The rich yoga woman was furious. She pulled out a black and gold card from her bag and held it high up. Did you see that? Citibank Black Gold Card. Limited edition worldwide. Without 50 million in assets, you can't apply for it. Hungtone's daughter sneered and took out a card. UBS Private Bank Supreme Card. Minimum deposit of 100 million. Your crappy card isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. The Richard Miller lady is not to be outdone. Childish. What's the point of looking at the balance? Look at this. She took out a document and unfolded it for everyone to see. Sotheby's VIP membership card. I just spent 20 million on an authentic Van Gogh painting at the spring auction. Tisk, another woman curled her lips. My dad's company is worth 8 billion. The dividends alone are tens of millions a year. Buying paintings is nothing. I'll just invest in movies. For a time, various ways of showing off wealth emerged one after another. Real estate certificate, equity certificate, private jet usage rights, yacht membership card. The scene was like an exhibition for the super rich. Lin Yu watched with great interest. These women are really hardworking. But to be honest, their financial resources cannot be underestimated. But unfortunately, he met me. He thought of his wife Su Qinghan's wealth, and then looked at these women showing off, which was like watching children playing house. Hundreds of billions and tens of millions are not in the same order of magnitude at all. Just when the rich women were arguing more and more fiercely, and some even started to roll up their sleeves and prepare to fight. Chapter 33 Live broadcast room explodes, celebrities fight each other. The daughter of Hungtone Group was so angry that she swung her Hermes platinum bag worth 800,000 yuan and hit the rich woman in yoga pants in the face. Bang! The bag hit the rich woman in yoga pants hard on her left cheek, and she was stunned on the spot. Fuck you. The rich woman in yoga pants covered her face with her hands, her eyes blazing with anger. I'm going to fight you. As he said this, he was about to pounce on him. As a result, as he took a step, the 12-centimeter high heels on his feet twisted and he fell forward. Oops. She subconsciously reached out to grab something to steady herself, and ended up grabbing the hair of the Richard Miller lady. Ah, my hair. The lady screamed as a handful of her curly hair was pulled out. Are you crazy? The lady went berserk. This is a perm I spent 80,000 yuan on in Tokyo. The three women immediately started fighting. Lin Yu looked at the scene in front of him and the corners of his mouth twitched. Wow, this is even more exciting than a palace drama. But then again, 80,000 yuan for a haircut? I really don't understand the lives of rich people. Handsome guy. Luo Bing hugged Lin Yu's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Are they fighting? It seems so. Lin Yu nodded calmly. Do you want to join us? Ah. Luo Bing widened his eyes. Just kidding. Lin Yu reached out and patted her head. Let's go over there and watch the fun. As he spoke, he pulled Luo Bing back a few steps, finding a safe distance. Luo Shui, who was not far away, was holding her phone, her hands shaking. Sister. Where are you going? Come on, sister. Luo Bing turned around and waved at her, perfect shooting angle. Luo Shui hurriedly trotted to catch up, keeping the camera focused on the battlefield. The live broadcast room has completely exploded. Holy crap! They're really fighting. Is this the legendary socialite fight? Too exciting. Awesome. Sister Bing managed to escape. Isn't this handsome guy too calm? Watching rich women fight is like watching a monkey show. I've learned that. I'll continue to sow discord like this in the future. Sister, hold the camera steady. I want to record the screen. At first, it was just the three daughters of Huntong fighting, but other rich women came to watch the fun and took sides. Well done. This fat bitch should be punished. Miss Lee, let me help you. Who dares to touch my bestie? In the blink of an eye, a dozen women wearing designer clothes were fighting in a group. Hair was flying everywhere, high heels were smashing everywhere, and various limited edition bags were used as weapons. Lin Yu watched with great interest. This is more exciting than a movie. Handsome guy. Luo Bing asked softly, I didn't expect that just a few words from you would cause them to start fighting? Lin Yu glanced at her and asked, want to learn? I want to. Luo Bing's eyes sparkled. Then tell me first, why did they fight? Luo Bing thought for a moment. Because you instigated it? Wrong. Lin Yu shook his head. They fought because they just disliked each other. All I did was give them an excuse. Luo Bing suddenly realized, so you did it on purpose? I guess so. Lin Yu shrugged. Instead of being entangled by them, it's better to let them fight among themselves. It saves trouble. When Luo Shui heard this, she almost couldn't hold the camera steady. This man is too scheming. Just then, a large number of mall security guards finally arrived. The security captain was stunned by the scene. More than a dozen noble ladies and socialites who usually acted high and mighty were now rolling on the ground like shrews. Her hair was a mess, her makeup was smudged, and several pieces of her clothes were torn. What should we do? A young security guard asked tremblingly. The security captain's forehead was covered with sweat. What can we do? Go up and stop the fight. But, they are all VIPs, if they touch us, we will be expelled. If you don't touch them, you'll be expelled. Come on. Several security guards rushed forward and tried to separate the group of crazy women. As a result, as soon as he got close, he was accidentally injured. Ah! A security guard was hit on the head by a high heel and ran away with his head in his hands. Help! Someone is biting me. Another security guard's arm was bitten tightly by Huntong's daughter, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Lin Yu looked at this scene and couldn't help laughing. These security guards are pretty miserable. How about we leave? Luo Bing was a little worried. What if we get affected? Lin Yu glanced at the wealthy women who were still fighting. No rush, I just called and let the professionals do their job. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a hurried call of the law enforcement team. Several law enforcement vehicles roared up and stopped at the entrance of the mall. A dozen law enforcement officers rushed in. "Stop it," the leading captain shouted. "If you don't stop, we'll take coercive measures." However, the group of rich women were fighting enthusiastically and no one paid any attention to him. Seeing this, the law enforcement captain could only order, "Go. Separate them." A group of law enforcement officers rushed forward and took great pains to pull the group of crazy women apart. "Let me go. Let me go. I'm going to tear her apart." "Comrade law enforcement. They attacked first. I was acting in self-defense. I'm going to sue them. I'm going to sue them for intentional injury." Various shouts came one after another. The law enforcement captain was overwhelmed. "Tell me one by one. What's going on?" "Captain." A young law enforcement officer ran over to report. "I asked the mall's surveillance room, and they said it all started because they were fighting over a man." "Fighting for men?" The captain was stunned. Are all rich women nowadays so fierce? "That's it." The young law enforcement officer pointed in the direction of Lin Yu. The captain looked in the direction, and when he saw Lin Yu, he was stunned. Why does this face look so familiar? She blinked hard, thinking carefully. Isn't this the man who appeared at Mr. Su's house last time, Su Qinghan's husband? The captain walked towards Lin Yu. "Hello, Mr. Lin, we meet again," she said in a capable voice. "Could you help us understand the situation?" "Okay." Lin Yu nodded. The captain quickly took out his notebook and asked, "Mr. Lin, is their fight related to you?" Lin Yu glanced at the group of rich women who were still cursing and said calmly, "They fought among themselves." "It has nothing to do with me." "Did they fight among themselves?" The captain was stunned. "Yes, I was just standing here watching the fun." Lin Yu looked innocent. Suddenly they started fighting each other. Luo Bing almost laughed out loud. Luo Shui held up her phone, and the comments in the live broadcast room were going crazy. "Ha ha ha. Handsome guy is lying with his eyes open. Perfect acting. Oscar owes him a little golden man." Even the law enforcement ant was fascinated. Is this the charm of a male god? The captain was taking notes when something suddenly occurred to him. "Excuse me, what is your relationship with these ladies?" "I don't know them." Lin Yu shook his head. "I just came here to go shopping, and they insisted on surrounding me." The captain looked at the group of rich women, then at Lin Yu, and instantly understood. With such beauty and temperament, it would be strange if she didn't attract attention. Chapter 34 Sisters are jealous and rush to pay the bill. The law enforcement captain looked at the group of subdued rich women with helplessness written all over his face. These ladies and socialites who usually look so high and mighty now have messy hair, smudged makeup, and torn clothes. There is no trace of elegance at all. Behave yourself. A young law enforcement officer was handcuffing a rich woman in yoga pants, but she still refused to give in. "Why are you arresting me? I'm the victim." They were the first to start. The rich woman in yoga pants pointed at Hungtone's daughter and roared. "Bullshit. You were the one who hit me with your bag first." Hungtone's daughter refused to give in. "Comrade law enforcement, I'm going to sue her for intentional injury." "Enough," the law enforcement captain roared. "Shut up. Fighting and disturbing public order, no one will escape." Mrs. Richard Miller calmed down at this time. She straightened her messed up clothes and said to the law enforcement captain, "Captain, I think there is a misunderstanding here. We were just discussing some business issues and accidentally got into a physical conflict." "Business issues?" The law enforcement captain sneered. "Does discussing business issues require pulling hair out? Do we need to hit people with high heels?" The lady was speechless for a moment. The law enforcement captain turned to look at Lin Yu, and his tone instantly became polite. "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry to have frightened you. We will deal with these people according to the law." After saying that, the law enforcement team left in a mighty manner. Lin Yu nodded. The mall finally returned to calm, but the crowd of onlookers had not yet dispersed, and were whispering about the battle between the rich women that had just taken place. Some people took photos secretly, some recorded videos, and more people looked at Lin Yu with admiration. "Oh my god, this IQ is incredible, even more exciting than a TV show. The key is that he's so handsome. Where can you find a man like him? Ah, this kind of man is really unattainable." Various discussions reached his ears, but Lin Yu didn't care. He smiled at the sisters who were still in shock and said, "The show is over, and it's time for me to get down to business." Seeing Lin Yu was about to leave, Luo Bing came to his senses in an instant. Such a handsome and powerful man must not be missed. She quickly stepped forward and stretched out her hand to block Lin Yu's way. Wait. Luo Bing's voice was a little anxious. Mr. Lin, please don't leave in such a hurry. Lin Yu stopped and looked at her with raised eyebrows. Anything else? Luo Bing bit her lip, her mind racing. She had to find a reason to keep this man, even for just one more minute. I would like to ask you for a favor. Luo Bing's eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. What's the matter? Luo Bing secretly glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and found that the popularity of the live broadcast room had soared to an astonishing 50 million, and the barrage of comments was so crazy that the content could not be seen at all. She was ecstatic. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We'd like to invite you to be our guest on our live stream. Luo Bing said in a sweet voice. Your performance just now was truly amazing. Our viewers in the live stream studio all want to know more about you. Luo Shui, who was standing by, also timidly added, Mr. Lin, if you're willing, we can give you all the income. Lin Yu looked at the pair of sisters and smiled secretly. Okay. Lin Yu nodded, but I have a condition. Luo Bing's eyes lit up instantly. You tell me. We'll agree to any conditions. I don't want money. Lin Yu said lightly, but you have to accompany me shopping. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment. Shopping? Yes, I originally came here to go shopping today, but those crazy women messed me up and I didn't buy anything. Lin Yu shrugged, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. If you are willing to be your shopping guide, I will cooperate with your live broadcast. Luo Bing and Luo Shui looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Go shopping with such a top-notch male god? This isn't a job, it's a huge benefit. No problem. Luo Bing agreed without hesitation, his voice trembling slightly. We are very familiar with Vientiane Skyline. We promise to introduce you to the best products. Luo Shui also nodded quickly. We will definitely serve you well. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Holy shit! We really are going shopping together. What kind of divine treatment is this? I'm so jealous. Sister Bing is so lucky. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. The three of them walked into the mall together. Luo Bing turned to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, which store would you like to visit first? Lin Yu casually glanced at the surrounding shops and pointed to a men's clothing store not far away. That one. Okay. Luo Bing immediately took Lin Yu's arm. Then let's go look at men's clothing first. The three of them walked towards the high-end men's clothing store called Armani. As soon as I walked in, the clerk came to greet me. Welcome. A female clerk in a business suit saw Lin Yu and her eyes lit up instantly. Hello, sir, how can I help you? Before Lin Yu could speak, Luo Bing spoke first. We want to see the best clothes in your store. The female clerk looked at Luo Bing, then at Lin Yu, and said with a professional smile, Okay, please follow me. She took the three of them to the VIP area at the back of the store. This is our limited edition section, featuring this year's latest designs, the saleswoman explained. This is our flagship piece, handcrafted in Italy and limited to just 10 pieces worldwide. She pointed to a dark blue suit. Luo Bing looked at the price tag, 180,000. The saleswoman nodded. Yes, this price is considered above average here. Lin Yu walked up to the suit and casually touched the fabric. The quality is okay. The saleswoman's eyes lit up. Sir, you have excellent taste. This suit is made of the finest wool and feels wonderful. Would you like to try it on? Okay. Lin Yu nodded. The female clerk hurried to prepare the fitting room. Luo Bing took the opportunity to get close to Lin Yu and said, Mr. Lin, you have such a great figure. You will look very handsome in anything you wear. Luo Shui held up her phone, the camera pointed towards the fitting room. The comments in the live stream were going crazy. Ah! Time to watch the handsome guy try on clothes. What a treat! I want to be a shopping guide too. Sister Bing is so lucky. A few minutes later, the door to the fitting room opened. Lin Yu walked out wearing that dark blue suit. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment. This suit seemed to be tailor-made for him, perfectly outlining his figure. With broad shoulders, narrow waist, long and straight legs, she exudes elegance in every move. Oh my god! Luo Bing subconsciously covered his mouth, his eyes full of amazement. Even the female clerk was stunned. She had been in the business for so many years and had seen countless customers try on clothes, but she had never seen anyone wear clothes so perfectly. Luo Shue's camera was a little unstable, and the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Holy crap! What kind of divine beauty is this? My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. With this figure and this beauty, I'm going to die right here. Sister Bing, hurry up. If not, when will you snatch a man like this? Lin Yu looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Luo Bing immediately came back to his senses, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Mr. Lin, do you like this set? Yeah, it fits pretty well. That's it. Luo Bing said to the female clerk without saying anything, pay the bill. The female clerk was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? This suit costs 180,000. Sure. Luo Bing took out his phone. Can I pay with a card? Luo Shui, who was standing by, stamped her feet anxiously when she saw her sister being so proactive. Since we started in the square, my sister has been stealing the limelight and I haven't had any chance to perform at all. If this continues, I will be completely marginalized. She bit her lip and mustered up the courage to walk up to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, do you want anything else? Lin Yu turned to look at her. What's wrong? Luo Shui's face turned red like an apple, but she still insisted. I can also buy you something. Anything you like is fine. Luo Bing was stunned, then glanced at his sister with some dissatisfaction. Luo Shui, what are you doing? Sister, you have been. Luo Shui stopped talking halfway. She was embarrassed to be so blunt. Lin Yu looked at the pair of sisters and smiled secretly. These two people are almost fighting each other in order to show off in front of him. Since you are all so sincere. Lin Yu deliberately dragged out his tone, then I won't be polite. He turned to the salesgirl and said, please show me the most expensive suits you have in your store. The female clerk's eyes lit up instantly. She had met a big customer. Okay. I'll have it ready for you right away. Chapter 35 Reward or Punishment? The female clerk has completely entered pilgrimage mode. She has been working for 5 years and has never seen such an outrageous scene. The man in front of him, so handsome that even gods would be jealous, just stood there lazily, doing nothing. The glamorous twin beauties beside him were spending money on him like crazy. This one. This one. And that one. Wrap them all up. Sister Luo Bing ran her fingers across the clothes hanger with a heroic posture. As soon as she finished speaking, her sister Luo Shui immediately pointed to the other row without giving in. We want these too. The sizes are the same as the ones Mr. Lin just tried on. Luo Shui's voice was soft and a little shy, but the firmness in her tone was no less than her sister's. The female clerk's calculator was almost sparking. Just 10 minutes. The amount of consumption has exceeded 3 million. Lin Yu, who was at the center of the incident, looked at the scene with a faint smile on his face. The comments in the live broadcast room have gone completely crazy. I declare that today was the most enjoyable live broadcast I've ever seen in the past 20 years. Barely a doubt. Before, when I watched anchors visit stores, they were the ones who bought things themselves. Today, when I watched anchors visit stores, they were the ones who bought things for men. This is the pattern. This is the pattern. This isn't just shopping, this is clearly offering tribute. Sisters, I've figured it out. It's not that men don't like shopping, it's that they don't like spending their own money shopping. Get out of here. Why don't you try to find a man who looks like this? I'm willing to buy him a whole street. Kings, user Moto Rich Woman is giving away 100 super rockets again. Message, streamer. Stop buying. What's the use of clothes? Just ask him if he wants to go to the hotel. I'll give you $1 million. When Luo Shui saw this comment, her pretty face suddenly turned red. She looked up at Lin Yu guiltily and found that he was looking down at his phone and didn't seem to notice her. She breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly whispered to the camera, children, please stop talking nonsense. Don't scare Mr. Lin. However, when she said this, she didn't even believe it herself. Soon, after the clerk packed more than a dozen shopping bags, the process came to an end. After swiping the card, Luo Bing walked up to Lin Yu with a winner's smile on his face. She leaned over, the neckline of her red halter dress opened, revealing a breathtaking depth of snow white. She deliberately lowered her voice, with a kind of bewitching charm, and her warm breath blew on Lin Yu's ears. Mr. Lin, you've been walking around for so long, are you tired? Lin Yu raised his eyelids and glanced at her lazily. Yeah, do you have any good suggestions? He looked at Luo Bing with a smile. Seeing this, Luo Bing became even bolder. She stretched out her fair arms and directly held Lin Yu's arms, almost hanging on him. The soft and hot touch was clearly transmitted through the thin shirt. On the other side, Luo Shui saw her sister's actions and her eyes turned red with anxiety. She bit her lip, mustered up her courage, and took Lin Yu's other arm from the other side. Although her movements were not as bold and skillful as her sister's, and were even a little stiff, she still pressed her equally slender body tightly against her. Lin Yu's left and right sides were instantly filled with warmth and softness. Sister Luobing is mature and hot, like a blooming rose, passionate as fire. My sister Luo Shui is pure and shy, just like a lily in bud, and I feel pity for her. Yeah, it feels good. Left side, 93 points, right side, 94 points. S-rank twins, the system should give something good this time, right? Lin Yu's heart was calm, and he was even evaluating the data calmly. The shop assistants and other customers around were all stunned. What kind of imperial treatment is this? Luo Bing felt the solid strength coming from the man's arms, looked at his sister's shy and anxious look, and sneered in his heart. Little girl, you still want to compete with me? She decided to take drastic measures. Luo Bing put her red lips close to Lin Yu's ear, her breath was as sweet as orchid, and her voice was so charming that it could make people's bones melt. Mr. Lin, to thank you for your willingness to accompany us on the live broadcast today, she paused deliberately, looking at Lin Yu with a dazed look. Tonight, let us two sisters serve you well, how about it? As soon as these words were spoken, not only Luo Shui, but even the female clerk who was eavesdropping nearby felt like her brain was exploding. Too direct. So unrestrained. Luo Shui was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She tried her best to signal her sister with her eyes to stop talking. But Luo Bing completely ignored her. This is exactly the effect she wants. In the face of absolute opportunity, reserve is worthless. Lin Yu looked at the two completely different sisters and finally smiled. He reached out and gently lifted Luo Bing's chin with his fingers, then turned to look at Luo Shui, who was about to bury her head in his chest. Oh? Are you sure this is a reward for me? His tone rose with a hint of amusement. Instead of the reward you gave yourself? One sentence instantly punctured their little thoughts. The charming smile on Luo Bing's face froze. Luo Shui trembled all over, feeling as if she had been stripped naked, and all her thoughts were seen clearly by this man. He knows everything. Lin Yu looked at their reactions and felt funny. Playing tricks on me? You're still a little immature. But if you don't eat this kind of prey that comes to you, it would be a waste. He stood up and looked down at the two sisters who were stunned by his words. Okay. Since you've worked so hard today, I'll reluctantly give you this opportunity to reward me. After saying that, he walked straight out of the store. Luo Bing and Luo Shui were left standing there, stunned for several seconds before they reacted. He agreed. Great ecstasy instantly overwhelmed the two sisters. Sister. He agreed. Luo Shui's voice was trembling with excitement. Nonsense. Hurry up and catch up. Luo Bing glared at her fiercely, quickly picked up the dozen or so shopping bags, and pulled his sister to catch up. When the three of them walked out of the mall side by side, the crowd outside who had not yet dispersed exclaimed again. Oh my God. They're coming out. Those twin anchors, they actually succeeded? They're holding that man's hand. My heart is broken. My dream man was snatched away by an internet celebrity. Wow, why not me? I'm richer than them. I have a better figure than them. All kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful eyes were focused on the three of them like searchlights. Lin Yu turned a blind eye to this. Luo Bing and Luo Shui, on the other hand, held their heads high and chests puffed out, their faces filled with the pride of a winner. Where are we going? Luo Bing followed Lin Yu closely and asked in a low voice. Lin Yu did not stop, took out the black metal card that Su Qinghan gave him from his pocket, and tossed it casually between his fingers. Without even turning his head, he said, go to Vientiane Skyline Hotel. The top floor of Vientiane Skyline Shopping Center is a super 5-star hotel. When the three of them arrived at the hotel lobby, the manager at the front desk, who was used to seeing celebrities and wealthy people, suddenly contracted his pupils when he saw the pure black card in Lin Yu's hand. The professional smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by an almost panicked respect. He rushed out from behind the front desk and bowed deeply to Lin Yu, his voice trembling. 2. Your most distinguished guest. Hello? I'm so sorry I wasn't able to wait here in advance. Please forgive me. The manager's reaction stunned Luo Bing and Luo Shui. Although they are internet celebrities and have seen some of the world, they have never seen a hotel manager be so respectful to a guest. That black card, what is its origin? Open the best suite for me. Lin Yu ordered lightly, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. Yes. Yes. I'll arrange it for you right away. The manager crawled back to the front desk, operated the computer himself, then ran to Lin Yu again with a room card in both hands, bending down even lower. VIP, we have reserved for you our hotel's only presidential suite, the Heavenly Palace, which is never open to the public. The elevator has been locked for you. Please proceed this way. After saying this, he began to lead the way, nodding and bowing. Luo Bing and Luo Shui looked at each other and saw a hint of horror in each other's eyes. Enter the elevator and go straight to the top floor. When the door of the suite opened, the sisters were completely shocked by the scene before them. The large space of nearly 1,000 square meters and the 360-degree floor-to-ceiling windows allow you to take in the entire night view of Qingting City. The decoration in the room is extremely luxurious, and there is even a private heated swimming pool in the sky. Oh my god! Luo Shui couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Bing was also shocked. She finally understood why Lin Yu didn't even blink an eye when he saw the millions of dollars worth of clothes they bought. For someone of his level, that little money might only be enough for a glass of water. Put your things down. Lin Yu's voice broke the silence in the room. The two sisters came to their senses and quickly put the shopping bags in the entrance. Luo Shui stood behind him nervously, at a loss for a moment, even her breathing became cautious. Lin Yu's deep eyes swept over the two sisters, and a wicked curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay, now we have the venue in time. Let me see, what exactly is the reward you prepared? Chapter 36 A service worth 3 million? Not as good as a gift from the school beauty. After a silence of 0.5 seconds, the live broadcast room was instantly flooded with barrages of comments. What the hell? What the hell? What did I hear? Sister Bing is going crazy. She's hitting me in the face. It's over, it's over. My husband is going to be taken advantage of by a pig. Even though this pig is my goddess, I can't do that. Motor Rich Woman is giving away 200 super rockets. Leave a message, Bing Bing, great job. Get him for me. If you need any technical support, feel free to PM me. There's something wrong with you, rich lady upstairs. What the hell is technical support? Where's my sister? Where is my sister? Come out and stop your sister. My innocent Shua couldn't possibly agree to this, could she? The two sisters smiled brightly. One on each side, they sat in Lin Yu's arms. At this critical moment. Buzz buzz. A burst of rapid cell phone vibrations abruptly broke the beauty in the room. Who on earth is so blind to call me at this time? Luo Bing was so angry that she almost cursed out loud. She opened her eyes angrily, wanting to see which damn person had ruined her plan. Lin Yu's movements paused in mid-air. He pulled his hand back and took out his phone from his pocket. The name jumping on the screen instantly relaxed his brows. Caller ID, Xia Yubing. Lin Yu swiped the screen and put the phone to his ear. Hello? Yubing, what's going on? A girl's timid voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Lin. I didn't disturb you, did I? Xia Yubing's voice was very soft, and in the background, one could hear a few soft cat meows. No, you say. Lin Yu's tone was still gentle. Well. I got my first paycheck today from my part-time job at a cat cafe. There was a small, unconcealable hint of pride and joy in the girl's voice. I used the first money I earned to buy you a small gift. Although it's not worth much, but I made it myself. I just wanted to ask you if you have time right now. If it's not convenient, it's okay. I'll come back another day. Xia Yubing hadn't finished speaking yet. Lin Yu laughed. A gift made with your own hands? It sounds much more interesting than something you can easily buy with money. These words were like a red-hot steel needle, piercing into Luo Bing and Luo Shui's hearts accurately and fiercely. They spent a full 3 million today. The clothes bought with 3 million, the sincerity built up with 3 million, at this moment, were actually outweighed by a small gift of who knows what it is. Luo Bing's face turned pale in an instant. Luo Shui felt so aggrieved that her eyes turned red. Lin Yu completely ignored their reactions and continued to speak softly to the other end of the phone. Send me the address. I'm free now, so I'll go over and take a look. Now. Xia Yubing's voice was full of flattered surprise. Well, now. Hang up the phone. Lin Yu stood up and waved his hand lazily. Forget it. I'm a little tired from shopping today and I don't feel like it anymore. After saying that, he walked straight to the door. When he grasped the door handle, he seemed to remember something and added without turning his head. Please do as you please. I have already paid for the room. Click. The door opened and then closed gently. Lin Yu's figure completely disappeared behind the door. The entire heavenly realm, presidential suite fell into deathly silence again. Only Luo Bing and Luo Shui were left, frozen in place like two exquisite but lifeless wax figures. The ambiguous and sweet scent of perfume in the air now only smells of endless irony. The popularity of the live broadcast room has exceeded 80 million, reaching an unprecedented terrifying number. But the content of the barrage is no longer the envy and admiration of the past, but overwhelming ridicule. Ha 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 ha. Best comedy of the year. I rolled around on my fucking bed laughing. The anchor spent 3 million to take a handsome man shopping, but the handsome man ran off with another woman after receiving a phone call. Killing people and destroying their hearts. I'm not interested anymore. TSK, I can feel the contempt through the screen. The Ice and Snow Sisters have hit a wall this time. They're not buying it at all. This isn't a steel plate anymore, this is a Krypton Gold Tycoon meeting his true love, by Yue Guang. You guys who spent money are worthless in front of true love. I declare. This wave is an epic victory for the pure love warriors. Who is that girl named Xia Yubing? Please dig deeper. To make such a handsome guy abandon two beautiful women to go find her, it must be extraordinary. Motor-rich woman is giving away one super rocket. Leave a message at Ice and Snow Sisters, your skills are terrible. I told you to send me a private message to offer technical support, but you didn't listen. Now you've run away, right? Serves you right. Stop cursing the rich ladies upstairs, they're already miserable enough, ha 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 ha. I have a question. What should I do with those dozen shopping bags? Can I return them? Ha 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 ha. Luo Bing stared intently at the closed door. She was so proud of her beauty and figure, the 3 million she had gambled everything on, the temptation she had carefully designed and thought was flawless. In front of that man, I was so vulnerable. He didn't even bother to look at himself. This feeling is 1,000 times more painful than being slapped twice. Sister. Luo Shui looked blankly at the luxury in the room, then looked at the dozen or so brand new shopping bags in the cloakroom next to her, feeling like a huge joke. Shut up. Luo Bing growled and turned off the live broadcast. Sister, I think you spoke too directly and scared him. Luo Shui couldn't help but complain. Luo Bing disagreed with this statement. Alright, he must be busy with other things, so stop looking so sad. After a while, Luo Bing suddenly stood up, and a fire rekindled in his eyes. I see. Luo Shui looked up at her, her eyes still filled with the grievance of the blow she had just received. Sister, what do you understand? Luo Bing gritted her teeth and said word by word, a man like him wouldn't be cherished even if he came to her door. We were wrong from the beginning. Wrong? Luo Shui blinked blankly, but we spent 3 million. 3 million is nothing. Luo Bing waved his hands excitedly. Didn't you see? That girl named Xia Yubing called him away with just one phone call. What did she use? It wasn't money, it was sincerity. Luo Shui nodded thoughtfully. Then, what should we do now? Luo Bing picked up her phone and began searching frantically. I want to study how to truly conquer a top man. Her fingers slid across the screen quickly. The more he looked, the more fascinated he became, and Luo Bing's eyes became brighter and brighter. I found it. She patted Luo Shui's shoulder excitedly. Look at this article. What kind of women do real high-quality men hate the most? Luo Shui leaned over to take a look. Number 1, women who are too proactive. Men all have a desire to conquer, and they won't cherish things that come too easily. Second rule, a woman who only knows how to spend money. True charm comes from within, not from material things. Number 3, women who don't have their own lives. Independent women are more attractive. The more Luo Bing read, the more excited he became. Look! Everything we did just now was wrong. No wonder he didn't even look at us. Luo Shui blinked. Then, according to this article, what should we do? It's simple. Luo Bing stood up and paced back and forth in the room. Starting tomorrow, we have to completely change our strategy. First of all, we must never contact him again. We must let him come to us. Secondly, we need to improve our inner qualities and not just rely on our looks and figure. Finally, we need to show our independence and self-reliance, and let him know that we are not just pretty faces. Luo Shui was stunned when she heard this. Sister, I think this plan is a bit unreliable. What's unreliable about it? Luo Bing was unconvinced. But? No buts. Luo Bing interrupted her. From today on, we have to be brand new ourselves. As she spoke, she opened the shopping app and started placing orders frantically. Luo Shui looked at her sister buying books crazily and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Sister, are you sure you can finish reading these books? Last time you didn't even finish a romance novel. Luo Bing stopped and looked at his sister seriously. Luo Shui, you have to understand that in order to conquer a man like that, I will overcome any difficulty, no matter how great it is. Besides, we have no way out now. In today's live broadcast, 80 million people across the internet saw us making such a fool of ourselves. If we can't take him down, we're really finished. Luo Shui gritted her teeth when she thought of the mocking comments in the live broadcast room. Okay. I'll accompany you. That's right. Luo Bing held her sister's hand. When we sisters unite, we can achieve great things. Chapter 37 Humiliating my benefactor? I want to do it. At this time, Kitten Cafe. Xia Yubing was wearing the cat cafe's work clothes, a pink apron-style uniform with a cat ear headband, which made her look particularly cute. She was holding a delicate little box in her hand and her face was as red as an apple. Mr. Lin, this is for you. Lin Yu took the box and asked softly, what is this? You'll know once you open it. Xia Yubing's voice was as small as a mosquito. Lin Yu opened the box and found a simple keychain inside. The shape is that of a little ballerina. Although the craftsmanship is ordinary, you can tell that it was made with care. How much? Lin Yu asked. It's not worth much. Xia Yubing's voice became even quieter. I know it's cheap and not worthy of your status, but this is the first money I've earned. Lin Yu looked at the woven keychain and remembered the 3 million that the Luo Bing sisters had just spent. He couldn't help laughing. Ding! The system detected that the host received a sincere gift from Xia Yubing, an S+ level capture target. Trigger special event, Sincerity versus Money. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the playing hard to get strategy. Conquer S level targets Luo Bing and Luo Shui by +10. Current total conquest, 50%. S+ level targets Xia Yubing's conquest degree +5. Current total conquest degree, 85%. One tip, sincerity is always more valuable than money. Lin Yu took the keychain in his hand and said, it looks great. Then he hung the keychain on his car keys. When Xia Yubing saw this scene, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Are you really willing to use it? She asked in a trembling voice. Why not? Lin Yu asked, you bought this with your first salary. It's very memorable. Xia Yubing was so moved that she almost cried. She hurriedly wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. Thank you. Thank you for accepting it. Just then, the other waitresses in the cat cafe all looked over secretly. Xiaobing, is this your boyfriend? A short-haired girl asked in a low voice. So handsome. He looks like a prince who walked out of a comic book, another girl exclaimed, covering her mouth. And his temperament is so good. He looks like a big shot at first glance. Xia Yubing blushed even more and explained in a low voice, no. He's not my boyfriend. He's my benefactor. Benefactor? The girls became even more curious. It's just. I ran into some trouble before, and it was Mr. Lin who helped me. The girls exchanged a look, both with expressions that said we understand. Lin Yu listened to their conversation with a slight smile on his face. Yubing, are you done with your work today? He asked. There's still half an hour left. Xia Yubing checked the time, we'll be off work soon. Then I'll wait for you. Lin Yu said lightly, I'll treat you to a movie. Xia Yubing's heartbeat quickened instantly, but she tried to remain calm. Okay, please wait. She hurried to continue working, but was clearly distracted and almost poured cat food into her coffee cup. The other girls watched this scene and talked secretly. Why is Xiao Bing so flustered today? It must be because of that handsome guy. I think they'll definitely have a chance. Look at the way that handsome guy looks at Xiao Bing, it's obviously different. I'm so envious. Why can't I meet a prince like this? A waitress was about to praise Lin Yu when she was interrupted by a sudden sharp female voice. Hey, whose pretty boy is this? He's really good looking. A woman in her 40s wearing high heels walked down the stairs. She was wearing a tight leopard print dress that revealed a deep cleavage on her chest, and her face was covered in makeup as thick as wall paint. The whole person exudes a strong scent of perfume, which can be smelled from 10 meters away. Boss Zhou. Xia Yubing called out softly, with obvious nervousness in her voice. Zhou Lily. The owner of this cat cafe is a famous wealthy woman in Qingting City. Now they invest in some small stores, under the pretext of experiencing life, but in fact it is to make it easier to find young and handsome guys. Xiao Bing, why don't you introduce yourself today? Zhou Lily twisted her slender waist and walked in front of Lin Yu, her eyes scanning him unscrupulously. Handsome guy, I'm Zhou Lily, the boss here. She stretched out a hand with blood-red nail polish, wanting to shake hands with Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't even look at her, and continued to play with the kitten in his arms with his head down. Zhou Lily's hands hung in the air awkwardly, and her face suddenly became a little ugly. Handsome guy, I'm talking to you. Her voice rose several degrees. I heard it. Lin Yu replied without even looking up. Zhou Lily took a deep breath and tried hard to keep smiling. As a veteran who was used to seeing men, she knew that the more aloof and handsome the man was, the more fulfilling it would be to conquer him. Handsome guy has a real personality. I like him. She simply sat on the chair opposite Lin Yu and crossed her legs. I wonder what job the handsome guy does now. Does he have a girlfriend? Lin Yu finally raised his head and looked at her. Those deep eyes made Zhou Lily's heart skip a beat. Oh my god, how can this man be so perfect? He is more than 10 times more handsome than the handsome young man she met before. I don't think we have much to talk about. Lin Yu's voice was calm, but the refusal was obvious. Instead of getting angry, Zhou Lily smiled even more happily. Handsome guy, you know what? I like men with temper like you the most. She deliberately leaned forward to reveal more of her body. As long as you are willing to follow me, I promise to make you live a fairy-like life every day. Luxury cars, mansions, famous watches, whatever you want, I will buy it for you. How about you think about it? The waitresses around were all stunned. They had never seen a woman express her love to a man so directly. And he's their boss. Lin Yu looked at the shameless rich woman in front of him, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Do you think you deserve it? Zhou Lily's smile froze instantly. What did you say? Her voice sharpened. I say, do you think you deserve it? Lin Yu repeated it in a calm tone. Or are your ears just as bad as your brain? You. Zhou Lily was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her chest was heaving violently. She turned around and looked viciously at Xia Yubing, who was cleaning the table. Xia Yubing. Come here. Xia Yubing paused with the rag in her hand and her body trembled slightly. What kind of friend are you? How dare you be rude to me in my shop? Zhou Lily pointed at Lin Yu and roared at Xia Yubing, either you make him apologize to me, or you all get out. I'm telling you, Xia Yubing, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you look good. In my territory, I have the final say. The other waitresses didn't dare to say anything and could only look at Xia Yubing with sympathy. Xia Yubing lowered her head. She originally wanted to endure it silently. After all, this job was very important to her. But when she looked up and saw Lin Yu's indifferent face, a courage she had never felt before suddenly surged in her heart. That's enough. Xia Yubing suddenly raised her head. Everyone was stunned. Xia Yubing, who is usually as gentle as water, actually gets angry. Boss Zhou, you're right. This is indeed your territory. Xia Yubing said softly, but that doesn't mean you can humiliate my benefactor at will. What did you say? Zhou Lily stared at her in disbelief. Xia Yubing untied the apron strap and threw it directly at Zhou Lily's face. You think you're worthy enough to snatch a national treasure level man? Bah! I'm telling you today that I'm done with this. Chapter 38, Pretending to be Cool hits a wall. A mysterious phone call shocks everyone. Joe Lily was stunned for 3 seconds before she reacted. You little bitch. What the hell did you say? She tore off the apron from her face and threw it hard to the ground. Her face, which was covered with foundation, was distorted by extreme anger and looked particularly hideous. Say it again. Say it again if you dare. She pointed at Xia Yubing's nose and spit flew everywhere. Quitting? Who do you think you are? You're fired. And don't even think about getting a penny of your salary. I'm even going to sue you for personal assault. I'm going to make you pay me back. Xia Yubing was frightened by her shrewish manner and her body trembled slightly, and her face turned pale. But when her eyes fell on the man behind her who was still as steady as a rock and even had the leisure to tease the cat's chin with his fingers, the courage that came from nowhere filled her chest again. She can't retreat. Mr. Lin is watching from behind. She couldn't let Mr. Lin think that she was a cowardly girl who only caused him trouble but couldn't even protect herself. Xia Yubing straightened her back. If you have the guts, go ahead and sue me. I want to see how the law enforcement agencies handle an old woman like you who disrespects her elders, bullies others by taking advantage of her power, and can't even walk when she sees a handsome guy. Wow. Lin Yu finally stopped teasing the cat and murmured an exclamation of admiration. Pa pa pa. He turned around and clapped with interest. Wonderful, really wonderful. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yubing with a smile. When the little white rabbit gets angry, it will really bite. But. He paused, a malicious smile flashing in his eyes. I don't think you're being harsh enough. You could say she's a toad trying to eat swan flesh. It's really disgusting that a 40-year-old woman like this has to make advances on a 20-year-old boy. And she's so ugly. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, a system prompt sounded. Ding. S+ level capture target Xia Yubing detected and charging for you. Event verification, loyal and protective. Xia Yubing's favorability towards you +5. Current total favorability, 90 unwavering. Because you successfully activated the target's hidden fighting dog attribute, reward host, emotional insight skill proficiency +500. Special tip, this target has been completely captured. It is recommended that the host close the net in time. Lin Yu was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Not bad, this wave is not a loss. Joe Lily, who was stimulated, has lost her mind. It's a rebellion. It's really a rebellion. She screamed, raised her hand with blood-red nail polish, and slapped Xia Yubing in the face. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, you ignorant little bitch. The waitresses around screamed in surprise, and some subconsciously wanted to step forward to stop it, but were frightened back by Joe Lily's fierce eyes. Xia Yubing was so scared that she closed her eyes and her body froze in place, unable to move. However, Lin Yu held Joe Lily's wrist tightly with one hand. Boss Joe, hitting a woman is not a good habit. Especially hitting the woman I protect. Joe Lily's wrist was gripped by him, and it felt like it was being clamped by a pair of pliers. She couldn't move and felt severe pain. She was shocked and angry, and tried desperately to pull her hand back, but found that the other person's hand did not move at all. You let me go. Pretty boy. What do you want to do? Save the damsel in distress? Joe Lily grimaced in pain, but she remained unforgiving. I'm telling you, stay out of my business. This is between me and my employees. Oh? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Didn't she just resign? It seems she is no longer your employee. She was causing trouble in my shop, too. Joe Lily argued. And you? You hurt me. You're committing intentional harm. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. Call the police? Lin Yu smiled, and there was an inexplicable amusement in that smile. He let go of his hand. Joe Lily felt as if she had been pardoned. She staggered back 2 steps, holding her red wrist and glaring at Lin Yu and Xia Yubing with resentment. Okay. You two just wait. She pulled her cell phone out of her limited edition Hermes bag and pretended to make a call. You're just a poor student, a pretty boy, and you dare to act so arrogant in front of me. I'm going to call someone over here right now to break your legs and scratch this little bitch's face. Let's see how you can still act arrogantly. The waitresses around turned pale with fear. They knew that Zhou Lili did know some questionable people in Qingting City, and this might not be a joke. Xia Yubing nervously tugged at Lin Yu's clothes and whispered, "Mr. Lin, how about, should we just leave? She's not someone you can mess with." "Walk?" Lin Yu looked back at her, smiled and shook his head. "Why are you leaving?" He also took out his cell phone. "That's right, I want to make a call too." In front of everyone, Lin Yu unlocked the screen and took out a number from the address book. The name of the number is very simple, only 6 words: National Wife Allocation Bureau. He pressed the dial button. And I turned on the hands-free function. Beep. The call was connected almost instantly. A crisp, capable, yet imperceptibly respectful female voice came out clearly from the phone receiver, echoing in the quiet cat cafe. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yu. How can I help you?" Zhou Lili paused while dialing the number. When she heard the voice, she was stunned for a moment. What the hell is this National Bureau? Lin Yu lazily leaned back in his chair, one hand on the armrest, and said to the phone, "Well, it's nothing serious. I was just being harassed. There was a lady who looked quite old and insisted that I go with her, saying she would buy me a car and a house. I didn't want to. She seemed a little angry and wanted to ask someone to break my legs." Lin Yu repeated it slowly, with a look of distress on his face. "I just want to ask, does this situation count as endangering the safety of a male national treasure?" Then, the clear female voice on the other end of the phone suddenly changed its tone. "What? Please inform us of your exact location immediately. Repeat. Please inform us of your location immediately. We will immediately activate the highest level red security plan." The urgency and fury in that voice made everyone present feel a tingling sensation on their scalps, even through the phone. Zhou Lili was completely confused. She held up her cell phone and stared at Lin Yu blankly. National Treasure Mail? Red Security Plan? What is this doing? What bullshit? Chapter 39, Black Panther Sister is here. Who is the king of Qingting City? Zhou Lili then burst into earth-shaking laughter, her body shaking and the 2 lumps of fat on her chest trembling violently. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. She pointed at Lin Yu and laughed so hard that she was out of breath. Little pretty boy, which mental hospital did you escape from? And you're a national treasure? I think you're a national treasure level psychopath. You really take yourself so seriously, quite professional. You think you're just filming a short video here? And you're talking about a red security plan? Why don't you mention that the heavenly soldiers and generals are coming down to protect you? The waitresses behind her also looked puzzled. He's not really having a problem with his brain, is he? It doesn't look like that. He's so handsome. But what kind of nonsense is this? It's outrageous. Only Xia Yubing stared at Lin Yu in a daze. Although she had no idea what the term national treasure meant, she instinctively felt that Mr. Lin was definitely not joking. There is a convincing power hidden in his calm eyes. Lin Yu completely ignored Zhou Lili's crazy ridicule and just calmly reported the address to the phone. Qingting Art College, Desheng Plaza, B1, Area C, Meow Cat Cafe. Got it. The voice on the other end of the line said firmly, "Please stay where you are and ensure your own safety. Our personnel will arrive within 3 minutes." After saying that, Lin Yu hung up the phone. He looked up at Zhou Lili, who was still laughing wildly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "All right. You have 3 minutes to run. Now, start the timer." Zhou Lili's laughter stopped abruptly. She wasn't frightened, but angry. The extreme anger of being provoked by an ant made her distorted face turn purple. "Run? Little pretty boy, are you fucking addicted to acting? You want me to run away? In this Qingting city, who dares to let me run away?" She glared at Lin Yu fiercely, as if she wanted to devour him alive with her eyes. 3 more minutes? I'm going to stand right here and not move. I want to see, in 3 minutes, who will arrive first, your heavenly soldiers and generals, or who will I call to beat you to death first? As she spoke, she finally dialed the number on her cell phone. "Hello? Black Panther's sister? I'm Lily." Her voice instantly became coquettish and charming, completely different from the shrew image she had just had. "Yes, I'm in the store now. Hurry up and bring some strong sisters over. Someone is blind and has offended me." That's right, a pretty boy and a bitch. Beat them to death. I'll take the blame if anything happens. After hanging up the phone, Joe Lily became even more arrogant. She folded her arms and looked down at Lin Yu, her face full of cruelty and complacent sneer. Kid, Sister Black Panther is a well-known figure in Xingting City. She's very ruthless when it comes to hitting people. Kneel down now and kowtow 3 times. Then make that little bitch lick the cat food off the floor. Maybe I'll show some mercy and let them go easier on her. The waitresses around were so frightened that they hid in the corners, fearing that they would be implicated. Xia Yubing's little face was so pale with fear that she clutched the corner of Lin Yu's clothes tightly. Mr. Lin. Lin Yu seemed not to hear Joe Lily's shouting. He even raised his wrist and took a look at the Patek Philippe watch that Su Qinghan gave him. Well, 1 minute and 20 seconds have passed. He said lightly. That calm look made Joe Lily angry. Pretend. Keep pretending in front of me. She cursed with gritted teeth. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Lin Yu silently started the system in his mind. Eye of identification activated. Name, Joe Lily. Age, 42. Assets, approximately 80 million, mostly gray income. Emotions, anger 95%, arrogance 80%, murderous intent 30%. After reading it, Lin Yu silently closed the eye of identification. TSK, the murderous intent is only 30%. Just when Joe Lily was still imagining how to deal with Lin Yu and Xia Yubing later. Woo woo woo. An extremely shrill alarm sounded from the street without any warning. Immediately afterwards, a series of rapid and heavy brake sounds rang out at the door of the cat cafe like beating drums. Squeak. Squeak. Several bulletproof off-road vehicles, all black and with bottomless windows, blocked the entrance of the small cat cafe. The car doors opened in unison. Bang. 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 More than a dozen special security personnel wearing black combat uniforms, tactical helmets, holding assault rifles, and exuding a murderous aura, jumped out of the car like cheetahs. Their movements were in perfect unison and well-trained. They immediately set up a cordon at the entrance of the cat cafe, isolating all the onlookers outside. The leading security guard even kicked open the glass door of the cat cafe. Crash. This sudden scene scared everyone in the cat cafe. The smugness and cruelty on Joe Lily's face froze in an instant. Her mouth was half open, her eyes were wide open, and her mind was blank. What is going on? Before she could react, a familiar tall figure, wearing military boots, strode in. The man was wearing a neat black uniform, a gun at his waist, his long hair tied into a neat ponytail, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. It's the female captain just now. As soon as she entered the door, her eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, who was sitting on the chair. The moment she saw Lin Yu was safe and sound, she was obviously relieved. Then, she quickly walked up to Lin Yu and said, Mr. Lin. I'm sorry to have frightened you. It's our fault. We are so sorry. Joe Lily looked at the other person in disbelief. After the female captain apologized to Lin Yu, her heroic face was instantly covered with frost. She turned around, her eyes as sharp as an eagle fixed on Joe Lily, whose face had turned pale. It's you? Attempting to harass, threaten, and physically harm a national treasure? You, who are you? You still want to arrest me? Joe Lily said with disdain, I'm telling you, I know a lot of people in Xingting City. You can't just. Shut up, the female captain interrupted her harshly, a hint of impatience in her eyes. According to Articles 17 and 32 of the Law on the Protection of the Rights and Interests of National Treasuremen, criminal suspect Joe Lily's actions constitute first-degree endangerment. Arrest immediately. Get lost. What national treasure mail? What protection law? I've never heard of it. Does that mean every man is a national treasure? Get lost. The female captain sneered, never heard of it? That's because you are ignorant. She took out a black ID folder and was about to show it to Joe Lily. Let's see who dares to cause trouble. A burly woman rushed in with 7 or 8 equally ferocious women. Chapter 40. I'm dying of laughter. You call this the highest security plan? The woman was 1.88 meters tall, with muscles as developed as a bodybuilder, and a tattoo of a black panther with bared fangs and claws was prominently displayed on her right arm. She was wearing a black vest, revealing her arms covered with tattoos, and had several thick gold chains around her neck. She looked like someone who was not a good person. On his square face, 2 scars ran from his eyebrows to the corners of his mouth. His eyes were fierce and he had an unlit cigar in his mouth. Behind him, there were 7 or 8 equally ruffian-looking, fleshy women, each with a bad look in their eyes, holding baseball bats or batons in their hands, completely blocking the already small doorway. When Joe Lily saw the person coming, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had seen a savior. "Sister Black Panther. You're finally here." She immediately put on a pitiful expression, pointing at Lin Yu and the female captain, her voice tinged with tears. "It's them. This pretty boy and these women in uniform are bullying me. If you had come a step later, I would have been bullied to death. Sister Black Panther, look, it's all red. This pretty boy not only let my employees slap me in the face in public. He also touched me and grabbed my wrist so hard that it still hurts." She raised her wrist that Lin Yu had grasped, and there was indeed a faint red mark on it. The woman known as Sister Black Panther glanced down at Joe Lily, who was crying bitterly, frowned, and a hint of impatience flashed in her eyes. But she still stretched out her big hand and patted Joe Lily on the back. "Okay, stop howling, it's not a big deal. With me here, no one in Qingting City dares to touch my Black Panther people." After she finished speaking, her fierce gaze fell on the female captain and the team of special security personnel behind her. However, her face not only did not show the slightest fear, but instead revealed an undisguised contempt and disdain. In her opinion, these people were at best new law enforcement officers from a certain area who wanted to achieve some results but were confused about the situation. "Yo, you women in uniforms, just pretending to be something, can scare me, Black Panther?" Sister Black Panther took 2 steps forward and pointed at the female captain with the unlit cigar, her tone extremely arrogant. "My sister's shop, when is it your turn to run wild? If you know what's good for you, take your people and get out of here now. We'll handle this ourselves. Don't be so shameless, or if you get hurt later, no one will reimburse your medical expenses." The waitresses hiding in the corner were so frightened that they dared not breathe. They knew that Sister Black Panther really dared to take action, and she wanted to beat them to death. When Joe Lily saw Sister Black Panther being so domineering, her back straightened instantly, and the pride and resentment on her face could no longer be concealed. She rushed to Sister Black Panther, pointed at the female captain's nose and screamed, "Sister Black Panther! Stop talking nonsense with her. Beat her up. Let her know who has the final say in Qingting City. And that pretty boy." Her gaze turned to Lin Yu, who was still leisurely sitting on the chair playing with the cat, and the malice in her eyes almost overflowed. "Break his legs. No. Break his 3rd leg too. See how he can go out and seduce people again. And that little bitch." She pointed at Xia Yubing, whose face was pale and she was tightly clutching the edge of Lin Yu's clothes. "Slash her face. Make sure she never becomes a vixen again in her life." Joe Lily was filled with a crazy pleasure of revenge. She seemed to have seen the miserable appearance of Lin Yu and Xia Yubing kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. "Are you done?" The female captain was not angry, but her voice became a little colder. Black Panther's sister frowned. "What? You want to leave after saying this?" The female captain shook her head. She didn't waste any more time talking to these 2 idiots who lived in their own world. She just took out a black ID folder. With a pop sound, she opened her ID folder and held it in front of Sister Black Panther. "Now, see clearly." Sister Black Panther glanced at him with disdain. Inside the ID folder, on the left is the female captain's heroic ID photo and personal information. On the right, there is a golden badge, solemn and dignified. Below the national emblem are several lines of large characters written in a flamboyant style and printed in gold. She didn't recognize the font, but it looked impressive. Joe Lily also stretched her neck and looked curiously. 3 seconds later. Puff. Sister Black Panther was the first one who couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing. Immediately following. Ha 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 ha. A thunderous laugh erupted from Sister Black Panther's throat, making her body tremble violently and tears almost come out. "Oh my God. I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for a while." The group of young ladies behind her were stunned at first, then laughed. They laughed so hard that they fell down and could hardly hold the baseball bats in their hands. Ha 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 ha. National treasure, male national treasure? What the hell is this? General Security Bureau? Special Operations Division? This certificate looks pretty real. Holy crap, this is even more impressive than the one I got under the overpass last time, the one for the Commander-in-Chief of the UN Peacekeeping Forces. Joe Lily also laughed wildly, her body shaking with laughter. She pointed at the female captain and gasped for breath. Lily! Lily, I'm really dying of laughter at these clowns. The whole cat cafe is filled with a happy atmosphere. Only the female captain and the team members behind her looked coldly at this group of self-satisfied clowns. Have you laughed enough? The female captain's voice was still cold. Sister Black Panther finally stopped laughing. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, snatched the ID folder from the female captain, and looked at it over and over in her hands. Hey girl, where did you get this certificate? It's well made, and the stamp is just like the real thing. Could you please tell me where to get it? I'll get one for each of my sisters, so it'll be easier for me to collect protection money in the future. After she finished speaking, there was another burst of laughter. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. The female captain had no patience anymore. She ignored Black Panther and turned to look at her team members. The target has been confirmed to pose a level 1 personal threat and is also abusing their credentials. Activate Red Plan, authorizing the use of force to clear the area, allowing for non-lethal serious injuries. As soon as the words fell, Sister Black Panther's face instantly darkened. Who the hell are you with, little bitch? Still dealing with us? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? She threw the ID folder to the ground and crushed it with her toes. Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. When looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. I'm telling you today, here, I'm the one who rules. I don't care if you're a national treasure or a piece of poultry, I only care about money and fists. She waved her hand viciously and gave orders to her men. What the hell are you all standing there for? Get on with it. First, catch that whining little bitch here. Today, I'm going to teach her myself why flowers are so red. As for that pretty boy. Sister Black Panther licked her cracked lips and revealed a lewd smile. Don't beat him up yet. Take him back and let my group of bored sisters in the club treat him well. Let them also have a taste of what this exquisite young meat tastes like. Yes. Sister Black Panther. The 7 or 8 young sisters had been waiting impatiently for a long time. When they heard the order, they screamed excitedly, waving the weapons in their hands, and rushed towards Xia Yubing and Lin Yu. You don't come over here. Xia Yubing's face turned pale with fear, but she almost subconsciously opened her arms and stood in front of Lin Yu. Chapter 41 Why are you all standing there? Let us go together, I'm in a hurry. Yo-ha? You little bitch still wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? You've grown wings, haven't you? The sturdy woman, who was 2.8 meters tall and weighed an estimated 280 pounds, had arm muscles thicker than Xia Yubing's thighs. Her nickname is Alan, and she is the most capable gold medal fighter under Black Panther's sister. Get out of my way. Otherwise, I'm going to beat your little face to pieces today. Joe Lily screamed from behind, her face filled with morbid excitement. Alan. Don't waste your time talking to her. Catch her. I'm going to scratch her face with my own hands today. Sister Black Panther watched the scene with a playful look on her face. She held a cigar in her mouth and said to the men beside her with interest. See? This is what we call love. Wow, it's truly moving. After we've finished entertaining this guy, don't let this little girl go. She's so pretty, there must be a lot of female bosses who like her. Ha ha ha, Black Panther's sister is still the best at playing. Sister Black Panther is wise. Although Xia Yubing was afraid, she did not back down. Lin Yu gently pulled Xia Yubing behind him and said, Come here, let me take care of these people. Alan looked at Lin Yu, who stood up, and the contempt in his eyes became even stronger. What? The pretty boy finally stopped hiding behind a woman? He wants to take action? With your delicate little body, I can beat you up so badly that your mother won't even recognize you with one punch. She screamed strangely, the muscles in her arms bulged, and she raised the steel pipe in her hand high and smashed it down hard on Lin Yu's head. If this tube hits you hard, you will definitely end up with a bloody head. The female captain, who had been watching coldly, narrowed her eyes and almost subconsciously ordered, Prepare. However, she only managed to utter 2 words before her words got stuck in her throat. Because Lin Yu moved. Everyone saw that Lin Yu just tilted his head slightly, and the fierce steel pipe whizzed past his nose almost. He didn't even blink. What? Alan's pupils suddenly shrank and he was horrified. She used all her strength in this attack, how could she possibly be dodged? Before she could retract her move, Lin Yu's left hand shot out like lightning, and his 5 fingers were like pliers, accurately grasping Alan's right wrist that was holding the steel pipe. He didn't use any force, just gently flipped it outwards. Crack! There was a sound of bone cracking so clear that it made everyone present's teeth ache. The hideous smile on Alan's face froze instantly, and was then replaced by endless pain and distortion. Ah! She let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and the steel pipe in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Her right wrist was bent outward 90 degrees at a strange angle that no ordinary person could do. The white broken bones even pierced the skin and blood gushed out. Lin Yu's right elbow was raised up like lightning. An extremely sharp elbow strike, with the sound of breaking wind, accurately hit Alan's jaw, which was wide open due to severe pain. Bang! A dull crash. Alan felt as if his jawbone was hit head-on by a battering ram. His whole head buzzed, stars appeared in front of his eyes, and a large amount of blood foam spurted out of his mouth, mixed with 7 or 8 broken teeth. Her body leaned back due to the huge impact, and her feet left the ground. Don't you like using your feet? Lin Yu's voice was soft, but it carried a chill that went straight to the bone. Before her body fell, Lin Yu's right leg had turned into a sharp afterimage, and with an extremely swift whip kick, he hit her side waist and kidney firmly. Bang! Alan's huge body weighing nearly 200 pounds was hit hard, and he flew out sideways. The entire process, from the start to the end, was smooth and seamless. Less than 3 seconds. A living, arrogant gold medal fighter turned into a human-shaped garbage lying in a pool of blood. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg. The cigar in Black Panther sister's mouth fell to the ground with a click. The female captain and the special security team members behind her all froze in place. Captain, his movements. A team member said in a dry voice, there's not a single unnecessary force, and every blow hits the most vulnerable part. This isn't a street fight, this is a textbook killing technique. The female captain stared at Lin Yu's back, her heart pounding. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at the Black Panther sisters and the others who had been completely petrified. Huh? Why did everything stop? Didn't you say we should go together? I'm still waiting. My time is precious, please don't waste everyone's time, okay? Damn it! Sister Black Panther suddenly let out a sharp scream. You're playing dirty tricks on me, aren't you? Huh? She pointed at Lin Yu, spit flying everywhere. You damned pretty boy. You must have used some despicable trick to attack me. Otherwise, how could you possibly defeat Alan? What the hell are you all standing there for? Come at me together. I don't believe it. Can he grow 3 heads and 6 arms? Kill him for me. Under the threat of Sister Black Panther, the 7 little sisters exchanged glances and rushed forward with strange cries. This time, they learned their lesson. 7 of them formed a circle from all directions, holding steel pipes, batons, and baseball bats, blocking all of Lin Yu's escape routes. Go to hell. Pretty boy. Lin Yu stood in the center of the encirclement, and the corners of his mouth curled up. His body swayed slightly, and he instantly passed through the gap between the 2 girls. The man with a mohawk at the front felt a flash before his eyes, and the stick he was about to hit missed. Then his wrist felt numb, and the steel pipe in his hand disappeared. Lin Yu held the steel pipe in one hand, without even looking at it, and swung it back. Clang! The steel pipe hit the other girl's knee joint accurately. The woman screamed and fell to her knees on the spot. Lin Yu kept walking, moving through the crowd like a ghost. The steel pipe in his hand sometimes hit someone's elbow joint, making her arm weak. Sometimes he hit someone's wrist, making her drop her weapon. Bang! A gangster girl's baseball bat attacked from the side. Lin Yu didn't even turn his head. He stretched out his left hand, accurately grabbed the top of the baseball bat, and pulled it back. The girl was unable to stop herself in time and was dragged forward, bumping into the back of another companion, and the 2 rolled into a ball. Less than 10 seconds. There was a burst of ding-ding-dang-dang sounds. The 7 girls who were so aggressive just now were now all lying on the ground, groaning, and the ground was littered with fallen steel pipes and batons. The female captain beside her felt her throat was extremely dry. The team members around her had subconsciously reached for the pistols at their waists, not to deal with Lin Yu, but as an instinctive defensive reaction of the body when facing a top-level strongman. Captain. I suspect, we are the ones who need to be protected. Lin Yu clapped his hands, turned around, and his deep gaze fell on Sister Black Panther, who had already turned pale and trembling all over. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 42 You stinky bitch. It's all your fault. I'll beat you to death. You, don't come over here. Sister Black Panther subconsciously took a step back, her voice hoarse. Plop. She tripped over something, lost her balance, and fell heavily to the ground. When the female captain saw this scene, she finally came back to her senses from the shock. She cleared her throat and stepped forward. Your actions today constitute a first-degree personal threat and severe harassment against a national treasure-level male. According to the special provisions of the law on the protection of the rights and interests of national treasure men, we will initiate the highest level of punishment procedures. Take them away. Sister Black Panther was completely stunned. It's over now. Do I have to use a sewing machine for the rest of my life? Just because she touched this pretty boy? Damn it, if I had known I wouldn't have messed with such a person. Now no one can save himself. She suddenly remembered something, turned her head sharply, and stared at Joe Lily. It's her. It's all this stinky bitch's fault. If she hadn't called me to come over. If she hadn't been crying and fanning the flames here. How could I have gotten involved with such a vicious monster? The business I've run for half my life, the freedom I'll have for the rest of my life. All gone. Ah. Sister Black Panther let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. She jumped up from the ground like a mad mother bear and pounced on Joe Lily, who was still in a daze. Zoe Lily. You're such a troublemaker. You stinky bitch. I'll fucking kill you. She grabbed Joe Lily's hair and slammed her head to the ground with all her strength. Bang. Ah. Joe Lily let out a scream and blood instantly appeared on her forehead. I've worked so hard for half my life, and now you've ruined everything. Sister Black Panther rode on Joe Lily's body, slapping her left and right, one slap after another on the face. Snap. 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 The sound was so loud and clear that it frightened the waiters around. Make you horny. Make you unable to walk when you see a handsome guy. I'll let you seduce someone. I'll let you seduce. She grabbed Joe Lily's leopard print dress and tore it hard. Sizzle. The sound of fabric tearing was heard, and Joe Lily revealed the expensive lace underwear underneath. I told you to wear leopard print. You're a fucking nuisance. I'm going to skin you alive today. Joe Lily was stunned by the sudden beating. She struggled desperately, screamed and cried. Sister Black Panther. Are you crazy? Why did you hit me? I asked you to come, and you came? Don't you have any brains? Ah. Stop hitting me. My face. I just had my nose done. This scene was even more chaotic than when Lin Yu took action just now. The female captain and her teammates were all stunned. A team member came over and whispered, Captain, should we separate them? The female captain's mouth twitched. She glanced at Lin Yu, who was watching with great interest and folding his arms, and shook her head. Let them fight. Dog bites dog, and both get a mouthful of fur. Wait until they're tired of beating me, then we'll cuff them and take them away together. It'll save us trouble. Yes. Lin Yu looked at the scene in front of him, his heart was calm, and he even wanted to laugh. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Hit the key points, yes, hit that plastic surgery face. Joe Lily was beaten by Black Panther sister without any ability to fight back. Her face was covered in blood and her hair was pulled into a chicken coop. She saw Lin Yu standing not far away. That was her only hope. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, save me. She used up her last bit of strength to break free from Sister Black Panther's grip and crawled towards Lin Yu. I was wrong. Mr. Lin. I was really wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I'm not a human being. Please be magnanimous and let me go this time. Please. Tell her to stop hitting you. I'll give you money. I'll give you all the money I have. She cried with tears and snot, holding Lin Yu's trouser legs, her posture so humble that she was in the dust. Xia Yubing frowned subconsciously, thinking that this woman was so dirty. Lin Yu lowered his head and looked at Joe Lily, who was hugging his thighs and crying, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Only disgust. He lifted his foot. Roll. In one word, cold as ice. He kicked Joe Lily away lightly. Joe Lily rolled to the side like a rolling gourd. Seeing that the time was almost right, the female captain waved her hand. Take them all away. Two security guards stepped forward and dragged out Sister Black Panther, who was still cursing madly, and Joe Lily, who was limp as mud, like dead dogs. In the cat cafe, peace finally returned. All that was left was a mess on the ground and a few frightened waiters with eyes full of admiration and gossip. The short-haired girl cautiously walked out from the corner, looked at the bloodstains on the ground, then looked at Lin Yu, her voice trembling. Xiao Bing, you benefactor, who are you? Did you see that? The way the female captain treated him. A girl with a ponytail lowered her voice, was like she was treating some important person. And the way he fought just now, the short-haired girl gestured excitedly, those guys look like paper in front of him. Xiao Bing, why do I feel that your relationship is not simple? The girl with glasses came over curiously. Xia Yubing's face flushed instantly, and she waved her hands hurriedly, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Lin really just what? The ponytail girl smirked. Just your Prince Charming? That's right. Xiao Bing, look at the way he looks at you. It's obviously different, the short-haired girl said, and just now, when you tried to protect him, you looked so brave. We all saw it. You guys? Xia Yubing was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Okay, stop bullying Xiao Bing. An older girl stopped their teasing. I just secretly took a few photos and posted them on my moments later with the caption A domineering CEO shows up at a cat cafe, fighting the local bully for love. Delete it, delete it. Xia Yubing hurriedly stopped him, you can't take pictures of Mr. Lin. The girls exchanged a look, both with expressions that said we understand. Xiao Bing is so eager to protect her husband. Maintenance starts now? TSK, this sour smell of love. Just when the girls wanted to continue teasing, Lin Yu turned around. The girls who were chattering just now suddenly became quiet, their faces blushing, not daring to look directly at that perfect face. Lin Yu ignored them and smiled gently at Xia Yubing. Let's go, we're going to be late for our movie. Chapter 43 First Experience of Private Cinema. Mr. Lin, thank you for helping me so much just now. Xia Yubing's cheeks turned a faint pink. I know a very good private cinema. I'll treat you. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are you sure? Yes. Xia Yubing nodded vigorously, afraid that he would refuse. Although I don't have much money, I still have this little bit of cash. And? She paused, blushing and added, and I want to be alone with you for a while. Let's go. Lin Yu agreed readily. The two walked out of the cat cafe. Lin Yu opened the car door casually, get in. Xia Yubing carefully sat in the passenger seat. Lin Yu started the engine, and the low roar made passers-by around him cast envious glances. Where is the cinema you mentioned? It's in the Starlight building in the city center. I'll show you the way. Okay. Lin Yu stepped on the accelerator. Ding. Mission released, first date. Quest requirements, get in close contact with Xia Yubing today. Mission reward, 1 billion yuan in cash. Hear the familiar system prompt tone. Lin Yu's mouth curled up slightly. The reward of 500 million yuan was indeed generous, but he cared more about Xia Yubing's behavior. The car quickly arrived at the Starlight building and Lin Yu found a parking space and stopped. The two walked into the building and took the elevator to the Xingyu Private Cinema on the 18th floor. The decoration of the cinema is very stylish, and the dim lights create a romantic atmosphere. The front desk clerk was a female boss in her 30s, with a plump figure. She was wearing a low-cut black dress, and her cleavage was faintly visible. She was sorting something with her head down, and looked up when she heard footsteps. The moment she saw Lin Yu, the female boss's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my God, what a divine beauty! She had seen many young couples come here, but she had never seen such a perfect man. The face was as delicate as a sculpture, the figure was tall and straight, and she exuded a charm that made one's heart beat faster. Looking at Xia Yubing beside her, the female boss felt a surge of envy and jealousy in her heart. This girl looks pure and cute. Alas, they are both women, so how come she met such an excellent man? The female boss calmly adjusted her hair, straightened her chest, and walked towards the two of them. Welcome to Xingyu Private Cinema, I'm the proprietress here. Her voice was deliberately soft, and her eyes looked up and down at Lin Yu unscrupulously. What kind of movie would you like to see? Xia Yubing noticed the naked gaze of the female boss and felt a little uncomfortable. Xia Yubing blushed and said, Do you have any movie recommendations? The female boss glanced at Lin Yu ambiguously, then looked at Xia Yubing. Is this your first time here, young couple? I recommend room 3. It has the best environment and the best soundproofing. She took out a small box from under the counter and stuffed it directly into Xia Yubing's hand. This is for you, free of charge. Xia Yubing looked down and her face instantly turned red to her ears. That's a box of hardcover condoms. Why did you give this to me? She wanted to return it in a panic. The female boss patted Xia Yubing's shoulder with an expression of someone who had experienced it. Girl, if you get pregnant on impulse, your handsome boyfriend will be single for a while, and then he'll be taken over by another woman. Can you bear that? You still need to take safety measures. Ah. No. We are not in that kind of relationship. Xia Yubing's voice became shrill, and he looked like a boiled shrimp. Lin Yu quickly explained, Boss, don't get me wrong, we are just here to watch a movie. The female boss smiled ambiguously, her expression clearly saying, I understand everything, no explanation needed, yes, just watching a movie normally. But little beauty, you are so shy, you must take the initiative. Otherwise, the handsome guy will run away with someone else. Don't say that. Xia Yubing stamped her feet anxiously, we really aren't boyfriend and girlfriend. The female boss's smile became more and more ambiguous, and her eyes looked back and forth between the two of them. Hurry up and get upstairs. Xia Yubing pulled Lin Yu towards the stairs. Stop explaining. The more you explain, the more confusing it becomes. Her palms were sweaty and she held the box of condoms tightly in her hands, not knowing what to do with it. Lin Yu was pulled by her and went directly to the private room number 3 on the 3rd floor. Xia Yubing opened the door, revealing a cozy little space. A large sofa faced a huge projection screen, with various snacks and drinks placed beside it. It's so comfortable here. Lin Yu looked around. Xia Yubing secretly stuffed the box of condoms into the gap between the sofa and her face was still red. Please sit down. I'll go choose a movie. She was busy at the operating table, choosing a classic romance film. The lights gradually dimmed and the movie began to play. The two sat on the sofa, with a distance of one person between them. Xia Yubing would steal a glance at Lin Yu from time to time. The movie was showing a scene of the hero and heroine kissing in the rain, and Xia Yubing's heart beat faster. She secretly glanced at Lin Yu beside her and found that he was looking at the screen intently. His perfect profile looked particularly charming in the dim light. Normally, when she was outside, she was always very cautious, fearing that classmates or acquaintances would see her and gossip about her. But now, in this private space, it was just her and Lin Yu. An unprecedented courage suddenly surged in my heart. Mr. Lin. Xia Yubing spoke softly. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at her. Do you want to kiss me? Xia Yubing asked, looking at his lips. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the usually shy little white rabbit would be so proactive. If you want. Xia Yubing said with a hint of playfulness, just beg me. Lin Yu looked at the suddenly bold girl in front of him, a doting smile flashing in his eyes. Little goblin. He chuckled and suddenly stood up. Before Xia Yubing could react, Lin Yu leaned over and gently pushed her down on the soft sofa. Since you said so. Lin Yu's voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of ridicule, then come on. Do you really want to do that? Xia Yubing asked softly. You were the one who teased me first. Lin Yu gently stroked her cheek. Are you scared now? No, I don't. Wait a minute, I'm going to change my clothes. She pointed to the clothes rack in the corner of the private room. There are a lot of themed clothes here. 10 minutes later, Xia Yubing changed into an exquisite JK uniform, a black miniskirt with snow-white stockings, pure and innocent with a hint of seductive youthful vitality. Lin Yu looked at the girl in front of him and his breath caught slightly. Xia Yubing stood on tiptoe and gently hugged Lin Yu's neck with both hands. The only sounds in the room were the background sound of the movie and the two people's rapid breathing. Chapter 44 Chapter 40 For the terrifying power of super physique. Lin Yu. Xia Yubing's voice was filled with tears. I feel like I'm about to die. Hold on a little longer. Lin Yu stroked her hair gently. Believe me, you can do it. Lin Yu was very satisfied with Xia Yubing's flexibility, and the physical enhancement given by the system was very powerful. When I watched those action movies before, I always thought that those poses were impossible to do. Now it seems that as long as you are flexible enough, anything is possible. Xia Yubing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. But I really. Be good and listen. Lin Yu's voice was full of magnetism. Didn't you say you would serve me well? Hearing this, Xia Yubing seemed to have a switch turned on, and her originally tired body suddenly became full of energy again. You're so amazing. I love you so much. In this way, the two of them spent a crazy morning in this private room. Xia Yubing had already fainted from exhaustion, but a satisfied smile hung on her face. Lin Yu looked at the girl in his arms, and a wonderful feeling surged in his heart. So cool. He had never had such an exciting experience. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Task completion assessment, perfect. Xia Yubing completely surrenders physically and mentally. System reward distribution, 1 billion yuan in cash has been automatically deposited into your secret Swiss bank account. Lin Yu's mouth corners rose slightly. 500 million yuan is not a small amount. Combined with his previous assets, his current net worth is already quite considerable. 2 hours later, Lin Yu slowly stood up and looked at Xia Yubing, who was still trembling slightly on the sofa, and his eyes became gentle. The JK uniform was already in a mess, the black skirt was wrinkled into a ball, and the snow-white stockings had slipped down a little. Yubing? Lin Yu called softly. Xia Yubing slowly opened her eyes still a little blurry. Lin Yu. Are you tired? Lin Yu gently helped her tidy up her messy hair. We'll go back after you've rested enough. Xia Yubing wanted to sit up, but found that her whole body was sore and she didn't even have the strength to lift her hands. She blushed and whispered, I can't seem to stand up. Lin Yu laughed. The super physique given by this system was indeed too strong. Then I'll hold you. As he spoke, Lin Yu bent down and picked up Xia Yubing horizontally. Ah! Xia Yubing screamed and hurriedly hugged Lin Yu's neck. Lin Yu, people will see us like this. What are you afraid of? Lin Yu looked down at the girl in his arms, his eyes filled with doting. You are my woman, isn't it my duty to hold you? Hearing this, Xia Yubing felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. She buried her face in Lin Yu's chest and muttered softly, Then be gentle, don't drop me. Rest assured. Lin Yu held Xia Yubing in his arms, pushed open the door of the private room, and strode downstairs. At the front desk on the first floor, the female boss is sorting the bills. Hearing footsteps, she subconsciously raised her head. When the female boss saw Princess Lin Yu holding Xia Yubing at the stairs, the pen in her hand fell to the ground with a click. Oh my god! She opened her eyes wide, staring at the scene in front of her. The innocent little girl was lying softly in the man's arms at this moment, her little face as red as a ripe apple, her eyes blurred, and she exuded an indescribable charm. You can tell at a glance that this man satisfies her, and this woman just can't live without a man. Watching Lin Yu leave, the female boss's eyes couldn't help but wander over him, and her mind began to frantically imagine everything that had just happened in the private room. How strong must that man be to turn a lively girl into this state? Thinking of this, the female boss felt her breathing quicken, and a strong desire surged in her heart. The female boss mustered up her courage. Handsome, can you please leave your contact information? We often have events here, so we can notify you. Lin Yu glanced at her calmly and said, No need. After saying that, he hugged Xia Yubing and was about to leave. The female boss was anxious and quickly chased after him. Wait. I mean, if your girlfriend is tired, you can rest here. Xia Yubing blushed in Lin Yu's arms and whispered, Oh, let's go. Lin Yu nodded and strode out of the cinema. The female boss stood at the door and watched Lin Yu disappear in the elevator holding Xia Yubing. She bit her lip, feeling unwilling. Why? Why would such a perfect man be snatched away by that little girl? She is obviously more experienced than that little girl and knows how to serve a man better. Thinking of the scene she had just seen, the female boss felt a surge of sour jealousy in her heart. No. She absolutely cannot give up like this. She just couldn't believe that with her skills, she couldn't handle a man. At the same time, Yunding Palace. Su Qinghan slowly opened her eyes, and subconsciously reached out to touch her side, but she felt something cold. Lin Yu is not here. In an instant, the scenes from last night that made her blush and heartbeat came back to her mind like a tide. She bit her lower lip, feeling the waves of aches in her body. The inexplicable feeling of emptiness made her feel a strong desire in her heart. Oh my god, she actually began to miss the feeling of being completely conquered. Su Qinghan sat up with a red face, ready to get out of bed to find Lin Yu. But as soon as he stood up, his legs immediately became weak, and he staggered and almost fell on the carpet. Ah! She screamed and hurriedly held onto the bedside table to barely stand. Looking down at his trembling legs, Su Qinghan's face turned even redder. This is so embarrassing. The dignified female president of the Su group couldn't even walk steadily. She gritted her teeth, held onto the wall, and moved step by step to the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror. The woman in the mirror had skin as white as snow, but it was dotted with red marks, and there was still a lingering passion in the corners of her eyes. Su Qinghan reached out and gently stroked a shallow tooth mark on his collarbone, and his heartbeat quickened again. No! She absolutely can't go on like this. Lin Yu is so outstanding and perfect, there must be no shortage of temptations from other women around him. If I'm not good at that aspect, he will lose interest in me sooner or later. When Su Qinghan thought of this possibility, he felt a panic. She immediately picked up her tablet and began searching frantically. How to improve women's physique, health products to enhance physical strength, how to satisfy your husband. While Su Qinghan was browsing the introductions of various supplements, he secretly made up his mind. Bird's nest, donkey hide gelatin, ginseng, deer antler. As long as it is good for the body, she will buy it all. She also wants to secretly buy books on skills to learn from. Just as she was about to place an order for a bunch of supplements, her cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 45 Family Gathering Provocation. Seeing the caller ID, the expression on Su Qinghan's face instantly became respectful. Grandpa? How come you have time to call me? Su Qinghan asked curiously. Qinghan. The majestic voice of Mr. Su Jinghua came from the other end of the phone. Tonight at Yun's restaurant, there will be a family gathering. You must bring your Mr. Lin with you. This is not a negotiation. When Su Qinghan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Family gathering? At this time? She subconsciously looked at herself in the mirror, who was covered in red marks and couldn't even walk steadily. Her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. Hashtag 34 Grandpa, we, number 34. What? Are you trying to refuse? Su Jinghua's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. All the relatives in the family know that you are married. Except for a few of us who have met Mr. Lin, no one else has. Everyone is waiting to see what your husband is like. Su Qinghan's heart sank. She knew these relatives too well. They were always making fun of her whenever they met. Now that they knew she was getting married, they must be holding a lot of bad intentions and waiting to see the fun. Got it, Grandpa. Su Qinghan bit his lip. We will be there on time. That's good. Remember, don't be late. Your aunts and cousins are all waiting to meet our mysterious son-in-law. Su Jinghua reminded again and again. After hanging up the phone, Su Qinghan looked at the phone screen with mixed feelings. When I think of those cousins, they all appear to be very loving sisters, but I don't know how many bad things they say behind my back. Especially Su Mingyue. Although she was expelled from the Su family, her mother Wang Meili is still there and will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. Except for her, all the girls of the Su family's generation are single. Su Siyu, Su Mengyao, and Su Shirhan are all in their 20s, which is the time when they are most sensitive to men. What if they saw Lin Yu's face, coupled with his mysterious aura, would they have any thoughts? The more Su Qinghan thought about it, the more uneasy he became. She paced back and forth in the room, various possible scenarios running through her mind. Lin Yu pushed open the door of the villa and just changed his shoes when he found Su Qinghan pacing back and forth in front of the sofa in the living room. He narrowed his eyes and walked quietly behind her. Lin Yu put his arm around Su Qinghan's waist from behind and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong? You look distracted, what happened?" Ah! Su Qinghan was frightened out of his wits. She turned around stiffly and saw Lin Yu's enlarged handsome face close to her. Her face instantly turned red like a boiled shrimp. Husband? When did you come back? Lin Yu let go of her, just now. Su Qinghan said softly, "Hubby, Grandpa just called and said there is a family gathering tonight and hopes we can join him." Lin Yu glanced at her calmly. Family gathering? Yes. Su Qinghan nodded. In the Yun's restaurant. All the relatives at home want to meet you. Okay. Lin Yu said indifferently, since they want to meet, then go and meet them. 6:30 in the evening, Yun's restaurant. The Su family booked the largest private room here, and quite a few people were already sitting there. Su Jinghua sat in the main seat with a terribly gloomy expression. Dad, why haven't Qinghan and the others come yet? Su Mingyue's mother Wang Meili said sarcastically, could it be that the poor boy doesn't dare to come? Does he know that he is not worthy of our Su family? Wang Meili is slightly plump, with heavy makeup on her face, and her eyes are full of malice and jealousy. That's right. Third Aunt Su Mengmeng sneered, I've said it before, Qinghan has a problem with her vision. Finding a poor boy who has nothing is simply a disgrace to our Su family. That's right. Aunt Su Jusin also agreed, Qinghan used to be so arrogant, but now? He was deceived by a poor boy. He is so blind. You think Lin Yu is a liar? Wang Meili speculated maliciously, the kind who specializes in defrauding rich women? It's very likely. Su Jusin nodded, there are more women than men nowadays, and there are plenty of male scammers like this, who specifically target daughters of wealthy families like ours. Just as everyone was talking, the door of the box was pushed open. Su Mingyue walked in wearing high heels, followed by a tall black man. The black man was about 25 or 26 years old, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with well-developed muscles, but there was a beast-like ferocity in his eyes. Grandpa, Mom, and all the aunts. Su Mingyue took the black man's arm with a smug smile on her face and said, let me introduce to you all, this is my boyfriend Jack. Jack grinned, revealing his big white teeth, hello everyone, I'm Jack, from the United States. Oh, Mingyue, this guy is awesome. Wang Meili's eyes lit up. You can tell he's amazing at first glance. Of course. Su Mingyue raised her chin proudly, a vicious glint in her eyes. Jack is a professional boxer in the Eagle Country and has opened several nightclubs. He is 10,000 times better than some losers who only know how to live off their wives. She said this without any concealment, she was mocking Lin Yu. Oh, this is going to be a good show. Su Jusin laughed with glee. Wang Meili nodded with satisfaction, not bad, unlike some people who rely on women for support, which is really embarrassing for men. Jack glanced around the box, his eyes flashing with obvious disdain. In his eyes, these yellow-skinned dragon people are an inferior race. Su Mingyue told me that her sister married a loser? Jack said loudly in broken Chinese, in the United States, such a man is only fit to be a beggar. Ha ha ha. Wang Meili covered her mouth and laughed, you're right, you'll see this rubbish later. The venom in Su Mingyue's eyes became more obvious. That's right, Lin Yu is nothing but a pretty face that can deceive women. She was filled with immense resentment. She thinks about the humiliation she suffered in the villa last time every night, and it makes her hate it so much. Today, she will completely tear off Lin Yu's disguise in front of all family members and let everyone see his true face. Mingyue, I can't wait to meet this loser. Jack grinned and flexed his fist, making a crisp sound of bones rubbing against each other. Wait a minute, I'm going to let him know what a real man is. Don't worry, dear. Su Mingyue held Jack's arm tightly, her eyes filled with malicious delight. That Lin Yu's figure isn't even half as good as yours. You can knock him down with one punch. Oh? Really? An indifferent male voice came from the door of the box. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Chapter 46. You call this being rich? Lin Yu was wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers, looking ordinary, but his face made all the women present hold their breath. Exquisite facial features like sculptures, deep eyes, and an upright figure. The Su family's cousins were stunned instantly. Oh my god. Is this my cousin Qinghan's husband? Su Siyu covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. So handsome. This appearance is too amazing. Su Mengyao muttered softly, her face flushed. Cousin, what kind of luck is this? Su Shirhan said sourly. Even the usually arrogant third aunt Su Mengmeng was stunned. She originally thought that Lin Yu would be a country bumpkin, but she didn't expect. Wang Meili's heart skipped a beat when she saw everyone's reactions. No. We must not let this little bastard steal the spotlight. She deliberately raised her voice, don't be fooled by appearances. What else do men have nowadays besides a face? Jack next to him looked at Lin Yu provocatively. Lin Yu looked at him and said disdainfully. You think you can beat me? Jack was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. What is this yellow-skinned kid talking about? Want to fight me? Jack dear, don't bother with him. Su Mingyue said delicately, he's just a useless gigolo. How can he be your opponent? Wang Meili immediately started mocking him, humph. You little bastard, you really don't know how to live or die. Jack is a professional boxing coach who has opened several boxing gyms in the United States. Who do you think you are? So what? Lin Yu's tone was flat. Wow. Look how awesome you are. Wang Meili sneered. You'll cry later. Jack can knock you down with just one punch. Su Jiasun also joined in the fun, that's right. Qinghan is really blind to find such an overconfident loser. Mingyue's Jack is so mighty. He's a real man. Su Mengmeng said sarcastically. Jack felt even more proud when he heard everyone's praise. He stood up and flexed his fists, his joints making a crackling sound. Boy, do you know what my nickname is in Eagle Country? Black Boxer Jack. I can break 10 bricks with one punch. Lin Yu looked at him, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Oh. Jack was infuriated by this indifference. What's your attitude? No one in the United States dares to talk to me like this. Then you should go back to the United States. Lin Yu said casually. You. Jack's face turned red with anger. Seeing this, Su Mingyue quickly grabbed Jack and said, Dear, don't be angry with this kind of trash. He is just a gigolo. He only got rich because he married my sister. I just don't want to marry your sister. I'm rich too. Lin Yu retorted. Ha ha ha. Wang Meili laughed while holding her stomach. Boy, do you know how much assets our Su family has? Arrogant. Su Jiasun snorted coldly, our Su family's assets are worth hundreds of billions. What qualifications do you, a pauper, have to act like that here? Su Mingyue said proudly, that's right. The business I'm doing with Jack in Eagle Country is worth tens of millions of dollars for any one of our projects. How much money can you have? He only has a pretty face. Wang Meili added sarcastically, a man without money is nothing but a waste. Lin Yu listened to these people's ridicule without any ripple in his heart. These people are really frogs in the well. Tens of millions? Now the system has given me hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't rely on women. Lin Yu said lightly, I have my own career. Career? Su Mengmeng sneered. What kind of career? Opening a small shop? Or setting up a street stall? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Qinghan is so pitiful. Older single women just can't find any good guys. That's right. Men nowadays will say anything for money. Su Siyu couldn't help but say, don't say that. Brother Lin Yu is a good person. Siyu, don't be fooled by his appearance. Wang Meili immediately lectured, you can't just judge a man by his looks. You have to look at his strength. Jack sneered at the side, in Eagle Country, a pretty boy like him who only has a pretty face can only be a pet for rich old women. That's right. Su Mingyue hugged Jack's arm, unlike my Jack, who is handsome, rich, and capable. Wang Meili nodded and praised, Mingyue has good taste. Lin Yu listened to these words, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Are you finished? What? Su Mingyue asked provocatively, did someone say something that was bothering you? Are you angry out of shame? That's right, it's the truth after all. Wang Meili added sarcastically. Just then, Grandpa Su Jinghua finally spoke. That's enough. We're all family, and you're being so sarcastic right away. Mr. Lin is a national treasure after all, so the person the country assigns him will definitely not be bad. Wang Meili's eyes rolled and her expression immediately changed. She walked to Su Jinghua and poured tea attentively. Dad, you are right. But you also know that we are all concerned about Qinghan. Yes, Grandpa. Su Mingyue also hurried over, we are just worried, there is no other intention. That's right, Su Jiasun echoed. There are so many jokes about men being national treasures online right now. Who knows if they're true or not? Wang Meili smiled sinisterly, Dad, why don't you ask Lin Yu to prove it? After all, empty words are not enough. Prove what? Su Jinghua frowned. It proves he's really capable. Su Mingyue said excitedly, you can't just say something and expect us to believe it, right? That's right. Wang Meili immediately responded, everyone can brag nowadays, the key is to show your true ability. Su Jiasun also joined in the fun, yes, yes, yes. Didn't Lin Yu just say that he has a career? Then let him tell us what it is. And there's more. Su Mengmeng added sarcastically, since you don't rely on women, you must have some real money, right? Jack sneered at the side, yes. In Eagle Country, identity must be verified. Wang Meili pretended to be concerned. Dad, think about it, if he is a liar, where will our Su family put their face? Su Mingyue looked at Lin Yu triumphantly. What do you think? Do you dare to prove it? Or? She deliberately dragged out her tone, it's totally fake? The atmosphere in the box suddenly became tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yu, waiting to see his reaction. Wang Meili and Su Mingyue looked at each other, with a smug glint in their eyes. They just didn't believe it. What proof could this little bastard come up with? Chapter 47 Domineeringly protecting my husband, who dares to call my husband a waste? Lin Yu asked casually, proof? What proof do you want to see? Wang Meili immediately perked up. Of course it's the bank deposit. You can tell whether you have money or not by looking at the bank card balance. Right. Su Mingyue clapped her hands excitedly. Mobile banking is so convenient nowadays. I can just open it and check my balance. Su Jiasen also joined in the fun, that's right. If you have the guts, show it to us. Jack grinned and said, I have $20 million in my bank account. How much do you have? Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth in a cold arc. Is $20 million a lot? Jack was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. Boy, do you know how much $20 million is? That's 140 million renminbi. I, Jack, would stand on my head and eat shit. If you had that much money. Jack said with disbelief, in Eagle Country, I've seen too many poor people like you who love to show off. Su Mingyue glared at Lin Yu, why are you pretending? She looked at Su Jinghua, Grandpa, I have been abroad for a while and have reflected on myself. I am not like my sister who found such a boastful person. Now I doubt my sister's ability. What bad luck! Lin Yu looked at Su Mingyue and said, what's so great about finding a black foreigner? Su Mingyue's expression instantly turned ugly, that's still better than you. You're a gigolo, you can't survive without my sister. Lin Yu smiled faintly, you don't have to worry about this, just take care of yourself. Su Mingyue was furious, what, you have nothing to say? Why are you still pretending to be rich? The cousins looked at each other, and Su Siyu whispered, cousin, please stop talking. Maybe Lin Yu is really capable. Su Mengyao also nodded, yes, cousin Mingyue, we are all family. Su Mingyue sneered, what kind of ability can he have? The ability to be kept by an old woman? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the box instantly dropped to freezing point. Jack grinned and added, right. Who would rely on a woman if they were truly capable? Su Jinghua couldn't stand it anymore and slammed the table, enough. Shut up. But Wang Meili obviously had no intention of stopping. Dad, we are also doing this for the good of the Su family. Su Mingyue was even more aggressive, that's right, Grandpa, you see, he doesn't even dare to say a word now. He's obviously guilty. Jack flexed his fists and said, boy, how about this? Fight me. If you win, I'll consider you capable. If you lose, get out of the Su family, how about that? Lin Yu was about to respond when the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Who is bullying my husband here? Su Qinghan walked in wearing a black business suit and high heels. As soon as she came out of the bathroom, the pressure of the billionaire female president instantly swept across the entire box. Qinghan? Why are you here just now? Su Jinghua breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qinghan's gaze swept around the box and finally landed on Su Mingyue. Mingyue? Why are you back? Su Mingyue straightened her chest and said, why? Can't I come back? This is the Su family, why can't I come back? I thought you would stay abroad honestly. Su Qinghan said lightly. Wang Meili immediately defended her, Qinghan. Mingyue is your sister, how can you speak like that? Sister? Su Qinghan sneered, would your sister touch your brother-in-law? Su Mingyue's face changed, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I? Do you want me to pull up the surveillance footage for everyone to see? Su Qinghan's eyes were sharp as a knife. Or do you want me to tell everyone in detail what happened in the villa that day? Su Mingyue's face turned pale instantly. I didn't. Su Mingyue stuttered. Jack saw his girlfriend being bullied and immediately stood up. Are all women in Dragon Country like this? Falsely accusing others at every turn? Su Qinghan turned his cold gaze towards Jack. Who are you? I'm Jack. Mingyue's boyfriend. Jack held his head high and chest out. Oh. Su Qinghan said calmly, is that amazing? Jack was infuriated by this indifference. Of course I am. I can kill your husband with one punch. Su Qinghan's eyes instantly became dangerous. What did you say? Jack continued to shout without knowing the consequences. I say your husband is a loser. In Eagle Country, people like this are only fit to be pets. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature in the entire box dropped sharply. Su Qinghan turned around slowly, the expression on his face had turned completely cold. Can you say that again? Her voice was soft, but everyone present felt a chill. Jack was completely unaware of the danger and instead became even more arrogant. No matter how many times I say it, it's the same. Your husband is a piece of crap. In our Eagle Country, men like this can only be pets for rich women. Su Mingyue was beside her, gloating, sister, that's right. Jack is right. Wang Meili also joined in the fun, that's right. Qinghan, you were deceived so badly, we all feel sorry for you. Su Qinghan ignored their words, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Secretary Li? Yes, Mr. Su. Check it out for me right now. There's a guy from the US named Jack. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll check it right away. After hanging up the phone, Su Qinghan looked at Jack coldly, since you are so powerful, why don't you let me see your power? Jack laughed heartily. Investigate me? Who do you think you are? I, Jack, am a well-known figure in Eagle Country. My boxing gyms are all over the West Coast. They're worth tens of millions of dollars. What can you, a woman from Dragon Country, find out? Su Mingyue also followed suit arrogantly, that's right. You don't understand Jack's strength at all. Wang Meili sneered, Qinghan, stop pretending. It's your husband who's being talked about now, what's the point of changing the subject? Su Jiasen also echoed, that's right. If you have the guts, let your husband stand up and speak for himself. Just then, Su Qinghan's cell phone rang. Boss Su, I found out. Explain. This American guy named Jack has investments in our Dragon Country, but what? He invested in some gray industries and owed our partner bank 30 million yuan. He has been listed as a dishonest person. Also, his so-called boxing gym in the United States is actually several underground casinos and illegal fighting venues. He is currently wanted by the Eagle Sauce Police. Su Qinghan hung up the phone with a sneer on his face. Mr. Jack, I heard that you are wanted by the Eagle Sauce Police? Jack's expression changed instantly. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Also, they owe our Dragon Bank 30 million. Is this what you call powerful? Su Mingyue's face turned pale. This is impossible. Jack, didn't you say? Shut up. Jack glared at Su Mingyue fiercely, then said to Su Qinghan, you are slandering me. Su Qinghan smiled faintly, defamation? Do you want me to pull out the bank's debt receipt for everyone to see? Or, can I contact my friends in the United States and ask about your wanted poster? Wang Meili and Su Mingyue looked extremely ugly. Su Zhengguo watched all this with a frown on his face. Su Qinghan continued, also, you just said my husband is a waste? Then I want to ask, what qualifications does a wanted fugitive have to judge others? Chapter 48 Sorry, this is pocket money. This is impossible. Wang Meili said sharply, how could Jack be a fugitive? He's a well-known figure in Eagle Country. Su Mingyue was completely dumbfounded. She grabbed Jack's arm, her voice trembling. Jack, what she said is false, right? Tell them quickly. Jack's face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. His lips trembled and he couldn't say a word. Wang Meili pointed at Su Qinghan, looking mad. Even if Jack's business has some problems, so what? He relies on himself. He's 100 times better than the gigolo next to you. After all, he's a piece of trash who needs to be supported by our Su family. Su Mingyue also reacted immediately and stared at Lin Yu with resentment. That's right. Even if Jack is down and out, he is still better than you. What about you? What do you have? Do you dare to show us your family background? Jack seemed to instantly regain his strength, straightening his back and roaring in broken Chinese, this woman is talking nonsense. I, Jack, am upright. This wanted order, this debt, it's all made up by her. Even if I owe you money, I still have 20 million US dollars in my card. It will only take a few minutes to pay back your Dragon Country. Have you ever seen so much money? Poor bastard. Su Siyu and Su Mengyao looked at Lin Yu with concern, afraid that he would be frightened by the scene. Lin Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is this chimpanzee here to be funny? 140 million, it sounds like 2 trillion. With this voice, it would be a shame if he didn't sing tenor. Okay, since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish. Lin Yu took out his phone from his pocket and looked at Su Qinghan. Wife, turn on the projector. Su Qinghan immediately understood, walked to the smart control panel on the wall and clicked it lightly. Honey, it's connected. Buzz, a beam of light lit up on the white wall opposite, and a projection interface of a mobile phone screen appeared. Seeing this, Wang Meili crossed her arms and sneered, What? You want to show us a movie without any money? Are you trying to stall for time? Jack also scoffed, Ha, do you want to show us the pictures of those beauties in your phone? Trash. Lin Yu ignored them and slid his fingers slowly across the screen. The app icon of Swiss Bank is quite textured. It's just a little slow to start, so I give it a bad review. Mr. Jack, you just said you have 20 million US dollars, right? Lin Yu asked without raising his head. Jack said proudly, Of course. I am a famous person in Eagle Country. That's great. Lin Yu finally raised his head, a playful smile on his face. But sorry, I'm going to show you some real money. It might scare you, so I suggest you sit down first. What a joke. I, Jack, have seen all kinds of money. Jack waved his hand disdainfully. Okay then. Lin Yu opened a black and gold app. It's time to witness a miracle. A simple account interface appeared on the huge wall. The next second, the entire box fell silent. Everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. The sneer on Wang Meili's face froze. The sneer on Jack's lips froze. Su Mingyue's resentful expression turned into a dull one. All the relatives of the Su family, including Su Jinghua, who had been sitting firmly on the throne, suddenly stood up from their chairs, staring at the wall with their eyes as big as light bulbs. On the wall, that dizzyingly long string of numbers lay there quietly. Balance, 4,095,000,000.00. The two girls, Su Siyu and Su Mengyao, subconsciously covered their mouths to prevent the screams from bursting out of their throats. Su Shirhan opened her mouth and began to count, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. 10. 4 billion? By the time she counted to the end, her voice was split. Jack's eyes almost popped out, his mouth open like a fish that had just been landed. No. Impossible. Su Mingyue was waiting for Lin Yu fiercely, her voice changing tone. This must be the money Su Qinghan gave you, so that you can use it to show off. I think it's fake. It's definitely fake. Wang Meili suddenly jumped up, pointed at the wall, and screamed hysterically, This is photoshopped. Yes. It must be photoshopped. Young people nowadays are the best at coming up with these nonsense things. When Lin Yu heard this, he couldn't help but shook his head. You have such a rich imagination. But in front of everyone, he stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the round refresh button on the phone screen. The numbers on the screen didn't change at all. It was still the heart-stopping 4,095,000,000.00. Do you still think it's photoshopped? Lin Yu said calmly, or do you think I can hack into the Swiss bank server? Su Qinghan added at the right moment, Grandpa, Auntie, the Swiss bank's security system is the strictest in the world. It would be harder than climbing to the sky to forge their app. Besides, Lin Yu just updated the balance in front of everyone. This kind of real-time data cannot be faked. The blood color on Wang Meili's face disappeared in an instant, her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a word. Lin Yu slid his fingertips again and clicked on the transaction details. The top entry was clearly displayed to everyone. Equity transfer funds recorded, plus 2,500,000,000.00 yuan. Su Jinghua couldn't help but take a breath. Su Qinghan took Lin Yu's arm, her face full of pride. Husband, you are so awesome. It's nothing. Lin Yu touched her head lovingly. These are just my pocket money. Pocket money. 4 billion pocket money. Su Siyu was completely dumbfounded. She pulled Su Mengyao beside her and said, Mengyao, am I dazzled? Is that really 4 billion? Su Mengyao swallowed, her voice trembling. Yes, it's true. Oh my god. Cousin, how did you get this partner? Su Shirhan jumped up from her chair. Su Siyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she stood up directly, her voice so sweet that it could drip honey. Brother Lin Yu, what do you think of me? I'm young, I'm beautiful, and I can warm the bed. Would you like to consider being with me? Su Shirhan also reacted immediately, her eyes shining. Yes. Brother Lingyu, I can do it too. I'm a year younger than Siyu and more energetic. You are crazy. Su Mengyao quickly grabbed the two of them. Seeing this, Su Qinghan's face instantly darkened. She held Lin Yu's hand tightly and glanced at her two cousins with cold eyes. Chapter 49. You should stand upside down and eat shit. See? This little money should be enough to buy a few streets in your Eagle Sauce country. As for what you just said about eating shit while standing upside down. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth in a playful arc. I'm not interested in this kind of thing, please do as you please. Puff. Su Siyu was the first one who couldn't help laughing out loud. She covered her mouth with her hands, tears almost coming out of her eyes. Ha, Jack, didn't you say you wanted to eat shit while standing upside down? We're all waiting to see it. No. Su Mengyao waved her hands quickly. What if he really did it? We still have to eat here. How disgusting. Su Shirhan made a vomiting gesture. Who wants to watch him eat that kind of thing? The three cousins laughed so hard that they fell over. Jack's pupils shrank suddenly. His face turned from purple eggplant to liver color, veins popped out, and his whole body was shaking. It's a trembling of anger. Jack is a well-known figure in the United States. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Being slapped in the face by a yellow-skinned dragon countryman in front of so many people. And he used money to hit her in the face. This is 1,000 times more humiliating than slapping him in the face. So what if you have money? Jack glared at Lin Yu fiercely. Money is not everything. In our Eagle country, fists are the only way to win. A weakling like you who can only count money is nothing but trash in front of me. Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight? When Su Siyu heard this, her face turned pale. Oh no. This Jack is going to take action. Brother Lin Yu, be careful. Su Mengyao nervously grabbed the armrest of the chair. Su Shirhan even stood up and said, Jack, you bastard. Just try it if you dare. Although the three cousins were still infatuated with him just now, they were now worried about Lin Yu. After all, Jack is a big guy with a strong build, and you can tell at a glance that he's been trained. Although Lin Yu is extremely handsome, he doesn't look strong. When Su Mingyue heard Jack's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Yes. Jack is a professional boxer. Even if Lin Yu is rich, his physical fitness is definitely not as good as Jack's. If Jack could defeat Lin Yu with force, he could at least save some face. Jack's right. Su Mingyue immediately jumped out. Money is dead, people are alive. So what if you have money? You're still a powerless wimp. Wang Meili grasped at straws, like a lifeline. That's right. Our dragon nation has always valued martial virtues. What's the point of just having money? Jack perked up instantly when he heard these words. He flexed his strong arms, his muscles clearly defined, and he looked indeed intimidating. I'll give you a chance. Challenge me. If you win, I admit that you are rich. If you lose, you kneel down and apologize, then get out of the Su family. Old man Su Jinghua frowned. Jack, this is a restaurant, don't make trouble. Grandpa, let them sort it out. Su Mingyue was impatient. We have to see who's better, right? Jack sneered and flexed his wrist. Don't worry, old man. I will show him mercy. At most, he'll stay in bed for a month or so. When Lin Yu heard this, he almost laughed out loud. This chimpanzee really doesn't know how to write the word death. Honey, do you want me to help you take off your coat? Su Qinghan asked caringly. Lin Yu waved his hand. No, you don't even need to take off your coat to deal with this kind of stuff. When Jack heard this, he became completely furious. Alpaca. Who are you looking down on? He roared angrily, veins popped out on his thick arms, and his fist as big as a casserole smashed towards Lin Yu with a fierce wind. Go to hell, you sick man of dragon country. Everyone in the Su family screamed in fright. Ah! Careful! Lin Yu, get out of the way. Su Siyu and Su Mengyao even covered their eyes directly, not daring to watch the next scene. Lin Yu quickly pulled Su Qinghan behind him, his actions full of protectiveness. Wife, be careful. Just when the fist was about to hit, Lin Yu just casually stretched out his toes and hooked them lightly. It seemed like a simple move, but it hooked Jack's ankle precisely. Jack's huge body instantly lost balance. His unstoppable impact force became his biggest enemy at this moment. Ah! With a scream, Jack fell to the marble floor in an extremely humiliating dog-eating shit posture. Bang! A huge crash echoed in the box. Jack's face made close contact with the floor, and his nose bled instantly. Everyone was dumbfounded. The black boxing champion Jack, who was so majestic just now, is now lying on the ground with a bruised face and looks miserable. Su Siyu slowly lowered her hands from covering her eyes and whispered, Is this the end? Su Mengyao was also shocked. Brother Lin Yu is too powerful. He knocked Jack down with just one move. Wow! Brother Lin Yu is simply the real-life Kung Fu Emperor. Su Shirhan jumped up excitedly. Lin Yu walked forward slowly, stepped on the back of Jack's head, and rubbed his face hard on the marble floor. Are you, the trash from Eagle Sauce Country, qualified to bark here? Jack wanted to struggle, but the force from Lin Yu's foot made it impossible for him to move. You let me go. Jack's voice was distorted because his face was pressed to the ground. Let you go? Lin Yu sneered, weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want to kill me with one punch? Why is it like this now? The Su family's cousins, Su Siyu, Su Mengyao, and Su Shirhan, all covered their mouths, with unprecedented brilliance bursting out of their beautiful eyes. Brother Lin Yu is so handsome. Su Siyu screamed softly. He's rich and good at fighting, he's simply the perfect man. Su Mengyao's eyes were full of stars. I've decided. I want to give birth to a baby for Brother Lin Yu. Su Shirhan was even more direct. When Su Qinghan heard this, his face instantly darkened. You three, shut up. But she couldn't hide the pride in her eyes. This is her man. He is rich, beautiful, and talented, absolutely perfect without any flaws. Su Mingyue was completely dumbfounded at this moment. The boyfriend she was most proud of was now being trampled underfoot like a dead dog. Old man Su Jingguo was completely shocked at this moment. He knew that Lin Yu was no ordinary person, but he didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. Before marriage, he not only had a fortune of 4 billion, but his fighting power was also top-notch. This kind of person is simply God's chosen one. Chapter 50, One kick to destroy the black boxing champion. Jack screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. Do you feel the pain now? Lin Yu sneered, weren't you very good at fighting just now? I was wrong. I was wrong. Jack completely gave in. No dignity, no face, nothing at all. In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. Su Qinghan walked to Lin Yu and said softly, Husband, I have just called the law enforcement department. He owes money to Longhua Bank and he can't get away with it. Lin Yu nodded, my wife is really smart. He raised his foot to release Jack, but at this moment. Bang! The door of the box was slammed open. A group of uniformed law enforcement officers rushed in. Who is Jack? The leading officer looked around with sharp eyes. When Jack heard this, he froze. Su Mingyue's face turned pale, and her voice trembled, Law enforcement officer? Wang Meili even slid down from the chair and collapsed on the ground. Here. Lin Yu raised his foot easily and pointed at Jack on the ground. Jack wanted to get up and run away, but he was stepped on hard by Lin Yu just now, and now his whole body was sore and he couldn't stand up at all. He used his hands and feet and crawled on the ground a few times, but he couldn't even reach the door. Mr. Jack, you are suspected of multiple transnational financial frauds. Please come with us. The officer took out handcuffs and put them on Jack's hands without any hesitation. No. Impossible. Jack struggled desperately. I'm innocent. I was framed. While struggling, he begged Su Mingyue for help. Mingyue. Help me. You know I'm innocent. Sir, please cooperate with our work. The officer said in a serious tone, according to our investigation, you are suspected of defrauding up to 30 million renminbi in Dragon Country. At the same time, Eagle Country has also issued a wanted warrant for you. We have contacted international law enforcement organizations. You can't escape. Jack was completely desperate. He turned to look at Su Mingyue, his eyes full of pleading. Mingyue, say something. Save me. Su Mingyue had no time to care about him at this moment, as she could hardly protect herself. I don't know him. Jack's eyes widened when he heard this. What did you say? Mingyue, how could you say that? You said you loved me last night. I didn't. Su Mingyue screamed, I never said that. Su Mingyue shook her head frantically, I really don't know this person. Ha ha ha. Su Siyu couldn't help laughing. Cousin Mingyue, didn't you just say Jack was your boyfriend? Why don't you recognize him now? That's right. He was just praising Jack for being so great, but now he's turned against me? Su Mengyao added. Su Shirhan was even more direct, tisk tsk, is this the legendary plastic relationship? The words of her three cousins made Su Mingyue so ashamed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Jack completely collapsed when he heard Su Mingyue's words, you bitch. I came to Dragon Country just for you. How can you not recognize me now? He struggled and wanted to pounce on Su Mingyue, I'm going to kill you. Su Mingyue screamed hysterically, shut up. The officer saw this and shook his head, sir, I advise you to save your energy. According to our investigation, your so-called girlfriend, Miss Su Mingyue, is also on our monitoring list. When Su Mingyue heard this, her legs went limp and she collapsed on the chair. Sir, I really don't know anything. Su Mingyue's voice was trembling, I just know him, I don't know anything else. Yeah? The commander sneered, according to the evidence we have, a portion of Mr. Jack's 30 million fraudulent funds in Dragon Country was laundered through your account. You say you know nothing? Su Mingyue's face turned pale as paper in an instant. She remembered that Jack had indeed asked her to help transfer some money some time ago, saying it was for business needs. She didn't think much of it at the time, thinking it was a normal business transaction. Unexpectedly. I really don't know. Su Mingyue's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Wang Meili was terrified when she saw her daughter like this. Sir, my daughter is innocent. She doesn't understand anything. Whether he is innocent or not, we need to investigate to determine. The officer was businesslike, but Miss Su Mingyue, I suggest that you actively cooperate with the investigation. This will be more beneficial to you. Su Mingyue was completely desperate. It's really over now. Take away. The commander waved his hand, and several law enforcement officers immediately stepped forward, carried Jack and walked out. As Jack was being dragged, he roared unwillingly, Su Mingyue. You bitch. I won't let you go. And you. He glared at Lin Yu fiercely, it's all your fault. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Lin Yu smiled calmly, I advise you to cooperate with the investigation. For the crime you committed, you will have to spend at least 10 years in prison. Why not think about how to reform yourself in there? Jack was so angry that he vomited blood, but he had already been dragged out of the box by law enforcement officers. Before leaving, he was still shouting at the door, Lin Yu. Just wait. I will definitely take revenge on you. Su Siyu whispered, this Jack really deserves it. That's right, luckily brother Lin Yu is capable, otherwise I would have been bullied by him. Su Shirhan even sighed with emotion, brother Lin Yu is simply our hero. When Su Qinghan heard what his cousin said, his heart was filled with pride. Su Jingguo was also deeply moved at this moment. Lin Yu. He took the initiative to speak, his tone full of apology, what happened today is because Grandpa didn't discipline me strictly enough. I'm sorry to have wronged you. Lin Yu didn't respond and fixed his gaze on Su Mingyue. Su Mingyue, you brought this kind of bastard home and even wanted to touch my woman. According to the rules of your Su family, how should you deal with her? Su Mingyue's face was pale, her lips were trembling and she couldn't speak. Su Qinghan stepped forward at this time, his voice as cold as ice, you have brought disaster to the family and invited a wolf into the house. According to the family rules, you should be expelled from the family and all the Su family assets should be confiscated. What? When Wang Meili heard this, she immediately jumped up and said, why? Mingyue is also a member of the Su family. You can't treat her like this. Su family? An illegitimate daughter is like a rat in the gutter, jumping around here and courting death. Su Qinghan sneered. Su Siyu also chimed in, that's right. She has brought shame to our Su family. Su Shirhan was even more direct, people like this should have been kicked out long ago. Seeing this, Wang Meili immediately knelt in front of Su Jingguo, Dad. I beg you. Mingyue is still young and doesn't understand. Please forgive her just this once. We promise we will never make this mistake again. Su Jingguo looked at Wang Meili kneeling on the ground, feeling mixed emotions. Su Jingguo looked at Lin Yu and was about to plead for mercy, but he didn't expect Lin Yu to give an order directly. Grandpa, I'll give you a day to clean it up. I don't want to see them in my house anymore. Su Jinghua broke out in a cold sweat and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Okay. Okay. I understand. Su Jinghua looked at Wang Meili coldly. Mingyue, Wang Meili, pack up and move out of the Su family today. All the assets of the Su family, including the house you are currently living in and the car you are using, will be taken back. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Su family. When Wang Meili heard this, she felt like she was struck by lightning. Dad! You can't do this to us. Mingyue is your granddaughter. Su Mingyue also cried and begged for mercy. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. But Su Jinghua had made up his mind and no longer paid attention to their cries. After saying that, a group of people walked out without looking back. Chapter 51 Bunny Girl's Mysterious Surprise. On the way back, Su Qinghan held Lin Yu's hand tightly, and his admiring look almost overflowed. Hubby, I really didn't expect it. Su Qinghan leaned on Lin Yu's shoulder, her voice full of attachment. You actually have 4 billion. And that Jack, you stepped on him and he was crushed to the ground with one kick. It was so satisfying. Lin Yu stroked her hair gently and smiled calmly. These are all trivial matters, as long as you are happy. It's nothing? Su Qinghan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light. Hubby, do you know? When I saw you protecting me today, my heart was beating so fast. He suddenly stopped, and before Su Qinghan could react, he pushed her against the car door and supported her side with one hand. A fast heartbeat? Let me listen. As he said that, he leaned over and pressed against her chest, which made Su Qinghan very excited. Husband! What are you doing? This is on the roadside. It's really fast. Lin Yu stood up and looked at her with raised eyebrows. It seems that my performance is not bad. Su Qinghan's heartbeat quickened at his sudden arrogance, and he complained softly, You are getting worse and worse. Lin Yu chuckled and reached out to scratch the tip of her nose. Only bad for you. Yunding Palace. As Su Qinghan entered the door, he suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Lin Yu, with a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. Honey, please go to the living room and wait for me. I'm going to change my clothes. Lin Yu was a little confused. Change clothes? It's so late now. Just wait patiently. Su Qinghan stood on tiptoe, kissed him lightly on the cheek, and then ran upstairs skippingly. Lin Yu shook her head and laughed. She was quite excited today. It seems that what happened today put her in a good mood. 10 minutes later, Su Qinghan's voice came from upstairs. Husband, you can come up now. There was a hint of anticipation in his voice. Lin Yu walked slowly up to the second floor and pushed open the door of the master bedroom. The next second, he was completely stunned. The room was lit with faint scented candles, and the warm yellow light sprinkled on the carpet, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. And Su Qinghan. She actually changed into a bunny girl costume. The black corset outlines her curvy figure, and the lace on her chest is faintly visible. The short skirt is fluffy and light, and the hem just covers the top of the thighs. Every movement makes the skirt sway gently. The most amazing thing is the pair of white over-the-knee stockings, which cling to her long and straight legs, forming an alluring absolute area at the base of her thighs. The black leather shoes paired with a cute bow add a touch of innocence and charm. She wore a furry bunny ear headband on her head, which swayed gently with her movements. A delicate black bow is tied around the neck, making the whole look both cute and sexy. Husband. Su Qinghan put his hands behind his back and asked expectantly, What do you think? Lin Yu took a deep breath, leaned against the doorframe, and looked her up and down with eyes as hot as flames. After a while, seeing that Lin Yu just looked at him without saying anything, Su Qinghan couldn't help but ask with a hint of trepidation in his voice. Hubby, why don't you say anything? If you don't like it, I can go change it. Who said I don't like it? Lin Yu's voice was a little hoarse, and the fire in his eyes almost melted her. I was just wondering where to start appreciating my little rabbit. My wife is so attentive, so of course I have to savor every detail. After saying that, Lin Yu walked into the room and closed the door. A burst of joy welled up in Su Qinghan's eyes. She took the initiative to step forward, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Lin Yu on the lips. Su Qinghan's lips were as soft as flower petals, with a faint sweet fragrance, which made Lin Yu fall in love with her instantly. Lin Yu felt her initiative, and a string in his heart was plucked hard. He reached out and held the back of Su Qinghan's head, deepening the kiss. Hubby. Su Qinghan panted and stepped back. You are such a... What is it really? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of doting. You're so mean. Su Qinghan said coquettishly, you clearly said you wanted to savor it, but you acted so overbearing right from the start. Lin Yu suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms, feeling the warmth of her body. Bad? Then are you still willing to be my maid? Su Qinghan nestled in his arms, feeling the warmth from his chest, and whispered, yes. As long as it's you, I'm willing to do anything. Then be good and obedient. Lin Yu whispered in her ear, tonight, you can only call me master. 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 Su Qinghan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Su Qinghan's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were sparkling, making her look charming. Master. She panted softly, her voice trembling, carry me to the bed, okay? Lin Yu didn't hesitate and picked her up with one hand. Su Qinghan let out a soft cry and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling the warmth and strength coming from his chest. Hubby, your embrace is so warm. She put her face on his chest and could clearly hear his strong heartbeat. It makes me feel so safe. Lin Yu gently placed her on the soft big bed. Su Qinghan's long hair spread out like a waterfall, shining like silk in the candlelight. She stretched out her slender arms and pulled Lin Yu to her side. Master. Su Qinghan's voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with shyness and anticipation. Won't you help me take it off? She pointed at the bunny girl costume on her body, her cheeks red as if they were about to bleed. Lin Yu's breathing suddenly became rapid. He leaned closer to Su Qinghan, and their noses almost touched. Okay. His voice was low and magnetic. My little rabbit is so well behaved, of course I have to love him well. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu kissed her lips again. Su Qinghan couldn't help but let out a soft moan, and wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's waist, feeling the warmth of his body and the firmness of his muscles. Master. Su Qinghan panted softly in his ear, and the warm breath made Lin Yu tremble all over. Lin Yu's hand gently stroked her cheek, then slowly moved down and touched the lace straps on her shoulders. Qinghan, you are really sexy today. He whispered in her ear, his voice full of love. Su Qinghan closed her eyes and let his fingers wander over her body. Every touch made her heart beat faster and her body tremble slightly. Master, I love you. The two people's breathing became more and more rapid, and the temperature in the room continued to rise, casting two shadows hugging each other on the wall. Chapter 52 Progress is too slow, more efforts are needed. The next day. Su Qinghan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the soreness in his body, and couldn't help but groan. She turned around and saw Lin Yu sleeping quietly beside her. His perfect profile looked particularly charming in the morning light. Su Qinghan tried to sit up, but the pain all over her body made her fall back softly. Lin Yu was awakened by her movement. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Qinghan staring at him with a red face. Good morning, my little rabbit. Lin Yu's voice still had the hoarseness and magnetism of just waking up. Su Qinghan pounded his chest lightly with her small fist and said coquettishly, Hubby. I don't have any strength left in my body. You're tormenting me to death. There was a strong complaint in her voice, but her watery eyes were full of satisfaction and sweetness. Lin Yu reached out and pulled her into his arms, kissing her on the forehead. I don't know who it is, but he kept pestering me last night, shouting master, and I want more. Su Qinghan buried his face in Lin Yu's chest and said in a muffled voice, That's because you were so amazing, you made me so comfortable that I almost forgot who I am. After saying this, her lips uncontrollably pecked Lin Yu's well-defined abdominal muscles. Lin Yu's body stiffened, and then he couldn't help but chuckle. What? My little rabbit just had a night's rest and you're already thinking about it again? Ah. No. I need to recover my strength now. Su Qinghan immediately raised his head. You bad guy, bullying others so early in the morning. Just as the two were playing affectionately, a familiar mechanical prompt sound rang in Lin Yu's mind on time. Ding. Main quest, Season of Planting, progress plus 5%, current total progress 6%. Keep working hard, host. There's still a long way to go before the mission is complete. When Lin Yu heard this progress, his brows furrowed slightly. Only 6%? After working on it all night, this is all the progress? This efficiency is too slow. As expected, the barrier to conception for an S-level partner is indeed very high. It seems that more frequent efforts are needed. Su Qinghan noticed the change in Lin Yu's expression and asked with concern, Husband, what's wrong with you? Are you thinking about something? Lin Yu came back to his senses and gently touched her head. Nothing, just thinking, maybe we need to work harder. Work harder? Su Qinghan blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Lin Yu leaned over and put his head close to her ear, his voice low and magnetic. We just need to do some exercises more frequently that are beneficial to our relationship. Su Qinghan instantly understood what he meant. Wait until I have some rest and recover, then we can come every day. Lin Yu kissed her on the cheek. Okay. Su Qinghan's heartbeat quickened because of him, and he muttered softly, really, thinking about these indecent things so early in the morning. Although she complained, she felt very happy in her heart. With such a husband who loves her so deeply, she is happy no matter how tired or hard the life is. At this moment, the cell phone on Lin Yu's bedside table vibrated and the screen lit up. It was a text message from an unknown number. Lin Yu picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. The sender is a number that is not stored and the text message content is very brief. Mr. Lin, would you like to discuss a future business deal? Luo Bing. Luo Bing? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, I remember now. They were the twin sisters who wanted to buy him clothes worth 3 million in a luxury store. Quite interesting. You wanted to throw money at him before, but now you've changed your approach and started talking about the future? Where did they get their private numbers? But this is not important. For someone who is interested, it is not difficult to find his number. The important thing is, what do they want to do? Lin Yu raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, tapped his fingers lightly on the screen, and replied with 3 words. Not interested. The phone on the bedside table vibrated again. Lin Yu picked up the phone again helplessly. It was still the same number, and the reply speed was astonishingly fast, as if the person was right next to the phone. No, you are interested. We can help you. The tone of this text message was more determined than the previous one, and even had a hint of mystery and temptation. Oh? This reply actually piqued Lin Yu's interest. Help me? There aren't many things in this world that require help from others for him. What is this pair of sisters up to? Where to go? He replied with 2 concise words. The other party replied again within seconds, with only one address. Vientiane Skyline, top floor, Starry Sky Cafe. We're waiting for you. An hour later. When Lin Yu pushed open the heavy glass door of the cafe, he saw Luo Bing and Luo Shui sitting by the window. However, today, they made Lin Yu's eyes flash with surprise. Both sisters were wearing well-tailored women's business suits today. Sister Luo Bing was dressed in a calm dark gray, outlining her mature and intellectual curves. Her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She exuded the aura of a smart and capable woman. Her younger sister Luo Shui was dressed in a refreshing beige outfit, with straight and slender legs under her short skirt and elegant professional makeup on her face, making her look both energetic and professional. The two have changed their previous enchanting charm and have completely different temperaments, as if they have transformed from alluring fairies into Wall Street elites. Seeing Lin Yu coming, Luo Bing immediately stood up with a professional smile on his face. Mr. Lin, thank you for taking the time. Lin Yu casually pulled out the chair opposite and sat down, saying lightly, tell me, what's the business? Luo Bing pushed a beautifully bound document in front of Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, this is an MCN company that my sister and I started from scratch. We are currently mainly engaged in the incubation of internet celebrities and live streaming sales. MCN company? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and casually opened the file. He originally thought it was just a gimmick, but after opening it, he found that the content was surprisingly detailed. From the company's equity structure and core team introductions, to data analysis of its contracted influencers, 6-month cash flow reports, to the development plan for the next 3 years and market risk assessment. Each item is clearly explained, logically sound, and highly professional. This is definitely not something that was casually made up. Seeing Lin Yu watching intently, Luo Shui added, Mr. Lin, although our Xingyao media has only been established for a year and cannot compete with those large companies, we have already signed over 30 anchors. Our monthly turnover is stable at over 3 million, and we are still in a period of rapid growth, so our profits are very considerable. Lin Yu said him without comment and closed the file. He raised his head and his eyes swept across the sisters' delicate faces. So what? He leaned back in his chair, his posture lazy. Your business is just to get me to invest? No. Luo Bing shook her head, took off her gold-rimmed glasses, and stared at Lin Yu with her beautiful eyes, her gaze burning. We're not trying to invite you to invest. She took a deep breath and spoke word by word. We would like to invite you to become the sole shareholder of our company, holding 100% of the shares. We two sisters will work for you. Chapter 53 Luo sisters, we don't want money, we just want you. When Lin Yu heard Luo Bing's words, he almost choked on his coffee. Huh? He blinked. Did I hear correctly? You want to give the company to me? Luo Bing nodded, his expression extremely serious. That's right, 100% of the shares are all given to you. We two sisters are your employees, and you have the final say on our salaries. Luo Shui also nodded. Lin Yu put down his coffee cup and leaned back. What the hell is this operation? You initially spent 3 million to buy him, and now you're giving him away to the company? The train of thought of these two girls is really confusing. So? Lin Yu smiled, give me a company? What do you want? Luo Bing looked at Lin Yu and said, we are looking for an opportunity to stand by your side. We can earn money ourselves. But if you miss it, you will never have it again. Luo Shui took over the conversation. Luo Bing put his glasses back on. This is the business territory we have gained with our sincerity. It is more sincere than the clothes worth 3 million. Sincere? Sincerity? In this day and age, is there anyone who still says such things? He activated the eye of identification and scanned the two girls. Luo Bing, emotional sincerity 92%, favorability towards the host 85%. Luo Shui, emotional sincerity 90%, favorability towards the host 82%. Oh shit. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. 92% sincerity? This is more sincere than what many couples say. For the first time, he looked at the sisters with admiration. I used to think they were just two rich and willful little anchors who were tired of playing and wanted to change to a new toy. I didn't expect that they were really serious about it. Aren't you afraid that I will take the company and run away? Lin Yu asked curiously. Luo Bing shook his head, don't be afraid, we believe that you are not that kind of person. These two girls really have good taste. The company came to me on its own initiative and brought two beautiful employees with it. This deal is a win-win no matter how you look at it. Okay. Lin Yu made a decision, then I'll take it. Luo Bing and Luo Shui's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Luo Shui was so excited that she almost jumped up. Of course. Lin Yu nodded, but I have a condition. You say, they both said in unison. I'm not in charge of the company's daily operations. You guys will continue to be in charge. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair. But any major decisions must be approved by me. No problem. Luo Bing agreed immediately. Also, Lin Yu continued, your salary will be doubled. Ah? The two were stunned. What? You think it's too little? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. No. Luo Shui waved her hands, it's too much. We were originally going to give the company to you, and you even gave us a raise. Luo Bing also nodded, we are all embarrassed by your behavior. Lin Yu smiled, since you are my employee, of course I have to treat you well. Excellent employees should receive high salaries. The two girls felt so warm in their hearts. Not only did they take over their company, they also gave them a raise. This pattern, this mind. Oh right. Lin Yu remembered something, what's your company's main business now? Luo Bing sorted out his thoughts, it mainly consists of 3 businesses. First, we incubate internet celebrities. We will identify potential anchors, package and train them, and then promote them. Secondly, we sell goods through live streaming. We have our own supply chain, and we mainly sell clothing and cosmetics. Third, short video production. Helping some brands make promotional videos. Lin Yu nodded, these businesses are indeed very profitable. Now is the golden age of short videos and live broadcasts, and those who entered the market early have made a fortune. Lin Yu stood up and prepared to leave, but Luo Shui suddenly reached out and gently pulled his sleeve. Mr. Lin, are you leaving now? Luo Shui's little hand was still tugging at Lin Yu's sleeve, her eyes full of reluctance. Can we talk for a while longer? Luo Bing also stood up and walked over to Lin Yu. Boss, why don't we go shopping with you? Just to celebrate the establishment of the new company? Two girls stood on Lin Yu's left and right, and the faint scent of perfume penetrated his nose. Lin Yu looked down at Luo Shui who was still pulling at his sleeve, and then looked at Luo Bing who was looking at him eagerly. Luo Shui mustered up the courage to say, "It's my first day as your employee, so I have to get familiar with the working environment, right?" Luo Bing also nodded, "Yes, we need to report the specific situation of the company to the boss. Just reading the documents is not enough." Lin Yu was amused by the two girls' little thoughts. "Okay, let's chat for a while." Hearing this, Luo Shui immediately let go of Lin Yu's sleeve, but was reluctant to stay too far away from him, so she just took half a step back. Luo Bing took the initiative to pour another cup of coffee for Lin Yu. "Boss, what flavor do you like? We'll remember it next time." "Whatever, I'm not picky." Lin Yu sat down again. Luo Shui also sat next to Lin Yu, much closer than before. "Boss, do you have any hobbies? Our company can develop in this area. For example, if you like sports, we can sign some fitness bloggers," Luo Bing added. Lin Yu looked at the two girls' attentiveness and felt secretly happy. "You guys are quite good people." Lin Yu picked up the coffee. "When will the contract be ready?" "Tomorrow." Luo Bing agreed immediately. "We'll complete all the formalities tomorrow." "Okay, I'll go to the company tomorrow." Luo Shui gently shook his arm with her small hand. "Boss, will you come to the company often in the future?" "It depends." Lin Yu pretended to be aloof. "If you two perform well, I can consider it." Luo Bing and Luo Shui looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Boldly, Luo Bing approached Lin Yu and lowered his voice. "Boss, we actually have other services that are guaranteed to satisfy you. Do you want to try them?" Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Sisters were tortured by the game and cried. Hearing Luo Bing's ambiguous words, Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. "Oh? What service items?" "Boss, in addition to regular business, our company also provides personal customized services." Luo Bing lowered his voice. "For example, personal assistants, life managers, and..." Luo Bing paused deliberately to make the atmosphere more ambiguous. Luo Shui took over the conversation, her voice soft and gentle. "We also have emotional companionship services. We sisters can provide you with all-round care 24 hours a day." As they spoke, the two of them moved closer to Lin Yu at the same time. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Okay, then play a few games with me." "Huh? Playing games?" The Luo sisters were stunned for a moment. "This script is wrong. According to normal routine, shouldn't we find a private space to show it at this time?" Luo Bing was also confused, but quickly adjusted herself. "Boss, what game do you want to play? Although my sister and I are not professionals, we do know a little bit about Honor of Kings." "Just Honor of Kings." Lin Yu had already opened his phone and said, "Come on, let's build a room, 5 rows. Let me see your strength. If you're not strong enough, forget about the service." Luo Shui's heart skipped a beat. It's over. She is terrible at playing Honor of Kings, and her highest rank is gold. If the boss found out that she was so poor, how could she continue to act nice in front of him? Luo Bing was slightly better, at the platinum level, but he didn't dare to say how good he was. "Boss, our skills are just average, please don't despise us." Luo Shui said weakly. "It's okay, I'll take you." Lin Yu casually created a room and sent an invitation code. "Come in, let me see what level you are at." The two sisters had no choice but to go ahead with it. After entering the game hall, Lin Yu glanced at their ranks. Luo Bing is Platinum 3, Luo Shui is Gold 2. This level is really good. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't rely on them anyway. "You can choose any hero you want, I'll play jungle." Lin Yu immediately chose Lanling King. Luo Bing chose the support Kaiwenji, and Luo Shui chose the shooter Hoi. The other two random teammates chose mid and top lane respectively. Entering the game, Lin Yu said directly, "You can wander around freely, even hang out under the tower. The battle will be over in 6 minutes. Ah? Luo Shui's eyes widened. "Boss, are you so confident?" "You'll know if you try it." Lin Yu controlled Lanling King and headed straight for the opposite blue zone. The Luo sisters were skeptical, thinking that the boss was bragging. How can Honor of Kings be that simple? The battle ends in 6 minutes. Do you think the opponent is a robot? As a result, the next second, they saw what true divine operation was. Lin Yu's Lanling King directly invaded the opposite blue zone at level 1, blocked the vision, and predicted the opposite jungler's jungle route. The opposing jungler Han Xian had just finished killing the blue buff and his health was not full, so Lin Yu rushed up and took him away with a set of skills. First blood. Luo Shui's hands trembled, and she almost dropped her phone. Fuck. Boss, what you did. This is just the beginning. Lin Yu calmly counterattacked the opponent's blue buff and headed straight for the middle lane. The opposing mid laner Daji was clearing the minion line, and Lin Yu emerged from the bushes and killed her instantly with another set of attacks. Double kill. Luo Bing was stunned. Boss, your awareness is too strong. No big deal. Lin Yu continued to roam around, and no one could stop the second-level Lanling King. The opposing team's top laner Lubu thought he had a lot of health, but was killed by Lin Yu, who went over the tower. Triple kill. Just 2 minutes into the game, Lin Yu was already 3-0. Luo Shui looked at herself as she was still slowly farming minions in the bottom lane, and then looked at Lin Yu, who was killing people everywhere, and she felt terrible. Boss, are you cheating? It's all manual work. Lin Yu continued to harvest, and the 5 people on the opposite side ran away when they saw Lanling King. But can you run away? Lin Yu's Lanling King moves in a charming way, releasing skills with precision down to milliseconds, and every move he makes is a sure kill. 3 minutes, 5-0. 4 minutes, 10-0. 5 minutes, 15-0. The Luo sisters were completely numb. They didn't even see how Lin Yu killed the person, they just saw the kill prompts popping up on the screen. Pentakill. Pentakill. Luo Shui was so excited that she almost jumped out of her chair. Boss. Pentakill. You got a pentakill. Well, I'm lucky. Lin Yu said confidently, but he didn't stop operating. Lead the soldiers to push straight to the opposite high ground. The 5 opponents didn't dare to go out at all and could only watch the troops advance. 5 minutes and 58 seconds. The opposite crystal exploded. Victory! The Luo sisters were completely dumbfounded when they saw Lin Yu's brilliant record of 20.05 on the settlement interface. The damage accounts for 65%, and the economic lead is 8,000. Is this still a human being? Boss. Luo Bing's voice was trembling. Your skills are good enough for a professional game, right? Professional? Lin Yu put away his phone. Those professional players are nothing but younger brothers in front of me. Luo Shui's face flushed red, her eyes full of admiration. Boss, you are amazing. I feel so happy now that I can work for you. Lin Yu felt very happy. The way these 2 girls look at me now is as if I were a god. How is it? Am I okay? Lin Yu pretended to be calm. It's more than just okay. Luo Bing said excitedly, Boss, you're the king among kings. If you broadcast your fight live, it will definitely go viral. Forget it. Lin Yu waved his hand. I'm not interested in those false names. Luo Shui's eyes turned. Boss, can you teach us? We want to improve our skills so that we can fight you better in the future. This little girl is quite good at talking. Although this girl is not good at games, she is quite smart. It's not impossible for me to teach you. Lin Yu paused deliberately, but my standards are very high. Are you sure you can handle it? We can bear it, the 2 sisters said in unison. Lin Yu raised his lips to a wicked smile. Okay, starting from tomorrow, you will play games with me every night. There will be a punishment if you lose. What punishment? Luo Shui asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Chapter 55. Xia Yubing was jealous. She was immediately tortured into a jealous person. Lin Yu turned off his phone and stretched. Although it felt great to beat the weak opponent just now, I am indeed a little hungry. Let's go eat. Lin Yu stood up. What do you want to eat? Luo Bing and Luo Shui looked at each other, their eyes flashing with excitement. Boss, we'll eat whatever you say. Luo Shui was the first to speak up. It's our honor to have dinner with you. Luo Bing also nodded. Yes, boss, we are usually used to eating takeout, you can take us anywhere. Then let's go to the Galaxy restaurant. The environment there is nice. The 3 of them went downstairs. Lin Yu walked in front, and the Luo sisters followed behind him, one on the left and one on the right, like 2 little followers. The Galaxy restaurant is on the 32nd floor of Vientiane Skyline and is considered a relatively high-end restaurant in the area. In the elevator, Luo Shui secretly glanced at Lin Yu's profile and whispered to Luo Bing, Sister, the boss is so handsome. Luo Bing rolled her eyes at her. Be quiet, someone might hear you. I heard it, so I heard it. Luo Shui became bolder. Boss, would you be embarrassed if I told you you're handsome? Lin Yu laughed. You have a very sweet mouth. Luo Shui's face flushed instantly, but there was a smug look in her eyes. The elevator door opened and the three of them walked towards the restaurant. Just at the door of the restaurant, Lin Yu suddenly stopped. In front, a familiar figure was talking to several people. Xia Yubing. She was wearing a white business suit today with her long hair draped over her shoulders, looking elegant and intellectual. Next to her, there were several girls wearing the same uniform, who should be her colleagues. Xiaobing, is the food in this restaurant really that delicious? Asked a girl with short hair. Of course. Xia Yubing said with a smile, I came here once with a friend before, and it was absolutely delicious. Lin Yu was about to speak when Xia Yubing turned around and saw him. Their eyes met in the air. The smile on Xia Yubing's face froze instantly. Because she saw that Lin Yu was followed by two stunning beauties. And they are twins. The same delicate facial features, the same hot body, the same admiring eyes. Xia Yubing suddenly felt sour in her heart. Ha! Xiaobing, isn't that the benefactor you mentioned? Xia Yubing's colleague Wang Xiaoya was sharp-eyed and recognized Lin Yu at a glance. The other girls also followed her gaze and were instantly shocked by Lin Yu's appearance. Oh my god! Xiaobing is really your benefactor. But Wang Xiaoya's tone was tinged with teasing. Xiaobing, your benefactor has a new female companion? And twins! This is too exciting. Xia Yubing wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Damn it, these bad friends are really talking about things that are not related to the topic. No. Xia Yubing explained hurriedly, Mr. Lin and I are just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Wang Xiaoya said with a wicked smile, why don't I feel like they are? Xiaoya. Xia Yubing's face turned red with embarrassment. At this time, Lin Yu had already walked over. Luo Bing and Luo Shui followed closely behind him, and both noticed the look Xia Yubing gave Lin Yu. Women's intuition tells them that this beauty is interested in the boss. And it seems that the boss knows her too. This one do. Luo Bing's eyes rolled, and he took the initiative to move closer to Lin Yu. Luo Shui followed suit, almost sticking to Lin Yu's arm. Yu Bing. Lin Yu took the initiative to greet, are you here to eat too? Xia Yubing tried to look more natural, yes, with my colleagues. Her eyes involuntarily fell on the Luo sisters. It's obvious from the way they look so intimate that this is not an ordinary relationship. Mr. Lin, who are these two? Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but ask. Let me introduce you. Lin Yu said matter-of-factly, Luo Bing and Luo Shui, employees of my new company. I happen to have time to have dinner with them today. Xia Yubing's colleagues were instantly furious. Employee? A beauty of this level as an employee? Mr. Lin, what does your company do? Do you specialize in recruiting beautiful women? And they're twins. What a coincidence. Xia Yubing felt a little embarrassed. Damn, why are these colleagues so curious? Luo Bing spoke at the right time, we are an MCN, mainly engaged in incubating internet celebrities and selling goods through live streaming. Wow. Doesn't that mean you are all internet celebrities? Wang Xiaoya said excitedly. Luo Shui smiled sweetly, we are mainly working behind the scenes now, but if the boss needs us, we can also appear on camera. As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed against Lin Yu. This little action made Xia Yubing very angry. That's too much. Show off your love in front of her. And it's a double portion. Xia Yubing tried to keep smiling, you guys must be busy, right? I won't bother you anymore. She wanted to escape from the scene quickly. Not busy. Luo Bing said with a smile, our job now is to accompany the boss to eat, play games with the boss, and accompany the boss. She paused deliberately to make the atmosphere more ambiguous. Xia Yubing felt jealous. This Luo Bing clearly did it on purpose. Xia Yubing couldn't bear it anymore. These two women are clearly asserting their sovereignty. And in front of her. Well, let's go in first. Xia Yubing pulled his colleagues and walked into the restaurant. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and would rush up to fight with the two women. Wait. Lin Yu stopped them, since it's such a coincidence, why don't we actually have a meal together? As soon as he said this, the Luo sisters became nervous instantly. What does this mean, boss? Xia Yubing was also stunned. Is Lin Yu inviting her? But there are two beauties following him. What is this? 1 to 3? Wang Xiaoya and others were even more excited. This kind of Shura field is the first time they have seen it. Okay. Wang Xiaoya agreed immediately. We also want to meet Mr. Lin. Xia Yubing wanted to refuse, but the words couldn't come out of her mouth. She really wanted to have dinner with Lin Yu. But in this situation, it's too embarrassing. Luo Bing and Luo Shui looked at each other and saw the sense of crisis in each other's eyes. Then let's go together. Lin Yu made a decision, it's my treat. As he said this, he put his arms around the Luo sisters and strode towards the restaurant. Chapter 56, 3 Women in One Drama. I enjoy the blessing of having all three. The atmosphere in the restaurant is even more exciting than a TV drama. Lin Yu sat at the main seat at the round table, with Luo Bing on his left, Luo Shui on his right, and Xia Yubing and her group of colleagues opposite him. The waiter in the restaurant had just finished serving the dishes. Luo Bing picked up a piece of fish with a serving chopstick and placed it elegantly in Lin Yu's bowl. Boss, look at this squirrel fish. I've picked out all the bones for you. Boss, this white-cut chicken tastes even better with the sauce. Luo Shui was not to be outdone and diligently prepared the dipping sauce for Lin Yu. The two of them cooperated seamlessly, as if they had been trained together. Xia Yubing's eyes widened as she watched from the opposite side. These two women are too skilled. Wang Xiaodia whispered in her ear, Xiaobing, if you keep being so reserved, you won't even be able to see the bowl, let alone drink the soup. Those twins are obviously vixen, their level is too high. Xia Yubing's heart tightened. Indeed, compared with these two women, she is like a bronze player fighting a king. Luo Shui has already started peeling shrimps for Lin Yu, and her movements are as skillful as a professional nutritionist. Boss, open your mouth. Luo Shui handed the peeled shrimp to Lin Yu's mouth, her voice so sweet that it was sickening. Lin Yu opened his mouth to take it, and praised, good craftsmanship. Luo Shui's eyebrows lit up and her smug look went straight to the opposite side. Xia Yubing felt sour when she saw this scene. She wants to do that too. But she doesn't know how to peel shrimp. Seeing that his sister had taken the initiative, Luo Bing immediately counterattacked, Boss, this crab roe bun smells so good, can I feed you a taste? She scooped up the crab roe bun with a spoon and carefully handed it to Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu opened his mouth cooperatively, and Luo Bing considerately wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue. Boss is so nice. Wang Xiaoya couldn't bear it any longer and nudged Xia Yubing with her elbow, why don't you move? You'll really be a spectator if you don't. Xia Yubing took a deep breath. No. This can't go on. For Lin Yu, she fought hard. She looked at the boiled shrimps on the table and started peeling them like Luo Shui did. She picked up a shrimp. I started my first shrimp peeling experience in my life. Why is this shell so hard? Xia Yubing used her fingernails to pick at the shrimp shell, but after a long time, the shell didn't move at all. She tried to bite it again, but almost broke her own teeth. In the end, she simply used brute force to break it open. #34snap. Number 34. The shrimp shell was opened, but the shrimp meat was also broken into pits and looked terrible. Moreover, the shrimp thread is still inside, a black line. Xia Yubing blushed as she looked at her masterpiece. However, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. She gritted her teeth and handed the disabled shrimp to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, you also eat. The sound is as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Luo Shui almost laughed out loud when she saw this scene. Sister Xia, are you peeling shrimp or gnawing on bones? You peeled the shrimps and made me cry. Xia Yubing's face turned red instantly. So embarrassing. Luo Shui felt secretly happy when she saw Xia Yubing's clumsy look. With this level of skill, you still want to compete with us for the boss position? Lin Yu looked at Xia Yubing's nervous expression and found it quite interesting. He didn't show any disgust and just opened his mouth to take the ugly shrimp. Not only that, he also licked Xia Yubing's fingertips. Very sweet. Number 34. Number 34. Xia Yubing felt like she was electrocuted. My whole body is numb. She quickly pulled her hand back, her face as red as a boiled lobster. The moment Lin Yu's tongue touched her fingertips, she felt an electric current running from her fingertips to her heart. Ah! She couldn't help but let out a soft cry, and then immediately covered her mouth. It's over, it's so embarrassing. When the Luo sisters saw this scene, a sense of crisis flashed in their eyes. This Xia Yubing looks cute and silly, but she is quite lethal. The boss even licked her fingers. This one do. Luo Bing immediately counterattacked, "Boss, look at this braised pork, it's fat and lean, and it melts in your mouth." She picked up a piece of braised pork and learned to feed Lin Yu. Luo Shui was not to be outdone. "Boss, this sweet and sour pork ribs is also delicious, sweet and sour, it's appetizing." The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, started a feeding battle. Xia Yubing was extremely anxious when she saw this scene. She also wants to participate, but she really doesn't know how. Wang Xiaoya watched with great interest and whispered to her colleagues, "Oh my god, I really want to go to Thailand to have a sex change." That's right, a man being fought over by three beauties, this scene is so pleasing to the eyes. But I think the twins are the best. They work together so well. Xiao Bing is clearly no match for me. The skill gap is too huge. Xia Yubing became even more anxious when she heard her colleagues' discussions. No, she can't just give up like this. She thought about it and decided to change her strategy. Since you don't know how to peel shrimps and feed them, start somewhere else. "Mr. Lin, are you thirsty? Let me pour you some tea." Xia Yubing took the initiative to pick up the teapot and pour tea for Lin Yu. As a result, my hands started shaking because I was too nervous. #34 crash. Number 34. The tea spilled directly onto the table. "Oh. I'm sorry. Xia Yubing hurriedly took a tissue to wipe it, but the more she wiped, the mess became even worse. Seeing this, Luo Bing immediately stood up and said, "Ms. Xia, please just sit down. I'll take care of it." She tidied the table neatly and poured Lin Yu another cup of tea. "Boss, please have some tea." Xia Yubing felt even more frustrated as she watched Luo Bing's smooth movements. Not only is she beautiful and has a good figure, she is also so capable. What else do I have besides a face? Just when she was frustrated, Lin Yu suddenly spoke. "Yubing, don't be nervous, take your time." His voice was gentle, with a hint of doting. When Xia Yubing heard this, her heart instantly warmed. Lin Yu still cares about her. "Yeah." She nodded vigorously, and the fighting spirit in her eyes rekindled. The Luo sisters looked at each other and saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. Although Xia Yubing is clumsy, the boss's attitude towards her is obviously different. This is not a good sign. In the following time, the three women surrounded Lin Yu and started a war without gunpowder. Luo Bing was in charge of picking up the dishes, and her movements were elegant and professional. Luo Shui is responsible for the seasoning, and all the combinations are perfect. Although Xia Yubing's skills are not good, she wins in sincerity, and every movement of hers reveals her cautious cuteness. Lin Yu sat in the middle, enjoying the service of the three beauties, feeling very happy. This feeling is so great. However, looking at Xia Yubing's clumsy appearance, he felt a little distressed. This girl really tried her best to please herself. "Yubing, you eat something too." Lin Yu took the initiative to pick up a piece of fish for Xia Yubing. Xia Yubing was flattered. Thank you, Mr. Lin." She ate the fish that Lin Yu picked up carefully, and felt that it was more delicious than delicacies from land and sea. When the Luo sisters saw this scene, they felt a little sad. The boss actually took the initiative to pick up food for another woman. They have never enjoyed such treatment. Wang Xiaoya and the others were watching in amazement. Chapter 57. Newly arrived in a mansion, the drunk beauty asks for a hug. The dinner was in its second half. Xia Yubing held up the bottle, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Mr. Lin, please drink some more red wine. It's good for your health." In order to give herself courage, she secretly drank a lot of wine. "Now that I'm drunk, I feel a little dizzy." Lin Yu looked at her rosy little face and smiled in his heart. This girl obviously can't drink much. She started to feel red in the face after just 2 drinks. "You should drink less too," Lin Yu said with concern. "I'm fine. I can drink a lot." Xia Yubing patted his chest to assure him, but he lost his balance and almost fell down. Wang Xiaoya and the others watched from the side and shook their heads. Xiao Bing, this girl, usually doesn't drink at all, but today she tried her best to show off in front of Mr. Lin. I'm going to the bathroom." Xia Yubing stood up, staggering a little. Wang Xiaoya looked at her worriedly. "Xiao Bing, are you okay? Do you want me to go with you?" "No need. I can do it myself." Xia Yubing waved her hands stubbornly. She stumbled towards the bathroom, feeling mixed emotions. Lin Yu looked at her back, feeling a little worried. This girl is obviously drunk. Is it a problem for her to go to the bathroom alone? I'll go see her. Lin Yu stood up. The Luo sisters became nervous instantly. Luo Bing clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his palms. Boss, how about I go? Yes, girls' affairs are better handled by girls. Luo Shui also said, feeling extremely anxious. They had just tried so hard to perform in front of the boss, but once Xia Yubing got drunk, all the boss's attention was drawn to her. What is this? Is this just a drunken prank to get sympathy? Lin Yu waved his hand. It's okay, I'll just wait at the door and make sure she's safe. Luo Bing bit her lip, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. Luo Shui was so angry that her face turned green, but she couldn't show it too obviously. At the bathroom door, Lin Yu leaned against the wall and waited, vaguely hearing sobbing coming from inside. Could it be that this girl was made to cry by those two sisters? A few minutes later, Xia Yubing came out of the bathroom with red eyes. Yubing, are you okay? Lin Yu asked with concern. When Xia Yubing saw Lin Yu, tears almost fell from her eyes again. Mr. Lin, am I stupid? Her voice choked. How could that be? You are very cute. Lin Yu comforted her gently. What's the point of being cute? Xia Yubing laughed self-deprecatingly. I can't do anything. I can't even peel a shrimp properly, and I can't even pour tea without spilling it all over the table. Those two women are prettier than me, have better figures than me, and are so capable. How can I compare with them? Lin Yu felt a little distressed when he saw her aggrieved look. Yubing, you don't need to compare yourself to anyone. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek. You are you, the one and only Xia Yubing. Xia Yubing felt the warmth of his palm and her heartbeat accelerated instantly. Under the influence of alcohol, her sanity completely collapsed. Lin Yu. She called his name directly, her voice trembling. I. Lin Yu looked at her. Xia Yubing took a deep breath and mustered up her courage. I love you so much. Lin Yu was stunned. After Xia Yubing said this, she felt completely exhausted. I know I'm not worthy of you. She couldn't help but shed tears, but I just can't help but like you. After she finished speaking, her body softened and she fell directly into Lin Yu's arms. Lin Yu quickly hugged her. He looked down at Xia Yubing in his arms. Her delicate little face was flushed, and tears were hanging on her long eyelashes. She looked pitiful. Mr. Lin. Luo Bing's voice came from behind. Lin Yu turned around and saw the Luo sisters standing not far away, both of them looking unhappy. Obviously, they heard Xia Yubing's confession just now. Boss, Miss Xia. Luo Shui's tone was a little sour. Drunk. Lin Yu explained simply, I'll take her home. Why don't we do it? Luo Bing offered. There are differences between men and women. It's not appropriate for you to do this. Lin Yu shook his head. In her current state, you two girls can't handle it. Indeed, Xia Yubing is now in a completely limp state and needs someone to hold her. The Luo sisters looked at each other and saw the anger and unwillingness in each other's eyes. Lin Yu carried Xia Yubing back to the restaurant. When Wang Xiaoya and the others saw this, they were instantly furious. Oh my god. What happened to Xiaobing? Is he drunk? Mr. Lin, Xiaobing doesn't usually drink much, but today she might be. Lin Yu interrupted them. I'll take her back, don't worry. You continue to eat. I will take good care of her. The Luo sisters were furious. Tonight's dinner party was originally their home turf, but unexpectedly, Xia Yubing stole the limelight in the end. And in this way. Boss, how about we help you send her home? Luo Bing asked tentatively. No need. Lin Yu shook his head. You two go back first, see you at the company tomorrow. When Luo Bing and Luo Shui heard this, their hearts sank. Boss, are you going to take care of Xia Yubing alone? Boss. Luo Shui wanted to say something, but seeing Lin Yu's determined expression, she had to swallow it back. Then you'd better be careful. Luo Bing said unwillingly, his eyes full of jealousy. Lin Yu nodded and walked towards the parking lot with Xia Yubing in his arms. The Luo sisters stood there, watching them leave, feeling mixed emotions. Sister, are we just going to let them go like this? Luo Shui gritted her teeth in anger. What else? Luo Bing sneered, do you still want to follow and be a light bulb? But nothing to worry about. A fierce look flashed in Luo Bing's eyes. I'll remember this, Xia Yubing. In the car, Lin Yu placed Xia Yubing in the passenger seat and considerately fastened her seatbelt. Ugh. I feel dizzy. She muttered softly, her little hand unconsciously grabbing Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu started the car and drove towards Yuehu Bay. Yuehu Bay number 1 was one of the dowries given by Mr. Su. It was a top-notch lakeside villa covering an area of 3,000 square meters. He rarely went there. Just in time for tonight. Half an hour later, the car drove into Yuehu Bay number 1. The security level here is even higher than that of Henteing Palace. There are only 8 villas in the entire community, and each one is worth over 100 million yuan. Lin Yu's villa is located in the best location by the lake, covering an area of 3,000 square meters and has a private lakeside. He carried Xia Yubing straight up to the second floor and walked towards the master bedroom. The master bedroom is a full 80 square meters, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the lake. The bed is a custom-made, top-tier Italian brand, with a mattress worth millions. Lying on it feels like lying on a cloud. Lin Yu carefully placed Xia Yubing on the bed. Her long hair spread out like a waterfall on the silk pillowcase. Xia Yubing turned over in bed, her little hands unconsciously grabbing the quilt. Lin Yu went to the bathroom and got a wet towel to wipe her face. Just as he reached the bed, Xia Yubing suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him dazedly. Chapter 58 The whole company fell. Lin Yu, where is this? My home. Lin Yu answered softly, and the wet towel in his hand gently stroked her cheek. You drank too much. I'll take you back to rest. Xia Yubing suddenly sat up from the bed. The alcohol made her lose her usual shyness. She pounced directly on Lin Yu and kissed him on the lips. Lin Yu was shocked by her initiative. Instead of pushing her away, he responded to the kiss. Their lips and tongues intertwined. Xia Yubing let out a slight moan, and her hands tightly wrapped around Lin Yu's neck, fearing that he would run away. Lin Yu. She whispered in his ear, her voice as charming as a kitten, I want that. Next, in the master bedroom of Yuehu Bay, there is endless spring scenery. Xia Yubing seemed like a different person, completely free of her usual shyness and restraint. She took the initiative to kiss Lin Yu, her little hands wandering over his body, her eyes full of desire. Lin Yu, give it to me. She kept repeating this sentence in his ear, her voice trembling and full of attachment. I want to die on you. She hugged Lin Yu tightly, her nails digging into his back. Don't stop. Don't stop. Lin Yu was infected by her enthusiasm, and his physique strengthened by the system gave him enough capital to satisfy her. Yu Bing. He kissed her forehead gently. Just as the two were entangled, a familiar system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission of having many children in good fortune. Mission content: make Xia Yubing pregnant and give birth smoothly. Mission reward: 3 billion yuan in cash. Fighting skill: Master Jeet Kune Do. Note: this task is a long-term task and there is no time limit for completion. Lin Yu was so happy when he heard this reminder. It seems that today's tenderness has brought some unexpected gains. The next morning, Lin Yu opened his eyes and found Xia Yubing still clinging to him, her little face flushed, sleeping soundly. The experience last night was really great. I tried the bathroom, sofa, table, floor. I was like a little wildcat. Lin Yu got up quietly, packed up, and prepared to leave. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at Xingyao Media in a supercar. As soon as the car stopped at the entrance of the building, it caused a sensation. Fuck. Koenigsegg. How much does this car cost? Starting at 30 million. And it's a global limited edition. Oh my god, what kind of rich second generation is this? The entire entrance of the building was blocked by onlookers, and the sounds of people taking photos could be heard one after another. Lin Yu got out of the car, wearing a custom-made suit, and with that perfect face, he was simply a walking male god. Oh my god. This beauty is too amazing. 100 times more handsome than those popular stars. Girls, I'm in love. Wake up, how could someone who drives a 30 million car fall for you? Lin Yu enjoyed these gazes and felt happy. This is the joy of being rich, you are the focus wherever you go. He strode into the building and headed straight for the 18th floor where Xingyao Media was located. In the elevator, several young female office workers looked at him secretly. Keep your voice down, is this some celebrity? No, how can celebrities be so rich? Could it be some rich second generation? Bite. The elevator door opened. Lin Yu walked out of the elevator and directly pushed open the door of Xingyao Media. In an instant, the whole company fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yu, and the air was frozen. Oh my god. Who is this? So handsome. Even more handsome than the male stars on TV. This figure, this beauty, my god. Lin Yu looked around and saw that there were about 30 employees in Xingyao Media, all of them young beauties, and their looks were all above 8 points. It is indeed an MCN company. Even the employees are recruited according to the standards of internet celebrities. Good morning, ladies. Lin Yu greeted calmly. The whole company exploded instantly. Oh my god. His voice is so beautiful. I'm going to faint. What kind of divine man is this? Girls, I've decided I'm going to stay in this company forever. Just then, Luo Bing and Luo Shui walked out of the office. The two were excited when they saw Lin Yu. They remember clearly what happened last night. Boss. Luo Bing spoke first. Luo Shui also said, Boss, you are here. What? Boss? The whole company was shocked. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. This extremely handsome man is their new boss? Damn. Is this our new boss? I thought it would be a middle-aged, greasy man with a big belly. Oh my god. I'm going crazy. How much good deeds must I have accumulated in my past life to be able to work for a boss like this? Sisters, I declare that I will be welded to death in Xingyao. Lin Yu looked at this group of crazy girls. Their reaction was even more intense than he expected. Ahem. Luo Bing cleared his throat. Everyone, be quiet. Let me formally introduce you. This is our new boss of Xingyao Media, Mr. Lin Yulin. Wow. The whole company was boiling again. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Various sounds came one after another, making it even more lively than a concert. Lin Yu waved his hand. Everyone, don't be so reserved. We are all young people, just relax. A girl with a baby face raised her hand. Mr. Lin, how old are you this year? 20. Oh my god. Even younger than me. I'm 30 years old. Is it okay to call you brother? Get lost. If we're talking about seniority, you should call me sister. Lin Yu was amused by these girls. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than he had imagined. Boss Lin. A lady in a tight skirt came over. I'm Zhang Meilin, the operations manager. Do you have any instructions? This girl has an amazing figure, with a curvy figure and a very sweet voice. Lin Yu glanced at her and said, Not yet. Everyone, do what you need to do. I'll familiarize myself with the company first. Okay, Mr. Lin. Zhang Meilin blinked. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. These words clearly contained a hint. Luo Shui was watching from the side and felt her teeth itching. Zhang Meilin is usually a green tea girl, and now that she sees the handsome boss, her true colors are revealed. Mr. Lin, I'll take you to the office. Luo Bing took the initiative to say. Lin Yu nodded and followed Luo Bing to the boss's office at the back. Along the way, all the female employees were secretly looking at him and whispering to each other. Oh my god, this back view is so perfect. Look at the way he walks, so manly. I want to know now, does Mr. Lin have a girlfriend? Even if there is, I will grab it. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. The boss wants to meet the anchor, and the competition among the beauties begins. In the office, Lin Yu looked around the luxuriously decorated office. There is a solid wood desk, a leather sofa, and a floor-to-ceiling window that covers an entire wall, providing an excellent view. The Luo sisters stood at the door, looking at him eagerly. Boss, is there anything else we need to buy? Luo Bing asked cautiously. Lin Yu did not answer, but took out an exquisite box from his bag. Opening the box, inside was a set of top-grade purple clay tea sets, each piece exuding an ancient luster. Don't you know tea art? Lin Yu asked lightly. Luo Bing's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. Boss, would you like some tea? Then make a pot. Lin Yu placed the tea set on the tea table. Let me see your craftsmanship. Luo Bing hurried forward, and when she saw the tea set, she almost dropped her jaw in surprise. This is Gu Jingzhou's purple clay teapot. She had seen it at an auction before, and the starting price was 3 million. Boss, this tea set. Luo Bing's voice was trembling. What? You don't dare to touch it? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. No, no, no. I'll make it right now. Luo Bing took a deep breath and began to demonstrate her tea art. Warming the pot, waking up the tea, brewing, every action is done carefully and strives for perfection. Her heart was beating very fast, for fear that she would drop the tea set worth tens of millions. Luo Shui was watching from the side and drooling. A few minutes later, Luo Bing handed the brewed tea to Lin Yu. Boss, please have some tea. Lin Yu took the teacup and took a sip. The tea is good. He put down the cup, but if your mind is not at peace, the tea will lose its soul. Luo Bing's pretty face turned red. It hit the nail on the head. She was indeed too nervous just now, afraid of making mistakes, which ended up affecting the quality of the tea. Boss, you are really amazing. You can see it right away. Luo Bing felt a little ashamed. Make another pot, and relax this time. Lin Yu's tone was gentle. Luo Bing nodded and started making tea again. This time, she tried to calm herself down and focus on the movements in her hands. Lin Yu tasted it again and nodded, that's right. Luo Bing felt very happy. Being recognized by my boss makes me happier than anything else. At this time, Luo Shui came over with a stack of documents. Boss, this is the company's latest project report. Would you like to take a look? Lin Yu took the document and flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, he stopped on one of the pages. How did you calculate the sales data of this anchor? Lin Yu pointed to one of the tables. Luo Shui came over to take a look, just follow the data given by the platform. Can the platform data and actual conversion rate be the same? Lin Yu directly pointed out the problem. Your statistics will mislead our investment decisions. Luo Shui was stunned. She really hadn't considered this issue. So what should we do? Re-establish the statistical model and take into account the return rate, repurchase rate, and user retention. Lin Yu pointed out the solution in a few words. Luo Shui was stunned when she heard this. This boss is not only handsome, but also so professional? Boss, have you worked for MCN before? Luo Shui asked curiously. No. Lin Yu replied calmly, but the logic of doing business is the same. The Luo sisters looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. For the next hour, Lin Yu walked around the office and casually pointed out several operational problems. At first, Luo Bing wanted to show off his professional ability in front of his boss, but he felt more and more guilty as the conversation went on. Any random word from them can hit the nail on the head. Boss, we will change what you said later. Luo Bing said modestly. Luo Shui watched the scene from the side, feeling mixed emotions. The two sisters originally wanted to seduce the boss with their beauty, but now the situation has completely reversed. I want to flirt, but I don't dare. I want to perform, but I'm afraid of making a fool of myself. Boss, that's Xia Yubing. Luo Shui asked tentatively. Lin Yu put down the teacup, what's wrong? Was she okay last night? It's okay, I slept soundly. Lin Yu's tone was calm. When the Luo sisters heard this, their hearts tightened. Sleeping soundly? What does this mean? Could it be? Boss, you didn't go home last night? Luo Bing asked cautiously. I'm back. Lin Yu said. The Luo sisters felt jealous. The two of them wanted to ask something, but Lin Yu said directly, by the way. Let's make arrangements this afternoon. I want to meet the company's anchors. Okay, boss. Luo Bing agreed quickly. Which ones do you want to meet? All of them. Lin Yu's tone was very casual, I want to know about their situation. Luo Shui's eyes rolled, boss, the quality of our company's anchors is very high, and they are all beautiful. Really? Lin Yu smiled, then I'd like to see for myself. The Luo sisters looked at each other, and a trace of worry flashed in their eyes. Is the boss interested in the company's beautiful anchor? Boss, what type do you like? Luo Bing asked tentatively. What type? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Is it pure? Sexy? Or the mature lady type? Luo Shui also asked. Lin Yu smiled, it depends on fate. These words were said in an ambiguous way, making the Luo sisters feel itchy. It seems that the boss does have ideas in this regard. Then we'll arrange it now. Luo Bing said, I guarantee you'll be satisfied, boss. Lin Yu nodded and continued to sip his tea. In the office area outside, the beautiful employees of Xingyao Media were still discussing. Zhang Meilin sat at her workstation, thinking about something in her mind. This new boss is definitely a super rich second generation. If I could hold on to this thigh. She secretly put on some makeup and prepared to find an opportunity to report to her boss's office later. Just then, Luo Shui walked out of the office. Everyone, pay attention. Luo Shui clapped her hands. The boss wants to meet with all the anchors in our company this afternoon. Everyone, get ready. The whole office exploded instantly. What? The boss wants to see us? Oh my god. I need to go home and change my clothes. Sisters, here comes your chance. Zhang Meilin's eyes lit up. Here we come. This is the opportunity she has been waiting for. Chapter 60 Tearing off the face. The Royal Sister Manageress Open Challenge. 2:30 in the afternoon, in the conference room of Xingyao Media. More than 30 female anchors gathered together. Most of them wore exquisite professional attire, some were sexy and some were pure, and all had perfect makeup. Various drinks and desserts were placed on the long table in the middle of the conference room. But no one wanted to touch it. Everyone's eyes were vaguely cast towards Zhang Meilin, who was sitting in the first row. In the afternoon, Zhang Meilin specially changed into a burgundy tight skirt, which perfectly outlined her proud figure. She held a cup of coffee and took a sip with a confident smile on her face. Everyone, I'm sure you've all heard about today's new boss? Her voice was sweet and full of majesty. An innocent Lolita anchor raised her hand. Sister Zhang, I heard our new boss is super handsome. And he drives a luxury car worth 30 million, added another mature female anchor, her eyes full of stars. Zhang Meilin smiled. She put down her coffee cup, leaned forward slightly, and lowered her voice. I know what everyone is thinking. The new boss is young, rich, and handsome. But you also know that he is not an ordinary person. This morning, the boss was in the office and immediately saw the flaws in our operational plan. What does this mean? It shows that the boss is not only rich, but also has real skills. What he values is ability. Hearing this, everyone sat up straight, their eyes sparkling. Zhang Meilin continued, don't be fooled by the fact that the Luo sisters are usually close to the boss, but their business capabilities are not top-notch in the entire company. One anchor muttered quietly, but they used to be bosses too. Boss? Zhang Meilin scoffed. But hasn't the company these two run been acquired by a new company? Luo Bing and Luo Shui, what they do is a borderline live broadcast. To put it nicely, it's art, but to put it bluntly, it's flirting. They were able to change the company to a new owner because the boss valued their services. The boss is a man. It's normal for him to have this need. But do you think a truly powerful man would only like this kind of service? The reason he held this meeting today was to see if there were any other talented people in Xingyao Media besides the two of them. Everyone's expression changed. From initial admiration, to excitement, and finally to eagerness to try. Zhao Jiao, a hot female anchor in a black short skirt, had fire in her eyes. Sister Zhang, are you saying that we have a chance? Opportunity? Zhang Meilin raised her lips. More than an opportunity. This is your chance to replace the Luo sisters and become the core of the company. Think about it, if you can show the boss your strength and make him feel that he can make a lot of money without those two women who only know how to flirt, what will be the result? It's a promotion, it's the allocation of resources, it's the boss's favor. So, when the boss comes later, everyone, cheer up and show off your best skills. Let the boss know that you are the future of the company. Yes. Everyone said in unison, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Zhang Meilin smiled with satisfaction. She turned her head and looked not far away. Luo Bing and Luo Shui were standing at the door, their faces so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of them. Manager Zhang, we all heard what you just said. Luo Bing walked forward to argue. Zhang Meilin's expression remained calm. Oh? So what if you heard it? Isn't what I said true? Xingyao Media is an MCN company, and everyone is here for profit. If you two didn't have any skills, would you be able to hold your current positions relying solely on those special services? You. Luo Shui was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Luo Bing grabbed her and looked at Zhang Meilin coldly. Zhang Meilin, don't be so arrogant. The boss has the final say on who is the core of the company. Yeah, the boss has the final say. Zhang Meilin smiled proudly, so, we'll see later whether the boss values strength or figure. Just then, a man in a suit and tie pushed the door open. The conference room suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were directed towards the door. Oh my god! A female anchor couldn't help but curse under her breath. So handsome. So safe. Another female anchor widened her eyes and could hardly close her mouth. Sexy anchor woman Zhao Jiajiao's legs went weak and she almost lost her balance. Oh my god, my legs are weak. Girls, I'm in love. I want to give birth to a baby for him right now. Xiaoyu, the innocent-looking lowly anchor, had tears in her eyes. Shut up! Luo Bing scolded in a low voice. However, her scolding could not stop the women from screaming and whispering. Lin Yu walked to the main seat, and Luo Bing and Luo Shui followed closely beside him, one on his left and one on his right. Lin Yu sat down with a faint smile on his face. He looked around, his eyes sweeping over each female anchor. The anchors who were swept by his gaze would blush and their hearts would beat fast, and some were even so nervous that they forgot to breathe. Lin Yu looked at Luo Bing. Why are you two standing behind me? Boss, we are your assistants, so of course we have to stand behind you, Luo Bing said. Luo Shui also whispered, we are your exclusive bodyguards. Lin Yu chuckled, then sit down. Luo Bing and Luo Shui then sat down. As soon as they sat down, they felt a wave of hostile gazes. It goes without saying that these gazes came from other women in the conference room. Lin Yu ignored him and looked at Zhang Meilin. Zhang Meilin also looked at him, with ambition glittering in her eyes. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Meilin, the operations manager. She stood up, her voice sweet and respectful. I know. Lin Yu nodded. Boss Lin, Zhang Meilin smiled. You called this meeting today to learn about our company's business situation, right? Yeah. Lin Yu responded. That's great. I have an immature suggestion and would like to report it to you, said Zhang Meilin. Chapter 61 Reverse Humiliation. Do you dare to admit it? Speaking. A smug smile appeared on Zhang Meilin's face. She straightened her chest, and the curve of her chest was even more attractive against the backdrop of her hip skirt. Mr. Lin, I believe the company's future development should be data-driven. Currently, I'm responsible for the company's highest-grossing anchor, who brings in over 1.2 million in revenue each month. I firmly believe that we should focus all our resources on supporting her, rather than wasting the company's limited resources on women who only flirt, play by the rules, or even rely on dishonorable means to get to the top. You! Luo Shui slammed the table in anger and pointed at Zhang Meilin's nose. Zhang Meilin, who are you talking about? Luo Bing's face also turned pale as he looked at Lin Yu. The boss had just arrived, and someone dared to sow discord in front of him. This was simply a disregard for her. However, Lin Yu raised his hand to stop them. Manager Zhang, are you questioning my judgment? Lin Yu spoke slowly. Zhang Meilin's heart skipped a beat, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. She said stubbornly, Boss Lin, I don't dare to question you. I just think the company should be based on performance. Boss Luo and the others do have some omissions in management. Lin Yu chuckled and looked at Zhang Meilin, then tell me, how are your performance? The operations department I'm in charge of has a stable monthly turnover of over 1.2 million, Zhang Meilin said proudly. 1,200,000? Lin Yu nodded, it's really not bad. Zhang Meilin was delighted and was about to say something else when Lin Yu suddenly changed the subject. However, I remember Luo Bing and the others said that the company's monthly turnover is 3 million. Lin Yu's words stumped Zhang Meilin. You are an operations manager, and you account for 1/3 of the turnover. What are the others doing? Or do you think you can support the entire company by yourself? Lin Yu's words stumped Zhang Meilin. She opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Luo Bing sneered at the side, Zhang Meilin, weren't you very talkative just now? Why are you mute now? Luo Shui also followed up, that's right, didn't you say that we should see strength? Why are you afraid to speak now? Zhang Meilin's face flushed red, and she gritted her teeth and said, I just think that the company should be more transparent in its management. Then let me ask you, is it considered transparency that you instigated other employees here just now? Lin Yu's voice suddenly became cold. I didn't incite. Zhang Meilin denied in panic. No? Lin Yu stood up and walked over to Zhang Meilin. Then what do you mean by borderline live broadcast, flirting, and special services? Zhang Meilin was completely panicked. She didn't expect that Lin Yu actually heard it all. I'm just telling the truth. She tried to argue. Tell the truth? Lin Yu's eyes became sharp. Then I will tell the truth too. He ignored Zhang Meilin's panic and calmly announced, Zhang Meilin, you are fired. What? The whole conference room exploded instantly. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Zhang Meilin's face turned pale. Boss Lin, you can't do this. I didn't do anything wrong. No mistakes? Lin Yu sneered. Talking about the boss behind his back, stirring up employees' emotions, and sowing discord among colleagues, isn't that enough? Zhang Meilin wanted to say something. Also, Lin Yu continued, you said that Luo Bing and the others relied on special services to get to their positions? I'm curious, how did you know that? Have you ever provided similar services? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Meilin's face instantly turned red like a monkey's butt. The anchors around her also looked at her strangely. I didn't, Just what? Lin Yu pressed on, his powerful aura making her almost unable to stand steady. Just jealousy? Or just envy? Zhang Meilin completely collapsed. Her body softened and she knelt on the ground, with the documents in her hands scattered all over the floor. Lin Yu shook his head and turned to look at the other anchors. Then I now officially announce that Zhang Meilin is leaving the company immediately. The position of operations manager is temporarily vacant. Those who are capable can recommend themselves. After saying that, he sat back in his seat. Luo Bing and Luo Shui looked at each other, gratitude in their eyes. The boss's domineering response just now was so satisfying. Thank you, boss, they said in unison. Lin Yu waved his hand and looked at the other anchors. Now, let's get down to business. I want to understand the characteristics and abilities of each of you. Start with you. He pointed to the lowly anchor Xiaoyu sitting in the front row. Xiaoyu stood up nervously. Boss Lin, my name is Xiaoyu. I mainly do game live streaming. I'm good at Honor of Kings in PUBG. How's your gaming level? Lin Yu asked calmly. I'm in the diamond rank in Honor of Kings, and I can still get into the top 10 in PUBG. Lin Yu nodded, not bad, keep up the good work. Next one. Next, each anchor introduced his or her own characteristics. Some are good at singing, some are good at dancing, and some are good at chatting, each with their own strengths. Lin Yu listened patiently to everyone's introduction, nodding occasionally and asking questions occasionally. Throughout the entire process, his attitude was very gentle, completely unlike the coldness he had shown when dealing with Zhang Meilin just now. This made all the anchors breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that as long as you don't do anything stupid, the boss is easy to talk to. After the introduction, Lin Yu stood up. Very good, I have a preliminary understanding of everyone. Next, I will formulate corresponding development plans based on the characteristics of each person. There's one thing I want to emphasize, in my company, we only look at ability, not connections. Whoever has the ability will get more resources and opportunities. But if someone tries to play tricks and sow discord, you've all seen the consequences. Everyone shuddered. The boss words were both a promise and a warning. Okay, today's meeting ends here. Lin Yu clapped his hands, everyone go back to work and work hard. If you have any questions, feel free to contact Luo Bing and Luo Shui. After saying that, he turned and left the meeting room. Luo Bing and Luo Shui followed closely behind. In the conference room, the remaining anchors looked at each other. After a while, Zhao Jiaojiao finally spoke, oh my god, the boss is so handsome. Exactly. Just now, Zhang Meilin was trying to sow discord, but she got slapped in the face in just a second. Serves her right. I always dislike her because she always acts so superior. But the boss is right, as long as you have the ability, you will get the opportunity. Sisters, let's get going. Chapter 62 Sister S scheming, I really want to touch it. When Lin Yu left the meeting room, Luo Bing and Luo Shui followed closely behind him. After walking a few steps, Luo Shui couldn't help herself after all, and her beautiful eyes were sparkling with little stars of admiration. She took 2 quick steps, her body softened, and she took the initiative to hold Lin Yu's arm. A soft touch came from the arm, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Luo Shui gently placed her cheek on Lin Yu's arm, tilted her face up, and said coquettishly in a voice that could make anyone's bones soften. Boss, you were too domineering just now. That Zhang Mei Lin is like a queen bee in the company, looking down on everyone. But you just knocked her down with a single sentence. It's so cool. My heart is pounding right now. As she spoke, she deliberately straightened her chest so that Lin Yu could feel her amazing heartbeat more clearly. Before he could even open his mouth, Luo Bing on the other side saw what was happening and wondered, how could this be possible? Good job, Luo Shui. You little green tea. How dare you steal my house in front of me? I, your elder sister, haven't said anything yet, but you came up to me first? Luo Bing's face remained expressionless, and there was even a hint of annoyance in his smile. She walked forward slowly, took Lin Yu's arm from the other side, and rubbed him twice with delay. Boss. Luo Bing's voice is 3 times softer than Luo Shui's. Did I cooperate well just now? Aren't you going to praise me? Lin Yu. He felt like he was caught between 2 Persian cats vying for attention. The one on the left is soft, the one on the right is even softer. The one on the left is fragrant, the one on the right is even more fragrant. This feeling. Well, damn good. System, although the progress of the sowing season task you issued is slow, this daily work of loosening the soil and applying fertilizer seems to be quite beneficial to physical and mental health. Okay. He spoke calmly, no emotion in his voice. As my employee, isn't it your duty to share my worries? Do you need special praise? This. The Luo sisters were both speechless. This made so much sense that they couldn't refute it. Luo Bing quickly changed the subject. Boss, how about we treat you to dinner tonight to celebrate? I know a new French restaurant with amazing caviar. Luo Shui immediately retorted, Boss, you just had a big meal, why would you want French food? It's too greasy. Boss, why don't you come to my house? I'll cook for you myself and make you some of my signature dishes. Luo Bing, scheming. Want to bring the boss home? Luo Shui, humph, it's better than you showing up in public. At this time, the elevator door opened. Lin Yu walked in with 2 stunning beauties. There were several employees from other companies in the elevator, but they fell silent instantly after seeing this scene. Everyone's eyes were fixed. Holy crap, who is this guy? Is he a celebrity? Those twins, are they the Luo sisters from Xingyao Media? Aren't they the bosses? How come? Haven't you heard? Xingyao has been acquired. That man is the new boss. Oh my god. Such beauty. Such aura. I'm jealous. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Yu and his group walked out of the office building. The sunlight outside is a bit dazzling. Lin Yu looked up at the sky and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable all over. He has been very busy recently, and coupled with the in-depth communication with Xia Yubing last night, he felt that his body needed some exercise. I don't want to eat. Lin Yu suddenly said. The Luo sisters instantly became nervous. Boss, what do you want to do? Lin Yu stretched his neck and said, I suddenly feel like going to the gym. To loosen up my muscles. Fitness? The Luo sisters looked at each other. Luo Shui's eyes lit up. Okay. Boss, do you want to go to the gym? I'll go with you. Luo Bing was not to be outdone. I'll go too. Boss, I know there's a top-notch private club nearby. It has a great environment and great privacy. Then let's go there. Lin Yu made the decision. 20 minutes later. Tianmu Xingha High-End Fitness Club. This club requires a full reservation system, and non-members are not allowed to enter. The annual fee alone costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. Luo Bing swiped the card familiarly. She had applied for this card in the past to expand her network, and she happened to use it today. The clubhouse is decorated in the utmost luxury, and the air is filled with a relaxing, light cedar scent. Boss, please go to the locker room and change your clothes first. We'll wait for you here. Luo Bing said considerately. Okay. Lin Yu walked into the men's locker room with the brand new sportswear prepared by the club. 5 minutes later. When Lin Yu changed his clothes and walked out, the air in the entire fitness hall seemed to freeze. He was wearing a tight black sports t-shirt on the upper body and sports shorts of the same color on the lower body. This simple outfit perfectly outlines his almost sculptural body lines. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and the explosive muscle outlines that are faintly visible under the t-shirt. Especially when he raised his arms, his biceps bulged slightly, and the lines were smooth and powerful. Luo Bing and Luo Shui were sitting on the sofa in the rest area drinking water. The moment she saw Lin Yu coming out, Luo Shui sprayed out all the Evian water that she had just drunk with a puff sound. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed and widened her eyes, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu, unable to move away. Oh my god. Luo Shui muttered to herself, her voice trembling, this figure, is it real? Luo Bing is not much better. The water cup in her hand stopped in mid-air, and she was completely stunned. He doesn't have those exaggerated Hulk-like muscles, but is lean and well-proportioned, with every muscle just right, full of masculine beauty of strength. Sister, I feel a little short of oxygen. Luo Shui said, covering her chest. Luo Bing swallowed hard, me too. Luo Shui screamed inwardly, it's over, who can resist this? The boss is not only rich, handsome, and domineering, but also has such a great figure. I'm going to die. Luo Bing swallowed. Calm down, Luo Bing, you have to calm down. You're the boss's right-hand man, you can't be like a nymphomaniac. But I really want to touch you. Lin Yu walked up to them, looked at their dull expressions, and frowned slightly. What's wrong? No, nothing. Luo Shui reacted and jumped up immediately, boss, what do you want to practice first? I'll get you a towel. I'll get you some water. Luo Bing also quickly stood up. The two of them were so attentive that they wished they could turn into pendants and stick directly to Lin Yu. Lin Yu walked to the treadmill area and prepared to warm up first. As soon as he stood on it, the female members on the treadmills around him slowed down at the same time and looked over at him. Look over there. There's a new handsome guy. Chapter 63 The Golden Female Coach's Dirty Hands. Oh my god. That muscle definition. Absolutely amazing. Who are those two beauties next to you? Girlfriends? Or twins? Who cares? Such a great man, one look and one less look. Several young girls wearing yoga pants and with good figures began to wander around Lin Yu, deliberately doing various stretching movements to try to attract his attention. Luo Bing and Luo Shui immediately became alert. They stood on the left and right sides of the treadmill, warning the flyers with their eyes. Boss, have some water. Luo Shui unscrewed the bottle cap and handed the water to Lin Yu's mouth. Luo Bing held a towel, ready to help at any time. Boss, wipe the sweat. Lin Yu ran for 10 minutes and felt his body getting warm. He decided to go to the strength area to practice. When he walked to the dumbbell area, picked up a pair of heavy dumbbells and started doing curls, the eyes of the women in the entire area were focused on him. Hiss. The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. As Lin Yu moved, the muscles on his arms swelled, full of visual impact. I really want to become the dumbbell in his hand. A girl whispered. I want to be the t-shirt on him. Another girl echoed. Luo Shui was extremely nervous. She leaned over to Luo Bing's ear and said, Sister, what should we do? These women look like they want to eat the boss. Luo Bing gritted his teeth and said, keep a close eye on them. We absolutely cannot let them get within 3 meters of the boss. Lin Yu finished a set of curls and prepared to change equipment. At this time, a young female coach wearing a professional fitness vest and tights, with her ponytail tied high, walked over. The female coach is called Tina. She is the gold medal coach of this club. She has a hot body, strong professional skills, and a sharp eye. She noticed Lin Yu, the super VIP, early on. Hello, sir. Tina smiled professionally yet charmingly. I'm Tina, the personal trainer here. Judging from your movements, the force points seem to be wrong. This can easily injure your joints. Luo Shui and Luo Bing immediately stood in front of Lin Yu. Luo Bing said coldly, no need, thank you. Tina smiled slightly, as if she had expected this. Ladies, I'm just giving this gentleman some professional advice. The wrong training method will result in half the effort and twice the result. She looked at Lin Yu with a burning gaze. Sir, would you like me to give you some guidance? Lin Yu glanced at her and said calmly, no need, I know how to practice. As he said that, he walked around Tina and headed towards the gantry. Tina didn't give up. She followed him. Lin Yu started doing pull-down training. Sir, your back muscles are not fully open. Tina walked behind Lin Yu, suddenly stretched out her hand, and gently pressed on Lin Yu's latissimus dorsi through his t-shirt. Look, you have to exert force like this. Her fingers were slender and powerful, bringing a tingling sensation through the thin fabric. Lin Yu's movements froze instantly, his brows furrowed. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't say anything, Tina became bolder, and her hand slid down and touched Lin Yu's waist. You also need to tighten your waist and abdomen core. This is no longer guidance, but naked groping. What are you doing? Stop. Two screams rang out at the same time. Luo Bing and Luo Shui rushed forward like two angry little lions. Luo Shui grabbed Tina's wrist and shook it off. What's wrong with you? Didn't you hear my boss say no? And you're still touching me. This is sexual harassment. Tina staggered and her face darkened. Miss, please be respectful. I'm just giving you professional guidance. Does the instructor need to touch my waist? Luo Shui was so angry that her face turned red. I think you want to touch my abs. Shame on you. Luo Bing stood in front of Lin Yu, staring at Tina coldly. Coach, please leave immediately. Otherwise, I will complain to the club. The movement here immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. The onlookers gathered around. What happened? Did they start a fight? It seems that the female coach wanted to coach the handsome guy, but was stopped by his girlfriend? TSK, that coach is so bold. I clearly saw her touching someone's waist just now. Tina felt the gazes of those around her who were watching the show, and her face became a little stiff under her delicate makeup. She knew she had gone too far, but it was too late to back down. She took a deep breath and tried to salvage the situation. Ladies, you really misunderstood. As a professional coach, I just want to help my customers. Shut up. Luo Shui interrupted her directly, waving her phone. Do you believe I can post the surveillance footage or video online? Let everyone see the professional guidance of the gold medal coach? Luo Shui was furious. The boss they carefully protected was actually taken advantage of by this kind of people. That's enough. A cold voice sounded, interrupting all the noise. Lin Yu released the handle of the gantry, and the metal collision made a dull clang sound. He turned around, his eyes swept over everyone, and finally landed on the Luo sisters and Tina. You guys have a lot of free time? He frowned. If you want to argue, go outside and argue. Luo Shui froze, and her hand holding the phone stopped in mid-air. Luo Bing also stood there in a daze, his face turning pale instantly. They were standing up for him, but he found them annoying? A feeling of grievance and embarrassment welled up in my heart. Tina was delighted when she saw this. She straightened her clothes and gave a proper smile. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. Some people are just too sensitive. She glanced at the Luo sisters smugly, as if to say, see, you are being too sentimental. Lin Yu ignored her and walked straight to where the dumbbells were placed. He picked up a 50-kilogram dumbbell, weighed it, and put it back on the rack. The whole action was relaxed and casual, but it made people around him gasp. He then looked at Tina and said calmly, I don't need any guidance. The smile on Tina's face froze. Lin Yu continued, especially the intrusive coaching. He looked at the club manager who had hurried over. Your coach's professional skills are not good, and his hands and feet are not clean. The manager broke out in a cold sweat. He was very clear about Lin Yu's VIP level and could not afford to offend such a customer. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. This is our mistake. The manager glared at Tina fiercely. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you apologize to Mr. Lin right away? Tina's face turned pale and she opened her mouth, about to apologize. Lin Yu turned around and said to the Luo sisters who were still stunned, let's go and change clothes. Luo Shui and Luo Bing finally reacted. Luo Shui immediately jogged to catch up, all the grievances she had just felt vanishing. Boss, wait for me. Chapter 64 Sisterly Love. In the parking lot. The Luo sisters followed Lin Yu closely, not daring to breathe. Both of them felt a little uneasy. Especially Luo Shui, she was screaming the loudest just now and even took out her cell phone to record the whole thing. Now when she thinks about it, she feels like a brainless shrew. I'm doomed. Will my boss think I'm extremely ignorant? Although Luo Bing appeared calm on the surface, he was actually feeling very nervous. The three of them walked silently to the Koenigsegg 1:1. Lin Yu opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. The Luo sisters also quickly got in from the other side. Luo Shui was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She secretly glanced at Lin Yu and found that the boss was looking straight ahead with an expressionless face, not saying a word. The more silent he was, the more frightened Luo Shui became. Finally, she couldn't help it, mustered up the courage, and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. "Boss, I'm sorry. We were too impulsive just now. We shouldn't have argued with others in public. We embarrassed you." Luo Bing immediately responded, lowering his posture even more. "Boss, this is our fault. We didn't control our emotions well and our handling of the situation was very inappropriate, which affected your mood. We will accept any punishment you want." Lin Yu turned his head, there was no anger on his face, but instead a hint of a smile. "Where do you think you went wrong?" Luo Shui immediately replied, "We shouldn't make such loud noises in public. We're sorry to bother you." Luo Bing added, "We should have handled that situation in a more graceful way." Lin Yu nodded and suddenly pressed a button. With a slight buzz sound, the driver's seat slowly fell back, and the entire space became more spacious. "Come over." Lin Yu's voice could not be rejected. The Luo sisters looked at each other and moved over cautiously. Lin Yu's gaze swept across the sisters' delicate faces, and finally fell on Luo Shui, whose face was flushed. "My sister was at the front just now, like a little firecracker." He chuckled and said, "Then let's start with you." Aye. Luo Shui's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart was pounding wildly, and she was so nervous that she couldn't speak. "Start with me? How do I get started? What is my boss going to do to me?" Her mind went blank. At this moment, Luo Bing next to him suddenly made up his mind and took the initiative to stand in front of his sister. "Boss." Her voice trembled, "My sister is young and timid. She just acted impulsively. Please don't scare her." Luo Bing raised her pretty face, her eyes were full of water waves, and her voice was soft and charming. "If you want to punish me, punish me. I'm willing to bear the consequences for my sister, even double the punishment is fine." "Oh?" Lin Yu was amused by her sisterly love. "That's really interesting." He reached out and gently patted Luo Bing's shoulder. "Since you are so responsible, you go first. Turn around." Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, but turned around obediently. Lin Yu placed his hands gently on her shoulders and began to massage them slowly. "You were so nervous just now that your shoulders are stiff." His voice was deep and magnetic. "As my employee, you can't even manage your emotions properly. You really need to relax." Luo Bing only felt a warm current spreading from his shoulders throughout his body. The boss's technique is so professional. The strength of each press was just right, instantly relaxing her tense nerves. "Boss, your technique is so professional." Luo Bing couldn't help but admire softly. "This is just the beginning." Lin Yu's voice was filled with a hint of smirk. "Luo Shui, come here too." Luo Shui moved over carefully. Lin Yu asked her to sit on the other side and began to massage her shoulders and neck. "You two are usually under too much pressure at work." While massaging, he said, "The body is the capital of revolution. You must learn to relax in the future." The two sisters' tense nerves were completely relaxed under Lin Yu's massage. How can this be considered a punishment? This is simply a pleasure. "Boss, we know we were wrong." Luo Shui's voice was soft and sticky. "We must pay attention to emotional management in the future." Luo Bing also nodded vigorously. "Yes, boss, we will handle every situation more gracefully." After more than 10 minutes, Lin Yu stopped. "Okay, this time I'll teach you a lesson." He looked at the two beauties with rosy faces and dreamy eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. "Remember, as my employees, you must always remain classy and sensible." "Yes, boss." The two sisters answered in unison, their eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Chapter 65 Chapter 65's Level Evaluation. 12 billion received. He agreed verbally, but after a while, Luo Bing became greedy again. The contact just now was like reshaping her from the inside out. The feeling of her soul trembling made her addicted to it. "Boss, I still miss you. Can you promise me?" Puff. Lin Yu finally couldn't help laughing out loud. He looked at the two completely tamed kittens in his arms and found it very interesting. "You two are a perfect match." Lin Yu released his arms around them and adjusted the seats back to their normal positions. "Okay, put your clothes in order and sit back down." "Oh." The two sisters responded in unison, their voices filled with disappointment. Like two obedient elementary school students, they began to tidy up their messy clothes and hair in a hurry. However, my body has been relaxed for too long and is still soft. I couldn't button a button even after spending a long time. Luo Shui was so anxious that she was about to cry. She secretly glanced at Lin Yu and found that the boss was watching the two of them making a fool of themselves with great interest. Boss. I don't have the strength, she said coquettishly in a low voice. Lin Yu sighed and shook his head. What a pair of annoying little devils. He leaned over, and the small space in the car made the atmosphere ambiguous again. His fingers were long and powerful. He moved lightly over Luo Bing, first helping Luo Shui to adjust the straps of her dress, and then zipping up her back. His fingertips accidentally brushed across her skin, causing Luo Shui to tremble slightly again. Thank you, boss. Luo Shui's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Then, Lin Yu turned around again and faced Luo Bing. He slowly and gently buttoned her shirt one by one. Okay, sit tight. The two sisters sat side by side in the passenger seat, squeezed together, not even daring to breathe. They secretly glanced at Lin Yu's profile out of the corner of their eyes. How can the boss be so handsome? He was so bad just now, but now he is so gentle. This contrast almost made their hearts explode. The way they looked at Lin Yu had completely changed. If before, it was out of admiration for the strong and the rich and a hint of possessiveness to cling to them. Well now, this feeling has been sublimated. It turned into an unforgettable sense of belonging and complete submission. Now, let alone asking them to be employees, they would be willing to work like slaves. No matter what company or business, it will become boring in the face of the boss's punishment. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the high-difficulty double seating mission, completion rate 200%, rating S level. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Double play? This 2-hour punishment actually brought such an unexpected gain? Task Luo Bing triggering rewards calculation. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 6 billion yuan in cash. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, God-level medical skills inheriting the essence of Hua Tuo and BNK, able to revive the dead, flesh out bones, and understand all the mysteries of the human body. The reward for the mission Luo Shui is being calculated. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 6 billion yuan in cash. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, God-level cooking skills possessed by the god of cookery Yin, integrating all cuisines from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, and creating peerless delicacies with a single thought. Comprehensive evaluation S level, trigger additional rewards. Congratulations, host. The favorability of the target characters, Luo Bing and Luo Shui, has been permanently locked at 99 unwavering until death. They will regard you as their only god, forever loyal and never betraying you. A series of system prompts made Lin Yu stunned for a moment. 12 billion in cash. And there are also god-level medical skills and god-level cooking skills? This reward is too generous. Lin Yu felt satisfied. It seems that the benefits of the season of sewing task released by the system are more than just the progress bar. With this god-level medical skill, if I ever run into any trouble in the future, or if someone around me is sick, I can solve the problem with just a wave of my hand. It's like having an invincible trump card. As for god-level cooking skills, Lin Yu touched his chin. In the future, the quality of life at home will be improved to a higher level. He was in a good mood and drove more briskly. Seeing the smile on Lin Yu's face, Luo Bing whispered tentatively and flatteringly, "Boss, I still want your punishment. What should I do?" When Lin Yu heard this, the corners of his mouth rose, but he did not answer directly. Instead, he reached out and gently pinched his sister Luo Shui's face. It was slippery and felt very good. What's the rush? His voice was lazily magnetic, the fun has just begun. That one sentence made the sisters' brains explode again. The fun has just begun? Were the 2 hours just the appetizer? Just as they were daydreaming and their minds were wandering. Ding-ling-ling. A pleasant cell phone ringtone broke the charming atmosphere in the car. Chapter 66, You thought it was a dark dish? No, it's an addictive elixir. The moment the call was connected, Su Qinghan's voice, filled with deep resentment, came. Hubby, how come you disappeared when I woke up? Where have you been? Although the words were not spoken loudly, the Luo sisters heard them clearly in the quiet cabin of the Koenigsegg. The two of them instantly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Luo Bing muttered quietly, it's over, the queen is here to check on me. Luo Shui was so nervous that she shrank into an ostrich. Sister, will we be drowned? Lin Yu chuckled softly, his voice so gentle that it seemed honey could drip out. How could that be, Qinghan? I'll be back soon and make you a big meal tonight. Su Qinghan was obviously stunned for a moment on the other end of the phone. You? Cooking? His voice was full of disbelief, as if he had heard something out of the Arabian Nights. Honey, you might have a fever, right? Do you want me to call the family doctor to come and take a look? Lin Yu smiled mysteriously. Today I'll let you see your husband's hidden skills. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu glanced at the Luo sisters in the rearview mirror, who had complicated expressions. Get out of the car. That's all for today. Luo Bing and Luo Shui got out of the car reluctantly, looking back every 2 steps, like 2 abandoned puppies. Half an hour later, Yunding Palace. As soon as Lin Yu opened the door, he saw Su Qinghan busy in the kitchen wearing a pink apron. When she heard the door open, she turned around immediately. That delicate little face was full of grievance and dissatisfaction. Snort! She deliberately turned her face away and didn't look at Lin Yu. You still remember to come back? I thought you had a new love outside and didn't want me, your shrewd wife, anymore. Yellow-faced woman? Lin Yu almost laughed out loud. If Su Qinghan's face, which is a disaster for the country and the people, is called a yellow-faced woman, then all women in the world would have to dig out their eyes. Lin Yu walked over and hugged her from behind. What nonsense are you talking about? You will always be the most beautiful woman in my heart. Su Qinghan's body stiffened, then softened in his arms. But he was still harsh in his words. Humph, who knows? Those vixens out there are more powerful than each other now. Maybe you've already been seduced. Lin Yu chuckled and picked her up sideways. Ah! Su Qinghan exclaimed and instinctively put his arms around his neck. What are you doing? Lin Yu carried her to the kitchen. Let me show you your husband's real cooking skills. Lin Yu gently placed her on the cooking table. Wait. He rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the refrigerator. Su Qinghan sat on the cooking counter, legs dangling, a look of curiosity on his face. Hubby, can you really cook? How come I've never seen it before? Are you planning to make me some dark cuisine? Lin Yu opened the refrigerator and glanced at the ingredients inside. God-level cooking skills activated instantly. In an instant, his entire demeanor changed. From an ordinary young man, he instantly became the god of food who controlled the most delicious food in the world. Husband? Su Qinghan called out uncertainly. She blinked, suspecting she was seeing things. Is this still the husband she knew? Why do I feel like I've suddenly become a cooking god? Lin Yu turned around and smiled at her gently. Today I will show you what real delicious food is. He took out a few simple ingredients. Rice, eggs, green beans, and diced ham. The most common ingredients for egg fried rice. Su Qinghan looked a little disappointed. That's all? Hubby, you're not trying to fool me, are you? Are you planning to get away with just making egg fried rice? Lin Yu did not answer and began to concentrate on processing the ingredients. The moment he picked up the kitchen knife, his whole aura changed again. The knife skills are divine. The ham is diced, each piece is cut to the millimeter level. Peeling green beans with smooth movements. The most amazing thing is processing rice. Lin Yu just stroked the rice lightly with his hand. Buzz! The rice instantly became crystal clear, each grain was distinct, and it actually glowed. How is this possible? Su Qinghan suddenly jumped down from the cooking table. Hubby, are you a god descending to earth? How can rice glow? What kind of magic is this? She circled Lin Yu 3 times, looking up, down, left and right. Are you possessed by some strange being? Lin Yu turned on the fire and heated the pot. When the oil reaches the perfect temperature, he cracks the eggs. With a sizzling sound, the egg liquid instantly bloomed into golden flowers in the pot. The fragrance comes out like a tide. Su Qinghan's eyes widened instantly. What's that smell? This fragrance is simply not something that should exist in this world. Just one sniff and she felt like her soul was about to fly. Lin Yu poured the glowing rice into the pot. Each grain of rice is perfectly coated with egg liquid, turning into a brilliant golden color. The spatula seemed to come alive in his hands, and his stirring movements were as graceful as dancing. The control of the heat is extremely precise. Every stir-fry is just right. The aroma began to spread wildly in the kitchen. Su Qinghan was completely stunned. She rubbed her eyes and pinched her cheeks. Am I dreaming? Is this really my husband? When did he become so powerful? Finally, sprinkle in the green beans and diced ham. Stir-fry a few more times. A plate of perfect golden egg fried rice is out of the pan. Every grain of rice is sparkling. The aroma is so rich that it makes people swallow their saliva like crazy. Try it. Lin Yu scooped a spoonful and handed it to Su Qinghan's mouth. Su Qinghan opened his mouth blankly. The moment the rice enters your mouth, her mind went blank. His eyes instantly widened into a circle, bigger than copper bells. The body began to tremble violently. Ah! What is this divine smell? She jumped up directly. How can this be called egg fried rice? This is simply a magic pill. Every grain of rice explodes in your mouth, releasing an unprecedented ultimate deliciousness. The aroma of eggs, rice, the salty aroma of ham, and the fresh fragrance of green beans. Blended together perfectly, it played a heavenly melody on her taste buds. Husband! 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 Su Qinghan rushed over and hugged Lin Yu's thighs. There were tears of excitement in his eyes. I was wrong. I will never doubt you again. This tastes incredible. Even the Jade Emperor in heaven can't eat something this delicious, right? Lin Yu stroked her hair gently. This is just an appetizer. The main course is still to come. The next hour was simply Su Qinghan's journey of taste enlightenment. The sweet and sour spare ribs were just the right amount of sweet and sour, and the meat was so tender that it melted in her mouth. Every bite made her moan. The steamed sea bass is so delicious that it seems like you can taste the essence of the entire ocean. Mapo tofu was spicy, fresh, and fragrant, with rich layers of flavor that make you unable to stop. Every dish drove Su Qinghan completely crazy. She had completely lost her mind and was circling around Lin Yu like a little fangirl. Hubby, you're amazing. You are a walking Michelin 3-star hotel. No, a Michelin 3-star rating is garbage in front of you. From now on, I want to eat the food you cook every day. 3 meals a day is not enough, I want 10 meals a day. Lin Yu scratched her nose lightly. You can eat if you want. But it depends on your performance tonight. This sentence is meaningful and carries a strong hint. Su Qinghan's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She certainly understood what performance meant. Husband, you are so bad. She shyly hit Lin Yu's chest, her voice so soft that it could squeeze water out of it. People are still eating. Lin Yu pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear. Then eat first. Wait a minute, I'm going to let you taste something more delicious than these dishes. Su Qinghan's delicate body trembled, and instantly turned into a puddle of water. Chapter 67 I'm pregnant. After the meal, Su Qinghan took the initiative to roll up his sleeves and clean up the dishes. Honey, let me help you wash the dishes. She was in high spirits, but there was a slight clang sound. A white porcelain plate slipped through her slick, foamy fingers and fell into the sink, luckily not breaking. Lin Yu approached her silently from behind, pressed his entire chest against hers, covered her hands with his hands, and rested his chin lightly on her shoulders. Let me do it. His voice was low and magnetic, and Su Qinghan's body softened instantly. But. No buts, just do what you want to do. Lin Yu's tone was very light. Su Qinghan nodded obediently, wiped his hands, and slipped out of the kitchen. 10 minutes later. When he dried his hands and walked out of the kitchen, the living room was empty. Lin Yu pushed open the door of the master bedroom. Husband, come here for a moment. Su Qinghan's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Lin Yu walked over. Su Qinghan stood there. She was wearing a black lace dress that was extremely form-fitting. The black lace garters meander upwards from the sock opening and finally disappear into the depths of the skirt, which is very tempting. Husband, do you like it? Lin Yu's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. This visual impact is even more overbearing than the aroma of the meal just now. What are you hiding in your hand? Lin Yu's voice was filled with a hint of amusement. Su Qinghan's delicate body trembled slightly, and then she shyly took out a palm-sized booklet from behind her. She held it in both hands, as if offering a rare treasure, and handed it to Lin Yu respectfully. The booklet was pink, and the cover was written in a delicate and childish handwriting. Must-haves for a good wife, 108 caring service skills with pictures and detailed explanation. Lin Yu took it and flipped through it casually. The content inside is so detailed that it is outrageous. From number 01, a wake-up kiss in the morning, to number 32, essential oil massage to relieve fatigue, and then to those titles that are enough to make any man's blood boil, such as number 77, cat stretch, and number 96, secret language of the deep sea. Each one is accompanied by detailed step-by-step instructions and extremely precise hand-drawn diagrams. The handwriting is as neat and beautiful as the cover, obviously copied and compiled by Su Qinghan himself. This woman actually worked so hard to please herself. He looked up and saw Su Qinghan looking at him with a flushed face, his eyes full of begging flattery and expectation. "Hubby, to reward you for the delicious meal I made tonight, which one do you want to try first?" Lin Yu smiled. He closed the booklet with a snap and with a wave of his arm, threw the booklet casually onto the soft big bed. Under Su Qinghan's astonished gaze, he suddenly stretched out his arms and picked her up by the waist. "Ah!" Su Qinghan screamed and instinctively hugged his neck tightly. Their eyes met. She saw the undisguised aggression in Lin Yu's eyes, as if he wanted to eat her alive. Only children make choices. Lin Yu lowered his head, his lips almost touching hers, his hot breath sprayed on her face, burning her eyelashes. "I want them all." Su Qinghan's brain suddenly went blank. Overbearing. So domineering. But she just loves this kind of domineering. Husband. Su Qinghan could no longer control his emotions. He raised his head suddenly and kissed Lin Yu's lips actively and fiercely. She clung to Lin Yu like an octopus, using all her strength to respond to him. She threw all the techniques and steps in the previous booklet out of her mind. Sinking into despair overnight. The next morning, Lin Yu was awakened by a continuous, suppressed vibration from his cell phone. He opened his eyes and saw Su Qinghan sleeping soundly beside him, curled up like a kitten, with one of her arms domineeringly across his chest. Lin Yu picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. A series of WeChat messages popped up. From Xia Yubing. He pressed the play button, turned the volume down to the lowest setting, and put it to his ear. "Lin Yu, I don't dare go home. I think I'm pregnant. I went to the hospital for a checkup today. I really don't know what to do, woo-woo." The girl's crying voice was filled with helplessness, fear, and confusion. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Are you pregnant? Xia Yubing?" The system's cold prompt sound instantly flashed through his mind. Many children, many blessings. A child means an unimaginable huge reward. His heartbeat quickened slightly, but not because of panic, but because of an irrepressible excitement. Just as he was about to type a reply to calm Xia Yubing's emotions. Husband?" Su Qinghan in his arms moved a little, murmured in a dreamy voice, and tightened his arms around him. He pressed his whole body against him, his warm breath spraying on his neck. Lin Yu's movements stopped instantly. She is about to wake up. Lin Yu immediately locked the screen and placed the phone upside down on the bedside table, his movements so gentle that no sound was made. He lowered his head and kissed Su Qinghan on his smooth forehead. Su Qinghan seemed to feel it, the corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction, and he fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Yu opened the dialog box with Xia Yubing and tapped his fingers quickly on the screen. "Don't be afraid, wait for me at the hospital. I'll be right there. Remember, you are my woman. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. Send." Chapter 68. You dare to scold my people? Municipal First Hospital, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. The corridor was filled with women with different expressions. Some looked happy at becoming new mothers, but more of them were showing unconcealable anxiety and nervousness. When Lin Yu's tall figure appeared at the end of the corridor, the noisy discussions disappeared in an instant. Dozens of eyes were focused on him at once. Whether it was the young female patient, the nurse wearing a mask, or even the female doctor passing by, they were all stunned the moment they saw Lin Yu. "Oh my God, am I seeing things? How can there be such a handsome man in the obstetrics and gynecology department?" A girl who was waiting in line subconsciously covered her mouth. "That look, that figure, that aura. Is this some celebrity who came here to experience life?" The companion next to him pinched himself hard to make sure he was not dreaming. Look at the clothes he's wearing. They're low-key, but definitely top-tier luxury brands. How could a man like that come to a place like this? The discussion started again, but it had turned into whispers, and everyone subconsciously lowered their voices. Lin Yu was already accustomed to these looks. He ignored them and quickly swept his sharp eyes across the benches in the corridor. Soon, he found his target. In a corner of the corridor, a thin girl was curled up on a bench, her thin shoulders trembling violently, her head buried deeply in her knees, and she was sobbing in a suppressed manner. It was Xia Yubing. In front of her, a female doctor in a white coat, about 40 years old and with harsh makeup on, was pointing at her nose condescendingly with her arms folded across her chest. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. What's the point of crying? Can you cry enough to pay for the medical examination? The female doctor's voice was sharp and harsh, full of undisguised contempt. I'm telling you, if you don't have money, don't try to follow others and have affairs outside. Are you afraid now that you're pregnant? What were you doing before? You're so young, and you don't know how to respect yourself at all. Now you can't even find the person, right? Call your mother. Ask her to come over and pay. Xia Yubing cried even harder, murmuring desperately, please, don't call my mom. The female doctor scoffed, no fight? If not, don't even think about leaving this room today. 38,000 yuan, not a cent less. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold instantly. He strode forward with great strides. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he took off his expensive coat, bent down, and wrapped Xia Yubing and the chair together. Xia Yubing shuddered violently, and she slowly raised her tear-stained, pale and helpless little face. The moment she saw who it was, the girl let out a choked cry from her throat, then suddenly threw herself into his arms, holding his waist tightly with both hands. Lin Yu. I'm so scared. I'm really scared. Lin Yu gently patted her trembling back with his broad palm. I am coming. Don't be afraid. After comforting the girl in his arms, Lin Yu slowly raised his head. His eyes, which had been gentle at first, were now frozen as he looked coldly at the female doctor in a white coat. Female Dr. Wang Lin was shocked by Lin Yu's appearance and the terrifying aura that burst out at that moment, and her heart skipped a beat. But then, even stronger contempt and jealousy surged in my heart. How could such a top-notch man fall for this crying little girl in front of him? She adjusted her expression and forced a sarcastic smile. Hey, the wild man is coming? You've come just in time. I thought you were too scared to show up. She raised her chin and said in a condescending tone, the examination fee, the ultrasound fee, hospitalization fee, plus the cost of various nutritional injections, the total is 38,000. Hurry up and pay up. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, looked at her, and asked calmly, why is it so expensive? This question seemed to ignite Wang Lin's powder keg. She immediately exploded, her voice suddenly rising an octave as she shrieked sharply. Expensive? You think it's expensive? Do you think the hospital is your family's vegetable market, where you can bargain? This is the first municipal hospital. The best hospital in Jiangcheng. She looked at Lin Yu as if he were an idiot, spitting everywhere. Do you know how expensive the equipment we use is? Do you know how hard it is to get an appointment with one of our chief physicians? Do you know how complicated the examination process was just now? Why would you treat a disease if you don't have money? Why would you date a woman if you don't have money? I'm telling you, today's money can't be less than a penny. Otherwise, neither of you can leave. Her voice was so loud and harsh that it attracted the attention of everyone in the corridor, who pointed at Lin Yu and Xia Yubing. Xia Yubing in his arms began to tremble again, and buried her face deeper, feeling ashamed and angry. Lin Yu patted her back gently, telling her to be at ease. Then he looked at the woman in front of him who looked like a mad dog. Doctor, I didn't say I wouldn't pay. I'm just curious, can you give me a detailed bill so I can see what the 38,000 yuan was spent on? Wang Lin was stunned, then put her hands on her hips and sneered, What? You still want to check the accounts? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, our hospital's charges are clearly marked and registered with the Price Bureau. How can you question it? Okay, I'll pay for it, Lin Yu said calmly. But as a consumer, it's reasonable for you to want to know the details of your spending, right? Reasonable bullshit. Wang Lin spat disdainfully. There's no point in reasoning with people like you. Go pay the bills. I have so many patients, I don't have time to waste on you. Lin Yu nodded, then changed the subject. But before I give you the money, I want to ask you a few questions. He held up a finger. First, as a doctor, yelling at your patients in a public corridor, revealing their privacy and medical expenses, is this in compliance with your hospital's regulations? Or is this the service feature of your municipal first hospital? Wang Lin's expression changed instantly. Lin Yu didn't wait for her to answer and stretched out a second finger. Secondly, my girlfriend is very emotionally unstable right now. As a professional obstetrician and gynecologist, you should know the impact of a pregnant woman's mood swings on the fetus. Instead of comforting her, you continue to irritate her with verbal abuse. Are you curing her, or are you causing her illness? Wang Lin was exposed instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yu's voice became a little colder. Am I talking nonsense? He extended his third finger, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Third, you said we were promiscuous and that my girlfriend didn't respect herself. Excuse me, in what capacity do you make this moral judgment? Are you a doctor or a judge? Or, in addition to treating patients, your obstetrics and gynecology department also provides part-time ideological and moral education? Dr. Wang, tell me. Are you worthy? Chapter 69 God-level medical skills show power. The eyes of those women who were originally whispering and pointing at each other had completely changed when they looked at Lin Yu. From the initial amazement at his looks, he now was deeply shocked by his calmness and dominance. This man is not just handsome. He feels so safe. Wang Lin's face turned pale and blue. She felt humiliated like never before. Especially in front of so many colleagues and patients. It's a rebellion. It's really a rebellion. Wang Lin jumped up suddenly and pointed at Lin Yu's nose. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you come here and teach me a lesson? Security. Where's the security? Where did all the people go? She reached for the walkie-talkie at her waist and screamed hysterically. Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Someone is causing trouble in the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Yes, a man. Catch him. Now. Immediately. The sharp screams echoed in the corridor, sounding particularly harsh. Xia Yubing in his arms was frightened by the mad dog-like posture and trembled again. Lin Yu patted her back gently. It's okay, I'm here. Two female security guards in uniform heard the call on the intercom and immediately rushed over from the stairs in a menacing manner. Who's causing trouble? Who's causing trouble? The tall and strong security captain took the lead, holding a rubber stick in his hand and with a fierce look on his face. When Wang Lin saw the reinforcements coming, her arrogance instantly became 10 times more arrogant. She stretched out her finger and almost poked Lin Yu in the face. That's him. Pin him down. Take him to the security department. I'm calling the police. I'm suing him for disturbing public order. The two security guards immediately locked their eyes on Lin Yu and were about to step forward. However, the moment they met Lin Yu's eyes, both of them stopped in their tracks, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. Lin Yu glanced at them indifferently. It was a kind of indifference that came from absolute strength and status, with a chill that made one's heart tremble. The two security guards, who had been dealing with various medical disputes in the hospital for many years and were used to seeing vicious and ferocious criminals, felt a chill on their backs and their calves became a little weak at that moment. The security captain's Adam's apple rolled, and the harsh words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. The young security guard next to her even muttered quietly, "Captain, this guy's eyes are a bit scary." Wang Lin was furious when he saw the two security guards standing there motionless. What are you looking at? What are you standing there for? Get moving. She screamed and urged, hold him down. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Don't you two want to do this anymore? The security captain swallowed hard and stepped forward. Sir, please cooperate. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yu just turned slightly and glanced at her lightly. The gaze was so cold that the security captain felt a chill on his back and subconsciously took half a step back. What? You can't even handle a brat? Wang Lin yelled, you guys are paid by the hospital, and you act like this at the critical moment? The security captain was so embarrassed by the scolding that he gritted his teeth and winked at the young security guard next to him. The two men came over reluctantly. Sir, please don't embarrass us. Before he finished speaking, the security captain reached out to grab Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu waved his right hand without even raising his eyelids. Bang! The security captain flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall hard. The young security guard was so frightened that his legs went limp. He asked tremblingly, "Captain, are you okay?" The security captain covered his chest and couldn't get up for a long time, his face turned blue and purple. She couldn't understand why the young man had such great power when he just waved his hand casually. The corridor suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, looking at the scene in disbelief. Just now, Lin Yu knocked down a 1.85-meter tall female security guard without even moving his feet? Is this still a human being? Wang Lin was so frightened that her soul was about to be blown away. Her finger was shaking as she pointed at Lin Yu. You dare to hit someone? You dare to hit someone in the hospital? Xia Yubing hugged him tightly. She was also frightened by what happened just now. Lin Yu didn't even look at them again. In the face of absolute power, these small characters are not even worthy of distracting him. Lin Yu reached out and gently held Xia Yubing's cold wrist. "Don't be afraid." He spoke softly. It was at the moment when his fingers touched Xia Yubing's pulse. God-level medical skill, quietly activated. An invisible and mysterious stream of information instantly flooded into Lin Yu's mind. Heart rate, blood pressure, fetal heart rate, gestational age, hormone levels. Countless data, more accurate than the most sophisticated instruments in the world, were analyzed within 0.01 seconds. 1 second later. Lin Yu let go of his hand, a warm and determined smile on his face. He looked at Xia Yubing's eyes, which were red from tears, and said clearly, word by word. "Don't worry. Our baby is very healthy. It's a boy, 8 weeks and 3 days old, with a heart rate of 168 beats per minute. All indicators are perfect." Xia Yubing suddenly raised her head and stared at Lin Yu blankly, a little unable to believe it. Wang Lin, who was standing aside, was stunned for a second after hearing what Lin Yu said, and then burst into an exaggerated sneer. "Ha ha ha ha. What did I hear? Did I hear it right?" She pointed at Lin Yu and shouted to the people around her. "Listen everyone. Is this guy crazy? He said he knew it was a boy just by feeling my wrist. And 8 weeks and 3 days? And a heart rate of 168? She looked at Lin Yu as if he was a fool who had escaped from a mental hospital, her face full of contempt and mockery. "Who do you think you are? A god descending to earth? Or do you think you're an ultrasound machine? You're playing tricks. I think you can't afford the inspection fee, and you're driving yourself crazy." The crowd around also made a low murmur. Although no one dared to speak loudly, the suspicion in their eyes could not be hidden. After all, what Lin Yu said was completely beyond the scope of normal people's cognition. Just when Wang Lin was laughing the most proudly and arrogantly, a calm and majestic voice came from the back of the crowd. Chapter 70 The Dean's thoughts. "This man, I'm determined. What's going on? How disgraceful it is to shout in the corridor." The crowd automatically parted a path. A middle-aged woman, about 50 years old, with her hair neatly combed and wearing a white coat, exuding a majestic air, walked over with a frown. It was Lu Minghui, the director of the First Municipal Hospital. As soon as Wang Lin saw the dean, her eyes lit up instantly, as if she had grasped the last straw. She immediately put away the sarcasm on her face, replaced it with an expression of extreme grievance, rushed forward in 2 steps, and began her complaint. "Dean! You're here. You have to make the decision for me." She pointed at Lin Yu and cried, adding fuel to the fire, "It's this guy. He didn't pay the fee and he's making a lot of noise here, disrupting the normal order of our department. I stopped him from making a scene, but he turned around and insulted and threatened me. He said I had no medical ethics. Listen, is there any law here? He's still playing dirty here, saying he can tell if it's a boy or a girl just by touching her hand. I think he's just a liar who can't pay his bills and is deliberately looking for trouble. Dean, please tell the security to arrest him." Lu Minghui's brows furrowed even more as she listened. As the dean, she has met countless important people. She looked at Lin Yu, who was being pointed at by Wang Lin. As the helmsman of Zhongqing First Hospital, what kind of scenes has Lu Minghui not seen? The city's high-ranking officials, the female billionaires worth hundreds of billions, which one of them is not polite in front of her? Her state of mind had long been tempered to be calm and unperturbed. But the moment Lin Yu was seen, a ripple appeared in the ancient well. This man. No, it should be said that it is a boy. It's too eye-catching. In this era when men are scarcer than giant pandas, what you usually see are mostly canaries who have been raised in captivity by their families and have no masculinity at all, or ordinary guys with plain looks who can't be found in a crowd. But the one in front of me is a completely different species. Tall figure, broad shoulders. Lu Minghui's heartbeat quickened for no reason. An extremely absurd, yet extremely tempting thought emerged uncontrollably from the bottom of my heart. Just when Lu Minghui was about to speak up to smooth things over, Lin Yu spoke first. I know more than just my woman's situation. I also know, Lin Yu paused, Dr. Wang, around 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, he saw a patient with abdominal pain. You diagnosed her with common appendicitis and simply prescribed some painkillers before letting her go home and rest. But have you ever thought about what if the patient had heavy bleeding due to a ruptured ectopic pregnancy? Another 6 hours later, and there would be 2 deaths. Dean Lu, are you right? Lu Minghui's face turned pale in an instant. She turned her head suddenly and stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt as if he was struck by lightning. Only she and a few core doctors know. This young man, how could he possibly know? You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Wang Lin's voice felt like it had been rubbed by sandpaper, and he let out a sharp, piercing, and distorted roar. Dean! Don't believe him. He's a lunatic. He's making a fuss here. He must be spreading rumors. Dean! Arrest him now. The women around were stunned. Isn't this melon too stimulating to eat? Spreading rumors? Lin Yu chuckled, his laughter filled with undisguised contempt. Dr. Wang, I think you're so guilty that your mind is muddled. Patient's name, Li Xiaoyu, 23 years old, lives at 128, Liuxiu Street, Taohua District, Jiangxing City. Wang Lin's face had turned as pale as paper, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She screamed hysterically. How could you possibly know so much? You must have done some research beforehand. You're all in this together. Who are you? Lu Minghui stared at Lin Yu intently. Just then, hurried footsteps and crying were suddenly heard in the hospital lobby. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. Where is Dean Lu? Where is Dean Lu? The crowd automatically parted a path. A middle-aged woman in her 40s rushed over, panting, supporting a pale and weak young girl. The young girl's face was so pale that she needed someone to support her when walking. It was obvious that she had just recovered from a serious illness. Dean Lu. The middle-aged woman recognized Lu Minghui at a glance and rushed over immediately. You are Dean Lu, right? I am Li Xiaoyu's mother. She pointed at the young girl next to her and said in a trembling voice. My daughter came to see the doctor yesterday afternoon. Dr. Wang said it was appendicitis and told us to go home and take medicine. As a result, my daughter had a heavy hemorrhage last night and almost died. If she hadn't been rushed to the city center hospital in time, my daughter would have been, already. Having said that, the middle-aged woman could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears while hugging her daughter. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the scene in disbelief. What Lin Yu said just now was actually all true. This is simply incredible. Wang Lin's face was as pale as paper and his body was shaking violently. Now things have gotten out of hand. The medical accident was exposed in front of so many patients and their families, which would be a fatal blow to the hospital's reputation. Ms. Li, please don't get excited. Let's talk slowly. Lu Minghui hurried forward to comfort her, but her heart was in a mess. Li Xiaoyu's mother didn't buy it at all. She pointed at Wang Lin and loudly accused her. That's her. That's Dr. Wang. My daughter had terrible stomach pain, and they didn't even do a proper checkup, just said it was appendicitis. I felt something was wrong and wanted to ask for another checkup, but she got angry at us, saying we didn't trust the doctor's professional judgment. What was the result? He almost killed my daughter. The patients and their families around began to talk about it. Oh my God, this doctor is too irresponsible, isn't he? You can't even tell the difference between an ectopic pregnancy and appendicitis? You call that professional? Luckily, this handsome guy told me in advance, otherwise I don't know how many people this Dr. Wang would have harmed. Yeah. This handsome guy is amazing. How does he know so much? Wang Lin listened to the discussions around him, his face turning paler and paler, and his body becoming shaky. She knew she was finished. Wang Lin. Lu Minghui's voice was so cold it could freeze ice. As the attending physician in obstetrics and gynecology, your diagnostic error nearly caused a medical accident. Now, as the dean, I officially announce, Wang Lin, you are expelled. Pack your things and leave the hospital immediately. When Wang Lin heard this, he instantly collapsed to the ground and let out a desperate wail. No. Don't, Dean, I know I was wrong, give me one chance. But Lu Minghui no longer looked at her. She turned to Lin Yu and bowed deeply. 90 degrees. A standard 90-degree bow. Sir, it's our hospital's poor management that has caused you and your girlfriend to suffer. On behalf of the First Municipal Hospital, I solemnly apologize to you. This scene completely shocked everyone present. The dean apologized to a young man? And it's a 90-degree bow? This is absolutely unprecedented in Jiangcheng's medical system. From now on, all of Miss Xia Yubing's medical expenses will be borne by the hospital. We will provide her with the highest standard of VIP service. Expert consultation, dedicated nursing care, everything is carried out according to the highest standards. Lu Minghui's voice was sonorous and unambiguous. The looks the women around him gave Lin Yu had changed from initial shock to fanatical admiration. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so capable. Chapter 71. Then I will give you a daughter. Handsome guy, are you still in need of a girlfriend? I can do it. I can do that too. I'm willing to be your little one. Handsome guy, are you a doctor? Can you help me take a look? The women began to get restless, their eyes filled with undisguised desire. Lin Yu ignored these crazy fans and gently patted Xia Yubing's back in his arms. Did you hear that? Don't worry, everything is solved. Xia Yubing raised her tear-stained little face, her eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Lin Yu, you are really amazing. I don't know how to thank you. Lin Yu scratched her nose lightly. Silly girl, do we still need to say thank you to each other? This heartwarming scene made the women around even more envious. Lu Minghui saw it and was secretly thinking something in his mind. Sir, do you have time now? She spoke cautiously. I'd like to invite you to my office for a detailed discussion. I have something important to discuss with you. Lin Yu glanced at her and nodded. Can. He turned to Xia Yubing. Go to the ward and rest first. I'll have someone arrange the best room for you. If you need anything, call the nurse anytime. Xia Yubing nodded obediently. Well, go ahead and do your work. I'll wait for you. Lu Minghui immediately arranged for two of the most professional female nurses to accompany Xia Yubing to the VIP ward. Then, she personally took Lin Yu to the dean's office. In the dean's office, Lu Minghui personally poured a cup of fine Longjing tea for Lin Yu. This is absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. But now, she held the teacup respectfully in both hands and handed it to Lin Yu. Tea, please, sir. Lin Yu took the teacup and took a sip. Nice tea. When Lu Minghui heard the compliment, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. I'm glad you like it. This is authentic Longjing tea that I asked a friend to bring back from West Lake. She sat down opposite Lin Yu, with an indescribable complex emotion in her eyes. Sir, may I ask which medical school you graduated from? Your diagnostic skills are even better than those of the most experienced specialists in our hospital. Lin Yu smiled faintly. I haven't studied medicine. What? Lu Minghui widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. You haven't studied medicine? Then how could you just? Talent, right? Lin Yu said perfunctorily. He couldn't possibly say that he had god-level medical skills awarded by the system, right? Lu Minghui was completely shocked by this sentence. Without any medical training, how can one have such accurate diagnostic abilities based solely on talent? This is simply a genius among medical geniuses. No, this can no longer be described as genius, this is simply a god descending to earth. Sir, are you interested in working in our hospital? Lu Minghui asked tentatively. With your ability, I can directly hire you as the chief expert consultant for our hospital. An annual salary of 10 million, plus various benefits and subsidies, what do you think? 10 million annual salary. This is absolutely a sky-high price in Jiangcheng's medical system. Even the top experts who returned from abroad only earned a few million a year. But Lin Yu shook his head. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in being a doctor. Lu Minghui was a little disappointed, but did not give up. Then what do you usually do for a living? Business. Lin Yu answered simply. Lu Minghui's eyes lit up. Business is great. Our hospital has a lot of cooperative projects. If you're interested. Dean Lu. Lin Yu interrupted her. You called me here not just to talk about work, right? Lu Minghui was hit on the heart of the matter and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Sir, you are really amazing. To be honest, I've worked in the medical system for over 20 years and have seen countless doctors, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you. She paused, her voice becoming a little awkward. Actually, I have a daughter who is 25 years old. She returned from studying abroad and now works in the cardiology department of our hospital. She's very beautiful and has a good personality, but she just hasn't found the right person. When Lin Yu heard this, he almost laughed out loud. After all this time, it turns out that Dean Lu wants to introduce a boyfriend to his daughter. Dean Lu, I already have a girlfriend. Lin Yu pointed in the direction of the door. That's the pregnant girl from earlier. I know. Lu Minghui waved her hands quickly. But sir, you also know the current situation. It is normal for an outstanding man like you to have multiple girlfriends. My daughter, she doesn't mind. She really doesn't mind. As long as she can stay by your side, even if she has to be your mistress, she is willing to do so. When she said this, Lu Minghui's face turned red. But there is no way, in this world with a serious imbalance in the ratio of men to women, meeting an outstanding man like Lin Yu is simply a great opportunity. She absolutely cannot miss it. Lin Yu looked at the 40-something dean in front of him and felt a little funny. Women in this world will do anything to find an excellent man. Even the dean has started to pimp for his daughter. Dean Lu, what does your daughter look like? Lin Yu asked deliberately. When Lu Minghui heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. Very beautiful. Great figure. She quickly took out a photo from the drawer of her desk and handed it to Lin Yu with both hands. Look, this is a photo of my daughter Lu Shiyu. Lin Yu took the photo and looked at it, and found that she was indeed a beauty. The girl in the photo has delicate features, long hair, is wearing a white coat, and has a sweet smile. She is indeed a beautiful woman, and she looks very intellectual. Where is she now? Lin Yu asked. It's in the cardiology department upstairs. Lu Minghui said excitedly. How about I ask her to come down now? So you can meet her? No. Lin Yu returned the photo to her. Let's do it another day. I have other things to do today. Although rejected, Lu Minghui was not disappointed. At least Lin Yu didn't say no directly, which means there is still hope. Then when are you free? I can arrange a meeting for them. It depends. Lin Yu stood up. It's getting late, I'm going to go see my girlfriend. Okay. Take care. Lu Minghui quickly stood up to see him off. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. My phone is on 24 hours a day. Lin Yu nodded and walked out of the dean's office. Lu Minghui looked at his departing back, her eyes filled with a fiery light. You must find a way to win over a man like this. No matter what the cost. Chapter 72 Miracle Doctor descends. Know the baby's gender in seconds by feeling the pulse. In the VIP ward. Xia Yubing curled up on the soft hospital bed, clutching the corner of the quilt tightly with both hands. Lin Yu pulled over a chair and sat beside the bed. He reached out and gently grasped Xia Yubing's wrist. Cold and still trembling slightly. He passed a trace of warm inner energy over, and at the same time, his God-level medical skills were activated again. A data stream more detailed than any sophisticated instrument in the world flashed through his mind. The placenta is well attached, the amniotic fluid is sufficient, and your hormone levels are all within optimal ranges. Your heartbeat is 168 beats per minute, strong and powerful, like a little tiger. Aside from your slightly elevated cortisol levels from the stress, everything else is perfect. Xia Yubing was completely stunned. She stared at Lin Yu blankly, her eyes filled with admiration and dependence as vast as the mountains and the sea. How could he know so clearly? It was more detailed than what Dr. Wang had just said with a pile of reports, and it made her feel more at ease. Lin Yu. Thousands of words finally turned into a murmur with a strong nasal tone. She grabbed Lin Yu's hand tightly with her backhand. Lin Yu could clearly feel the change in her mood and understood. For women, especially those in a vulnerable period like pregnancy, an unparalleled sense of security is more effective than any sweet words. Are you hungry? He changed the subject. Xia Yubing nodded subconsciously, then shook her head. No. I'm not hungry. Before she could finish her words, her stomach growled. Her little face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Lin Yu was amused by her cute appearance and stood up. Wait, I'll get you something to eat. Can I eat in the hospital cafeteria? Xia Yubing asked in a low voice. Who said we were going to the cafeteria? Lin Yu turned around and gave her a mysterious smile. Today I'll let you taste what true divine cooking is. He walked out of the ward and went straight to the nurses' station. Several young nurses were chattering about something. When they saw Lin Yu coming over, they all fell silent. Their cheeks flushed and their eyes wandered, but they couldn't help but steal a glance at him out of the corner of their eyes. Hello, do you have a kitchen here? Or a place where I can cook on my own? Lin Yu asked politely. Kitchen, a brave nurse stammered. Sir, are you going to cook? Well, make some soup for my girlfriend to help with her pregnancy. This sentence is like a depth bomb. The entire nurses' station was instantly in an uproar. Oh my God. He wants to cook it himself. Such a handsome man can actually cook? I don't believe it. Wow, his girlfriend is so lucky. She just got rid of the bad doctor, and now she has some loving soup to drink. Stop dreaming. Didn't you hear what the dean said? This Miss Xia Yubing is pregnant with this gentleman's first child. This is a huge achievement. Lin Yu ignored their comments and just looked at the nurse. The nurse was flustered by his gaze and nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. It's on the top floor. We prepare it for the families of some special patients. It's rarely used. I'll take you there. The independent kitchen on the top floor is fully equipped with kitchen utensils and even has a lot of fresh high-quality ingredients. It was obvious that Lu Minghui had taken special care of it. The young nurse who led the way blushed and looked back every few steps as she walked. Lin Yu opened the refrigerator and glanced around. Black chicken, angelica, astragalus, red dates, wolfberry. God-level cooking skills are activated instantly. Just by looking at it, the best combinations of countless ingredients and the most perfect cooking methods came into his mind like instinct. He didn't even need to think, his body responded perfectly. He picked up a black chicken of excellent quality and handled it with such smoothness and speed that after images almost appeared. Blanching and removing fishy smell, every step is as precise as a textbook. The ratio of medicinal materials is accurate to the milligram level. When all the ingredients are put into the casserole, add spring water, and turn on the fire to simmer. An indescribable, light yet overbearing fragrance began to emanate from the crack of the kitchen door. At the same time, in the Yunding Palace, Su Qinghan woke up. She stretched lazily, with a hint of satisfaction blushing on her beautiful face. Last night, Lin Yu let her experience what a real man is. The feeling of being completely conquered made her addicted to it, and she is still intoxicated by it today. Husband. She murmured, picked up her phone, and wanted to send a message to Lin Yu, asking him when he would be back. Just then, with a ding sound, my best friend Zhou Manlin's WeChat popped up. Zhou Manlin, Qinghan. Take a look at our hospital intranet forum. Su Qinghan was stunned, then clicked on the link sent by Zhou Manlin. A bold and red post title suddenly caught my eye. Godlike beauty. A mysterious wealthy man appeared in our hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department, and Director Lu personally accompanied him with a 90-degree bow. Su Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. Obstetrics and gynecology? She clicked on the post and a high-definition picture loaded instantly. The background of the photo is the familiar corridor of the obstetrics and gynecology department of the First Municipal Hospital. Lin Yu's tall and straight back occupied the center of the picture. He was bending slightly, taking off his coat, and wrapping up a petite girl curled up on a chair, both the girl and the chair. Although only the girl's profile and long black hair can be seen, her helplessness and weakness can be felt through the screen. Lin Yu's actions were full of irrefutable protectiveness and possessiveness. In the lower right corner of the photo, Dean Lu Minghui and several department heads were standing by with awe on their faces, not daring to even breathe. The lazy and happy smile on Su Qinghan's face froze bit by bit. The light from the phone screen made her stunningly beautiful face appear cold. Zhou Manlin's WeChat popped up again. Zhou Manlin, Qinghan, I've made inquiries. It seems this man was accompanying his girlfriend for a prenatal checkup and ended up arguing with an unethical doctor. He was so domineering that he silenced the doctor and even exposed a medical malpractice on the spot. In the end, the dean came out to apologize to him. Joe Manlin, oh my god, that guy knew someone was having an ectopic pregnancy and heavy bleeding just by touching their wrist? He's absolutely amazing. The female doctors and nurses in our hospital are going crazy. Su Qinghan did not reply. Chapter 73 9 Phoenix Chaoyang Body. She stared at the photo intently. It's because my stomach is so uncooperative. We've been married for so long, and there's not even a hint of movement. And the other woman was already pregnant with his child. Su Qinghan suddenly sat up from the bed and rushed to the cloakroom frantically. She can't lose him. Absolutely not. She didn't blame Linyu, she only blamed herself. As long as I can stay by his side, as long as I can continue to have his favor, let alone just having another woman. Even if she had to work like a slave for that pregnant woman, she would be willing to do it. She threw on some clothes hastily, grabbed her car keys and rushed out. In the corridor of the VIP ward, the fragrance became stronger and stronger. It has the richness of chicken soup and the crispness of medicinal herbs, mixed together to form a wonderful taste that can evoke the most primitive appetite deep in one's soul. Several young nurses have walked back and forth 7 or 8 times under the pretext of ward rounds. I can't take it anymore, I'm drooling all over the floor. What kind of magical soup is this? Just smelling it makes me feel like I'm going to ascend to heaven. That man, is he really human? He's handsome, rich, and capable, but now even his cooking is so amazing? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Dean Lu is here too. Lu Minghui also followed the scent and came over with an expression of uncontrollable shock and curiosity on her face. Just then, the kitchen door opened. Lin Yu came out holding a white porcelain soup bowl. His appearance instantly made the fragrance in the corridor reach its peak. All the women who smelled the scent felt their taste buds dancing wildly and their brains went blank. Lin Yu ignored the fanatical gazes around him and pushed open the door of Xia Yubing's ward. It was at this moment that Su Qinghan rushed upstairs like a madman. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she smelled the fragrance that she would never forget. It's my husband's craft. She followed the direction of the fragrance and staggered to the door of the VIP ward. The door was ajar. From inside, Xia Yubing's happy yet slightly shy murmur could be heard. Lin Yu, this is the best soup I've ever tasted in my life, it tastes better than heavenly nectar. Then came Lin Yu's laughter, so gentle that it could drip water. Silly girl, drink more if you like. When you finish drinking, we'll try something more delicious. Bang! Su Qinghan felt exhausted and leaned against the cold wall. She didn't dare push the door. She is not qualified. She took out her cell phone and tapped the screen with trembling fingers. Hubby, I'm sorry. I'm useless and made you suffer outside. You should let your sister move in with us. The Cloud Top Palace is so big, and there are servants at home to take care of us. It's more convenient than living in the hospital. Okay? In the ward. Lin Yujing was holding a spoon and bringing a spoonful of warm chicken soup to Xia Yubing's mouth. Xia Yubing opened her mouth obediently, her little face filled with happiness and satisfaction she had never experienced in her life. Her body and soul were completely conquered by this bowl of soup. At this moment, the phone in Lin Yu's pocket vibrated slightly. He held the soup bowl in one hand and took out his mobile phone with the other and unlocked the screen. It was a WeChat message from Su Qinghan. The moment he saw the 2 lines of text clearly, Lin Yu paused slightly in feeding the soup. He looked at Xia Yubing, who was still confused and had no idea what was going on, and said softly, "Drink it yourself first. I'll be out for a while." "Oh, okay." Xia Yubing nodded obediently. Lin Yu put down his phone, tapped quickly on the screen with his slender fingers, and replied with only 5 words. "Wait for me outside. Send." A few minutes later. The door of the ward opened. Lin Yu's tall figure appeared at the door. Su Qinghan rushed over quickly. With a plop sound. She stretched out her trembling hands and hugged Lin Yu's thighs tightly. "Hubby. I was wrong. I was wrong. It's my fault that I couldn't give you a child. It's my fault. Please don't abandon me. Don't send me away." Her forehead was pressed tightly against Lin Yu's trouser leg. This scene caused everyone around to talk about it. Oh my god. Who is that woman? Are you blind? Isn't that Su Qinghan, the eldest daughter of the Su family? What is her relationship with this man? Lin Yu frowned slightly. He bent down and reached out to help Su Qinghan. Get up. His voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Su Qinghan's body trembled, but he still held his legs tightly and did not dare to look up. No. Husband, I won't get up unless you forgive me. Who said I was going to abandon you? There was a hint of helplessness and a hint of amusement in Lin Yu's voice. You are my woman, forever. She suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful face with tears in her eyes was full of disbelief. Husband, are you telling the truth? Lin Yu didn't answer, but pulled her up from the ground, and let her crash into his broad chest. Feeling the violent trembling of the delicate body in his arms and smelling the familiar fragrance of her hair, Lin Yu gently patted her back. Okay, it's going to be awkward with so many people watching. Su Qinghan's rationality completely collapsed the moment he held her in his arms. She no longer cared about her image or other people's eyes. Like a kitten that had suffered a great injustice, she hugged Lin Yu's waist tightly, buried her face in his chest, and burst into tears. Woo, hubby, I thought you didn't want me anymore. I will never dare to do that again. I will study harder, I will learn all those 108 techniques, and I will serve you better. I will help you take good care of your sister. I can do anything as long as you don't abandon me. She cried incoherently, repeatedly assuring her loyalty and obedience. Lin Yu lowered his head, put his lips to her red ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Who said you're useless? Su Qinghan stopped crying. Lin Yu's hot breath sprayed on her earlobe, making her sensitive body tremble slightly. Tonight, I'll help you. Let you get pregnant too. Husband, you. Su Qinghan was so excited that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. She could only bite her lips tightly to prevent herself from screaming. In Lin Yu's mind, the system's cold and familiar prompt sound rang. Bite. It is detected that the wife Su Qinghan's emotions are extremely volatile. Her loyalty and sense of belonging have reached their peak. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the psychological construction of the core character and unlocking its hidden special physique. Su Qinghan's special physique 9 Phoenix's Rising Sun Body has been activated. 9 Phoenix Rising Sun Body, a rare, supreme cauldron-like physique, activated only by absolute loyalty to the host. Upon activation, the chance of conception is permanently increased by 999%. Combining with the host significantly enhances the cultivation efficiency of both parties, spawning offspring with talents far superior to those of ordinary humans. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly became hot. 9 Phoenixes facing the sun body? The chance of pregnancy increases by 999%? Good job. This is simply a bug-level physique tailor-made for my system of having many children and good fortune. Chapter 74 When 3 people walk together, one of them must be my teacher. At this moment, the door of the ward was gently pushed open a crack. Xia Yubing poked out her little head and looked timidly at the 2 people hugging each other at the door. She had just finished drinking the bowl of soup and felt full of strength. The fear and anxiety she had felt in the past few days were swept away. But when she came out and saw the scene, she instantly turned back into the timid little rabbit, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Lin Yu noticed her. He let go of Su Qinghan, but did not let go. He still held her slender waist with one hand, and then extended his other hand towards Xia Yubing. Come over. Xia Yubing's body stiffened for a moment, and she subconsciously glanced at Su Qinghan. Sister, don't be afraid. Su Qinghan took the initiative to show Xia Yubing a smile. My husband is calling you, come here. Xia Yubing then took small steps forward and gently placed her cold little hand into Lin Yu's broad and warm palm. We'll go home after the doctor finishes the examination, he said softly. This scene made all the women who were peeking in the corridor look obsessed and fanatical. A man has 2 such superb beauties at the same time. One is Su Qinghan, the #1 socialite in Jiangcheng, and the other is as pure as a fairy. The most incredible thing is that there is not even a hint of tension between these 2 women, but rather a strange harmony. Oh my god, what did I see? Su Qinghan is actually with this man? Look at her eyes, they're full of doting. She looks at that girl as if she's looking at her own sister. What kind of god is this man? How could he make a girl as proud as Su Qinghan willingly share a husband with him? Lu Minghui stood not far away, watching Lin Yu's back as he left with people hugging him left and right, the heat in her eyes almost burning. She clenched her fists, and the idea in her mind became extremely firm. No, I must find a way to let my daughter get close to him. Even if she cannot become his legal wife, even if she is just one of his many women, as long as she can get a little bit of his love, it will be a great fortune for my daughter and the entire family. Yunding Palace. Sister, how old are you this year? Su Qinghan broke the silence first. I'm 20 years old and still studying at university. Xia Yubing answered in a low voice. Su Qinghan nodded, his tone becoming gentler. What's your major? I'm studying dancing. Dancing is good, it has an artistic atmosphere. Su Qinghan seemed to have found a common topic. I also learned dancing for a while before, but later I didn't stick with it. When I have time in the future, I can ask you for more advice. No. I dare not. You are too polite, sister. Xia Yubing was flattered and her cheeks flushed. She thought she was about to face a storm, all kinds of difficulties and humiliation from the legal wife, and was even prepared to be beaten and scolded. But the current situation is completely different from what she imagined. The legendary and unattainable eldest daughter of the Su family not only did not make things difficult for her, but was as kind to her as an older sister next door. By the way, sister, what do you like to eat? Are there any dietary restrictions? Since you are pregnant, you must take good care of yourself. Su Qinghan asked very carefully, like a considerate housekeeper. Xia Yubing was stunned by the question and could only answer stutteringly. Lin Yu watched all this with a smile on his face. Entering the room, Xia Yubing was completely stunned. She opened her mouth and looked at the fountain, lawn and garden passing by outside the window, feeling like she had entered Alice's Wonderland. The car stopped in front of the main villa, where 2 rows of maids were already waiting respectfully. Welcome home, sir and madam. Xia Yubing had never seen such a scene before, and she was so scared that her legs went weak. It was Su Qinghan who got out of the car himself, held her hand, and helped her out. Sister, this is your home from now on, don't feel restrained. Su Qinghan's tone was calm and dignified like a hostess. She turned to the head maid and instructed, clean up the sunroom in the east wing. It has the best view and the most sunlight in the entire villa. And replace the bedding with the all-cotton set I ordered from France. Yes, the softest one. Also, starting today, the kitchen must prepare special ingredients for pregnant women, such as bird's nest, fish maw, and sea cucumber, and stew them in different ways every day. Remember, all food served to Miss Xia must be tasted by 2 people to ensure it is safe. Su Qinghan gave instructions one by one, in a clear and orderly manner without any loopholes. The maids responded respectfully, and there was a bit of awe in their eyes when they looked at Xia Yubing. Xia Yubing stood there, listening to Su Qinghan's arrangements, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She could feel that Su Qinghan was not putting on a show, she was really thinking about herself and the baby in her belly. This favor is too great. At night, the master bedroom door was gently closed. Su Qinghan walked out of the bathroom, wrapped only in a silk bath towel. Her snow-white, slender legs were faintly visible, her long hair was still dripping with water, and there was an intoxicating blush on her beautiful face. Husband. She walked in front of Lin Yu, her voice so soft that it could squeeze water out of her. Lin Yu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her with deep eyes. Su Qinghan felt uneasy when he looked at her, and walked to the dressing table awkwardly. Lin Yu looked at her shy yet serious expression and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. He stood up and picked up Su Qinghan horizontally. Ah! Su Qinghan exclaimed and instinctively hugged his neck. Let's do something different tonight. Lin Yu's lips moved close to her ear, and his hot breath made her tremble all over. Hubby, what you said before, was it true? Su Qinghan's voice was trembling with anticipation. Can I really get pregnant too? Why don't you just try and know? A golden light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 75 The perfect fusion of special physiques. The moment he combined with Su Qinghan, Lin Yu's body shook violently. An unprecedented warm and pure current flowed from the place where the two were connected to his every limb and bone. Lin Yu felt that every cell in his body was cheering, his meridians were widened, his bones were strengthened, and even his mental strength was nourished. Bite. It has been detected that the host is deeply integrated with the special physique 9 Phoenix Rising Sun body. Congratulations to the host for receiving the nourishment of Dragon Chi, all attributes are permanently increased by 1%. Strength plus 10. Speed plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Lin Yu was ecstatic. He felt as if he had turned into a real dragon, and Su Qinghan was the fertile soil that gave birth to all things. Every time you cultivate the land, you are not only sowing the seeds of life, but also absorbing the essence of the earth and strengthening yourself. Su Qinghan also felt an unprecedented wonderful experience. She felt as if she was floating on warm clouds. Every movement of Lin Yu awakened some mysterious power in her body, blending perfectly with him and eventually turning into the most extreme joy. She was completely devastated. The next morning, when Lin Yu opened his eyes, he felt refreshed and his whole body was filled with explosive power. He could clearly feel that his 5 senses, strength, and speed had all been significantly improved. Although it is only 1%, considering his current strong foundation, this 1% increase is extremely terrifying. He glanced beside him. Su Qinghan was like a lazy Persian cat, curled up in his arms and sleeping soundly. There was no sign of fatigue on her face. Instead, she had a breathtaking luster that was nourished by rain and dew, making her even brighter and more beautiful than before. 9 phoenixes facing the sun is indeed domineering. Lin Yu got up quietly and walked out of the bedroom. He prepared a hearty breakfast for his women. He first prepared a meal for Xia Yubing that was suitable for pregnant women. Take the best Wuchang rice from northeast China, wash it gently with your hands, and use your inner strength to slightly exhale it. Each grain of rice will become crystal clear, as if it contains vitality. Then take top-quality fish maw, soak it in mountain spring water, add a few Ningxia premium wolfberries, and simmer it in a purple clay pot. The whole process was smooth and full of indescribable beauty. Next is what was prepared for Su Qinghan. Considering her hard work last night, Lin Yu decided to make her a nourishing dessert. He took a few plump, top-quality birds' nests, cleaned them, and stewed them with fresh milk from Hokkaido. At the moment when the food was about to be served, he snapped his fingers, and a drop of 100 flower honey exchanged from the system mall fell accurately into the bowl. Buzz! A sweet and fragrant aroma instantly exploded in the kitchen. This fragrance seemed to have magical power, penetrating the wall, going up the stairs, and floating into the rooms on the second floor. What's that smell? It smells so good. Xia Yubing's nose twitched unconsciously in her sleep. Her eyes suddenly opened and her stomach growled uncontrollably. This fragrance was even more overbearing than the chicken soup she had yesterday. Just the smell made her mouth water and her appetite grow. She lifted the quilt, followed the fragrance, and walked out of the room in a daze. As soon as I reached the stairs, I saw that the door of the master bedroom was open. Su Qinghan came out wearing a sexy silk nightgown, rubbing her sleepy eyes. It smells so good, husband, what delicious food are you making? Su Qinghan's voice was a little hoarse and lazy, as if he had just woken up. The two met at the stairs and looked at each other. Sister. Xia Yubing blushed a little embarrassedly. Sister, do you smell the fragrance too? Su Qinghan smiled at her, then took her hand and said, Come on, let's go and see what my husband is up to. The two walked downstairs hand in hand, and as soon as they reached the kitchen door, they were completely stunned by the scene before them. I saw Lin Yu standing in front of the huge center island, holding a frying pan in one hand and a spatula in the other. His movements were not fast, but full of rhythm. The pan was filled with golden egg liquid, which drew graceful parabolas in the air as his wrist flipped, and then accurately wrapped around the top-quality Wagyu beef cubes. Every flip of the wok and every stir-fry seems to have been calculated with the utmost precision, and the control of the heat is perfect. Sizzle. The wonderful sound produced by the collision of oil and protein, accompanied by the rich and indissoluble aroma, forms an ultimate feast for the visual, auditory, and olfactory senses. Husband. Su Qinghan stared with his eyes wide open. Xia Yubing even covered her mouth, fearing that she would scream out of shock. Is this her man? Lin Yu put the fried Wagyu beef cubes into a plate, then turned around and saw two stunned women standing at the door. Awake? Just right, breakfast is just ready. He brought 3 breakfasts to the table. In front of Xia Yubing was a bowl of crystal clear and fragrant fish maw porridge. In front of Su Qinghan was a bowl of bird's nest that exuded a faint aroma of milk and flowers. In front of Lin Yu himself was a plate of Wagyu beef scrambled eggs garnished with black truffles and caviar. Wow! The two women exclaimed at the same time. Try it now. Su Qinghan picked up the spoon and carefully scooped a spoonful of bird's nest into his mouth. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened. Silky. Sweet. Soft. The ultimate taste exploded on her taste buds instantly. The chewy texture of the bird's nest, the richness of the milk, and the finishing touch of the sweet nectar, all blended together perfectly, making her feel like her soul was about to fly. Wow, it's so delicious. Husband. This tastes better than a 100-star Michelin one. Su Qinghan was so excited that he was incoherent. Xia Yubing also took a small sip of the fish maw porridge. The softness of the rice, the elasticity of the fish maw, and the sweetness of the wolfberry, all the flavors were just right. The warm current slid down her esophagus into her stomach, making her feel relaxed throughout her body. It's so delicious. Her eyes were red again. Lin Yu, thank you. The two women were intoxicated by the breakfast and completely fell for it. After dinner, Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing rushed to wash the dishes for the first time. Honey, I'm coming. Sister, let me do it. I can't eat for free. As a result, the two argued for a long time, and Lin Yu just waved his hand. All right, leave it there and let the servant come. He sat leisurely on the sofa, picked up a cup of coffee and picked up his mobile phone. As soon as I unlocked the screen, I saw several unread WeChat messages. Chapter 76 Chapter 76 A virtuous wife helps her husband expand his territory. It was sent by Luobing. The first one is a work briefing with both pictures and text. Boss, I have followed your instructions and preliminarily screened several investment projects, mainly focusing on artificial intelligence, biomedicine, and new energy. Please review them. Lin Yu clicked on it and took a look. Luo Bing's ability to do things was indeed impeccable. However, in a short period of time, the framework has been set up, and with a keen eye, the projects selected are all very promising. He was very satisfied. However, the style of the second message was completely different. Boss, my sister and I both feel that the punishment you gave us in the car last time was incredibly effective in helping us manage our emotions and relieve stress. Although work has been busy lately, I always feel like something's missing, and I feel like I'm not feeling well. I wonder when I can get your professional guidance again. Shy.jpg. Next, there was news about Luo Shui. Boss. My sister is right. We all miss you. I dream about that feeling in my dreams. When will you come again? Please. TT. It was followed by a series of cute and coquettish emoticons. Lin Yu looked at his phone and couldn't help laughing. This pair of sisters is really a perfect match. One is reserved and the other is overtly flirtatious. Before he could reply, he felt the sofa beside him sink to the left and right. Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing came over at some point, like two curious cats, stretching their necks to see his phone screen. Husband, which little devil are you chatting with? You're laughing so happily? Su Qinghan's tone was filled with a hint of playful sourness. After being nourished by the dragon energy last night, she is now much more confident and dares to joke with Lin Yu. Xia Yubing was not so bold. She just blinked her big watery eyes and looked at them curiously. Lin Yu said generously, nothing, just work. He pointed to the investment briefing sent by Luo Bing and explained casually. A while ago, I acquired a live streaming company that was on the verge of bankruptcy. This is the preliminary development plan they submitted. He only showed them the work report, and naturally skipped over the vicious words that followed. When Su Qinghan heard this, his attention was indeed drawn to the word work. She looked at the densely packed professional report, and her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with heartache. Hubby, you've already worked so hard, and you still have to worry about these business matters. She stretched out her soft, boneless little hand and gently placed it on the back of Lin Yu's hand. She said in a soft voice, how about, let me help you share some of the burden. Seeing this, Xia Yubing, who was standing by, immediately puffed out her chest, eager to show her worth. Yes. Lin Yu. Even though I'm pregnant, it won't affect anything. Her little face flushed slightly with excitement. I can help you with the live broadcast. I can dance. I can definitely help you build your company. Looking at the two women vying to share his worries, Lin Yu felt a warm feeling in his heart. He smiled and shook his head, then stretched out his hands, holding both of them in his arms. I appreciate your kindness. His voice was low and magnetic. But my woman doesn't need to work so hard. He looked at Su Qinghan with a doting smile in his eyes. Your mission is to help me take care of this family happily. As he said that, he pinched Xia Yubing's face again. As for you, he paused, his tone becoming softer, you are now a key protected person. Your only task is to take good care of your body and give birth to our baby in good health. Leave everything else to me. These words, full of domineering control and endless tenderness, completely made the two women lose their temper. Su Qinghan nodded obediently, and her whole body softened in Lin Yu's arms. She suddenly remembered something and looked up and asked, "Hubby, is the live broadcast company you mentioned managed by the Luo sisters?" "Yeah." Lin Yu nodded. Su Qinghan was very smart and immediately understood where Lin Yu's smile came from. Instead of being jealous, she looked at Lin Yu with an "I understand" look, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her voice very low, almost whispering in his ear. "Hubby, those two sisters are both top-notch. You can't just let them work." Her fingers drew circles on Lin Yu's chest intentionally or unintentionally, which was full of suggestive meaning. "Our house is so big, it will be more lively with two more people. I think my sister needs someone to accompany her right now. With them around, I can relax a little bit. You should go check on them too. Don't keep them waiting anxiously." Su Qinghan's words surprised Lin Yu. He couldn't help laughing as he looked at the woman in his arms who was taking the initiative to expand territory for him. This 9 phoenixes facing the sun body not only improves one's physical fitness, but also opens up one's scope. "Got it, good wife." Lin Yu kissed her smooth forehead and stood up. "Qinghan, take Yubing to the mall and buy some things a pregnant woman needs: clothes, nutritional supplements, all the best. The card is on my bedroom bedside table, there's no password." "Okay, husband." Su Qinghan agreed obediently and took Xia Yubing's hand. "Come on, sister, I'll take you shopping." Xia Yubing looked at Lin Yu. Although she was reluctant to leave, she nodded obediently. "Lin Yu, then you should come back soon." "Good." Lin Yu put on his coat, picked up his car keys, and walked out of the villa. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron, he started the engine and felt the surging power. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Luobing. "The report has been received. Well done. But punishment is not something you can ask for on WeChat. Send me your company's address, and I'll go over there right now to personally give you the most professional, in-depth guidance." Chapter 77 The boss's sharp eyes can see through all hidden diseases. Xingyao Media. Lin Yu stepped out. Almost at the same time, the company's door was pushed open from the inside. Luo Bing and Luo Shui hurried out to greet them. "Boss." Luo Shui was the first to rush over, but she suddenly stopped when she was one step away from Lin Yu, her big eyes flashing with undisguised excitement and desire. You are finally here." Luo Bing was more composed and bowed deeply. Lin Yu's eyes swept over the two of them. After not seeing each other for a few days, the sisters seemed even more charming. Lin Yu responded calmly and walked towards the door. The Luo sisters immediately followed, one on the left and one on the right, slightly lagging behind by half a body length, keeping a very low posture. "Walk into the company lobby." Lin Yu casually glanced at the female anchors who were working. These women are undoubtedly the most beautiful women in the entire city. Some are pure, some are charming, some are cool, some are cute, there are all kinds of them. They smiled sweetly in front of the camera, acted coquettishly and cutely, and fully displayed their charm. However, with Lin Yu's now enhanced senses, these superficial blits were instantly seen through. No matter how exquisite their makeup is, it can't cover up their slightly pale faces. No matter how bright their smiles are, they cannot hide the haggardness and weakness that comes from within their bodies. The company is developing very well. Lin Yu stopped and spoke calmly. But flowers need watering. If the roots are rotten, no matter how beautiful the flowers bloom, they will only be short-lived. When Luo Bing heard this, his body trembled slightly. She looked at Lin Yu in astonishment, not understanding why the boss suddenly said such a thing. Luo Shui on the side blinked in confusion. Lin Yu pointed to a live broadcast room not far away. That girl's long-term stay up late has caused excessive liver fire and severe neurasthenia. If this continues, she will develop alopecia areata and endocrine disorders within 3 months. He pointed in another direction. "Well, I have lumbar muscle strain, and my cervical spine is slightly deformed. I'm relying on my youth to endure it, but after I turn 25, I'll be at risk of sciatica. Also, I have chronic gastritis. The Helicobacter pylori level is seriously above the standard, and there are already signs of disease." With every word Lin Yu spoke, Luo Bing's face turned paler. Because the few people Lin Yu casually mentioned are all the company's top anchors, and their problems are indeed hidden illnesses that have troubled them for a long time. Only she, the boss, and the anchor herself know these things. Boss, how did he know? Boss, you. Luo Bing's voice was filled with incredible shock. Lin Yu retracted his gaze and looked at her. This is what you called the bottleneck of the company's development. This sentence, like a thunderclap, exploded in Luo Bing's mind. She was completely stunned. That's right. This is exactly the biggest dilemma facing Xingyao Media right now. The anchor industry looks glamorous, but in reality it is exchanging health for money. Staying up late for a long time, irregular diet, sitting for long periods of time, huge mental stress, have caused most anchors to be in a sub-healthy state. Stomach problems, cervical spondylosis, neurasthenia, anxiety disorders. These occupational diseases have seriously affected their live broadcast status and career lifespan. Many promising young talents eventually retire from the internet because their bodies cannot bear it. This also led to the company's development being unable to break through the ceiling. Yes, boss. Luo Bing swallowed hard, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yu had changed from awe to horror. We hired the best nutritionists and masseuses, but the results were minimal. This is almost a common problem in this industry. Luo Shui finally reacted. She pulled Lin Yu's clothes and whispered pitifully. Boss, it's not just them. My sister and I also often have sore shoulders and feel uncomfortable all over. As she spoke, she moved her shoulders coquettishly, her little face full of grievance. This little devil is always looking for opportunities to hint. Lin Yu looked at the two of them, then glanced around the entire office area at those sickly beauties who were forcing smiles. He suddenly laughed. The system of having many children and many blessings is really thoughtful. As soon as he was given the God-level medical skills, he was immediately presented with a perfect trial ground. Chapter 78 Glowing Chicken Soup. One sip and all your ailments will be cured. Go to the company's tea room. Lin Yu turned and left. Luo Bing and Luo Shui were stunned for a moment, then immediately followed. The pantry is spacious and bright, but only has some coffee machines and a microwave. Everyone was confused. What is the boss doing here? Luo Shui. Lin Yu's voice rang out. Here. Boss. Luo Shui immediately straightened her back like a kitten receiving an order. Lin Yu casually listed a series of ingredient names. Go to the supermarket downstairs and buy some fresh free-range chicken, crushing carp, yam, red dates, wolfberries, and some ginger and chives. They are all the most common ingredients. Luo Shui's face was full of confusion, but she nodded without hesitation. Okay, boss. I'll go right away. She turned around and was about to run, but was grabbed by Luo Bing. Luo Bing looked at Lin Yu, his eyes full of confusion and a hint of worry. Boss, are you going to cook? She really couldn't connect the godlike man in front of her with the smell of smoke in the kitchen. What's more, can these common ingredients solve those stubborn diseases that even top nutritionists are helpless to solve? Any questions? Lin Yu's eyes were calm, but carried an invisible pressure. No. Luo Bing's heart sank and he immediately let go of his hand. Soon, Luo Shui ran back panting, carrying large and small bags of food. Lin Yu glanced at it and nodded. All of you get out. He began to process the ingredients. Outside the glass door of the tea room, almost all the female anchors in the company quietly gathered around. They were whispering to each other and watching what was going on inside with curiosity. What's the new boss doing? Why is he making all this noise in the tea room? I heard that you're going to cook for us yourself, staff meals? Are you kidding me? He can cook? And what can he cook with just those ordinary ingredients from the market? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Mr. Luo is still watching. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yu began to move. He was not wearing any apron, but had rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his well-defined forearms. His movements were not fast, and could even be said to be a little slow. But every movement is full of indescribable rhythm and beauty. He picked up a local chicken and pressed and kneaded it with his fingers seemingly casually, his internal force quietly combining with the meridian knowledge of God-level medical skills. With just a few soft crackling sounds, the chicken's bones and veins seemed to be reshaped. When he processed the crushing carp, he didn't use a knife. He just used his fingers to gently scratch the belly of the fish, and the internal organs were completely removed without a trace of blood remaining. When cutting yam or peeling red dates, every cut seems to have been calculated with the utmost precision, without any error. The whole process went smoothly. Half an hour later. Lin Yu brought out 2 huge casseroles and placed them on the long table in the tea room. Everyone come here. The female anchors looked at each other, and finally, under the leadership of Luo Bing, they gathered around half believing and half doubting. The moment the lid of the casserole was opened. Buzz! 2 bright but not dazzling golden lights shot up into the sky from the casserole. This fragrance is extremely overbearing. Gulp! Gulp gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard among the crowd. All the women stared at the contents of the casserole with their eyes wide open, shock and greed written all over their faces. I saw a pot of golden chicken soup. The soup was thick and the surface seemed to be covered with a layer of flowing gold foil, exuding an attractive luster. The other pot is milky white fish soup. The soup is like the finest white jade, warm and mellow, with bright red wolfberries dotted in it, like red agate on white jade. Is this something that a mortal can make? Try them all. Lin Yu urged. This is the company's new employee benefit, and it will be available every day from now on. Every day? All the female anchors' breathing became heavy in an instant, and their eyes turned red. A brave girl picked up the bowl tremblingly and filled herself with half a bowl of chicken soup. She looked at the soup in the bowl that seemed to be glowing, hesitated for a moment, then as if she had made some kind of decision, closed her eyes, and carefully took a small sip. Next second, her eyes suddenly opened and her pupils contracted violently. A warm and overbearing current exploded the moment the soup entered the mouth. The warm current flowed down her throat and into her stomach like lightning, then turned into millions of tiny streams, instantly washing over her entire body and every cell. The chronic stomach pain that had troubled her for more than half a year disappeared instantly under the wash of this warm current. The nerve pain caused by staying up late for a long time and the lumbar pain caused by sitting for a long time disappeared in an instant. She felt like she was soaking in the best hot spring, and from soul to body, she received an unprecedented cleansing and sublimation. Ah! The girl let out a moan of extreme satisfaction, and her whole body collapsed, with an unprecedented glow after the flush appearing on her face. Oh my god, my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. My shoulders, my neck, it feels so good, all the soreness is gone. I feel like I could kill a cow with one punch. Once the first person tried it, the rest of the people couldn't help themselves. They rushed forward like crazy, and the situation was a little out of control. Don't fight. Everyone gets a share. Woo woo woo, it's so delicious. What kind of divine chicken soup is this? I feel like my skin has gotten better. Look. It's become whiter. The entire office area was completely transformed into a sea of carnival. Those female anchors who usually appear elegant and refined in front of the camera completely disregarded their image at this moment. They held their bowls and drank with tears of happiness on their faces. Luo Bing and Luo Shui stood there, completely petrified. Luo Shui unconsciously took a sip of the soup. The next second, her whole body trembled, and an unprecedented feeling of comfort spread throughout her body. She looked at Lin Yu, her big eyes filled with mist, and she murmured foolishly. Sister, I really want the boss's punishment. Chapter 79 Close the door and the boss's professional guidance begins. The entire office lobby of Xingyao Media completely exploded. I also want the boss's punishment. My body is so hot. I feel so full of power, but also so empty. This isn't just a staff meal. This is a magical elixir. It's a miracle drug. Whoa whoa. Boss. Please do it to us again. I am willing to be your slave. The female anchors who used to sneer at the staff meals but are now fighting over half a bowl of soup base are completely crazy. They threw away all their reserve and image, their eyes were red, their breathing was rapid, and they stared at Lin Yu intently. Every cell in their bodies is clamoring and longing for more. Faced with this almost out of control situation, Lin Yu's expression did not change at all. He just calmly put down the empty bowl in his hand, making a slight dang sound. The entire noisy hall suddenly became quiet. All the women held their breath. Lin Yu opened his thin lips slightly, his voice indifferent. The dishes are just small appetizers. In one sentence, all the women's brains went blank. This magical decoction that can revive the dead and turn bones into flesh. Actually, just an appetizer? How shocking would the real main course be? Amidst everyone's speechless shock, Lin Yu's gaze finally fell on the Luo sisters, who had already gone limp and had flushed faces. The corner of his mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. The only thing that can truly cure your problems is my unique massage technique. Massage techniques. As soon as these words came out, Luo Bing and Luo Shue's bodies trembled violently. The ultimate experience in the car that night that made their souls tremble surged into their hearts like a tide. That's what the boss said. It was his miraculous punishment. Lin Yu pointed to the largest and most luxurious president's office at the end of the corridor. His voice was filled with a hint of teasing. That's the in-depth guidance I told you about. Don't you too want to learn how to manage your emotions? Lin Yu looked at the two sisters who were almost unable to stand and slowly uttered the last few words. Now, we can begin. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Bing could no longer hold on and her body went limp. If Luo Shui beside her hadn't quickly supported her, she would have almost collapsed to the ground. Her cheeks were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out, and her beautiful eyes were sparkling with embarrassment, excitement, anticipation, and a hint of unspeakable desire. Luo Shui's situation wasn't much better. She supported her sister, her legs shaking like noodles, her heart beating wildly in her chest, as if it would jump out at the next second. Here we come. It's finally here. They long for the in-depth guidance from their boss, which they dream of. And this conversation and this scene, in the eyes of the other female anchors around, turned into a fire of jealousy that was enough to burn away their rationality. Deep guidance? Unique massage technique? Oh my god. It turns out that President Luo and her sister have already received guidance from the boss. In an instant, all the women understood. The way they looked at the Luo sisters changed completely. There is undisguised jealousy and resentment that is almost tangible. Why? Why do these two sisters have such great favor from the boss? They also drank the boss's magical soup. Their health improved. They also wanted to receive in-depth guidance from the boss. A top anchor with a hot body, usually known for her sexy and mature style, could no longer suppress her inner restlessness. She mustered all her courage, took a step forward, and pleaded in a trembling voice. Boss. I also want to learn how to manage my emotions. I also need your in-depth guidance. Please. Her voice seemed to turn on a switch. Boss. I want one too. Boss, look at me. My physical fitness is better than theirs. I can withstand your guidance better. Boss, choose me. I can do everything. I'm willing to do anything. For a moment, everyone was excited. All the female anchors gathered around, their eyes were fanatical and obsessed, and they couldn't wait to rush up and tear Lin Yu into pieces and swallow him. Lin Yu glanced around. There were more than 30 of them, all of them were carefully selected beauties. After drinking his magic soup, they became radiant and their complexions were extremely good. A somewhat absurd thought even flashed through his mind. More than 30. Even if your kidneys are made of iron, they can't withstand such torture, right? Even the many children, more blessings system has never issued such outrageous performance tasks. Do you really think you're a machine working on an assembly line? If you come one by one, I'm afraid the queue will last until next month. Lin Yu felt funny in his heart and glanced at them lightly. You can't yet. Why, boss, the bold lady who had taken the lead asked unwillingly in a trembling voice, what's wrong with us? We can change it. Yes. You say, we will listen to you. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but he did not answer. Instead, he cast his gaze towards the pair of sisters who had already softened into a pool of spring water. This action says it all. Why? Because they are presidents. Because they are the first to try something new. In everything, there is always a first-come first-served order. The gazes of all the female anchors were focused on Luo Bing and Luo Shui. The jealousy, envy, and unwillingness in their eyes almost turned into actual knives to torture them to death. Being stared at by so many eyes, Luo Bing and Luo Shui felt a hidden sense of exclusive superiority rising from the bottom of their hearts. They were hand-picked by the boss. Lin Yu no longer paid attention to the women behind him and walked straight to the Luo sisters, with an unquestionable command in his voice. What are you still standing there for? Follow me. Yes. Boss. Luo Bing and Luo Shui woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly supported each other, taking weak steps and following closely. Under the jealous gazes of all the women in the company, the two sisters followed Lin Yu, one on the left and one on the right, into the tightly closed door of the president's office. Bang! The door is closed. Chapter 80, Reborn in 2 hours, all the women in the company went crazy. Lin Yu sat leisurely in Luo Bing's boss chair, with his hands crossed in front of him, and his eyes swept indifferently over the Luo sisters standing in front of him. Boss. Luo Shui couldn't help at first. She walked carefully to Lin Yu, her voice so soft that it could squeeze water out of her. Are your shoulders a little tired? Can I give you a massage? As she spoke, she stretched out her hands and gently placed them on Lin Yu's shoulders. Seeing this, Luo Bing also quickly took action. She hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Lin Yu, and her hands were shaking slightly when she brought it to him. Boss, please have some tea. This is my precious Dahongpo, please try it. Lin Yu took the teacup, took a sip, and nodded. Good. These two simple words made Luo Bing blush instantly, with excitement flashing in her eyes. At this time, the scene outside the office was completely different. The female anchors who had just finished drinking the soup did not disperse. They gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering to each other and casting envious glances towards the office from time to time. Why? Why are they the only two allowed to be alone with the boss? A top anchor named Lily said indignantly in a low voice. She was one of the company's top stars, and usually had the final say. But today, she felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. That's right, we also want the boss's guidance. That soup is already so amazing. If I could get personal guidance from the boss, wouldn't I be able to ascend to higher levels? The Luo sisters are abusing their power for personal gain. This is too much. Lily's eyes rolled around, and she suddenly moved closer to a few people and said in a low voice. Sisters, we can't just let this go. The boss is so powerful, why can he only be monopolized by the two of them? So what do you say we should do? Let's unite, and when the boss comes out, we'll go straight to him and ask for an explanation. Lily's words were instantly responded to by others. Soon, more than a dozen female anchors gathered outside the office, all of them filled with righteous indignation and eager to take action. In the office, Lin Yu of course heard the noise outside. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. These women really can't stand being lonely. Boss. Luo Shui's massage technique became more and more bold. She was almost sticking to Lin Yu's back, and her warm breath sprayed on his ears. Look at those people outside, aren't they a little excessive? Luo Bing also noticed the situation outside, and her face looked a little ugly. Boss, do you want me to chase them away? Lin Yu waved his hand, signaling them not to be nervous. No rush. He stood up slowly and stretched his muscles. Since they want guidance so much, I will fulfill their wish. As he spoke, he looked at the Luo sisters, his eyes becoming deep. But before that, I have to demonstrate to you two what true guidance is. Luo Shui and Luo Bing looked at each other and saw excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes. Boss, we are ready. Luo Bing's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yu nodded, then slowly raised his hands. The next second, his palms gently rested on their shoulders. God-level medical skills are activated instantly. A warm and powerful internal force surged out from Lin Yu's palm and instantly enveloped the bodies of the Luo sisters. This time the experience was much more intense than the last time in the car. Luo Shui felt countless warm currents surging through her body, every cell rejoicing with joy. The long-accumulated fatigue and hidden ailments completely dissipated under the wash of this miraculous power. Luo Bing collapsed directly onto the sofa, her eyes blurred, her cheeks flushed, and she was completely immersed in an unprecedented extreme experience. Lin Yu also discovered an interesting phenomenon. When he used divine-level medical skills on two people at the same time, the effect actually resonated and amplified. The degree of improvement in their physical condition far exceeded the effect of individual treatment. 2 hours later, Lin Yu withdrew his hands and looked at the Luo sisters who had been transformed in front of him with satisfaction. At this time, their temperament has undergone a drastic change. Luo Bing's aura of a strong career woman is now even stronger. Although Luo Shui is still as petite and cute as ever, there is more calmness and composure in her eyes. She is no longer the little girl who only knows how to act coquettishly and cutely. How do you feel? Lin Yu asked. It's incredible. Luo Bing clenched his fists excitedly. I feel so powerful. Luo Shui also nodded excitedly. Boss, I feel like I can run 10 kilometers in one breath now. Lin Yu smiled and walked towards the office door. Now that you're all recovered, let's go out. He opened the door and walked out refreshed. Outside the office, a dozen female anchors were gathered together. When they saw Lin Yu appear, they instantly became quiet. But when their eyes fell on the Luo sisters following behind Lin Yu, everyone was stunned. Are these the same two people from before? The changes in Luo Bing and Luo Shui are so obvious. Oh my god, what are they doing? How is it possible? In just a short while? What on earth did the boss do to them? Lily looked at the scene in front of her, the flames of jealousy almost bursting out of her eyes. She couldn't bear it any longer and rushed to Luo Bing, asking loudly. Luo Bing! What do you mean? Why are you the only ones who get to enjoy the boss's special treatment? Don't the rest of us deserve it? Facing Lily's questioning, Luo Bing was not at all flustered. She slowly raised her head, looked at Lily with cold eyes, and her aura suddenly exploded. Lily, are you questioning my decision? Luo Bing's voice was majestic. As the general manager of Xingyao Media, I have the authority to decide how to allocate the company's resources. And as an employee, what qualifications do you have to shout here? Lily was shocked by Luo Bing's momentum, but she still retorted unwillingly. I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. The boss is so powerful, he should be treated equally. Equal treatment? Luo Bing sneered. Then tell me, what have you contributed to the company? Besides posing coquettishly in the live broadcast room every day, what else can you do? These words were extremely sharp, and Lily's face instantly turned red. How can you talk like that? Why can't I say that? Luo Bing pressed on. Lily, as the general manager, I'm officially notifying you that because you've incited your colleagues and disrupted company order, your employment contract is terminated effective immediately. What? Lily widened her eyes and looked at Luo Bing in disbelief. You can't do this. I'm going to sue you. Chapter 81 3 People in a Happy World. Sue me? Luo Bing pulled out his phone and pulled up the company's rules and regulations. Article 37, employees are prohibited from inciting colleagues or disrupting normal work order within the company. Violators will be fired. Your actions just now completely fall under this rule. Lily was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Luo Bing, who usually looked gentle, could be so cruel. The other female anchors were also shocked by this sudden change. They had originally thought of joining forces to cause trouble, but now seeing what happened to Lily, none of them dared to speak anymore. Lin Yu watched all this from the side and nodded with satisfaction. Luo Bing's performance completely exceeded his expectations. This is the magic of divine-level medical skills. It can not only cure physical illnesses, but also inspire people's inner potential and self-confidence. Okay. Lin Yu finally spoke, since Lily is no longer in our company, we don't need to care about her. His eyes swept over all the female anchors present, and his voice was calm and majestic. I know you all want my guidance, and that's normal. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Starting today, Xingyao Media will implement a new assessment system. We will give a comprehensive score based on multiple dimensions, including each person's work performance, live broadcast data, and fan growth. Those who contribute the most will have the opportunity to receive my customized employee benefits. One sentence instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The female anchors who were just terrified because of Lily's dismissal now had burning fighting spirit in their eyes. Personalized customized employee benefits. Just thinking about it makes me tremble with excitement. Boss, when does this assessment start? What are the specific scoring criteria? What can we do to increase our contribution? The female anchors asked at once, with crazy glints in their eyes. Lin Yu watched all this with satisfaction. This is the effect he wants. Turn jealousy into motivation and internal friction into competition. Luo Bing will formulate and announce the specific rules. Lin Yu said, now, let's all get back to work. Remember, opportunities only come to those who are prepared. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a group of high-spirited female anchors. Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing had almost finished their shopping. Su Qinghan sat in the passenger seat, looking back from time to check on Xia Yubing in the back seat. Sister, are you tired? Do you want me to make the seat more comfortable? Xia Yubing shook her head, a satisfied smile on her face. Sister, I'm not tired. I'm really happy today. She gently stroked her slightly bulging belly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. I never thought that I could live such a life. Okay, then let's go pick up my husband and take him home. Su Qinghan also laughed and started the car. As soon as the car drove out of the mall parking lot, Su Qinghan's cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Lin Yu. Husband? I'm at the door of Xingyao Media, come and pick me up. Lin Yu's voice came from the phone. Okay, we'll be there soon. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Xingyao Media building. Lin Yu saw the familiar license plate number and asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want to find a place to eat first?" "I'm hungry." Xia Yubing was the first to raise her hand. She had just spent a lot of energy shopping, and now her stomach was rumbling. Su Qinghan also nodded. "I'm a little hungry too. What do you want to eat, husband?" Lin Yu opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He looked back at the back seat full of shopping bags and raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems like you guys have made quite a few purchases today." "Hey, sister bought me a lot of things." Xia Yubing blushed a little embarrassedly, maternity clothes, nutritional supplements, and a lot of baby products. "As I should." Su Qinghan said gently, "My sister is now a key protected person." The three of them chatted all the way and soon arrived at Jiangqing's famous food street, which was lined with various traditional snack stalls on both sides. It was bustling with people and filled with fragrant aromas. Xia Yubing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed at a small shop at the corner of the street. "Lin Yu. Look at that one. Wangji Tangshui shop." Her voice was filled with excitement and nostalgia. "When I was a child, I loved eating their sesame paste the most. I still can't forget the taste. If you want to eat, go ahead." Lin Yu parked the car on the side of the road without saying anything. The three of them got out of the car and walked towards the dessert shop. Wangji Tangshuipu was an old shop with a small storefront, but it seems to be doing good business. There were quite a few customers sitting in the store, most of them were nearby residents and some tourists who came here because of its reputation. The proprietress was a woman in her 40s, with a fairly plump figure, but her face looked very impatient. She was busy behind the counter, her movements were rude and her attitude was terrible. "What do you want? Tell me quickly. Can't you see so many people waiting?" The proprietress yelled at a young girl. The girl was startled and her hand shook, and she accidentally knocked over the bowl she had just picked up. Snap! The porcelain bowl fell to the ground, broke into several pieces, and sesame paste splashed all over the floor. The proprietress was instantly furious. "You damn girl! Are your eyes on your butt? A bowl of sesame paste costs 15 yuan. Pay me 20 more for the bowl. You give me 35. The girl was so frightened that her face turned pale and she apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It wasn't intentional? If it wasn't intentional, you don't have to pay the money?" The proprietress put her hands on her hips and screamed, "Young people these days are all useless. They can't even hold a bowl steady. Give me the money now. Don't even think about leaving if you don't." The guests around couldn't stand it anymore, but no one dared to meddle. Xia Yubing hid behind Lin Yu and whispered, "Lin Yu, let's go. This lady boss is so fierce." Su Qinghan also frowned. With this kind of service attitude, why open a store? Lin Yu didn't say anything, just watched everything quietly. The girl took out her wallet and counted the money tremblingly. But she was obviously a student, and there wasn't much money in her wallet, only about 20 yuan. I only have $25. The girl was about to cry. 25? I said 35. You want to leave for 10 bucks less? The lady boss became even more arrogant. If you don't have money, don't come out and act like a rich guy. Poor people should just eat steamed buns at home. That's an exaggeration. Lin Yu slowly walked to the counter and said, "Boss, give us 3 bowls of sesame paste." Seeing the handsome Lin Yu, the boss lady's attitude became a little better. 3 bowls of sesame paste, 45 yuan. Lin Yu nodded, then picked up a small spoon on the table and scooped a mouthful of sesame paste to taste it. Xiaohu BOT document anti-piracy, find, book machine people choose Xiaohu, stable, sure, reliable, don't step into the pit. The next second, his brows furrowed slightly. There's something wrong with your sesame paste. Chapter 82 Lingquan Water Refining Immortal Products. The proprietress was stunned. What's the problem? My family has passed down this craft for 3 generations. What could possibly be wrong with it? Lin Yu put down the spoon, his tone still calm. The sesame seeds used are aged, at least 2 years old, and have begun to deteriorate. When the heat is over 30%, the sesame paste has a burnt bitter taste. The most important thing is that the grinding stone in your house is cracked. The sesame paste you grind out has a rough texture and contains stone powder. Are you sure this is what you want to sell to customers? The proprietress's expression changed instantly. Because every word Lin Yu said was right. Her family does use aged sesame seeds because they are cheap. The grinding wheel of the stone mill was indeed cracked, but the repair cost was too expensive, so she was reluctant to replace it. As for the problem of heat, that is her old problem. But no one knows these things except herself. How did this young man know? You, what nonsense are you talking about? The proprietress yelled in a timid tone, my sesame paste is delicious. Don't mess around here. When the guests around heard Lin Yu's words, they also started talking. I was wondering why this sesame paste has a weird smell. Yeah. I had diarrhea last time I drank it. So they used bad sesame seeds. How wicked. Seeing that the situation was not good, the proprietress immediately turned her attention to Lin Yu. You pretty boy. Why are you pretending to be an expert here? Do you believe I'll have someone throw you out? Lin Yu was not angry, but just smiled faintly. He stretched out his finger, dipped some water on the table, and then casually drew the word fire on the table. The next second, something magical happened. Lin Yu released a little bit of his inner strength, and the word fire written in water evaporated instantly, leaving a scorch mark on the table. The entire dessert shop fell silent in an instant. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the burnt mark on the table in disbelief. Is this something a human can do? The proprietress was so frightened that her soul was out of her body, her legs went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. Who are you? Her voice was trembling. Lin Yu retracted his finger and said, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that there is something wrong with your store. He pointed at the still crying female student and said, she knocked over the bowl by accident, but you cheated the customers with spoiled ingredients. That was intentional. Now, I give you two choices. First, immediately replace all the inferior raw materials, repair the millstone, apologize to the girl, and refund her money. Second. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp. I'll make a phone call and ask the relevant departments to check your health license and food safety. The boss lady was completely scared. She trembled as she took out the money from the cash register and handed it to the female student. Little girl, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Take the money back. The female student was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Yu gratefully. Thank you, brother. Lin Yu nodded, then looked at the boss lady. Remember what I said, do business with conscience. After saying that, he took Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing and turned to leave. Honey, that move you made just now was so cool. Su Qinghan excitedly took Lin Yu's arm. Xia Yubing's eyes were filled with admiration. Lin Yu, how come you know everything? You can even tell the quality of sesame paste. Lin Yu smiled and said, let's go. I'll take you to eat some really delicious sesame paste. Is there anything more delicious? Xia Yubing's eyes lit up. Of course. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, I made it myself. After returning to Yunding Palace, Lin Yu went straight into the kitchen. Husband, do you really want to make the sesame paste yourself? Su Qinghan followed behind, his eyes full of curiosity. Of course. Lin Yu rolled up his sleeves. Xia Yubing sat at the kitchen counter, holding her chin and watching Lin Yu busying herself. Lin Yu, can you make sesame paste? It seems so difficult to me. Difficult? Lin Yu chuckled, look carefully, what is called divine craftsmanship? He opened the system mall and directly exchanged for a bottle of spiritual spring water. Spiritual spring water, condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, it improves the quality of food and enhances its effects. Price, 1,000 points. Points and the like are just a drizzle to Lin Yu now. Then he took out the best black sesame seeds from the refrigerator, each of which was as plump as a little pearl. Lin Yu first put the sesame seeds into a frying pan and stir-fry them over low heat. With a slight turn of the wrist, the sesame seeds fly in the pot, and each one is heated evenly. Wow! Xia Yubing's eyes widened. Lin Yu, your hands are so fast. That's nothing. Lin Yu was concentrating on frying sesame seeds. You'll know what shocking means later. After 10 minutes, the sesame seeds were fried to perfection and exuded a rich aroma. Lin Yu poured the roasted sesame seeds into the stone mill and began to grind them. He released a little of his inner strength, and the speed of the millstone became extremely even, making a low buzzing sound. This sound is so strange. Su Qinghan leaned in to listen. Because this is not ordinary grinding. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously. I am using my inner strength to control the speed and strength of the stone mill so that every sesame seed is crushed perfectly. As the grinding progressed, an unprecedented aroma began to fill the kitchen. This fragrance is so overbearing. It not only has the fragrance of sesame, but also has an indescribable fragrance that makes people feel relaxed when they smell it. Oh my god. Xia Yubing sniffed hard. This smells so good. It's 1,000 times better than the one in that shop just now. Su Qinghan was also fascinated by the aroma. Husband, what did you add to the sesame seeds? A secret. Lin Yu kept it a secret. You'll know in a moment. After grinding, Lin Yu poured the sesame powder into the pot, added spiritual spring water, and started to boil. While stirring, he injected his internal energy into the pot. The sesame paste in the pot began to emit a faint golden light, and the temperature in the whole kitchen became warm. Lin Yu. Xia Yubing pointed at the pot, her voice trembling, your sesame paste is glowing. It's normal operation. Lin Yu was very calm. This is called spiritual resonance. Su Qinghan was completely stunned. Husband, are you sure you are making sesame paste and not refining pills? That's about right. Lin Yu laughed. It's all to make my women healthier and more beautiful. 20 minutes later, 3 bowls of hot sesame paste came out of the pot. Each bowl exudes an alluring aroma and has a light golden sheen on the surface. Come, try it. Lin Yu brought the sesame paste to the dining table. Xia Yubing couldn't wait to scoop a spoonful into her mouth. The next second, her eyes widened instantly. Ah! She let out a moan of extreme satisfaction and slumped down on the chair. Chapter 83 The baby moves. Su Qinghan becomes pregnant in seconds. The taste of this sesame paste is simply indescribable. What is even more amazing is that after you eat the sesame paste, a warm energy instantly spreads throughout your body. She felt that every cell in her body was cheering, and even the baby in her belly began to move. Lin Yu. Xia Yubing was so excited that tears came out. The baby is moving. The baby is kicking me. She grabbed Lin Yu's hand and pressed it on her lower abdomen. Feel it. It's really moving. Lin Yu placed his palm on Xia Yubing's belly and indeed felt a slight fetal movement. The little guy is very active. Lin Yu smiled. It seems that he likes the sesame paste made by his father. Su Qinghan also took a sip and was instantly conquered. It's so delicious. She squinted her eyes happily. I feel warm all over. It's so comfortable. At this moment, Su Qinghan's expression suddenly changed. She covered her mouth and rushed to the bathroom. Vomit. Xia Yubing was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes became brighter and brighter. Sister, she shouted excitedly, could you be? Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth, having expected this result. The chance of conception with the 9 Phoenix Chaoyang body increases by 999%. Add to that the intense exercise last night, it would be strange if I didn't get pregnant. He stood up and walked to the bathroom. Su Qinghan was staring at the mirror in a daze, with a look of surprise and joy on his face. Hubby. Her voice trembled, am I? Lin Yu hugged her from behind, his palm gently stroking her flat belly. Divine-level medical skills were activated instantly, and the detailed examination results appeared in his mind. Lin Yu whispered in her ear, you are pregnant. 9 Phoenix Rising Sun body, it really lives up to its reputation. Su Qinghan burst into tears instantly and hugged Lin Yu tightly. Husband. I did it. I really did it. She was trembling with excitement. I can finally give birth to a child for you. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host's wife, Su Qinghan, for successfully conceiving with her 9 Phoenix Chaoyang body. Double happiness, dragon and phoenix bring good luck. Trigger super rewards. Lin Yu was ecstatic and immediately checked the reward content. 1. Cash reward of 10 billion. 2. Ownership of the World Financial Center in the core area of Jiangcheng CBD. 3. The host's special physique Blue Dragon Tyrant body has been awakened to its primary state. All attributes plus 100, and the passive skill Dragon Power is obtained. Oh shit. Lin Yu almost couldn't help but scream. 10 billion in cash. World Financial Center. And a special physical awakening. This reward is too generous. He could clearly feel that a powerful force was awakening in his body. The muscles became stronger, the bones became harder, and even the mental strength was greatly improved. What is even more amazing is that he began to emanate an invisible aura of pressure. This is Long Wei. Honey, what's wrong with you? Su Qinghan asked curiously. Nothing. Lin Yu suppressed his inner excitement. I'm just too happy. He hugged Su Qinghan tighter. My woman is about to give birth to my child. How can I not be happy? When the two came out of the bathroom, Xia Yubing immediately came to greet them. Sister! Congratulations! She danced with joy. Our babies will be brothers and sisters from now on. Su Qinghan blushed and nodded. Thank you, sister. Oh, what's there to thank me for? Xia Yubing held Su Qinghan's hand. We are a family. Lin Yu looked at the heartwarming scene in front of him and felt extremely satisfied. Two stunning beauties, both pregnant with their own children. This life is just too great. Oh, right, husband. Su Qinghan suddenly remembered something. Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? No need. Lin Yu waved his hand. I am more professional than any doctor. He placed his palms on the two women's stomachs and activated his God-level medical skills again. Yu Bing's baby is healthy and a lively little guy. Qinghan's baby has just implanted and everything is normal. What you two have to do now is to have a good rest and eat well. Leave the rest to me. After hearing this, the two women felt a sense of security in their hearts. With such an omnipotent man by your side, what is there to worry about? Honey, does that mean we have two babies now? Xia Yubing asked curiously. Yes. Lin Yu smiled, and I have a feeling this is just the beginning. Su Qinghan blushed. Husband, how many more children do you want? The more the better. Lin Yu said confidently, I want to form a football team. The two women laughed out loud at his amusement. Just then, Lin Yu's cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Langley, the property manager at the World Financial Center. A respectful voice came over the phone. I just received notification that you've become the new owner of our building. Could you please tell me when it would be convenient for you to come over and complete the handover procedures? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This is the Global Financial Center rewarded by the system. Is it so efficient? Tomorrow morning, Lin Yu said calmly, I'll be there. Okay, we'll make all the preparations. After hanging up the phone, Su Qinghan asked curiously, Husband, what is the World Financial Center? Oh, it's the tallest office building in CBD. Lin Yu said casually, I just bought it. What? Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing screamed at the same time. The World Financial Center. That's Jiangqing's landmark building. Worth at least tens of billions. Husband, when did you become so rich? Su Qinghan was so shocked that she was speechless. I made some money from investing recently. Lin Yu said calmly, it's just a small amount of money. Small money? A few $100 billion is considered small money? The two women were completely shocked. Chapter 84 $84 billion mansion? Just money for baby's milk powder. Lin Yu scratched Su Qinghan's nose and pinched Xia Yubing's face. Come on, husband will take you to receive the new toys. New toy? Xia Yubing blinked her big innocent eyes. Su Qinghan was very smart and immediately realized what was happening. Her beautiful eyes lit up with excitement. Hubby, it's the World Financial Center? What else? Lin Yu laughed. That building will be used to buy milk powder for our unborn babies. A landmark building worth tens of billions, just to earn money for milk powder for children? These words completely overwhelmed Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing with happiness. The three of them headed straight for Jiangqing CBD. The car door opened and Lin Yu got out first. Immediately afterwards, a woman of noble temperament and extraordinary beauty got out of the passenger seat. Many elites entering and leaving the building recognized her instantly. Oh my God! Isn't that Su Qinghan, the president of the Su Group? How did she get out of this car? However, what made them drop their eyes even more was that a beautiful girl who was as pure as a fairy and even more pitiful came down from the back seat. The most outrageous thing is that these two extremely beautiful women with completely different styles, as soon as they got out of the car, were like docile kittens, and they gathered closely around the young man on the left and right. There was no trace of jealousy on their faces, but instead they were filled with happiness. The air in the entire square seemed to freeze. Everyone who saw this scene had their worldview severely impacted. What the hell? what did I see? Su Qinghan is sharing a husband with another woman? The way she looked at that man was simply enough to drown you. And that little fairy, the way she looked at that man was also full of admiration and obsession. What kind of god is this man? How could he make a girl like Su Qinghan willingly go to such an extent? Just as everyone was talking and their brains were idle, a smart and capable-looking woman in a professional suit and gold-rimmed glasses rushed out from the revolving door of the building, accompanied by a group of executives and security guards. She is the new property general manager of the World Financial Center, Wang Li. Mr. Lin. Why didn't you inform us in advance that you were coming so that we could prepare to welcome you? Wang Li trotted all the way, stopped 3 steps away from Lin Yu, and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Lin? Everyone knew that the World Financial Center was previously owned by a mysterious overseas consortium, and now, its owner was this young man surrounded by women? This scene happened to be seen by a woman standing by the floor-to-ceiling window of a high-end French restaurant on the 3rd floor of the building. The woman was in her early 30s, with long wavy chestnut hair. She was wearing a well-cut burgundy dress that perfectly outlined her mature, plump, and curvy figure. Her name is Lu Ruyan, and she is the general manager of this Michelin 3-star restaurant. The strange yet harmonious scene before her aroused strong interest in her long calm heart. A man who could make a woman of Su Qinghan's level put aside all her dignity and pride, and even acquiesce to the existence of another woman. This man must have a fatal attraction. A glimmer of curiosity and conquest flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She picked up the red wine glass, shook it gently, and her eyes were fixed on Lin Yu. She adjusted her skirt, took graceful steps, and walked out. Sister Wang, is this the new owner of our building? Could you please introduce her to us? Wang Li was startled. Turning back to see the person coming, she quickly straightened up and put on a professional smile. Boss Lu, why are you here? This is our group's new chairman, Boss Lin. Lu Ruyan's gaze finally fell on Lin Yu with full justification. Her eyes were bold and direct, showing no disguising of her admiration and inquiry. Mr. Lin, it's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you. She extended her hand, her nails trimmed round and full, and painted with nail polish the same color as her long dress. I'm Lu Ruyan. That unassuming French restaurant on the 3rd floor was opened in my name. There was a hint of self-mockery in her voice, but the calmness and confidence in her voice carried more weight than any boasting. The crowd around once again let out a low cry of surprise. Lu Ruyan, the owner of the Michelin 3-star restaurant Ruyan. She is the queen of Jiangqing's catering industry, a guest of honor for countless wealthy and famous people, and is notoriously arrogant and difficult to make an appointment with. Today, she actually took the initiative to show her affection to a young man? Su Qinghan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the woman who suddenly appeared inconspicuously, and subconsciously held Lin Yu's arm tightly. Xia Yubing shrank back behind Lin Yu timidly, feeling the strong aggressiveness from the other party. Lu Ruyan's gaze swept across Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing's faces, and then the corners of her mouth curled up even deeper, but she turned to Lin Yu. I wonder if Mr. Lin and the 2 ladies have made any plans for lunch? I'd like to prepare a small feast at the restaurant as a token of my appreciation and to welcome Mr. Lin. Lin Yu looked over when he heard the sound and couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. What a charming beauty! Ding! High-quality capturable target detected. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 31. Appearance, 96. Body size, 97. Special physique, none can be transformed through acquired means. Current status, heart fire stagnation, liver qi discomfort, chronic insomnia, extreme curiosity, and desire to conquer the host. Favorability, 50 curious. Lin Yu felt amused, another one came. This fertility and prosperity system is simply a walking hormone detector. Okay. Lin Yu nodded lightly. As the legal wife, Su Qinghan instantly became buzzed. Here she comes, another one to steal my husband. But Su Qinghan today is no longer the little woman who used to worry about gains and losses. Nourished by the 9 Phoenix Chaoyang body and dragon energy, and pregnant with Lin Yu's child, her status was as stable as Mount Tai, and her prospects naturally opened up. Instead of being angry, she took a step forward, took Lin Yu's arm, pressed her proud figure against him, and gave Lu Ruyan a calm smile like a hostess. Manager Lu was so thoughtful. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable declaration. It's just that my husband has a very picky palate. He might not even be impressed by an ordinary Michelin star. I wonder if Manager Lu's restaurant has the resources to cater to him well. Lu Ruyan smiled instead of getting angry, and she lifted her hair in a charming manner, looking at Lin Yu with burning eyes. You have to try to know whether you can serve me well, right, Mr. Lin? Lin Yu was so happy that his heart was filled with joy. Xia Yubing was innocent and didn't quite understand the twists and turns. She just tugged at Lin Yu's clothes and whispered, Lin Yu, I'm hungry. This sound immediately broke the deadlock. Lin Yu laughed heartily, patted the back of Su Qinghan's hand, pinched Xia Yubing's cheek, and finally said to Lu Ruyan, since Manager Lu has invited you so kindly, please lead the way. Mr. Lin, ladies, please come this way. A glimmer of pride flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and she immediately led the way. Su Qinghan looked at her back, a meaningful sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 85 Your life, I have the final say. After entering the restaurant, Lu Del demonstrated her professionalism and skills as the general manager. She dismissed all the waiters and served the 3 people herself, but her eyes were glued to Lin Yu almost the entire time. Mr. Lin, this is a 5-grade Wagyu beef flown in from France for our restaurant. Only the most exquisite sirloin part is used, which is most suitable for a distinguished man like you. Madams, this is the bird's nest in fish maw soup I specially prepared for you. It is extremely nourishing. She was extremely attentive, but she cleverly treated Lin Yu and the 2 ladies differently, constantly elevating Lin Yu's status in her words. Xia Yubing sipped her soup in small sips. She was innocent after all. She leaned close to Su Qinghan's ear and whispered in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, Sister, this Manager Lu looks at my husband like a wolf seeing meat. Does she want to be our sister too? Su Qinghan almost laughed out loud. She touched Xia Yubing's head lovingly. Silly sister, the number of women who want to be my husband's woman is as high as the queue from here to France. Not every cat or dog is qualified to enter our house. It all depends on whether she has that blessing. Lu Ruyan's hand, which was pouring the wine, paused slightly. She took a deep breath, picked up a glass of Romanée Conti, walked to Lin Yu, and moved closer to him intentionally or unintentionally. She handed the glass to his lips and exhaled like orchid. Mr. Lin, this glass of wine is my personal toast to you. I'll drink it first. After saying that, she tilted back her snow-white neck and drank the expensive red wine in the glass. After drinking it, she licked the corner of her mouth seductively with her moist red lips. This set of movements makes her look naturally charming and full of allure. Seeing this, Su Qinghan took action immediately. She picked up a piece of the tenderest Wagyu beef, blew on it herself, and then put it to Lin Yu's mouth, her voice so soft that it could drip water. Husband, ah. Xia Yubing wasn't to be outdone. She scooped up the largest piece of fish maw from her bowl, held it with a small spoon, and handed it over expectantly. Lin Yu, this is for you. This is the most nutritious. For a moment, in front of Lin Yu, on the left was the top-grade Wagyu beef fed by his wife, on the right was the best fish maw contributed by his pregnant concubine, and in front of him was a charming beauty who was giving him crazy looks and drinking red wine. Lin Yu felt extremely happy. Being a man to this extent is worth it. System, you are truly my adopted parent. In this strange yet harmonious atmosphere, Lu Ruyan made an even bolder move. When she was pouring wine for Lin Yu, her wrist inadvertently twisted. Oops. Half a glass of red wine spilled right onto Lin Yu's pants. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her face full of panic and apology. She immediately squatted down, took out her silk handkerchief, and wiped it towards the base of Lin Yu's thigh. I'll help you clean it. Lu Ruyan's handkerchief, with a faint fragrance, was about to touch the base of Lin Yu's thigh. A cold light flashed in Su Qinghan's eyes, and her dignified smile froze instantly. Xia Yubing instinctively grabbed Lin Yu's other arm, like a small animal protecting its food. At this critical moment, Lin Yu suddenly grabbed Lu Ruyan's wrist. His force was not great, even very gentle, but it was like a pair of pliers, making Lu Ruyan's slender wrist unable to move. Lin Yu did not get angry, but frowned slightly. His other hand quickly touched Lu Ruyan's pulse. Lu Ruyan's whole body trembled violently, and her charming and seductive face lost all its color in just 1 second, turning as pale as paper. God-level medical skills are activated instantly. The complex meridian map, neuron signals, and blood circulation conditions flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He looked at Lu Ruyan and said, "Your hands are shaking badly. This isn't nervousness, it's an illness." What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ruyan suddenly tried to pull back her hand, but found that Lin Yu's palm did not move at all. The calmness and composure that she was proud of completely collapsed at this moment. Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing were both stunned. They originally thought that Lu Ruyan was deliberately using such despicable means to seduce Lin Yu, but when they saw her pale face and frightened eyes at this moment, they realized that things seemed not to be the case. Liver qi stagnation, excessive heart fire, and long-term insomnia and dreaminess have damaged the heart vessels and disrupted nerve conduction. Lin Yu released his hand and continued in a flat tone, "You've consulted many doctors. Western medicine says you have Parkinson's syndrome, while traditional Chinese medicine says you have qi and blood deficiency. They prescribed you a bunch of useless medicines, right?" Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. She looked at Lin Yu as if she was looking at a ghost. These diagnoses and details were pieced together piecemeal by her after visiting top hospitals around the world. "The man in front of him just took my pulse and told me everything, which was even more accurate than what the experts said. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word, and her eyes turned red instantly. "Lin. Director Lin, are you a miracle doctor? Is there any hope for my illness?" Seeing this, Su Qinghan gently patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder, her tone gentle but with an unquestionable sense of superiority. "Manager Lu, don't get excited. My husband is omnipotent. If he says he can cure it, then he can definitely cure it." Xia Yubing also nodded vigorously, looking at Lin Yu with admiration like a little fangirl. "Yes. Lin Yu is amazing. The sesame paste he makes can even glow. Treating illnesses must be a piece of cake for him. Lin Yu." These two girls, one is the supporting role and the other is the funny role. It would be a waste of their talents if they didn't perform crosstalk. Xiao Hu, but anti-theft document book search robot, just choose it, it's safe and reliable. A strong desire to survive and hope suddenly burst out from Lu Ruyan's eyes. She no longer cared about her reserve and pride, and with a thump, she actually knelt directly in front of Lin Yu. Her plump body fell to the ground. "Director Lin. As long as you can cure my illness, Lu Ruyan, my life, my restaurant, everything I have, all will be yours. Get up." Lin Yu said lightly, "It doesn't look good to kneel." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt as if she had been pardoned and quickly stood up from the ground, but still stood aside respectfully with her hands hanging down, not even daring to breathe. "My rule is not to save people in vain." Lin Yu looked at Lu Ruyan and smiled. Lu Ruyan's heart instantly rose to her throat. Chapter 86 Take over the restaurant, the beauty begs for treatment. Lin Yu looked at the plump and mature woman in front of him and spoke slowly. "I'm quite interested in your restaurant. My condition is that you give it to me." As soon as these words came out, Lu Ruyan froze, and then, a huge, unbelievable ecstasy instantly overwhelmed her. She originally thought that the other party would propose some extremely harsh conditions that would even trample on her dignity. After all, being able to cure her terminal illness, which even the world's top experts are helpless to treat, is tantamount to a rebirth, and nothing she can do is too much. But all he wanted was this restaurant? Although this restaurant is worth a lot of money and is the result of half her life's hard work, what does it mean compared to her life? How can this be considered a condition? This is clearly a gift. I do. After Lu Ruyan reacted, she was so excited that she was incoherent. Fearing that Lin Yu would go back on his word, she kowtowed to the ground without thinking. "Forget about this restaurant. Even if you want all of Lu Ruyan's wealth, I'll give it to you right away. Director Lin. I'll call a lawyer to handle the paperwork right now." Su Qinghan frowned slightly, and she looked at Lin Yu with some confusion. With her husband's current wealth, even buying the entire World Financial Center would be a piece of cake for him, let alone a Michelin restaurant. Why would he suddenly become interested in this small shop? Xia Yubing couldn't hide her thoughts anymore. She put her little head close to Lin Yu's ear and asked innocently. "Lin Yu, why do you want this restaurant? The food you cook is 100 times better than the one here. Even the sesame paste is more fragrant than theirs." Lin Yu felt the warm breath beside his ear and couldn't help but smile. Of course, he is not greedy for this little asset. However, as Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing became pregnant one after another, his grand goal of forming a football team should be put on the agenda. In the future, there will definitely be more and more women in the family, and children will be born one after another. You can't eat at home every day, right? You have to have your own restaurant. This restaurant has a good location, decent decoration style, and the chef team looks professional. It's a good place to practice and transform it into a family-friendly restaurant in the future. What the children want to eat and what kind of party the women want to have can all be arranged clearly with just one phone call. So worry-free. Of course, he would not explain these far-sighted considerations to the two pregnant women. Lin Yu just scratched Xia Yubing's nose lovingly and smiled mysteriously. The mountain man has his own unique ways. Lu Ruyan's action ability was amazing. Within 10 minutes after she made a phone call, the top legal team in Jiangcheng arrived at the restaurant, panting and carrying briefcases. When they learned that their client, Lu Ruyan, the queen of Jiangcheng's catering industry, whom they had served for many years, was going to transfer 100% of her most valuable industry to a young man in his early 20s free of charge, everyone thought there was something wrong with their ears. Mr. Lu, you are not kidding, right? This is a free transfer. The chief lawyer reminded her cautiously, fearing that she was being coerced. Lu Ruyan didn't even look at her, all her attention was on Lin Yu. She personally filled the teacup in front of Lin Yu with water with a respectful attitude. What are you standing there for? Do as I say. Now. Immediately. There was an unprecedented urgency in her eyes. The legal team did not dare to say anything more and immediately drafted, printed, and reviewed the contract on the spot. Throughout the whole process, Lu Ruyan was like the most loyal maid, staying by Lin Yu's side all the time. If those people who once flocked to her saw her servile and fawning appearance, they would probably be shocked. Su Qinghan and Xia Yu watched coldly, each with their own thoughts in their minds. Su Qinghan couldn't help but admire this woman's decisiveness and cleverness. She knew very well that once she got on Lin Yu's good side, she would not be able to get back the value of even 10 restaurants, let alone one. Xia Yubing simply felt that manager Lu was so pitiful and yet so powerful that he would do anything to survive. Soon, all the procedures for the equity transfer agreement were completed. Legally speaking, this Michelin 3-star restaurant Ruyan now belongs completely to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, the restaurant is yours now. Lu Ruyan respectfully presented all the documents to Lin Yu with both hands, then took a deep breath and knelt on the ground again. There was an uncontrollable trembling and begging in her voice. My illness. Lin Yu took the document, flipped through it casually, and then threw it to Su Qinghan next to him. Yubing, aren't you always bored at home? I'll leave this shop to you from now on. You can have fun however you want. Ah? Xia Yubing was stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Yu would give this restaurant to her. Lin Yu didn't wait for her response, his gaze finally fell back on Lu Ruyan. He looked down at the beauty lying at his feet. I have to say that Lu Ruyan's figure is indeed top-notch. Even though she was kneeling at this moment, her breathtaking curves were still outlined vividly, exuding the fatal temptation unique to mature women. Lin Yu slowly stretched out his hand, but instead of helping her, he pressed it directly on her smooth and plump crown. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and don't resist. His voice was calm, yet it seemed to carry some kind of magic. Lu Ruyan's body trembled, and she immediately did as she was told, closed her eyes, and tried to relax her body. Next second. Boom! A warm, mellow, yet extremely domineering current surged out from Lin Yu's palm and instantly poured into Lu Ruyan's Baihui acupoint. Divine-level medical skills, combined with the internal force of the initial awakening of Blue Dragon Tyrant Body, the effect is far better than before. Lu Ruyan only felt a buzzing in her head. The warm current was like a flood that broke through the dam, rushing along her meridians with overwhelming force, washing over her limbs and bones frantically. She felt that the lesions in her body that had been blocked and accumulated for years, and the cold energy that even the most sophisticated instruments could not detect, were instantly melted and evaporated in the face of this power. The nerve pain caused by long-term insomnia has disappeared. The palpitations and chest tightness caused by liver qi stagnation disappeared. The physical weakness caused by damaged heart meridians disappeared. Her internal organs, every bone, every inch of her skin, every cell, were cleansed by this divine power and were reborn. She collapsed to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably and letting out tiny, uncontrollable moans. 10 minutes later. Lin Yu slowly withdrew his hand. He looked at the woman on the ground who had been completely transformed, and his eyes showed no emotion. I have cleared 90% of your lesions. Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes. She felt an unprecedented sense of ease and vitality in her body. The feeling of being reborn made her so excited that she burst into tears. She raised her head, and her already charming face was now glowing with amazing radiance. Mr. Lin. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. You are my god. My adopted parent. She kowtowed again as she spoke. Lin Yu raised his hand to stop her. I said, it's only cleared 90%. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc, and there was a hint of elusive meaning in his voice. The root cause of your illness is an imbalance of yin and yang. Relying on external forces to unblock it will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. To completely cure it, you still need a key herbal remedy and long-term personal conditioning. Chapter 87 Unique Treatment, Personal Treatment. Personal conditioning? Lu Ruyan's pretty face was radiant as she repeated these words blankly. She was not a fool, and she understood the deep meaning of Lin Yu's words almost instantly. That mature and charming face suddenly turned red, all the way down to the snow-white neck. But instead of any resistance, she felt an indescribable, fanatical anticipation in her heart. God! The man in front of her is an omnipotent God in her heart. What an honor it is to receive God as personal care. That was the blessing she had earned in several lifetimes. Xia Yubing blinked her big eyes with curiosity, looked at Lin Yu, and then at Lu Ruyan, whose face was red as if blood was about to drip out. Although she was simple, she had vaguely guessed something after being influenced by Su Qinghan. Lin Yu, she asked quietly, is it going to be like last time in the private cinema? In one sentence, the window paper was directly broken. Su Qinghan couldn't help laughing and reached out to pinch Xia Yubing's little face. Silly sister, this is a cure. She looked at Lin Yu, her eyes full of the calmness of a hostess and the tacit understanding of I understand you. My husband has a special physique and is full of dragon energy, which is the best tonic for women. Lu Ruyan has a cold constitution, and being nourished by her husband's yang energy is indeed her only way to survive. Lin Yu looked at the two virtuous wives in his arms, each one more knowledgeable than the other, and felt very satisfied. He cleared his throat and continued to talk nonsense seriously in the tone of a miracle doctor. Yu Bing is half right. You, he pointed at Lu Ruyan, are suffering from a buildup of yin qi within your body. No ordinary medicine can cure this. You must guide and harmonize it with the most masculine and masculine qi to eradicate it. And my Azure Dragon Tyrant body is the purest source of yang energy in this world. The so-called personal conditioning is to use my original dragon energy to perform the deepest energy infusion and yin-yang replacement for you. This process requires absolute silence and zero-distance contact. These words are very mysterious and full of medical rigor and mystery. When Lu Ruyan heard this, her eyes lit up and she was fascinated. The look she gave Lin Yu had changed from awe to complete obsession and fanaticism. So that's how it is. How is this a dirty deal? This is a divine, life-saving transmission of energy. I do. Director Lin. I do it 1,000 times. Lu Ruyan straightened her body excitedly, her full chest heaving violently. As long as you can completely cure my illness, you can ask me to do anything. My body, everything I have, from now on, completely belongs to you. You can treat me however you want. Seeing this, Su Qinghan finally stood up. She walked to Lu Ruyan and helped her up from the ground with an elegant posture and gentle tone. Manager Lu, we're all family now, so stop kneeling. As she spoke, she affectionately helped Lu Ruyan tidy up her messy skirt. My husband is kind-hearted. Since he promised to treat you, he will definitely do it. However, you must also remember that my husband's body is extremely precious, and his original dragon energy is the most precious treasure in the world. From now on, you must serve him wholeheartedly, understand? These words are both a comfort and a warning, and more importantly, a declaration of sovereignty. Lu Ruyan was very smart and immediately understood what Su Qinghan meant. She quickly bowed deeply to Su Qinghan, lowering her posture even lower. Yes, madam. I understand. From now on, I will definitely worship Director Lin as if he were my god, and respect you and this young lady as if they were my own sisters. When Xia Yubing heard the words young madam, her face turned red again. Lin Yu watched with great interest. Look! What is the pattern? His wife, now a model of a mother of the country, took the initiative to expand the territory for him and also established the rules for the newlyweds. It's so worry-free. The matter was settled, Lin Yu was in a good mood, and the group prepared to go home. Lu Ruyan followed Lin Yu closely, with a humble attitude and eyes full of fanatical admiration. Seeing Lin Yu walking towards the car, she immediately took the lead, trotted over, and wanted to open the door for him personally. Mr. Lin, please be careful with your steps. That attentive look made Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing couldn't help laughing. This beauty who was so charming and full of aura just now has now become a little maid. Just then. Squeak! The harsh sound of tires rubbing against each other broke the silence. A bright red Ferrari sports car, with an extremely arrogant drift, suddenly stopped in front of Lin Yu's car, blocking their way. The car door was pushed open with a bang, and a young woman wearing a black suspender miniskirt and heavy smoky makeup jumped out. The woman has a hot body, but her face has a domineering and aggressive look. She didn't even look at anyone else, but rushed straight to Lu Ruyan, raised her hand, and almost poked Lu Ruyan's nose with her fingers. "Lu Ruyan! You shameless bitch!" The woman's voice was sharp and piercing, full of resentment. "My mom just got into trouble, and you're already so eager to sell the restaurant? Have you been planning this all along, just to run away with the money?" Lu Ruyan had just been reborn and was in a good mood, but was stunned by this sudden change. She looked at the woman in front of her, and her face turned pale instantly. "Shanxian, why are you here? Things are not what you think." This woman was none other than Zhao Qian, the only daughter of her former partner. A few days ago, Zhao Qian's mother was taken away by relevant departments for investigation because she was suspected of huge economic crimes. Lu Ruyan was also implicated and exhausted, which caused her old illness to relapse even more severely. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qian took out all her resentment on her. Zhao Qian didn't listen to her explanation at all. Instead, she sneered and looked up and down at Lin Yu and Su Qinghan beside Lu Ruyan with a harsh look. When she saw Lin Yu's infuriatingly handsome face, the contempt and jealousy in her eyes became even stronger. "Oh, that's great, Lu Ruyan. My mom just fell from power, and you found a new partner so quickly?" Her eyes swept over Lin Yu blatantly, and her words were extremely insulting. "This pretty boy doesn't look very old, but he seems to have pretty good kidneys, right? He treated you very well, so you gave him the restaurant?" These words were like a slap in the face, hitting Lu Ruyan hard. "Zhao Qian! Shut up! You are not allowed to say that about Director Lin." Lu Ruyan was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her voice changed. But in Zhao Qian's opinion, her excited look was just the result of being angry and embarrassed because her sore spot was touched. "What? I was right? You're not allowed to say it anymore?" Zhao Qian laughed even more frantically. "I've seen a lot of sluts like you who rely on men to get to the top." Su Qinghan's face turned cold instantly. Xia Yubing also frowned, subconsciously grabbed the corner of Lin Yu's clothes, and muttered softly, "This person is so bad, how can he curse like this?" Lu Ruyan was both afraid and anxious, fearing that Lin Yu would be offended in any way because of her. Chapter 88 How dare you scold my husband? You won't even get a turn in line. She no longer cared about her face, and with a thump, she knelt down in front of Lin Yu again. "Director Lin. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm the one who caused you trouble." Her forehead pressed against the cold ground, her voice filled with tears. "Please punish me. Don't be angry at this kind of person." Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling, and Zhao Qian, who was arrogant and complacent beside her, Lin Yu felt a little funny. He slowly stepped forward and blocked the trembling Lu Ruyan behind him. "Slap your face." Zhao Qian seemed to have heard a huge joke. She was stunned for a moment, then burst into exaggerated laughter, shaking with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. A slap in the face? Let me hit myself? Who the hell do you think you are?" She put away her smile and looked at Lin Yu with disdain, as if she was looking at an idiot who didn't know his place. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my godmother is?" Zhao Qian raised her chin, her face full of arrogance and superiority, and uttered a name word by word. "The underground king of Jiangcheng, Lin Jiaojiao. Are you scared?" As soon as the name Lin Jiaojiao came out, there was a sound of people gasping for breath among the crowd around. "Oh my god, it's actually that, the female king of hell in Jiangcheng. This young man is finished. Why mess with Lin Jiaojiao's goddaughter when he could mess with anyone else? Hurry up and go, don't get splashed with blood." Many people quietly stepped back, and their eyes were filled with sympathy and pity when they looked at Lin Yu. Wang Li, the general manager of the property, who was standing not far away, was so frightened that her face turned pale and her palms were covered in cold sweat. As the head of the World Financial Center, she naturally knew what the name Lin Jiaojiao represented in Jiangcheng. She was a woman who had truly crawled out of the world of swords and sabers. She was ruthless and had a powerful background. She was the queen who had the final say in the Jiangcheng underground world. Zhao Qian looked at the fearful reactions of the crowd, and the smug look on her face became even stronger. She looked at Lin Yu arrogantly, with her chin raised even higher. "How's it going? Are you scared, pretty boy? I'm telling you, in Jiangchang, offending my godmother is even more terrifying than offending the first person. Now, kneel down and kowtow to apologize immediately, and then let that bitch Lu Ruyan crawl under my crotch. Maybe I can show mercy and save you a leg. Lin Yu felt that it was a little outrageous. Lin Jiajiao? Also surnamed Lin? This system of having many children and great fortune, isn't it trying to get me to take in all the beautiful women with the surname Lin in the world? Underworld Emperor, female king of hell? What era is this? How can there still be such childish titles? Before he could speak, the women around him had already taken action. Su Qinghan took a step forward, and her powerful aura of a superior instantly dissipated, and her cold voice carried an irresistible majesty. Ms. Zhao, is that so? Your mother broke the law, that's her own problem and has nothing to do with anyone else. As for my husband, his identity is beyond your imagination. I advise you one last time. Leave now and you can still save your face. Lu Ruyan also got up from the ground. She mustered up her courage, stood in front of Lin Yu, and shouted anxiously to Zhao Qian. Qian. Go away. You really don't know who you're talking to. Please stop talking, or you'll get yourself killed. The more she acted like this, the more Zhao Qian felt that she was guilty. Lin Yu looked directly at Zhao Qian. Lin Jiajiao? Never heard of her. Never heard of it? Zhao Qian's shrill voice rose an octave, and her facial features were twisted with extreme anger. Who the hell do you think you are? Are you worthy of hearing my godmother's name? She grabbed Lin Yu's face with her fangs and claws. I'm going to scratch your pretty face today and see how you can sell yourself out. However, her hand had not yet touched the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. Lin Yu didn't even raise his eyelids. An invisible, terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain suddenly descended. Ah! Zhao Qian's movements froze in mid-air, and her whole body seemed to be held down by an invisible giant hand. Every bone in her body was groaning under the heavy burden. The arrogance and resentment on her face disappeared in an instant, replaced by an incomprehensible fear that came from the depths of her soul. What did she see? She saw nothing. But she felt it. She felt as if she was being stared at by a giant dragon that had awakened from ancient times. Thump! Zhao Qian's legs could no longer support the weight of her body. Her knees softened and she knelt straight on the cold, hard ground with a muffled sound. She wanted to scream, but her throat seemed to be strangled and she could only make a ho-ho sound of air leaking out. She wanted to struggle, but her limbs felt like they were filled with lead and she couldn't move even a finger. A warm liquid flowed uncontrollably down the inside of her thigh, leaving a small puddle on the ground and emitting a pungent smell. She was frightened to death and became incontinent. The entire square. Everyone stared at this extremely weird scene in amazement. Zhao Qian, who was arrogant and domineering the previous second, knelt on the ground without any warning the next second, shaking all over, and her pants were wet with urine. And that young man didn't even move a step from beginning to end. What the hell is going on? There was no trace of surprise on Su Qinghan's cold face. She glanced gracefully at the mess on the ground, then signaled to Lu Ruyan beside her with her eyes. Lu Ruyan understood what he meant. At this moment, her admiration and awe for Lin Yu has reached an unprecedented peak. Lu Ruyan walked up to Zhao Qian and looked at the woman who had just humiliated her in every way, now kneeling on the ground like a dead dog. There was no pity in her heart, only pleasure. Bang! A loud and crisp slap. Lu Ruyan used all her strength and slapped Zhao Qian hard in the face. Zhao Qian's cheeks became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, but she was still unable to move. She could only look at Lu Ruyan desperately with her eyes full of fear and pleading. Zhao Qian, listen carefully. Lu Ruyan looked down at him, her voice icy cold. Director Lin is my master. His dignity and majesty are beyond the reach of a lowly ant like you. Dare to insult my master? Who do you think you are? How dare you shout like that? An almost cruel sneer appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. This slap today is just the beginning. If I hear you say anything disrespectful to Director Lin again, I promise I'll make you experience what it means to be worse off than dead. After she finished speaking, she no longer looked at Zhao Qian on the ground, but turned around and respectfully retreated behind Lin Yu. Her humble and submissive posture was completely different from the ruthless and resolute woman just now. Chapter 89 is over. The new beauty is about to be torn apart by the female devil. Okay, I'm tired, let's go back. Lin Yu opened the back door of the car, gently helped Xia Yubing sit in, and carefully fastened her seatbelt for her. Xia Yubing whispered, but there was not much sympathy in her tone. "Hubby, that woman is so pitiful." Lin Yu pinched her nose and said with a smile, "She is not pitiful at all. This is what she deserves." He closed the car door, walked around to the other side, and opened the passenger door for Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan sat and gracefully looked back at Zhao Qian, who was kneeling motionless on the ground, and said lightly, "Husband, are you just going to let her go like this? She's just a clown, not worth getting our hands dirty with." Lin Yu got into the driver's seat and started the car. "However, I do have some interest in the so-called female devil behind her." He even thought a bit absurdly in his heart, could this Lin Jiaojiao also be an indicator arranged by the system? This system of having many children and many blessings has a wide range of business, and even the underground emperor is not spared. All that was left in the square were the frightened crowd and the pale face of the property general manager, Wang Li. And Zhao Qian, who was kneeling in her own urine, with her body and dignity crushed together. After a long time, the terrifying pressure that enveloped her slowly dissipated. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, collapsed to the ground, and began to cough violently. Tears, snot, and saliva covered her face. She looked extremely miserable. She looked at the direction where Lin Yu's car disappeared. There was no arrogance or resentment in her eyes anymore. Only the fear that penetrated deep into her bones and would never be forgotten remained. Zhangchang, a top private club not open to the public. On the top floor, in a suite decorated in an extremely luxurious style, the air is filled with aroma and the atmosphere is oppressive. Dozens of muscular women in tight black suits stood on both sides, breathing carefully. A woman was reclining lazily on the huge leather sofa in the middle of the room. The woman was wearing a black cheongsam with a high slit, revealing a pair of long, straight, white legs. She was tall and slender, with long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, making her face look even more cool and stunning. She is the underground queen of Jiangcheng mentioned by Zhao Qian, Lin Jiaojia. Her fingers were slender, with bright red nail polish on her nails. She was slowly and methodically peeling an apple with a small silver knife. Ding-ling-ling. A rapid ring of the phone broke the silence in the room. Lin Jiaojiao didn't move. A stern-faced female assistant next to her immediately stepped forward and answered the phone. After listening to a few sentences, the female assistant's face changed slightly. She covered the microphone, walked quickly to Lin Jiaojiao, lowered her voice, and reported as quickly as possible. "Zhao Jia, something happened to Qianqian at the World Financial Center." Lin Jiaojiao paused while peeling the apple. The sharp blade of the silver knife left a shallow mark on the smooth skin of the apple. "Explain." The female assistant did not dare to delay and told every detail of the news she had just received, including how Zhao Qian had provoked her, how she had been frightened to the point of kneeling and losing control of her bladder by unknown means, and how she had been slapped and humiliated in public by Lu Ruyan. When she heard the words "kneeling on the ground" and "incontinence," the silver knife in Lin Jiaojiao's hand made a click sound and cut the whole apple in half. She threw half an apple and a silver knife on the table and slowly stood up. At this moment, all the female bodyguards in black in the suite lowered their heads in unison, their bodies tensed, and they dared not even breathe. They knew that Sister Jiao was angry. Lu Ruyan. Lin Jiaojiao opened her red lips and pronounced the name, with a hint of playfulness and cold murderous intent in her tone. "You've become more capable. You're on my territory, touching my people." She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling night view of Jiangcheng, with no warmth in her eyes. "Prepare the car. To the World Financial Center." Half an hour later. More than a dozen black top-of-the-line commercial vehicles, like black ghosts, stopped silently in front of the World Financial Center. The car doors opened in unison. Nearly 100 men in black, wearing uniform and looking powerful, filed out of the cars and quickly took control of the entire first-floor lobby of the building. All the white-collar elites coming in and out were frightened by the sudden scene and kept silent, trying to avoid it. Surrounded by the crowd, Lin Jiaojiao walked slowly into the hall in 10-centimeter high heels. When the property general manager Wang Li heard the news, she rushed out of the office, crawling. When she saw Lin Jiaojiao's cold face, her legs went weak and she almost fell to her knees. "Mr. Lin." Lin Jiaojiao didn't even look at her, but just uttered two words lightly. "Where is Lu Ruyan?" Wang Li trembled all over and dared not hide anything anymore. She quickly led Lin Jiaojiao's people and rushed towards the Ruyan restaurant on the third floor. At this time, Lu Ruyan had just sent off the legal team and was preparing to go to the market to pick the freshest ingredients to prepare tomorrow's breakfast for her new master. Her mind and eyes were now filled with Lin Yu, thinking about how to serve him better and how to get his magical personal care as soon as possible. Bang! The door of the restaurant was violently kicked open. Lu Ruyan was startled and turned around to see Lin Jiaojiao, dressed in black and looking murderous. Jiao, Sister Jiao? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale in an instant and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Why is she here? Lin Jiaojiao walked gracefully, step by step, to Lu Ruyan, stretched out the hand wearing red nail polish, and gently pinched Lu Ruyan's chin. Her movements were very gentle, but Lu Ruyan felt as if she was clamped by a pair of pliers and could not move. My dear sister, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you are getting braver and braver. Lin Jiaojiao had a smile on her face, but that smile did not reach her eyes, which were filled with a chilling coldness. You dared to touch my goddaughter and even scared her into peeing her pants. Tell me, how should I reward you? Sister Jiao. No. Listen to my explanation. Lu Ruyan struggled in fear. It was Zhao Qian. She spoke rudely and offended my master. Owner? Lin Jiaojiao let go of Lu Ruyan's chin and gently wiped her lips, which had turned pale due to fear, with her fingers. A man who can make you, Lu Ruyan, call him master willingly must be very powerful, right? She turned her gaze to the restaurant manager who was trembling with fear beside her, and spoke in an indifferent tone. Call that man. Tell him that his people are in my hands now. If you want her to live, have him come to my club, kneel down, and kowtow to my goddaughter to apologize. Remember, I only give him an hour. Chapter 90 Female Hell King Lin Jiaojiao. She actually made such a request. Yunding Palace. Lin Yu had just finished taking a shower and was enjoying the attentive service of two expectant mothers, Su Qinghan and Xia Yubing. One of them was gently massaging his legs, while the other was holding some cut fruit and feeding it to him in small pieces. Lin Yu was about to say something when his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Lin Yu pressed the hands-free button, and a woman's cold and rigid voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Is that Mr. Lin Yu? I am. Miss Lin Jiaojiao asked me to bring you a message. Lu Ruyan is in our hands now. You have 1 hour to come to the Qingcheng Club, kneel down, and kowtow to Miss Zhao Qian to apologize. If you miss 1 minute, you will be waiting to collect Lu Ruyan's body. The phone was hung up with a click. Xia Yubing's face turned pale in an instant. Husband. They arrested manager Lu. Su Qinghan's brows furrowed, a cold expression on his face. This Lin Jiaojiao, what a big tone. Lin Yu slowly ate the last piece of fruit that Xia Yubing handed over, then patted Su Qinghan's hand, signaling her to stop. Kneel down? Kowtow? Lin Yu found it a little funny. What era is this? Why are there still people using lines from third-rate TV dramas? He even wondered what expression this female devil would have if he slapped the World Financial Center transfer contract in her face. Husband, what are you going to do? Do you want me to use the power of the Su family? Su Qinghan immediately suggested. Given the Su family's status in Jiangchang, it is not difficult to deal with a so-called underground force. No need. Lin Yu stood up and stretched his muscles. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I'm free anyway, so I'll go meet this female king of hell. He looked at the two pregnant women with worried faces and said soothingly, stay home and watch TV for a while. I'll be back soon. Su Qinghan thought about it, still a little worried. I'll go with you. Lin Yu glanced at her and patted her shoulder. No, it's just a small matter, I can go alone, you two just wait for me at home. Allure Club. Lin Jiaojiao sat on the sofa in the main seat, playing with an exquisite white jade lighter in her hand. Lu Ruyan was forced to kneel on the ground by two female bodyguards in black, her face full of humiliation and worry. Zhao Jia, this matter has nothing to do with Director Lin. It's all my fault. If you want to punish someone, punish me alone. Please let him go. Lin Jiaojiao sneered and didn't even bother to look at her. You are quite loyal now. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong master. Just then, the door of the box was pushed open. Lin Yu walked in leisurely. The moment Lin Yu appeared, everyone in the box held their breath. The lighter in Lin Jiaojiao's hand fell to the carpet with a click. For the first time, an emotion called astonishment appeared in her eyes. What a handsome man! No, handsome can no longer be used to describe him. It is a kind of perfection that transcends gender and aesthetics and is almost divine. His facial features seem to have been carefully carved by the creator. A little more would make them brighter, and a little less would make them duller. especially the calm and detached temperament he possessed, which was all just a passing cloud. This temperament, together with his explosive body lines faintly visible under his white shirt, formed a fatal contradiction and attraction. Ding! High-quality capturable target detected. Name, Lin Jiaojiao. Age, 28. Appearance, 97. Body size, 98. Special constitution, Xianin body a rare and exceptional furnace cauldron, but without the balance of pure yang energy. After the age of 30, the yin energy will backfire, destroying the appearance and severing all meridians, leading to death. Current status, qi and blood are deficient, uterine coldness is severe, and a strong curiosity and desire to conquer the host is generated. Favorability, 50 curious. Lin Yu's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. Xianin body? Wow, isn't this a power bank tailor-made for my Azure Dragon Tyrant body? Mr. Lin. Lu Ruyan, who was kneeling on the ground, saw Lin Yu and shouted excitedly as if she had seen a savior. Lin Yu ignored her. His gaze passed over everyone and fell directly on Lin Jiaojia, who was sitting in the main seat. Are you Lin Jiaojiao? Lin Jiaojiao quickly came to her senses, picked up the lighter on the ground, and resumed her cool and elegant queen demeanor. But she knew that her heart was in turmoil. Are you Lin Yu? She asked back, with a slight fluctuation in her voice that she herself had not noticed. It was me who injured your goddaughter, and it was also me who asked your men to bring a message to you. Lin Yu walked to the sofa, sat down without any hesitation, and even crossed his legs. Lin Jiaojiao raised her eyebrows. It was the first time she had seen someone so arrogant in her territory. You're very brave. It's just so. Lin Yu shrugged. But you, at such a young age, have quite a temper. Xuanin's body is inherently cold and yin, and if you keep losing your temper, the liver fire will stagnate, which will accelerate the backlash of the yin energy. By then, it won't be as simple as uterine cold and dysmenorrhea. Lin Yu's words exploded in Lin Jiaojiao's mind like a thunder. Her pupils contracted violently, and for the first time, a look of horror appeared on her face that had been as cold as an icy iceberg. Xianin body. The yin energy backfires. This man just glanced at her and revealed the secret in one sentence. Who is he? Who the hell is he? Lin Jiaojiao stared at Lin Yu intently, her chest heaving violently, her mind in a mess. Threats? Intimidation? Those tactics she usually used seemed so pale and powerless in front of this mysterious man. For a long time. She took a deep breath and made a decision that left everyone present, including Su Qinghan and Lu Ruyan, dumbfounded. She waved her hand, her voice hoarse and decisive. You all, get out. She stood up, her sharp eyes fixed on Lin Yu, and she walked towards him step by step. Under the high slit of the cheongsam, the snow-white beautiful legs are faintly visible, bringing a fatal temptation. She walked up to Lin Yu, leaned down, her red lips almost touching Lin Yu's ear, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. Can you cure my disease? But I don't believe there is a free lunch. Tell me, what are your conditions? She stood up and looked down at Lin Yu, with the queen's all-controlling smile on her face again, but in that smile, there was a hint of expectation and nervousness that she herself had not even noticed. My conditions are simple. A hint of ruthlessness and determination flashed in Lin Jiaojiao's eyes. As long as you can heal me, I will not only release your people, but also my life, my Qingqing club, and the hundreds of brothers under my command. I can give them all to you. But... She changed the subject, leaned forward, stretched out her index finger, and gently stroked Lin Yu's Adam's apple with her bright red nail polish, her action full of provocation. If you can't cure me, or if you dare to lie to me, you don't have to leave this door tonight. I want you to stay and use your body as my lifelong antidote. Chapter 91 My wife is pregnant? Mr. Lin, come to my house tonight. Lin Yu looked at Lin Jiaojiao's cold and beautiful face. Are you sure you want to negotiate with me in this way? When Lin Jiaojiao heard this, her heart inexplicably tightened. She thought her threat would scare the man, but his tone was filled with a calmness she had never heard before. What? Are you scared? Lin Jiaojiao acted like a queen. Lin Yu suddenly smiled. He stood up, walked to Lin Jiaojiao, stretched out his hand and gently pressed it on her shoulder. Do you know what will happen after the age of 30 if the Xianin body is not balanced by the pure yang energy? Lin Jiaojiao's body trembled violently. Of course she knows. The face is completely destroyed and all the meridians are broken. This is the root of her nightmares every night over the years. Your uterine coldness is already very serious. During those few days every month, the pain is so severe that you want to bang your head against the wall. Hashtag 34. How long do you think those painkillers will last? Number 34. Lin Jiajiao's face turned pale in an instant. She bit her lips so hard that her nails almost dug into her palms. She never told these secrets to anyone. Even my closest assistant doesn't know. Who are you? Lin Jiajiao's voice began to tremble. Hashtag 34. It doesn't matter who I am. Number 34. Lin Yu let go of his hand and sat back on the sofa. Hashtag 34. What matters is that I can save you. Number 34. Hashtag 34. But, number 34. Lin Yu changed the subject. Hashtag 34. My treatment method is not as simple and crude as you think. Number 34. Lin Jiajiu was stunned. Hashtag 34. What does it mean? Number 34. Hashtag 34. Treatment of a Xianing body requires long-term, continuous infusion of pure yang qi. Number 34. Lin Yu talked nonsense seriously. Hashtag 34. This is not a problem that can be solved overnight or in a few times. Number 34. Hashtag 34. You need to completely obey my arrangements and follow my way of conditioning. Number 34. Hashtag 34. Moreover, I have absolute control over the entire process. Number 34. Lin Jiajiao's heart beat like thunder when she heard this. Long-term, continuous. Doesn't this mean that she will belong to this man completely? Hashtag 34. Number 34. Lin Jiajiao opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say no. Her instinct for survival made her unable to refuse this only hope. Hashtag 34. I need to think about. Number 34. Hashtag 34. Don T. Think about it. Number 34. Lin Yu interrupted her. Hashtag 34. My time is valuable and I won't wait for you too long. Number 34. Now, let Lu Ruyan go first, as a token of your sincerity. Lin Jiajiao looked at Lin Yu deeply, then turned and walked out the door, facing Lu Ruyan who was kneeling on the ground. Get up. Lu Ruyan looked up in disbelief. Jiao, Sister Jiao? Hashtag 34. I said, get up. Number 34. Lin Jiajiao repeated it, then looked at the bodyguards in black. Hashtag 34. Everyone step back. Number 34. The bodyguards looked at each other, but still retreated obediently. Lu Ruyan stood up tremblingly, and then immediately rushed to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin. Are you okay? It's all my fault. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked so pitiful that people couldn't help but want to protect her. It's okay. Lin Yu said lightly. When Lu Ruyan heard these two words, she burst into tears instantly. Mr. Lin, you are so kind. You actually came to such a dangerous place in person to save me. I, Lu Ruyan, will be yours in this life, the next, and all eternity. Hashtag 34. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will never live if you ask me to die. Number 34. Lin Yu looked at this tearful beauty and felt secretly happy. Hashtag 39. Lu Ruyan is really a natural bootlicker. Number 39. But this pitiful look is indeed very lethal. Lin Jiajiao watched from the side with mixed feelings. She had never seen Lu Ruyan show this expression to any man. What kind of magic does this Lin Yu have? Just then, hurried footsteps were heard outside the box. Lin Jiajiao's female assistant hurried in. Hashtag 34. Jiaojia, Zhao Qian situation, number 34. The assistant looked at Lin Yu, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Hashtag 34 said. Number 34. Lin Jiajiao spoke coldly. Zhao Qian is in the hospital now and her condition is very serious. The assistant reported cautiously. Lin Jiajiao's expression changed. She looked at Lin Yu and found that he was looking at her with interest. Your goddaughter, you don't care about her anymore? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Lin Jiajiao was silent for a moment. Hashtag 34. She brought this upon herself. Number 34. When these words came out, the assistant and Lu Ruyan were shocked. Sister Jiao actually gave up her own goddaughter for this man? Very good. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Hashtag 34. It seems you are quite sensible. Number 34. He stood up and straightened his clothes. Hashtag 34. I should go back. Number 34. Hashtag 34 wait. Number 34. Lin Xiaojiu hurriedly called him. Hashtag 34 my illness, number 34. What's the rush? Lin Yu turned around and looked at her. Things like curing an illness depend on fate. When you figure it out, come to me. Hashtag 34 remember, I won't contact you. Number 34. After saying that, Lin Yu was about to walk out. Lu Ruyan hurriedly caught up, following closely behind him. Mr. Lin, I'll take you there. Lin Xiaojiu looked at Lin Yu's back, feeling mixed emotions. She had never been so ignored by any man. But this feeling of being ignored made her feel an unprecedented expectation. After leaving the Qingchun Club, Lu Ruyan immediately became the most caring little follower. Mr. Lin, where is your car? Do you want me to ask the driver to pick you up? Hashtag 34 no, I drove here myself. Number 34. Lin Yu pointed to the low-key Mercedes-Benz parked on the side of the road. Lu Ruyan immediately trotted over and opened the car door before Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, please be careful and get in the car slowly. She bent over and protected the upper edge of the car door with one hand, fearing that Lin Yu would hit his head. She looked so cautious, just like a personal maid. Lin Yu sat in the driver's seat, and Lu Ruyan immediately went around to the passenger side. Mr. Lin, can I sit next to you? There was a cautious tentativeness in her voice. Come up. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed and quickly sat down. The car started and Lu Ruyan immediately began her dog-licking performance. Mr. Lin, you were amazing today. That Lin Xiaojiu is usually so arrogant. Who in Jiangcheng would avoid her when they see her? Hashtag 34 but in front of you, I am as obedient as a kitten. Number 34. As Lu Ruyan spoke, her eyes were filled with little stars of admiration. And that Zhao Qian, who usually relies on her godmother's influence to bully others. Hashtag 34 that's great. You scared me so much that I peed my pants right here. Ha ha ha. Number 34. Lu Ruyan was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Her gloating look was completely different from her pitiful appearance just now. Lin Yu glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Hashtag 39 this woman changes her expression very quickly. Number 39. Mr. Lin, do you want to come to my house now? After all, both of your wives are pregnant now. Chapter 92 Nurse uniform? Maid uniform? It all depends on the master's preference. When she said this, she leaned forward slightly, and a rich fragrance unique to a mature woman, mixed with the scent of top-grade perfume, quietly invaded Lin Yu's breath. I live alone, it's quiet. Lin Yu was driving, his eyes fixed on the road, but a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This woman is truly a stunner. Not only does she know how to assess the situation, she also knows how to maximize her advantages. Wow, she's even taking the initiative to help me consider the harmony of my harem. What a talent! He didn't respond immediately, enjoying the way this mature beauty became increasingly nervous because of his silence. He could feel that the woman's breathing beside him had become a little faster. My treatment is not something that anyone can ask for. It depends on my mood. It's over. Could it be that he felt that his performance in the club just now was not good enough or loyal enough? Or did he still feel that Zhao Qian, that idiot, had offended his eyes and taken her anger out on him? Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ruyan's mind in an instant, and a huge panic gripped her. She couldn't lose this opportunity. This might be her only chance to survive. Director Lin. Master. In a hurry, she even changed her address, and there was an imperceptible tremor in her voice. Where I live is absolutely private. It's by the Mirror Moon Lake in the west of the city. The entire manor is mine, and the security system is top-notch. No one will disturb you. She eagerly described her residence, fearing that Lin Yu would not be interested. And I. Lu Ruyan bit her plump red lips, leaned close to Lin Yu's ear, lowered her voice to a level that only the two of them could hear, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. I have also prepared a few sets of clothes for you to wear during treatment. Her voice became lower and lower, carrying with it a sense of shame and charm that made one's scalp tingle. There are nurse uniforms, there are classic slit cheongsams, and there are maid uniforms. It all depends on you, master, your preferences. Lin Yu finally chuckled. Ha ha. In order to survive, this woman really put her attitude into the dust. Yes, he likes it very much. He likes women who are smart, sensible, and know how to please him. It is pleasing to the eye to keep at home. Okay, you lead the way. Lin Yu spoke lightly. Lu Ruyan was stunned at first, and then an indescribable ecstasy instantly swept over her body. He agreed. Yes. Master. She was so excited that her voice changed and she quickly gave directions. Lin Yu felt amused. This woman was the charming restaurant queen 1 second, and the next second she became a puppy wagging its tail waiting for its owner's mercy. This role transition is really seamless. Under Lu Ruyan's guidance, the car quickly drove out of the bustling city and headed towards the secluded lakeside wealthy area. The car slowly drove through the carved iron gate and stopped at the fountain square in front of the manor's main building. Without waiting for the car to stop completely, Lu Ruyan couldn't wait to unbuckle her seatbelt, and instantly turned from a charming beauty into the most humble maid. Before Lin Yu could make any move, she pushed open the car door, trotted to the driver's side, and respectfully opened the door. Master, please slow down and be careful with your steps. She bent over, one hand protecting the top of the car door, the other hand extended, her posture extremely humble. Lin Yu got out of the car and looked at the brightly lit luxurious villa in front of him. The design of the entire manor is full of the charm of the combination of classic and modern, and the air is filled with an unknown, top-quality incense that makes people calm and peaceful. Lu Ruyan followed Lin Yu closely, half a step behind him, and led him towards the gate of the villa. The door was doubly verified by password and fingerprint. After she entered the information, the heavy wooden door slowly opened. At the entrance, Lu Ruyan's actions once again made Lin Yu satisfied. She did not take the new slippers from the shoe cabinet, but knelt down on the mirror-smooth marble floor with a thump, and then took out a pair of men's slippers that looked extremely soft and comfortable from the disinfection cabinet next to her. She raised her head and looked up at Lin Yu, her mature and charming face full of piety and flattery. Master, please let me change your shoes. Lin Yu did not refuse and let this catering queen who was well known in Jiangqing's upper-class society take off her shoes like a real maid and carefully put on soft slippers. Her movements were gentle and delicate, even taking into account the angle at which his feet would land. You're quite skilled at your job. It seems you've practiced this beforehand. Lin Yu thought to himself that he recognized her sincerity even more. Master, this way please. Lu Ruyan stood up, still maintaining a slightly bowed posture, and led the way in front. She did not take Lin Yu to the living room, but went straight through the long corridor to the master bedroom in the deepest part of the villa. The moment I opened the door, a warm air mixed with incense and ambiguous vapor hit me in the face. This is simply a top-notch private SPA suite. The room was incredibly large. In the center was a huge round waterbed that could accommodate 7 or 8 people. The bed curtains were hanging lightly, creating a charming atmosphere. On the other side of the room is an indoor hot spring pool with running water. The water is clear and steamy, and fresh rose petals are floating on the water. The ambiguous and moist scent in the air was so strong that you could almost squeeze water out of it. Oh nar! Lu Ruyan led Lin Yu to the center of the room. She could no longer hold back her excitement and fear, and dropped all her disguises. Her knees softened, and she knelt in front of Lin Yu once again, and most thoroughly. She didn't look up, her forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground, her entire plump body lying on the ground, her curves breathtaking. Please, save me. Her voice was trembling and filled with tears. At this moment, the phone in Lin Yu's pocket vibrated slightly. He took it out and took a look. On the screen was a WeChat message that had just been sent from a number with no remarks, but the avatar was that of the cold and beautiful female king of hell. I've thought about it. When should I start? Lin Yu just took a glance and directly pressed the lock screen button, throwing the phone casually on the huge round waterbed. He didn't even bother to reply a single word. Chapter 93, In-depth treatment once a week? This is a great blessing. Lin Yu slowly raised his hand and gently hooked her smooth chin with his fingers, forcing her to raise her head. Go to the hot springs and clean yourself up. Empty your body and your mind completely. My treatment will begin immediately. Yes. Master. Lu Ruyan quickly got up from the ground, and even staggered because she was too excited. She did not dare to delay at all and took off her expensive long dress as quickly as possible, revealing the carefully prepared and seductive lingerie underneath. Then she obediently walked step by step into the hot spring pool filled with ambiguous mist. The warm spring water instantly enveloped her mature and plump body. Her limbs, which had been cold due to years of cold body, seemed to find some relief from the warmth. Lin Yu walked to the edge of the hot spring pool and looked down at the woman in the pool who had completely surrendered. He slowly stretched out his hand and pressed it directly on her smooth, plump, and exposed crown. Close your eyes, clear your mind, and don't resist. Yes, master. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes obediently, with water droplets still hanging on her long eyelashes, trembling slightly. Next second. Boom! A warm, mellow, yet extremely domineering current surged out from Lin Yu's palm and instantly poured into Lu Ruyan's Baihui acupoint. Divine-level medical skills, combined with the extremely pure dragon energy after the initial awakening of Blue Dragon Tyrant Body, the effect is far beyond the previous brief taste in the restaurant. Lu Ruyan only felt a buzzing in her head, and she was completely confused. The warm current was like an awakened golden dragon, rushing along her meridians with overwhelming force, washing over her limbs and bones frantically. She felt that the cold and lesions that had been blocked and accumulated in her body for many years, the toxins that even the most sophisticated instruments could not detect, did not even have the qualifications to resist this sacred and domineering power, and were instantly melted, evaporated, and purified. Her internal organs, every bone, every inch of her skin, every cell, were reborn under the cleansing and nourishment of this pure yang dragon energy. An unprecedented sense of comfort and vitality surged from the deepest part of the body. She collapsed completely in the hot spring pool, her body shaking violently and uncontrollably, her mouth emitting tiny, uncontrollable sounds of both pain and extreme pleasure. This is no longer treatment. This is marrow cleansing and meridian removal. This is a complete transformation. Lin Yu clearly felt that as his dragon energy continued to pour into Lu Ruyan's Xianyin body, the cold and dead yin energy in the other's body was being rapidly assimilated and harmonized. At the same time, a stream of pure, transformed yin energy was slowly flowing back into his body along the meridians where the two people were in contact. Lin Yu was satisfied. It seemed that this treatment would be of great benefit to him. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu slowly withdrew his hand. His breathing was steady and long, and his expression did not change at all. In the hot spring pool, the violent vibrations and tiny sounds gradually subsided. Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, an unprecedented brilliant divine light burst out from her charming phoenix eyes. She raised her hand blankly and looked at her arm. In the misty water vapor, her skin became even more delicate and smoother than the finest white jade. There was not a single flaw to be seen, and it even had a faint halo. She could clearly feel that the cold and gloomy energy that had been lingering in her body and tormenting her for more than 10 years had disappeared without a trace. She felt that she had never been in such good shape, as if she had endless energy. This is simply a miracle. Tears of excitement and ecstasy instantly burst out of her eyes and slid down her cheeks, which were becoming more and more delicate and beautiful. She no longer had any hesitation or shyness. With a crash sound, Lu Ruyan stood up naked from the hot spring, and water droplets slid down her breathtakingly perfect curves. She walked out of the hot spring quickly, her smooth feet stepping on the cool marble floor, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. She walked up to Lin Yu and bowed without any hesitation, with her smooth and full forehead pressed tightly against the ground. Master, your kindness in giving me a new life is something I will never forget. From now on, my life, myself, and everything I, Lu Ruyan, have, will completely belong to you. There was no longer the previous begging and fear in her voice, only the most devout fanaticism and loyalty that came from the depths of her soul. Lin Yu casually picked up a silk bathrobe from the hanger next to him and put it on her exciting body, speaking in a calm tone. This is just the first treatment. The root of your illness has already penetrated deep into your bones. If you want to completely eradicate it, you will need this kind of in-depth treatment every week. When Lu Ruyan heard this, her body trembled. She raised her head, and instead of showing any loss on her incredibly beautiful face, there was an indescribable ecstasy. Once a week. This means that she will continue to receive the favor from her master in the future. How could this be considered a cure? This was clearly a blessing from heaven. Yes. I thank you for your grace, master. She was so excited that she was incoherent and kowtowed again. At this moment, the familiar electronic sound of the system rang in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Successfully completed the initial treatment of the Xianyin body carrier. The host's dragon energy has been tempered, and the power of yin and yang harmony has been enhanced. Reward, God-level driving skills. God-level driving skills, the host will instantly master the driving skills of all types of vehicles, whether it is a Formula 1 car, a heavy truck, or a military armored vehicle, and can achieve the unity of man and car, and do whatever he wants. Lin Yu felt amused. This system is becoming more and more considerate. Knowing that you will have more wives and children in the future, and one car will definitely not be able to accommodate them all, are you planning to get an A1 driver's license in the future and drive a bus to take the whole family out for a trip? Well, to form a football team, we need a dedicated driver. There is nothing wrong with me, the father, coming in person. At this moment, Lu Ruyan has completely taken on the role of personal maid. She saw that the corner of Lin Yu's clothes was a little wet by the hot spring vapor, and she immediately felt distressed. She took out a soft, clean dry towel from the disinfection cabinet next to her and knelt on one knee at Lin Yu's feet. Master, you are wet. I will wipe it off for you. Her movements were gentle and focused as she carefully wiped the non-existent watermarks on Lin Yu's trouser legs. She looked so pious, as if she was wiping a sacred work of art. After wiping it, she raised her face, which was enough to drive any man crazy, and asked in a soft voice. Master, what are your plans? Would you like to go to bed and rest for a while? I have prepared brand new bedding for you. There was a subtle hint of nervousness and anticipation in her voice. Lin Yu looked at the mature beauty kneeling at his feet, eyes full of admiration and expectation, and suddenly remembered something. You said before that you prepared clothes for me to wear during treatment? Lu Ruyan's body suddenly stiffened. Her face, which had just regained its color and looked delicate and charming, instantly turned red as if it was about to bleed. Yes, master. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito and she lowered her head deeply. In the cloakroom. Go, change into me and see. Now. Chapter 94 Chapter 90 For the Temptation of the Stethoscope. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Why, do you have any objections? No. Lu Ruyan waved her hands quickly, and her panicked look made Lin Yu laugh. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Master, please wait a moment. I will change it right away. After saying that, she tiptoed and hurried to the cloakroom on the side of the bedroom. Lin Yu was waiting there, in a very good mood. This woman really understands role-playing. A few minutes later, the cloakroom door slowly opened. Lu Ruyan cautiously poked half of her head out, her mature and charming face flushed red. Master, I'm coming. She walked out slowly. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Wow, the cut of this nurse uniform is simply a work of art. The pure white top clung to her voluptuous figure, perfectly outlining her breathtaking curves. The skirt was just the right length, not too revealing but still showing off her long, straight legs. The most fatal thing is the pair of white garter stockings, which wrapped around her round thighs and left a small and tempting gap above her knees. She also wore a small nurse's cap on her head and held a silver stethoscope in her hand. The whole person looks pure and seductive, and this contrast is simply killing me. Master. Lu Ruyan walked in front of Lin Yu, knelt on her knees, and raised the stethoscope high in her hand. Please give me a complete physical examination. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and her neck turned red with embarrassment. Lin Yu took the stethoscope and weighed it. Well, the quality is good, it's a real thing. Of course it's real. Lu Ruyan explained hurriedly, this is top-notch medical equipment that I had someone import from Germany. It's absolutely professional. Lin Yu almost laughed out loud. This woman really spent a lot of money on this role-playing. He put the stethoscope on his ear, then squatted down and gently placed the cold metal head against Lu Ruyan's heart. Boom boom boom. The violent heartbeats sounded into Lin Yu's ears through the stethoscope, as fast as a drum. Your heart is beating a little fast. Are you nervous? Lin Yu asked seriously. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and whispered, yes, a little. Then let's check other places. Lin Yu moved the stethoscope to her lower abdomen and pretended to listen. Well, the gastrointestinal motility is normal. Then he moved to her back. Take a deep breath. Lu Ruyan did as she was told, her chest heaving violently. Your lung capacity is very good. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that my treatment is effective. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Master, are you satisfied? Not bad. Lin Yu put the stethoscope aside, but... Lu Ruyan's heart instantly rose to her throat, but what? Lin Yu paused deliberately, enjoying her nervous expression. Your qualification to treat you needs to be maintained through constant loyalty tests. Loyalty test? Lu Ruyan blinked. That's right. Lin Yu said nonsense seriously, my treatment method is very special. It is only effective for people who are absolutely loyal. If your loyalty is not enough, not only will the treatment effect be greatly reduced, but it may even cause side effects. Lu Ruyan was horrified when she heard this. Then, how do we test it? Well, Lin Yu touched his chin. There are many ways to test it, depending on my mood. For example, today's test requires you to change your clothes. Lu Ruyan suddenly understood, trembling with excitement. So that's how it is. Master, you are truly wise. She knelt on the ground, her eyes full of fanatical admiration. I understand. From now on, no matter what the master asks, I will obey unconditionally. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Very good, now go change into the next set. Yes. Lu Ruyan immediately got up and ran back to the cloakroom excitedly. This time she moved faster and came out in just a few minutes. This time it was a classic slit cheongsam, made of dark blue silk fabric and embroidered with exquisite phoenix patterns. The cheongsam was tailored to fit her body perfectly, showcasing her stunning curves. The most striking feature was the high thigh slit, which revealed a glimpse of her with every step, creating a very alluring scene. Her hair was tied into a classic bun with an exquisite jade hairpin inserted in it, and her whole body exuded the charm of a classical beauty. Master, how about this set? Lu Ruyan gently stroked the hem of the cheongsam, her eyes full of anticipation. Not bad. Lin Yu nodded. Come on, turn around and let me see. Lu Ruyan turned around obediently, and the slit of her cheongsam flashed with her movements, making people's blood boil. Well, this one is more charming. Lin Yu commented, but your hairstyle needs some adjustment. Ah? Lu Ruyan touched her hair. Is there something wrong? Come here, I'll help you fix it again. Lu Ruyan immediately walked up to Lin Yu and lowered her head obediently. Lin Yu reached out and gently played with her hair, pretending to be fixing her hairstyle, but actually he just wanted to tease this lovely woman. Master's hands are so warm. Lu Ruyan muttered softly, with satisfaction in her voice. Your bun is too tight. It will affect blood circulation. Lin Yu said as he retwisted her hair. It should be looser so that it looks more natural. Yes, master is right. Lu Ruyan nodded obediently. I will pay attention to it next time. Just as the two were talking, Lin Yu's phone vibrated again. He glanced at it and saw it was still the number without any remarks. Where are you? I'm coming to find you now. Lin Yu looked at the time and it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. This Lin Jiaojiao is really a night owl. He casually replied, I'm busy, don't come. Almost instantly, she replied, what are you busy with? Are you with that Lu Ruyan? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. This woman was quite well informed. What's it to you? I want treatment too. Now. Let us get in line. I'm not waiting in line. I'm coming right over. Lin Yu threw his phone aside and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Lu Ruyan noticed Lin Yu's movements and asked cautiously, Master, is there something important? It's okay, there's just a disobedient patient. Lin Yu waved his hand. Let's continue our loyalty test. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. Are there any more tests? Of course, tonight's test has just begun. Lin Yu said with a wicked smile, go put on the maid outfit and let me see the effect. Yes. Lu Ruyan jumped up excitedly and rushed into the cloakroom again. At the same time, in the Qingchen Club, Lin Jiaojiao looked at the reply about queuing up on her phone and almost smashed it. When had she ever suffered such humiliation since she was a child? Have you found out where he is? She asked coldly. The female assistant replied tremblingly, I found it. It's at Lu Ruyan's private estate by Jingyue Lake. Get the car ready immediately. Lin Jiaojiao suddenly stood up. I want to see what this man has in him to dare to ignore me like this. Zhao Jia, it's already very late, how about tomorrow? Now. Immediately. Immediately. Lin Jiaojiao's voice was filled with unquestionable authority, and at the same time, there was an urgency that she herself was not even aware of. She had to see that man. He must be treated. This feeling of being ignored was driving her crazy. Chapter 95 The Female King of Hell's Provocation. Who is the best maid? Lu Ruyan had just changed into the black and white maid outfit and came out of the cloakroom, preparing to show her new look to Lin Yu. Bang! The gate of the manor was kicked open violently. Lu Ruyan was frightened and ran to Lin Yu, nervously grabbing the corner of his clothes. Master, it seems someone broke in. Lin Yu was not panicked at all, and even had the mood to appreciate the effect of Lu Ruyan's maid outfit. She wore a black miniskirt with a white apron and a small lace hat on her head. Her long, beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings were faintly visible under the maid's skirt. "Don't be nervous, it must be that disobedient patient coming." Lin Yu sat calmly on the sofa and even reached out to pat Lu Ruyan's little head. "Come on, it's a good opportunity for her to see what professional service attitude is." As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door was kicked open. Lin Jiaojiao rushed in aggressively with dozens of black-clad bodyguards, and the scene was similar to the gang fight scene in the Young and Dangerous movies. "Lin Yu! You!" Lin Jiaojiao was about to get angry, but as soon as she entered the door, she saw Lu Ruyan kneeling at Lin Yu's feet. That maid outfit, that well-behaved posture, and the scene where Lu Ruyan was carefully wiping the toes of Lin Yu's shoes with a handkerchief. Lin Jiaojiao's words got stuck in her throat. She blinked and looked again. That's right, Lu Ruyan, the dignified catering queen of Jiangcheng, is now wearing a maid outfit, kneeling at a man's feet and polishing his shoes. And looking at her expression of willingness and even happiness, she was definitely not coerced. "Oh my god, what's going on?" The female bodyguards behind Lin Jiaojiao were also stunned. They have been following Sister Jiao for so many years and have seen all kinds of scenes, but this is the first time they have seen such a scene. Lin Jiaojiao slowly walked to the center of the room, and her sharp eyes glanced back and forth between Lin Yu and Lu Ruyan. Suddenly, she smiled. There was an indescribable playfulness and provocation in that smile. "So you like this tune?" Her voice was soft, but it was clear in the quiet room. When Lu Ruyan heard this, her body stiffened noticeably, but she did not look up and continued to concentrate on polishing Lin Yu's shoes. Lin Jiaojiao continued, "What Lu Ruyan can do, I, Lin Jiaojiao, can do better." After saying that, she actually started to take off her cheongsam in front of everyone. "Fuck! Sister Jiao, what are you doing?" The bodyguards in black were all stunned, and some even covered their eyes subconsciously. The cheongsam slowly slipped off, revealing the black lace underwear underneath. Lin Jiaojiao's figure is indeed hot, with the right curves and curviness, even better than Lu Ruyan's. She walked towards Lin Yu step by step in her underwear and high heels. With every step, the amazing curve trembles, making people's blood boil. Walking up to Lin Yu, she leaned over, her red lips almost touching his. "Master, do you prefer an obedient cat or a fierce dog that can bite people for you?" There was a fatal temptation in her voice, and the hot air she exhaled sprayed on Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu almost laughed out loud. Moreover, this Lin Jiaojiao, who just had the image of a cold queen, has now turned into a charming maid? Even Sichuan opera actors would have to admit defeat at this face-changing speed. When Lu Ruyan heard this, she felt a sense of crisis instantly. She immediately put down the handkerchief in her hand, knelt to the other side of Lin Yu, and gently rested her head on his knees. "Master, I will only serve you. You are all in my heart and eyes." Her voice was so soft and charming that it could drip water, and then she changed the subject. "Unlike some wild dogs who are still thinking about the bones outside." This statement clearly alludes to Lin Jiaojiao's desire for power. Lin Jiaojiao sneered and stretched out her fingers to gently stroke Lin Yu's chest. "What's the point of just being able to serve? Master, with just one word from you, everyone in Jiangcheng who has offended you will disappear from this world tomorrow." Her fingers drew circles on Lin Yu's shirt. "I am your sharpest knife." Lu Ruyan was not willing to be outdone and immediately hugged Lin Yu's legs tightly. "Master doesn't need a knife, what he needs is a warm home. I will keep the house in perfect order so that you can feel the warmth when you come home." Lin Jiaojiao curled her lips. "Warmth? What's the use of your petty arrogance? What the master needs is the kingdom. It's power. It's the pleasure of having everyone crawling at his feet. The master doesn't need that. What the master needs is someone to care if he has eaten enough and slept well. Childish. Men conquer the world, women conquer men, this is the way to go. Your idea is too dangerous. The master needs someone who can make him relax, not someone who causes him trouble." The two women held Lin Yu's left and right legs and began a heated debate. Lin Yu sat in the middle and felt like a hot commodity. He looked at Lu Ruyan on his left, who was wearing a maid outfit and had an innocent face, and then at Lin Jiaojiao on his right, who was wearing underwear and had a fiery look in her eyes. This scene is even more exciting than a Hollywood blockbuster. Ahem. Lin Yu coughed twice, and the two women immediately stopped arguing and looked at him in unison. "Is it interesting for you to argue like this?" Lin Yu said in a serious tone. "I'm a fair person. Since you all want to prove your worth, let's have a competition. Both women's eyes lit up. What competition? They asked in unison. Lin Yu touched his chin and said, let's see who is better at serving others. From now on, you will take turns demonstrating your service skills, and I will grade them. Mr. Lin Yu, we've screened you according to the highest standards, and the system has locked onto a single target. I'm checking your information now. Do you think this is feasible? This Lu Ruyan immediately raised her hand. I'll go first. I'll go first. Lin Jiaojia was unconvinced. Why should you come first? I'm the guest, I should go first. You came uninvited. So what? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Lin Yu quickly stopped them. Okay, rock, paper, scissors will decide the order. The two mature women actually started playing rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Lu Ruyan gave out scissors, and Lin Jiaojia gave out rock. Yeah. I won. Lin Jiaojia was as happy as a child. Lu Ruyan pouted, looking unconvinced. Lin Yu looked at the childish appearance of the two women and his heart was filled with joy. This system of having many children and bringing good fortune really gave him two clowns. One is responsible for the interior and the other for the exterior. One is gentle and the other is domineering. This configuration is simply perfect. Okay, then Lin Jiaojia will go first. Lin Yu announced. Lin Jiaojia looked at Lu Ruyan proudly, then turned around and waved to the black-clad bodyguards. All of you go out and wait. Don't come in without my order. The bodyguards looked at each other, but still retreated obediently. In an instant, there were only 3 people left in the room. Lin Jiaojia took a deep breath and slowly walked in front of Lin Yu. Master, please allow me to show you what professional service is. As she spoke, she actually knelt down. The dignified underground emperor of Jiangcheng was kneeling in front of a man at this moment. If this scene were to be spread out, the whole Jiangcheng would be shocked. But Lin Jiaojia didn't care at all, she only had Lin Yu in her eyes. Master, you've worked hard today. Let me give you a massage to relax you. Her hand gently pressed on Lin Yu's shoulder, and her technique was surprisingly professional. Lu Ruyan watched from the side with gritted teeth. This Lin Jiaojia usually pretends to be so cool, but I didn't expect that she would be so capable at the critical moment. No, we must not let her steal the limelight.